today apparently they could have closed and we could see a short squeeze, like not as like not as big, but because of they got the price so low, and they believe if tomorrow if they bring out reports on the interest and it's still high, um, then people are really gonna jump back on it. But I don't know. We'll see.
All right, thanks.
A monster of mofos.
What's up? Ninja here.
What do you hear? What?
Hello, good morning, everyone. So, anybody here had Bitcoin since Friday night?
I've been holding for a while, so it went up.
What happened?
Just went up another couple grand.
Oh, no kidding. I saw that it was down for a little while, like last time I checked.
Yeah, it'll go down again to like that 48,000 mark, I'm thinking. Like, it's just a lot of hype on it right now, just like back in 2016.
Tesla put in $1.5 billion this morning, from what I understand.
I was talking with someone in Discord yesterday, and we're came up to with a like, if you guys remember back in 2016, there was a huge hype around crypto. So then we started searching short squeezes in 2016. We found some crazy ones. I forget the one he found, but he found one at around the same as GameStop, 1,500% short squeeze, right around right around the same time crypto started to get hyped up, like hyped up. Everyone started buying crypto. Yeah, there was a shitload of short squeezes at that time. So I found that really funny.
Bit of a correlation between that situation and this one.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
Do you think they play it like that? Like maybe pump the crypto, then cash out, throw it.
That's what I was thinking. I was also thinking that's like a really good way for them to get out of their GameStop short position right now, because that's what I would do. I would dump a shitload of crypto into a Dogecoin at 1 cent, let's say like a couple mil. As soon as that reaches 8 cents, that's a very good profit for them to buy back their GameStop. So like if I was them personally, that's what I would do.
Quiet, Jesus. I'm just kidding. Don't give him any ideas.
Yeah, bought Doge at 2 cents, sold at 7. Now I don't know what to do because it's just hovering there. So I'm just going to leave it for now.
Yeah, you just wait till it drops probably back to 3 cents if you want to be safe about it, 2 cents if you want to be ballsy, and then you wait for it to go to 7 and sell again, and you stick in the profits in Bitcoin.
I think because it's new and there's huge influx of interest, I don't think it'll go down below 4. That's just what I think.
The way you have to think about crypto right now is where the real money's at for crypto, they're not buying crypto because they don't believe in it. They're still living out their life on the Canadian or American dollar. I don't even know if I was talking there. Were you hearing me there?
Yeah, you got to Canadian dollar, American or Canadian
So
dollar.
yeah, the older generations aren't really messing with crypto yet. Like that's why I don't really understand. It's like how Bitcoin is as big as it is and other ones. Like I can kind of understand it, but at the same time, that means there's so much growth to go as younger generations make more and more money. So that's the way I look at it.
That's why I still hold it in another account long term, just because every once in a while I'll throw a little extra in there, because right now, you know, in the grand scheme of things, not a lot of people know about it, or even though you'd think they do, right? But I mean, how many people own it? And then when everybody's going to want it someday, I mean, that's the dream. Then at least I have something in there. So I think that's
you definitely should be like using your Dogecoin node to fund your Bitcoin, because
Yeah.
if you think of it as gold, metal, like gold, nickel, silver, whatever thing, Dogecoin's like not even nickel. They're not even copper. They're probably like some little pebble you find on the street kind of thing, if you want to think about it, compared to the other ones. So
Well, for now, I'll figure out what to do with those profits. Just chill for now.
because just look at gold compared to silver. Let's say like one's at like $1,500 per like I forget what they measure it on, if it's like metric ton or something. I forget exactly, but yeah, gold compared to silver is nowhere near, and it never will be. Never will be. So you got to look at that aspect. The same with Bitcoin to Dogecoin. They're never going to they're never even going to come close to each other. Never.
Yeah, the Bitcoin community wants to say Bitcoin is gold, Ethereum is oil. You know, they have these kind of parallels that they'd like to draw between them.
Yeah, they're never even going to come close to each other. You can just already tell. Like, as the bigger Bitcoin grows, like if Dogecoin reaches $1, Bitcoin will reach 100,000. That's my estimate. If Dogecoin reaches $1, it won't happen until Bitcoin reaches 100,000, which is double that. So like, or if you really want to get mathematical about it, Bitcoin would have to reach $1 million for Dogecoin to reach $1.
Yeah, I was looking at that market cap stuff yesterday. You're right. It's so much money, so much to reach $10, $100 for Doge.
So if you're sitting there buying Dogecoin, why are you gonna miss out on like what would that be, 1,000% gains on Bitcoin or something stupid? Like that's ridiculous to miss out on that if you're sitting there buying Dogecoin.
Hey, speaking of the sorry, how are you, everyone? Speaking about the current uprise in the
You slipped. Current uprise in the.
Yeah, we lost you.
I mean, like, it's gonna definitely continue on upward trend generally.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to make that correlation with short squeezes in crypto, like back in 2016. I forget who I was talking with yesterday, but yeah, like the fact that crypto went off, but there was all those crazy ass short squeezes going off at the same time. That's kind of mind boggling to me.
Okay.
One thing's for sure, hedge funds cannot have everybody going in on short squeezes because that fucks them more. So that's why it makes it more believable to me why they would push crypto at a time of a short squeeze.
So after this weekend, is everybody in here thoroughly ashamed of yourselves for buying stock?
Hell no, I went through
there is
principles and stuff. I'm good.
There are the disinformation like amplified over the weekend. Like, honest to God, after reading a couple news articles, I was thinking I was like a crazy person. Then I was like, whoa. Wait,
I literally slept my weekend away. I stayed up.
Yeah, it's bad. Like, just the fact that they're still pumping out so much like spiteful and like mean like I've never seen people be ridiculed so much for like investing in their financial future. It's ridiculous, honestly. I mean, it's like they've made it something like if you invested in GME or AMC, it's like if your families read the news, like you better not tell them.
That's good point someone made. It's like at the same time, it's still a consumer market. Why does someone give a fuck if a bunch of kids decide they want to stick their money in GameStop? I forget who made that point, but that's a very good point.
Exactly.
It's a consumer market. The news shouldn't give two fucks where the kids want to stick their stock. If they want GameStop to be a thing in the next 20 years and want it to be relevant, that's up to them. It's
Like
not up
news
to anybody.
stories, they're like these three stocks will blow GameStop out of the water. It's just like, who can't like,
It's like,
why?
what does that matter?
Distract.
And what does that matter? And how is that not market manipulation? What if GameStop does
Yep.
go off? Now the media just shunned millions of people from buying it and getting rich. So now they need to be ridiculed if this actually does go through. I'm telling everybody, fuck the media. Don't listen to them, especially if this happens.
Absolutely.
A lot of
At the end
these,
of the day, the news, it doesn't matter. Controversy keeps eyeballs and it sells ads. They don't really care about what they're talking about as long as it's
Yeah, they do, because a lot of them, it's their bank accounts right now. If
No,
this
Well,
gets
a
short
lot,
squeezed-
and
meant-
a lot of them have been
maybe I'm playing-
paid by the hedge funds. Make no mistake,
No,
the hedge
because where
funds
do you
have
think
launched
these anchors
a
make
huge, yeah.
they make ridiculous amount of money a year. They're not sticking their money with the banks. They're sticking.
This
their
is
money with
known.
hedge
This
funds.
is known. The hedge funds are paying big bucks to put out negative articles right now, just like fact. I mean, you know, yeah.
This could be a lot of actors' monies. This could be a lot of musicians' money. We don't know whose money we're fucking taking, but it's not everyday people's money. This is people who know where they're putting their money and know how they make their money. This is a lot of people's money. This isn't just like hedge funds' money. People give money to hedge funds so they can make the money fast. Like,
For sure, yeah.
we could be fucking with Trump's money. We could be fucking with a lot of people's money.
You just like fantasize about whose money you're screwing with, possibly.
Oh, I was all weekend. I was like,
Let's see,
George
I
Bush.
hope.
I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Oh.
Well, yeah, I guess we probably shouldn't get into it, but
I know
but yeah,
this weekend,
pick your choice.
I know this weekend I made a statement when I said that this is a movement for the people that believe in companies, and this is necessary because today is GameStop. Yesterday it was Service Merchandise, Radio Shack, Circuit City. It was all of those big companies that we all shopped at, and a lot of the people that are in these high ends don't understand that the small people such as us, we shop at these type of stores and these retail outlets. So trying to keep one of these stores alive, which we love, I don't see it being a problem. And it's just
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you can't be on the
Good point,
news
too. Yeah.
slandering everybody. Oh, these degenerates and these white supremacists. I'm not trying to say this is stuff that they've called.
Fair
people
enough,
that are
dude. Fair
investing.
enough. Yeah. Yep.
And it's just like, but you don't shop at GameStop. You don't shop at Service Merchandise. You didn't shop at Toys R Us. So for you, you don't
Yeah.
care. But
add
for
on that
us,
point
we
too,
care.
the more we go digital, at first the older generation, if you think of it from their terms, the more we go digital, the more jobs we lose. But as the younger generation kind of gets like more tech savvy, then I guess the more jobs would be gained at the same time, but not for a little bit. There'd still be that window of people losing jobs and not knowing what to
Jobs
do.
are lost. There's a gap, and there's a really big disconnect where jobs are lost, due to everything going digital. And it's not that jobs are lost in one sector and are moved to somewhere else. It's jobs are lost, and then jobs have to be created, and then people can move into those sectors because, it was the whole coal situation. It was like, oh, we're shutting down coal mining. And I don't want to make this a political statement, but Trump said, hey, we're pushing for coal. Coal is the new thing. We got to do with coal. But it's like, okay, you push these people out of the coal industry. Let's just say coal dies tomorrow. Where do they go? They have to create a new sector for these people. They need to be trained, and then they can move into it. So it's always going to be a disconnect where there's going to be a long gap because this moving from hard to digital is a transition that's taken years. Buying toys in the store has been something that's changed over years. People still have trouble. Everybody goes to Walmart to buy toys now. Like, Walmart is probably one of the biggest toy sellers in the United States right now because Toys R Us, KB Toys, all of those stores are gone.
The need didn't go away. That's the thing. The need, people still want to look at toys.
And
what these guys, let me just real quick, because before I forget, no, it's okay. I'm literally going to forget if I don't say it right now. But there's a nuance to these things that they don't get and that they don't care about. They say, you still got your toys, go to Walmart, you get it with everything else. It's convenient. Yeah, well, you know what though? Like, I don't want to go to your freaking hyper capitalist fucking effing like really cold, horrible, like white supremacist store. Not to even say what the last one, but like it's just got this vibe to it of hyper corporatism and no personality. And we as customers, I think overall would much rather go to a place that's a little warmer, a little smaller, maybe, where the people actually like care about what like might be interested in what they're doing. It's
And about the digital thing, like yesterday I was like bashing people in Discord, pushing penny stocks on people, right? Like I let them know I'm like these are technically unestablished companies, and like it just brought me down as a rabbit hole, like researching like weed penny stocks that people were putting their money in, searching their capital, this and that, and they got me thinking. I'm like, I was talking with this one dude, random dude, and I'm like, if any online dispensaries that are on the stock market, and we found one. And like, so this is, I don't know, I don't think they grow their own stuff, but they're an online dispensary listed on the stock market compared to other weed companies, and they are bigger than any other weed company.
makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, digital age is definitely there's gonna be a window where a lot of people lose jobs, but that's just my perspective.
I don't think it's going to be some. It's going to be a lot.
But even with the digital age, we still need physical things. You go through the digital.
Oh, yeah.
To order everything.
Yeah.
We still have to pick this stuff up. We still
Servers, batteries.
Like this is a conspiracy theory about like if I
copper,
was Netflix, I would have been one of the
silicon.
ones short in AMC to try to push my agenda, right? But like, who the heck wants to stay cooped up all? And if anything, pandemic has shown that people don't want to stay indoors. They want to get the fuck out. They want to do things.
Anybody see that story about how some sort of I'm too ignorant on it because I was like tired when I read the story last night. It was like how companies like AMC, like movie theaters, can now own streaming services, and streaming services can now own movie theaters because there was like a regulation that got changed. Did anybody see that article? I think somebody posted it. Maybe like
how recently did they change the regulation though? Do you remember?
I think it was like last night or something.
Well, you did.
That's crazy because I was thinking like that's the one way they actually fuck over AMC, these streaming services, is they don't allow them to view their movies. That's the one way AMC gets like messed up in this situation. Amazon looks at them, Netflix looks at them, is like, yeah, you're not viewing our movie. Get your own content, get your own things.
Yeah, I think somebody might have posted it in like news or general or something. I'll see if I can find it and post it in general.
Because that's capitalism for you, especially if they do that. They're like, yeah, no, get your own
Yeah,
content.
because I don't like saying things that I don't have backup for here.
I feel like that towards AMC. Like, I'll
yeah, absolutely. I
want
to
give a crap.
Exactly.
Like Netflix has a chance. Like if they wanted to, if I was Netflix, I would buy out AMC and think of it smartly because they have a chance of people just keeping their subscriptions because why are they going to cancel it? It's $10 a month, whatever, and still going out and watching the same movie. They have a chance for people to watch the same movie twice, which is whatever, it's going to happen. But if they go the other route with it, where it's like, no, you can't view our movie. It's like, yeah, okay, you can have that bitch attitude and you can't have my money. So
I just want to say that that's not happening. Netflix will not be able to buy AMC because AMC is now owned by a Chinese group, and a Chinese group can push Hollywood to get any movie in theaters. Because
there's a lot of Chinese money in
Hollywood. They've got the audience.
Because if they block the movies in theaters, China can just block the movie in their whole country.
That's a good point.
And
China has a lot more population.
China has way more. Like I think it was when Infinity War came out, if I'm not mistaken, it was like America was like #1, but then China was right behind it.
It might even it's probably just, and that's probably just because of how much more the Canadian dollar is worth to the Chinese yen, right? If they were actually on par, China would blow them out of the water when it comes to revenue on a movie. You know what? One other thing movie theaters have over streaming services that only technology can fix when a movie first drops, it's first released, you have to go to the theater or else you're gonna get shit quality. On a streaming service, it drops. You do not have to own that streaming service. You'll be able to find that movie and watch it in perfect quality. One upside to a movie theater right now. From a business perspective. Every movie this year, Amazon's really, I think the best one who did the best job at hiding their release and trying to like keep it off sites was Apple. I think Apple did the best job from what I've noticed and like from trying to watch movies and stuff. Apple, I had a very big tough time finding their new releases until a couple weeks later, but everything else was out right away. Netflix, Amazon, you name it, Amazon, like everything.
So I had to read my little research, and I will confirm that according to an online source, America had 781 million grossing on Endgame, and China was second with 608. And the next country, which I don't remember because I just literally jumped off the window, behind China, I think was about 111 million. So,
It's probably India.
Wait, so you're telling me more people watched the movie than the whole United States population inside of America?
Well, no. It was in America. Just the United States of America was 786 million. That's how much it grossed. China was next at 608 million.
And you got to remember too that's because the Chinese yen compared to the American dollar, and I guarantee it's like not as expensive to go see a movie in China as it is in America.
Probably not.
It's probably like 1/10, like 1/20th of the cost. Like I'm not even exact. Like I don't know for sure, but I guarantee it's not that expensive.
Okay, and I just looked at it again. Russia and the UK came in third and fourth place, around 100 million. China has more than 6 times, well, I'll say 5 times more gross on Endgame than the next two countries behind it.
How much did Endgame make total? I think it was like a shit ton of money. Or sorry, a crap ton of money.
$2.6 billion.
Oh, that's it? Just that little tiny bit?
I mean, but
it was
think like
the
this,
highest grossing movie, I think, up until that point of all time.
Dude, 2.6 billion.
What was before that? It would have been Titanic and fuck, I don't want to say Django. Would have been Titanic and I don't know, I forget. But before that, Titanic was like number one. So like,
Battlefield Earth.
Crazy.
I mean, think like this: 2.6 billion, and 1.3 billion of that came from 2 individual countries, just from the United States and China. There's no way in the world that China's going to be like, no, we're just going to give up. You can have all of our movies. We don't care. They're not going to. That'll be something.
You got to realize in China, their movies never really took off because, anime always stomped them out because their movies' quality was never compared, like same as other countries. We all have this problem. Our quality is shit compared to the States. You guys pump out movies the best. America's movies you can't compete with them. So that's why China, they look at American movies and then they looked at the Chinese movies and just didn't want to watch them. But anime is also a huge culture over in China and Japan, which overtakes, their live cinema as well, probably by a huge chunk. And then America just eats it up for fucking breakfast, in my thought.
So Justin in the chat was saying that they have Coinbase and they were trying to buy Doge and they couldn't find it. When will they have it? I don't know. I spent the weekend trying to figure out how to buy Doge too. It was pretty annoying, but Anchor USD has it and Robinhood has it. Disclaimer. And
guys, I use, not to interrupt, for the for crypto, I've been using Binance, and I'm super happy with the Binance interface.
Yeah,
they don't have Doge though. They don't have Doge.
Binance absolutely has Doge. It's where I buy it from.
Oh, I was gonna say, a lot of people don't have Doge because a lot of this crypto is not recognized by actual governments. The only cryptos recognized by governments right now is Bitcoin, Etherium, and Litecoin. I'm pretty sure. Those
The
three
minute
are bona
the
fide.
instant
Anything
that
else could be a scam.
the instant that Elon Musk says buy something, the government's going to recognize it, and all the all of the financial institutions are going to recognize it.
Man, if I was Elon Musk, like I said, the same with Melvin Capital. If I was these guys, you know, a couple million at 1 cent, mention it, sell, wait for it to go down, a couple mil at 1 cent, wait for, you know, it's a pump and dump scheme, man. They
Yeah,
use
but
it to fund other
Doge,
things.
So Binance
Doge
does
isn't
have Doji. Yeah. Huh.
yeah, but Doge isn't.
Yeah, I've been using it all
It's
weekend.
hit a floor of like 6. It's been
Do they
sitting
let you
above
do?
5, 6 all weekend long. It's not a pump and dump no more. It is a pump and dump, but
Yeah.
it's also like I
Like,
said,
I mean, don't get me
it's a
wrong.
pump
Like
and dump in the
a
whole.
couple grand in there, if you make fair bank throughout the year and just to sit on and hold just to see what it does in the future, nothing wrong with. But if you're sitting there thinking you're gonna get rich in the next couple of months, it's like, dude, like, come on, relax. Think again. Bitcoin will always be a million times greater than Dogecoin. So the smartest thing to do with it is fund your Bitcoin using it, if anything.
I just got a update info. I just got a notification. Tesla buys 1.5 either million or billion worth of Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, they probably you know what they did that with? They probably used Dogecoin to buy Bitcoin. It was smart fucks.
One thing Elon Musk, in my opinion, first off, good morning, everyone. One thing Elon Musk is going to have to be careful about, in my opinion, because he has such influence, he's going to have to be careful the SEC or the federal government doesn't come in and even though he has money and he's rich and all of that and everybody loves him, he got to be careful.
No,
he doesn't get.
There's no regulation on crypto.
That's why he's tweeting crypto.
Yeah. If
none. My point is, if he starts doing things that will influence the stock market, he's going to be careful they don't start ripping him to pieces for influence.
I'm not like Elon fanboy, but I did watch an article. I watched a video recently. I think it was like a 60 minutes interview from like the 90s or something. I think that he's like really aware of the SEC and like, you know, their rules. And he said in the interview, they said, well, why did you go against the SEC? And he's like, because I hate the SEC. I think they're an awful organ, blah, 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 blah. It's terrible. And he's like, well, but you paid the lawsuit without any problems. So what's the deal with that? And he says, well, I respect the justice system. So I think he's coming from a viewpoint. At least he was there.
Yeah, because there's a big rumor that Tesla's been getting shorted from the start, like heavily, and it's actually known. Like Michael Burry, the guy who actually bought Gamestop at 3%,
this is known.
was heavily shorting Tesla. What's not known is if he still is and was smart and good out of his position. But that's actually one of the rumors that Tesla. The reason why it's at $750 a stock or whatever it's at now is that it's been in like a short squeeze for like the last 2 years. You know, all these people didn't believe on EVs. They thought this. Gas cars were actually gonna, they're gonna be relevant still for the next 50 to 100 years, and they're like, you know what? Let's short Tesla. Let's get greedy. And then Tesla or Elon Musk was smart, advertised like the crap out of his company, and used Twitter and used all these other things, and people have been buying so much Tesla that it actually went into a short squeeze apparently, and it's been there for like 2 years. But that's a little bit of a rumor at the same time.
Shorting EV stock is a really good idea because every time anybody has a discussion about electric vehicles, the first thing that comes to everybody thinks about a Prius. That's the first thing. When everybody says EV, short EV stock. Why? Because look at the Prius. The Prius is the ugliest car on the road.
I know.
And
they're
it's
thinking hybrids and stuff, and they're thinking.
Yeah, but then when he rolled out with that Model 3, it was just like, okay, never mind. I think we screwed up and made a bad decision,
Not
guys.
to mention he's trying to put like a $30,000 price tag on it, and right now he's trying to up production, and he's trying to ding.
Hey, yeah, game on, boys. Game on, boys and girls. Game on.
30. Ding, 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 ding.
Am I wrong? Is GME up $8.50 overnight?
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
And everybody's hyped up. That's why you hear the yelling.
We've been waiting all weekend. Crappy Super Bowl, no Dogecoin commercial, nothing.
Well, buddy,
We're ready to
that
rock.
Super Bowl, the only thing that saved that Super Bowl was that Bucs defense. So, like, they raped that offense.
Bro,
KC offense.
I feel so bad for KC. The guy couldn't stay in the pocket longer than a half
I know.
a second.
My first thought
awful.
was like Andy Reid's on a plane as we speak, fighting with Canadian border security, trying to get Tardif out of friggin' Montreal right now.
All right, boys. Happy hunting today.
Yep. Hey, Doge was in the crowd though. Did you see that? There's someone posted a picture that there was a Doge in the crowd.
That's so funny. Bitcoin and Ethereum had a spike over the weekend. They were down, and then had a pump up after late last night.
Guys, take a look at OCGN. That stock is moving this morning.
What was that stock? I can't find it.
OCGN.
I'll tell you right now, what's moved the most on me last week was Zine. I had it at 4 something. It went up like $1.50. It's up another 40 cents today. That's crazy growth. Trip's getting pushed by Reddit now. I friggin' hate it. Oh my gosh, I can't tell if it's inflated by beta or if it's actually worth something. I don't think it's worth anything at the moment because it's still a mushroom industry and it's not legal. So
The one that popped up on my radar was AEZS Eterna, and that kind of got me a nice little 20% bump from, I think, Thursday when I went in. I haven't done any diligence or research on it yet, but it's just something to just keep on your radar.
the one I was talking about before, Zine, the reason why I mentioned that one out of anything, I don't like push stock, but I initially bought that at $10, thinking it was going to head back up to $50 because that's what it was at 2 years ago and whatever before the pandemic. But then they ran into roadblocks for the cream. It's a marijuana cream that a pharma company is trying to patent, or they did patent, but they're trying to work out the kinks, I guess, for like autism and people with
Give me that.
epilepsy.
I'm gonna rub that all
with like
over.
epilepsy. But yeah, I bought it at $10.
All over everything.
It went down to $4, and in the last, like, I don't like mentioning stock, but the last week it did jump $1.50, and then it did jump like another 40 cents this morning. So I don't know what's up with it, but I would assume something's up with it. Do your due diligence, though.
Do my due diligence and spread that stuff all over my face.
Like KY jelly.
Marijuana butter.
Dude, Doge is making a play right now.
Yeah, they need to fund their GameStop buyback. $70, motherfuckers. I love this. If the stock's worth nothing, how is it still $70? Like,
I'm actually kind of, I didn't want to jinx it, so I was like psyching myself up. I'm like, I want this to go up, but if it can go up, but go down a little bit more first until the money's in my bank account on Tuesday, then that would be ideal. So I want to buy.
I was actually just going to see
my
how today plays out. I don't see it jumping $30 today, 70 to 100 again. So I was just going to see how it plays out today before I buy any more. Anyways, with GameStop.
Yeah, well, I have to anyway. I have no choice until tomorrow or Wednesday anyway. So
I think it's a smarter bet anyway. These guys have money, man. Who knows how long this stuff could go on for?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
like,
it's gonna be drawn out. It's gonna be drawn out.
If I'm really being honest, I really like if I'm probably just actually gonna save my money just in case it does hit that $20 point, and I'll just put what I have just in case people do have paper hands and try to buy up as many shares of theirs.
Maybe it was showing some pretty strong support at like 50. So I guess we'll see what the week holds.
But people aren't dumb. Like I didn't grow up. Like I didn't watch. I still don't watch mainstream media. Like what? Like they don't like everything they say is just nah. They're friggin' robots. Like man, I've never watched them. I'm good.
It's bad when you start seeing like I've really started seeing in different subjects that I'm like versed in. Like you just see how often it happens that like they've just got their guy for this sector, not even just financial, but whatever. They got their health guy, they got the or gal or they, and but that person is just one person, and if they're drinking the Kool-Aid like everybody else, the same message just gets passed along. And if you're expert is checking off on it and saying this is the way things are. Do you think the anchor is going to do any more than that?
I
mean,
look at
it's like,
taking advice like this, like I was young when it happened, so it's not really an emotional topic. But like my grandpa, let's say, he was dying of liver cancer and lung cancer at the same time, right? But at the time, it was only minor lung cancer, right? So they caught the lung cancer, right? And then all down the road, all of a sudden, it gets worse, it gets worse and worse, and they come to him. It's like, oh wait, we forgot, we didn't find a liver cancer. Nobody knows everything, man. It's like nobody's an expert.
that's a good analogy. I think a lot of people have had that same experience where they go to a doctor and they're like, no, it's something more than that. And the amount of people and paperwork that you need to go through
Oh
to
yeah, and
just
the amount of
get
people
to a
that
point where
review
they'll
the
listen
people's
to you.
scans, and it's like
And then it's like, I
nobody's an
told
expert.
you that it was something more than that. I'm trying to tell you this whole time. Yeah.
Guys, we had that with our son. We were just told, he's a little delayed. He'll grow out of it. It'll be okay. Full on, he had autism, dude. You know, and our primary care physicians, our doctors,
Shameful.
they fought us all the way, and we were the crazy helicopter parents that didn't know anything, and they were wrong the whole time. You know, so you got to take ownership of whatever the situation is. You have to take ownership of it. Health, finance,
and try to find logic and perspective your own way as much as possible, because that's how you're going to get to the end conclusion of something, not by listening to someone else. It's the best way I could say it, I guess.
Or by listening to somebody else, but also listening to somebody
taking
else
in their
and somebody
perspective
else
and then
some other guy,
deciphering it and depicting it, and
reading Stones and reading articles and
Another analogy along the same lines would be the same way as raising children. People's like, okay, you can't just have one person raise. It takes a village to raise a kid, right? Would be the analogy too. It's a vast amount of knowledge. You can't get knowledge from one place. It's very dumb too. It's very ignorant. It's very biased. You have to get knowledge from everywhere. Not one person holds the key. That's why I think the school system is a little, biased.
Well, and then when one person's got the key, you have to figure out if they're so invested in their world that they can't see beyond that door that they're gatekeeping. You know what I mean? Like,
yep, you got to see if there's conflict of interest. If they have conflict of interest, they could use their knowledge to better themselves instead of what it's meant to do. 100%. That's why I prefer when I'm trying to figure out what other people are into. I've never been a social media type, so this is the first time I caught this trend, and I'm like, I don't know about this. But no, I've never used social media. If I'm gonna follow what people are actually putting their money into, I go on the sites where they actually have to file SEC forms and stuff to buy the amount of stock they do. I go on the site.
I'm not even on
yeah
social media besides Reddit. I closed all my accounts, as painful as it was to my family. I was just like, you guys want to talk, text me, because all that other stuff's BS anyways. Like, for real, if we really need to talk, I'll see you at Christmas. Send me a text message if you're that interested. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if people really wanted to find out what Elon Musk was, where he was actually putting his money, and thinking he was putting in Dogecoin, you wouldn't listen to Twitter or any of this. You would go on the SEC site or whatever. There's plenty of them you can go on, and you can actually see what he's invested in. I'm pretty sure he has to file taxes on it. He has to show it. It's public records. You'd actually go there and look, and then you would invest your money, kind of thing, right? That'd be the smart way about it. If you're trying to follow someone that you believe in, right?
That brings up, I'm curious as to what this stock and what a lot of trending stocks are going to do once we see the numbers for the short position tomorrow, and if the people actually believe those numbers are legitimate.
Yeah, I thought about that over the weekend, and it came to the point that I honestly don't care. It goes up when it goes up. If it goes down, I buy more.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
That's my
I'm stuck with
personal.
it. Yeah, like I have to. Like I bought so high that this is now a future investment, I guess, unless it short squeezes, and then I get some money and a future investment once it drops, because I will buy more once it drops. 100%, I will reinvest in GameStop once it drops.
I think we're at the point of the negative news cycle. I mean, this is like straight up like psychological warfare for real. I've never felt so affected by like like a negative PR campaign like this before. It's just really getting into every corner
But then,
of
if you use
everywhere.
your logic, though, you can see it is, because you go on Reddit, and then if you go very late at night, like in 2 in the morning, you will see a lot more upticks. You'll see upticks with upwards of 20K, 14K, 20K upticks, and then during the day, you will not see that on a GME post, because it's obviously getting taken down. So.
Yeah, and the fact that that's still going on, and where we've gotten so far, the people that are in this because of a statement they're trying to make, that hasn't gone away. Like that was huge, and it still is.
I'm using the analogy right now. You should never buy it open. I think the best time to buy was between 11 and 11:15 or something, I was hearing. So I'm gonna wait till then, see what the stock is at. If it's down, the analogy was true, I buy.
Yeah, a good rule of thumb is, especially if you're a new trader, don't trade the first 30 minutes or the last 30 minutes of the day. Now, once you gain experience, those are you can make some money during those times, but that's where there's really high volatility just about every single day.
Blackberry's up a little bit today.
Would you say reading the reading the room and emotions and things has more to do with the maybe first and last like, is there any where do the experienced traders draw from, besides just like, is there a theme, I guess, that okay, that's more volatile, so it's more emotional? So if you can read the emotions, is that like
I was talking about this
anything?
yesterday, actually. For like, if it's a penny stock, it's an unestablished company. So if it's volatile, it's pretty easy to determine that it's based on a lot of people buying it for a pump and dump, right? But if it's an established company, like let's say Apple, and it's very volatile, well, now you have to go decipher that why it's volatile. It's not so simple on just a pump and dump, right? You have to go through the news, figure out if they drop something. Electric car, which I heard they're stopped talking about now. Apparently, that's out of the news. So, like that's if you look at Apple, it's probably very volatile last week because they announced their electric car. A lot of people start buying in, blah 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 blah. Then, yeah. So
I feel like they've been doing that electric car push like several times a year. So that's a little fishy to me. It's always coming up, and then they're like, "Oh no, that's not going to happen."
yeah, I don't know, but yeah, volatility. Penny stocks, most of the time it's a pump and dump. The only penny stocks I think right now that you can kind of decipher where it's not a pump and dump would be the sectors. I think, obviously mushroom sector. No one knows what's going to happen to the mushroom sector. If it's legalized, it's like, yeah, you could be sitting on a winning lottery ticket. So like a lot of people are probably sticking their money in there and just leaving it, and that's probably why you see mushroom stocks very volatile, because a lot of people have the same mindset. But the weed stocks, like, if they're volatile, it means it's a pump and dump, because there's already established companies, especially in Canada, the States, the big dogs are going to have their hand in it. So penny weed stocks, volatile because of pump and dump 100% of the time. I will speak on that right now. Penny tech stocks are maybe volatile because people feel the need to sit on them and hope they hit it big. So yeah, that's my view on volatility. But an established company, you have to do your research, and it's not always right in front of you why it's volatile.
Thanks.
I love that movie. R.I.P. Robin Williams.
This is not a test. This is rock and roll, baby.
What I'm seeing with the Apple deal is that Hyundai said they will do it. They just won't do it until 2023.
They won't do it at all. If they do it, it'll be very limited.
They're making their own, putting their own production priority over the deal with Apple. Their own production.
It'll obviously have to be a partnership, and that's difficult.
Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah, they're not going to compete with Tesla.
They
They're not going to
can't
compete with
just do it
China.
from scratch.
No, they can't. Who was Volkswagen was the other one that's going to be a big EV player. They're not going to compete with these guys, Apple. So I think their best play would be like a limited time offer, like create 100 cars just to kind of get nostalgia, or not nostalgia, but like kind of just a nuance behind it, like where not everybody has this, and then make people want it, and then kind of work that angle of it, kind of thing. Would be their play towards it if I was them. Because I hear Tesla plans, like out of Nevada alone, they plan to like pump out 20. They want to be pumping out 24 million cars a year within 3 years or something stupid. Like that is not small number. Those are numbers that are gonna make Ford be.
Well, they're shooting for the capacity to be able to create that. So yeah, it is pretty interesting.
I heard Apple's going to make their car entirely out of glass. It's cool design.
It's gonna be
glass in the eyes when I get a
You'll
render
have
bender,
to
whatever
buy
you
a
want to call
case
it.
for it.
It's waterproof.
And it doesn't come with a charger.
Not
It doesn't
aluminium.
come with a charger.
It's waterproof, but they forgot to ground it, so if it rains, you are absolutely screwed.
And the older it gets, they slow it down more and more.
yeah. It goes
If you have more than two passengers, if you have more than two passengers, you can't hear the third one.
I read instead of going to a mechanic, you got to take them to one of those iFix stores where you take your phones and you just park it right in front. And the guy that fixes your cell phone will fix your car too. Yeah.
And if you've got a system update, you better pull over and just take a nap or something.
The exhaust just splits for no reason every like 3 months.
You literally have to back up your car.
You got to take your car and trade it in at least once a year. Otherwise, we'll be running on an old engine update.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I feel too confident about this stock opportunity.
I think that with that Apple car, I think that it really would scare people. But you have people that literally have converted their entire life over to Apple everything. They don't buy any headphones unless they're Apple. That's it. It's like I have to get the iPhone. I can't buy.
It's funny. Everything that comes from California is like that. Sunglasses, phones. Everybody from California is just a loyal customers. They're like the #1 consumers in America, I guess, to put it.
Isn't it interesting how, well, to me, how you in like in the Northwest and West Coast, you've got like campuses, they call them, right? Like the Apple campus and all this, and basically these like areas that people commute to from other areas that are nearby that area on purpose, right? Because it's easy commute. It's almost like what you see in to me it seems analogous to what you see in China, where you have like a Behringer city and like this company's city, where it's like just an entire metro district that is there because of this one company.
Well, yeah, 100,000 people work for Google, and they all live within a 5 to 10 mile radius of the main campus.
If you're lucky.
Let's build our corporate. Let's build our corporate housing. Let's build our corporate, laundromat, and what have you. Build up the city around the company. The other way around.
It's almost like this feudalist kind of thing going on or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's interesting.
Very expensive to live there.
The Battle of the Banners.
And a lot of people commute, an hour. Some people 2 hours. I mean, just to find a place that's affordable around there. So it's pretty crazy.
Right, just like the landmass that corporation has like absolute influence over is just it's becoming very large very quickly with these huge companies.
Maybe wrong, but if you're talking Seattle area and stuff, I'm pretty sure years ago a lot of people seen the housing market, and they Vancouver is very close to Seattle, and a lot of, like, I may be mistaken, but if they were smart, they went to the cheaper housing market in Vancouver, which now Vancouver housing market is ridiculous.
Oh, sure. So then that becomes just, if that's the case, then that, forget about borders. It doesn't matter, because the borders we're talking about here are like these like corporate borders almost. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
between Canada and America, 100%. Like, they don't matter.
You guys know that Epcot Center, that was what Walt Disney originally had made Epcot Center to be, was a city that was more or less a vacuum, but people could live in different parts of the world all in one city. That was the original design of Epcot Center, was to be a place people lived and worked.
I've
And
actually
and
never
and
been
and
there.
then the I get, if I'm right, the I guess naive assumption was that people would be like commuting from different parts of the world to live in the city, or what's
It was
the
just it was just his.
just an inclusive city
He
is
was a
the
crazy genius, man. He was like, I know what I'll do. I'll bring the world to everyone in one place, and people can live in their own part of the world, Holland, Mexico, South America, Italy, but they'll live here and work from here, and it'll be the world in one place. But that didn't fly, and they turned it into Epcot Center. But it was originally to be a place, it was going to be like corporate communities we're talking about. Walt Disney was doing this 60 plus years ago, man. This is not a new concept.
Well, that was influenced too. Maybe it's the same idea. I don't know, but that was influenced also by like World's Fair, right? Like the
100%.
the technology and the people of different. Yeah, right.
No matter what happens with Nokia, AMC, GME, I love what I've done with my portfolio. Even what I sold off, I didn't want to sell off, but oh well, I'll buy it back even if it's more expensive. I don't care. Whatever. A little stump in the road, I guess, but screw it. I'm on the right path with my portfolio.
Those are motivational words for everybody to take heed of, because I screwed mine up.
I picked the absolute craziest time of my life and market to jump into the market and learn how this stuff works. But baptism by fire, I'm thankful I did it.
Exactly.
No regrets, boys and girls.
Think about
YOLO.
who feels the worst. The worst is the people that use their TFSA or Roth IRA to do so, like myself. We can only contribute a certain amount. But the good news is I grew mine by like ridiculous amount this year. So like I'm actually up and I still have contribution room. So like I'm actually good.
I grew mine specifically to jump into investing at the right point. I thought I was waiting for the stock market to crash, but then I saw this and I was like, nope. This is what this money has been sitting in my account.
It's ridiculous.
Ready to do.
The world is at a standstill, but the market somehow grew the most it's ever had. It just shows you how corrupt it is during a pandemic.
And
of all
it's going to
times,
grow
the market
more,
is just
so much more that people don't even realize it. Yeah.
Well, and the Feds it's going to keep pushing because the Feds have to keep interest rates low still because so much money has been printed and pushed out with all the stimulus and all the things. So we're still going to have low interest rates to offset the amount of money in circulation so we don't have crazy inflation.
And that's why I've been sticking my money in stocks because I do not trust the dollar. I seen what happened to the Canadian dollar and I started sticking my money in American companies thinking our Canadian dollar is going to continue going down. I'm like, shit. And then I was like, so now I'm sticking my money in I'm sticking my money everywhere. China, Canada, USA. I don't know whose dollar to friggin' trust.
Crypto.
So I'll just trust companies to grow my dollar instead of trusting the government to actually do something with it. That's my mindset on the stock market.
This is a point that a lot of people need to get in on, because you can just literally dump your money into anybody to tell them, hey, I trust you to do it. But if you don't know what's going on, you're just putting yourself on the short end of the stick. And it's best to at least know I'm giving this company my money so that I can make money. At least I know what they're doing. And if you're studying it and you're doing it, you're involved hands-on right now. At least, like I said, if you still feel I can't really do this, it requires too much babysitting, that's fine. But if you also are looking at it as I'm going to put my money into my retirement, I'm going to trust my my fidelity with $100 out of my paycheck every week, whatever you do. But by taking your little $5, $2 and investing it yourself, and you can study and understand what your retirement company is doing with your money.
Yeah, that's why two things. I tell people, like, if you don't want to do the research that much and you're not that into research, then think of the stock market as unestablished companies and established companies. Put your money with established companies. The penny stocks, unestablished. You don't know what's going to happen with them 10 years down the road. Someone like Apple, they're going to be relevant. No matter what, they're going to spend money. They're going to better their company. They're going to be relevant. When to buy, that's the research you have to do. But there's established companies. And then number two was, yeah, like you're saying, like why give your money to the bank when you can invest it yourself, right? And when investing in yourself, a lot of people want to invest in ETFs for whatever reason, and that's somewhat like giving your money to the bank. Like it's a folder with companies. Like you read inside those, it's a lot of different companies where you can just stick your money into that company and make a lot more profit. So, but yeah, like why give your money to the bank when you can invest it yourself, really? I was thinking about like future energies and what's sustainable and whatnot, right? And over the weekend, a lot, just kind of like not stock wise, but just economic wise. And solar cars might be a thing over EV. It might be another alternative to EV in the future. I could see it if EV takes off the way it's intended, the way these guys are spending money. But when it comes to like power and city, they're not going to be like maybe like little houses. Yeah, that's going to be solar. But to power a city, they need, and with the way technology is going, I would assume they need a lot of security with having with technology and keeping these servers online and stuff. In which case, they're going to want nuclear power, nuclear reactors to power cities still, right? So solar is still going to be a thing, but nuclear reactors is what going to be. What I'm going to assume is going to be powering cities. Possibly they already use it to power submarines, so they might move that over to boats. You know, I don't know about planes. I don't know how the hell that would work, but who knows, even planes. But yeah, like solar is still going to be a part of the market if we're going clean energy, but it's not going to be used to power cities, I don't think.
Yeah, it was like they took 5 minutes, 5 seconds of airtime. I saw the screenshot, but I didn't see the actual ad.
I saw the ad.
Well, I
It was
wasn't even
good.
in
It was
general.
good.
I was looking at something else with some solar thing.
It was like it had like a we've taken over the airwaves type effect put onto it, like like static and like noise at the beginning, and then like the Reddit logo pops up, and basically like we've taken control of your airwaves type
The
vibe
funniest
to it.
thing, you have to read it in complete detail. I literally just watched. I had to read it.
Yeah, you got to pause it.
No, it's a funny point in there, and I'm going to the Reddit right now.
But which is great because then you get people wondering. I mean, just as for me, I think it's a smart marketing campaign. You get people like, well, what was that? Talking about what is this Reddit, and then
what's Reddit in general. Not it didn't say Wall Street Bets specifically, so it might bring you to Reddit to check out Reddit, and then what's hot right now. Yeah. Oh, very smartly,
because Wall Street Bets has been. It seems like now it might be a little under control.
Oh, they're targeted.
New got compromised. Obviously, to me, Wall Street Bets new got compromised over the weekend. So I don't know. Yeah.
God bless. That's a good approach for Reddit to take. God bless them. I heard something about Nokia's earning report being Thursday, apparently. I wonder if that will affect the stock.
So, did anybody get into OCGN before the weekend when we first posted about it?
One of my friends did.
That's good. That's good. People on the YouTube are asking if now's a good time to buy. I think the good time to buy was when we mentioned it about $4 per share earlier in the week. Some people like to hop on the train when the stock price is already like doubled, tripled.
What's the ticker? I'll check it out here. I'll see.
OCGN.
It went to 14s, back down to 11.
It dipped down as low as $10 per share.
If there's high beta, it's obviously inflated by beta. But I don't know. From what I've noticed with pharmaceutical companies, is you got to really do your research and figure out where they're at with their product, because a lot of time they run into roadblocks, and it is a huge thing for them to get past. What is it called? The FDA. Federal Drug Administration, I think, or whatever. It's a huge hurdle. There's a lot of stuff they have to do to get approved. It's not just a simple give guy money. No, it is like that a bit, but at the same time, their product has to work, right? So I would do the research and
Before
make
that,
sure
peer-reviewed articles and the whole process even before
there
it
has
gets
to be
that
clinical
point. Yeah.
tests and stuff, right? It means they have to run it on actual willing patients and make sure if it, and then study them for months on end and stuff too. So you gotta actually search up that stuff and see how the test went, and then that would be the best way to decide to buy into it. And even then, wait for it to come down a bit, because the beta, I don't know what it's on, but it's probably high right now if everybody's talking about it.
And even that, we have to be careful. Like if the stock price is high like this and a hedge fund wants to short it, they'll short it and then they'll talk to the FDA.
It even says right here, preclinical development stage for the treatment of dry AMD. Yeah, it's still preclinical, so they're not even selling anything yet. They can't sell, so they might have other products, but right here it's only mentioned the one product, so I don't know. And it's in preclinical, so they're not selling anything yet. So who knows? A perfect example, as I was saying, was Zion. That's for marijuana. They're technically a pharmacy company for the marijuana cream. They're at $50 at one point, dropped down to 10. That's where I bought, and then dropped down to $4. And they're at, like, let's say 2 to 3 years ago it was $50 point. A year ago was about the $10 to $15, or a year and a half ago was about the $10 $15 rate, and then they've been $4 ever since. And now they're kind of making their way up a little bit, but who knows? It could go back down to $4. It's all until they actually get approved and start selling. There's probably better stuff to buy in other ways. Yeah, that's why I like to look at it as established companies and not established companies, because established companies still, especially in the tech sector, that's why I hated giving up Square at 220, which is at 240. I'm killing myself. I want to bash my head through a wall. But tech has so much growth. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, if I can see it now, if Square ends up like an Amazon and ends up at like friggin' $1,300 mark, like, I'm probably buying back in if GME works. But
you know what I noticed this weekend? And my friends had the same problem, because we're we're gonna have a competition, right? Where we're all taking to make it accessible for the entire. This is like my high school friends. We're having everybody invest $20 in crypto, and at the end of the year, we're gonna see who did the best. Like a little and then the winner, we're gonna like order them a drizzly order, some beer or something like that. Like they get the original 20 that we invested. But anyways, the problem we were running into setting up our accounts was that the Square authentication process was failing over and over again for at least those of us with Bank of America. Like every time we would try to sync our bank accounts up to not just one, but like 2 or 3 different apps, the Square verification process where you put in your password and stuff for your bank account, and it does it really conveniently as of like, like this past year. Now you don't have to do the 2 small deposits thing. They just have like an immediate login. It kept failing over and over again. It wasn't working. And we had to use like a different authentication process. So just a personal story about Square recently for me.
I've often
yeah,
found
I think it might be inflated by beta, but at the same time, it's a tech company, so it's like something you hold on to.
I'm not saying it's a bad pick or anything. It's just something that happened over the. Not much things happen these days with us stuck in quarantine. Like
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, just noticed it.
I'm hoping I sold at the high where I can buy back at the low. I'm really hoping, but yeah, there's a difference between established companies and not established companies. Like that's what I bought Square at like the $60 mark. Like I think a year ago, back in like last March, I want to say, and then I just sold it like a couple weeks ago, and like that was like off $1,200, which I don't have a lot of money. I only put like $1,200 or $2,000 in stock at a time usually, but off $1,200 I made like $6,000. So it just shows there's a lot more money to be made off like the established companies sometimes than there is off penny stocks. That's way more growth than you're going to see off a penny stock.
Someone in general is asking if someone more knowledgeable than me. I mean, I know what it is, but I can't really define it. Explain days to close. Also on too. Haven't had enough caffeine yet.
That's just the amount of time I think they have to cover their shorts to like close their position. So they have an amount of shorts they've taken out that they essentially loaned from the broker, and then they have the amount of days to actually close out on that position and give it back to the broker.
Now,
that
what's
doesn't
something we've
matter,
run
so.
into though is it does. That's why I don't fully understand.
They literally just don't answer their phone, and
they kick the can down the road.
They keep trading.
Yeah.
They just keep trading. They ignore everybody. They keep trading, and that's why it doesn't matter, and nothing happens.
Days to cover is an estimation. It's never exact. I don't remember what the formula is, but it's something like how many shares are out there versus like divided by the number of I can't think.
Short interest or something. I don't know either.
Yeah, there's a formula. There's a formula where they come up with days to cover, but it's not exact. Like just because it says 1 day to cover doesn't mean it's 1 day.
Here's a one sentence definition that Bing Bong posted in the chat, and there's more in detail if you click on the link. But days to cover measures the expected number of days to close out a company's shares outstanding that have been shorted. So that's the before we get into what actually happens. That's the basic definition. Like,
If you want to really blow your mind, they have a formula for risk. So each time they put their money somewhere, they know the exact amount of risk they're actually getting into. And you can calculate it too. It's called VOR. And I'm not a mathematician. I have not looked at how to calculate this. I don't want to know, tell you the truth, not right now at least. But yeah, it's called VOR, and it's value at risk or whatever. And you can calculate your risk going into a stock if you really want to know how much risk your money's at, to tell you the truth.
These hedge funds, they have everything calculated, every single move,
Everything. They know exactly how much money they're going to make, when they have to pull out, if it's going to be a minute. They literally have millisecond trades. So like they will sell something off, the computer will at least, because the computer knows it's going to be back down at the bottom by the end of the day. So they have to sell off here like 50 times throughout the day to make their profit. And it essentially keeps the stock where it's at forever. Like it's ridiculous.
That's why they have, exactly, that's why they have quants and physicists and mathematicians. They're coming up with formulas and then they're programming that formula, and then that thing does the thing, and that's it. And they're all rolling and they're all coming up with new formulas and try to refine everything constantly.
That's why penny stocks are so dangerous, because they make so much money off of them. They're the most volatile stock, but the hedge funds are the fastest to actually cash in on them. By the time they cash in on their 2-cent gain it made, by the time it reaches you, it's already back down. They affect the market that much.
And also, don't forget, guys, in these calculations that these big money guys make, they're also factoring in anything improprietous that they do and the fines that could be incurred. So that's got to be that's calculated as part of as their risk loss.
Oh yeah, they make that and bank that by lunch. They put it aside and pay the SEC by dinner time.
There's a good book about it called Life of Quant by Emmanuel Derman, and that's the whole his story. He's a physician that went to Wall Street, and he's telling all these stories and how they calculate all that and how they're coming up with this calculation, this formulas. It's very interesting. Life of a Quant.
They just didn't know how to add Reddit to a formula, I guess. But they're trying to figure it out right now. How do we add Reddit to a formula?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're looking at some quant, and they're like, "You need to add Reddit into this value at risk."
We need
right now.
We need a Reddit
Our
upgrade.
VOR is not accurate.
Did you add retard 6.9 to the calculation, huh?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the retard script that it factors in the. Oh my god.
It's gonna be X over meme divided by Y.
The stonks go brrr, that goes at the beginning of the
the number of
at the end.
the number of multiplied by the number of R's in the burr.
Brrr, yeah.
And the number of emojis, the number of diamond emojis divided by.
Done this with a single hand. Diamond single hand is diamond 2 hands, you dumbass.
Yeah, to the power of 2.
So I'm just jumping in, but looks like Dogecoin is still holding, and I don't know if anybody else is on OCGN. On Webull, not too long ago, it was suspended, but now it's not suspended anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, and Ark was talking about OCGN right before you came on, just like seconds before. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I was sleeping and I think I left my computer on idle, and it was, but yeah, it was suspended, but now it's not suspended on Webull anymore, and it's about just over $12.
Is that OCGN or something like that?
Yeah,
OCGN or something.
OCGN, yeah, it's the new COVID.
Yeah, that was the pharmacy company we were talking about.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was it looked like there was a big purchase, but now it's back up and running, and it's up to 12. I bought in at 411, 10 shares, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully it does well, but yeah. I'm honestly really shocked that Doge is still though at 7 or at 8. It's 8.5 right now. I pulled out like an idiot thinking it was gonna go down, and I should have just stayed in. I mean, I still have some.
How much?
But Yeah, I was like, this is the first time I've ever seen it, so it looks like it finally did get support. I think we might hit that 10-cent mark sooner than expected. We'll see. So I hear Bitcoin, Tesla bought like 1.3 billion in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, it was bad. Or sorry for the cuss words. Forgot we're live. I felt bad about definitely taking out my Bitcoin.
Man,
43K of Bitcoin right
Last
now.
night I was like, oh, this is going down, and I'm like, God. Like this morning.
Yeah, I was watching it. I was watching it live, and I cashed out all my crypto, and I blew the rest of whatever I had. I woke up and it started going up and up, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Well, at least I'm in AMC and Jimmy, so.
Yeah, I've got a couple. So I was just like, you know what? I'll stick with Doge, even though like Bitcoin would be nice, but it's such like it's just I didn't really make any money on it, so not like.
Yeah, and that comes back to just not selling your coins. If you want to make money, don't sell shit. Buy and sit on it until it explodes, and that's it.
Yep, I think I'm just gonna hold that and see where it goes, because now that there's so much support. Somebody's saying in the YouTube chat that OCGN is not a good buy. Why? So far, it's been. I mean, it's like up to 12, and it started at 4 last week. It dipped down, but I mean that's an interesting.
Oh, we're just talking about it beforehand, and we're just saying how it's just still in the preclinical. I can't talk. Tired. Preclinical trial still. That's why we're talking like that. So
Yeah,
it's just using Zion as a reference point. It was at 50 at one point, which is a pharmaceutical company in clinical trials. And it was at 50 at one point, dropped all the way down to 30, then to 10, and now it was sitting at 4, and then it grew a little bit the past week, like $1.50 or something. But yeah,
I think
it takes a
Oxygen.
while before it starts selling.
I think Oxygen right now is an early buy, but right now if you try to jump in, it looks like you're chasing dragons right now because you have nobody has, like you said, they're still in the clinical phase, so it's kind of like what news do we have at 12 because this preventing it from going back to 4.
Mm-hmm. Unless they release their product to the market today, then yeah, there's going to be a big boom of smart investing. But I don't know the beta. If someone can tell me the beta right now, it's probably a retail investing getting pumped up by Reddit, which is something you gotta watch out for. It's not the way to trade.
Well,
Really not.
I was actually reading an article that they released finally the details of the deal, because it was a big deal. Like the company that bought it out is the deal that they had cut, and they finally released the details of it like last week, and that's when it started to take off. I think it was like February 5th. I'll see if I can find the article.
Gonna pump that OSTK again. It's been really good to me this morning.
Well, good morning on this beautiful Monday.
Good morning. Good morning.
Blackberry. It's
Good morning,
growing.
sunshine.
17.
Hey, check out the meme channel.
The Tendies one,
I
or
should've bought
or is that
Moblin.
general?
That's a good one.
What the fuck?
I tried to post it on WSP, but they flagged it.
Bet.
Of course they did.
Yeah, these memes have been fire lately. I like that.
Worth every penny.
How they could even try and add it to the algorithm. Hilarious. I mean, I was listening into the YouTube, so it's a little lagged, and I could hear everybody's calculation. Hilarious. Time in hand, Reddit post, time, the amount of upvotes, and over the amount of time they've been talking about it.
So what y'all think about the Super Bowl?
That nobody
love that
watched
Bucks
it, probably.
defense.
I didn't watch it.
It's rigged. Just kidding.
Of course.
I mean, that guy, you gotta give some goat to that guy, right?
I honestly think yes, he's the GOAT, but he gets way too much credit for his 7 Super Bowls.
Being
I give a few to the kicker. I give a lot to the defenses. The ones I do give him credit for is the main ones, I guess. Was the
Oh,
Atlanta
come
game
on.
with
I mean,
him.
the Patriots got rid of him, and then he did it again, like, F you.
being from Indianapolis,
look
that's
at the team around
Tom
him.
Brady.
The team around him is crazy.
Agreed.
Best
I
offensive
agree.
line in the- Mike
Yeah,
Evans
it's
is
true.
one of the best receivers in the league. You have 2 good running backs, Fournette.
So
Like, how do they
smart
even
play by
afford-
him to go to the
How
right
do they even
place.
afford all these guys? Like, it's insane. They have 3 good
Brady
tight ends.
picked
One
him.
went out with injury. So I don't know. He has a very good team around. The defense is ridiculous. Defense was what they did to Tyreek Hill was nothing beyond coaching, and that guy's getting a head coaching job. That guy that used to go for the what's his name, Bulls. Todd Bowles, I think. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. He used to be for the Jets, but he's getting a head coaching job again. He's getting another shot. That defense was ridiculous. So I think Brady gets a little bit too much credit. Like they have like
Agreed.
Brady, and it's like, dude, that defense just shut Patrick Mahomes out. Made the offensive line was stupid. I don't know
The
what happened
Bucks
to their
weren't
offensive
doing
line,
bad
but
before Brady, but they didn't. They weren't exactly Super Bowl
because
material.
they never had a
before he got
quarterback.
hurt.
They had Jameis
Well,
Winston.
no,
If they would have kept Fitzpatrick, they might have done something, but they got rid of him too quick. They never had coaching either. Bruce Arians is a genius coach. What he was doing with Arizona and Carson Palmer a couple years ago, that was very good football to watch. Bruce, like I said, Brady is he's the GOAT. Don't get me wrong. Like nobody's gonna replicate that for a very long time. What he did was very systematic, but at the same time, he's not the best quarterback when it athletically wise. But mentally wise, he gets all the credit. But at the same time, the kickers bailed him out a lot of the times. The refs bailed him out. Charles Woodson should have had that Super Bowl that Oakland won back in 2000 or whatever it was. I love Charles Woodson, and I'm so mad he got robbed of of his first Super Bowl. But he did get one with Green Bay. But yeah, too much credit on Brady, and that's just me. But still a GOAT.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
I'm actually so happy for Charles Woodson went to the Hall of Fame this year. Calvin Johnson too. Those are very good class this year.
All right, guys. Sports is a little bit like religion and politics, but I love you.
My bad. My bad.
Unless we have stocks that can cover any of the topics.
Reddit had a 5-second
If you want
ad.
to correlate sports with stocks, you can think of beer companies. My favorite one was Molson. Moore's Coors, Molson Canadian or whatever, because the owner owns Montreal Canadiens, and he uses his own beer to sell at his stadiums, which sell out 20,000 a night. So
Nice. What's the ticker on that?
They're probably down right now until they get fans back in the stadium, right? That's my whole thesis on that stock. Give me a sec, I gotta find it.
And I just want to throw it in there. Over this weekend, I was really thinking about my risk coverage. I don't think that's the right term, but I've been looking into high yield dividend stocks, and I know that's kind of a boring way to go, but
No, it's not. It's money.
really, I love it, and I got all my stuff on drips, and I like having a good portion of my portfolio going to it.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah,
really
dude.
It's a good call. Ultimately, it is.
What do you guys think about mutual funds as well?
They're a little expensive. I'm just gonna say, I don't know.
Yeah, they are. You got to save up.
Mutual
some, but
funds
once
are
you're in
safe.
them,
I'll definitely get some with my game.
That's what pussies put their money into. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm not gonna say I'm not hating. But I mean, I like to choose my own indexes, and there's ones with good dividends, and there's ones that are more specific to your taste.
Hey, man, you don't need to tell me. I'm all about the drip.
yeah, you guys applying the drip to every dividend you guys get?
Yep.
That's smart.
Oh, I mean that a drip means you have to buy enough for the share price to give you like your dividends add up to buying another share every month.
Yeah, definitely.
Molson Coors Canada.
But it's like some of them aren't worth it. Like I don't know. I honestly, I was watching more stuff over the weekend, and Kathy Woods was saying that she thinks dividend companies are going to suffer. And that kind of like put a kink in my chain, but I don't know. I'm still holding mine.
Yeah, because
If
you
the
can put.
GME thing works out, I have 2 dividend stocks in mine and their future plays at the same time. If you want to read into them, we can. One was Power Corporation of Canada, and they're a financial industry. And what brought me to them is I seen they had a small stake, like only like I don't know 10% of something, into a line company or something like that, which is they're trying to make electric school buses, and they're trying to take over that sector of the EV
Oh,
side of
drop
things.
that tick for them, please.
Yeah, if anybody could drop the ticks, those ticks in the tickers, because
And the other one was the Camco uranium mine, the biggest uranium mine in Canada, which I think it's just at a low, and that's why I feel safe buying in. And I think it paid dividends, but I'm not too sure on that. But that
Nice.
Molson Coors, I'll drop in the thing, I guess. Yeah, well, give me a sec here. I'll drop it in
I-
general, I guess, or no, in stocks.
if you
There's a ticker. There's a ticker.
if you
bar.
expand all the sections, tickers is at the bottom.
So I've been trying to follow all the crap about GME, and one of the things is if they had failure to deliver, they've got 13 days to deal with that. And if it is, and I'm looking at it correctly, they still have until Thursday or Friday. But if that's business days, they have all the way till the 17th.
Oh yeah, this is a marathon, guys.
Most definitely business days.
I'm not gonna say we're halfway through the marathon or a quarter way, but we're standing strong. Like I was.
Hey, so I have a quick question. So I'm in this play. It's I'm not sure if you guys have heard it. It's called Sensonics Holding. So I bought 3 contracts back maybe about a month ago, all the way extending to April for a $2 strike. So it's currently at 376. My question is, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but just to get clarification, if I were to exercise the contract, that means that each contract I'm buying 100 shares for $2. But if the price is at 378, that's what my gains is going to be at the end of me exercising that option, correct?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Minus you.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah, minus the premium, of course.
Okay,
Ooh, can I take this one? I want to take this one because I was reading. If I'm not mistaken, never mind. I give up. I'm not even gonna try because I'm not gonna get the wording proper, and I don't want to screw you up.
But yeah, you have to subtract the premium you paid, basically. That'd be your cost.
I was thinking about GameStop. I try to give myself all the different perspectives I can. Honestly, if this right here, now I still believe in a short squeeze coming, but just to calm my mind, if this price at $60 is where the legitimate price of the company is starting, a correction, new reevaluation because of the new management, I think it's a good price just for the company that's going to turn into.
Let me stop you there. The valuation of GameStop's not going to be at 60 just because of new management. You have to first calculate how much cash they have. GameStop doesn't have a lot of cash. It doesn't have a lot of stuff to make the valuation $60 per share.
The valuation of a company depends on what their business model is. So if it's going to go up, they have to do something like way different.
Hence why they hired that guy from Chewy. So
well, yeah,
it's not like you want to hold on
there's-
to it at $100-something or whatever. You're planning for the short squeeze to happen. You're planning to sell. But if worse comes to worse and it does go down, there is future hopes. Is I think what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
Right. Well, for sure, a reevaluation needs to be done for sure between the Chewy grab, between the AWS
Amazon grab.
The fact that they were already starting to get back a little bit of traction when Microsoft and then got that deal. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it, but didn't Microsoft and GameStop just before all this short squeeze kicked off announce a deal that one way or the other you're getting more of a rewards bonus for shopping at the two or shopping at GameStop gives you benefit on Microsoft's platform? I'm a little hazy, but there's a long-term prospects for a reevaluation for sure.
Hey guys, I have a question. If a squeeze happens, how long will it last? Is it like just goes up and straight shoots down?
No way
Yeah,
to
my
know.
plan is to sell on the way back down just to make sure that so like that's the thing. That's where you got to have a bit of balls, I guess, because my plan, I guess, is I'm gonna give myself $100 leeway. If it drops by $100, I'm gonna just say assume that it's coming on its way back down, and now it's time to sell out.
Real
I'm
quick
not
on
just
that
gonna
news,
like sell on the way up and panic. I'm gonna let it come down. Is my play on it.
on that news with Xbox and with Microsoft and GameStop. Apparently, reading a report, it says that Microsoft is sharing a portion of its sales on digital revenue from DLCs if the console is sold in a GameStop. So every console that GameStop sells, Microsoft will share a portion of the DLCs. So it's basically like, hey, you sell our systems, we'll give you some money for the games because we know you're not selling games, and that's literally what it is. Microsoft knows that GameStop is not selling games, so it's best to say we'll give you some of the money from the games we sell because we know people aren't going to buy games in the store. Everybody wants to go to digital.
Okay, hold on a second. Hear me. What kind of things? Okay, so I know you can download your games these days, and that's the argument a lot of people are trying to make.
My big hope
Hold on,
for
hold on, hold
GameStop
on,
is
hold
they
on.
go
Hold on a second. What things do you still have to buy in person, or at least
nothing?
Order
Controllers and shit.
your console.
Collector's edition and gear, yeah.
Hold on, real quick. Let me
Controllers.
chime in on this one real quick because this is something like video games is totally all me. With the Xbox in particular, number one, you do not have to go into the store for anything. You do not have to buy anything. You don't have to do anything with GameStop or any retailer because with Microsoft, you can actually go directly through them and rent a console. Not really rent, more like a lease. And if you hold it for like 2 years and then they come out with another one, you can trade it in. So Microsoft has cornered that. So there is no necessity to go into the store to buy anything,
especially games.
Especially games. So with consoles,
you compete with the price.
Yeah, you can do it through Microsoft, but even there's no competition with that because if you go to GameStop, you got to pay $500 in cash. If you go through Microsoft, you're paying $25 a month.
Okay, so
Wait, I have a question.
I think secondhand games and
Yeah,
old
how
shit
do you buy the
still
used games?
I think the used market is where it's at, bro. That shit's
But
still
they're all online. Here's the problem with CDs. The new consoles aren't coming with CD players. So like even if I wanted to, and even if you had a CD console, when you put the CD in, it's just a code allowing you to play it. It's on you still have to download it, and if you want to play it, you have to put the CD in. So if you buy it,
you guys have to understand that that's only in America. GameStop's also worldwide. Not a lot of people have the ability to download everything throughout online. These are still widely looked out for in other countries.
I hear what you're saying, but you can't play it on Xbox unless you download it.
You are right. Not everybody can download, but 99% of all games that are released have a day one patch that comes along with them. So you have to download it in order to play the game regardless.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not really true. If you
But you
just
download it
don't
through the
use the
disc.
internet, then you don't have to get the patch. You can
Yeah,
just play
you
it.
download it through the disc.
But not a lot of people play like that.
You'd be
Everybody plays
surprised.
online.
There's a lot of people in rural America who just have absolute crap connection. I
Yup,
know
yup.
most people I know don't have over 5 megabit if they're lucky.
Just out
And
here
then
in
there
Northern
comes
California in the woods,
Elon
you
Musk
can't.
to the rescue
It's
for them
hard.
with Starlink internet. So.
Yeah. So quick question. I didn't mean to get so far into that. Which are you guys cool with ArcQ? Because that's what I'm about to get into. Automatic robotics and AI.
Doesn't ARC have like 3 companies?
Right. So I was thinking ArcQ. It's robots and AI. I was wondering because I've heard a lot about the ARCs.
ETFs?
Yeah.
Read and see what's in them and research the companies inside. That's the best thing you can do with ETFs. If you like the companies inside, who knows? Maybe you just like one of them and you just want to invest in that company and that company's listed. So you'd make a lot more profit off putting it in that one company. But you can actually research what's inside. Just research the ETF and there'll be sites and you can see every company inside that folder.
Awesome. That's the question I wanted.
Fidelity gives you tons of information on that if you're interested on that.
Okay, got it. Thank you, guys.
because I said, like, for example, I seen that millennial ETF, right? And I seen Square inside that. If you bought that a year ago, the millennial ETF, you made okay money. You didn't make much, but if you bought Square a year ago, you more than like 7 times your money. Like, so
Right, right.
that's my whole view on ETFs, right?
I mean, I'm in. This is cool. I have my own like. I have 94 corporations I'm in, but then the ETFs are just for hedging different like.
They're just small percentage of the companies all comprised inside a folder and then slap a label on the folder. It's not like, it's a 3% of this, 3% of this. It's
Right.
very small chunks.
Super small risk and it's boring. But
exactly. Yeah.
And if you don't like
Super small
certain
risk.
ETF, you can open like an M1 and build your own ETF.
You always gotta build a what? Build an M1 and build your own ETF?
Yeah, how does that work?
You can create you can choose all the companies that you want, and then basically it will just start investing in that way.
So it'll average out your return by itself?
What's that?
It'll average out your return by itself, like through a hole?
Yeah, it's just based on how much percentage you want for each particular company.
That's cool.
Which
what's it called
brokerage
again?
does this?
It's M1 Finance. So I have all my dividend stocks on M1 Finance, and basically I don't have to touch it. It just, gets deposited through all of that, and I selected all the percentage values that I want, and based on that, I just get dividends. If it's like a half a share, I'll just get half of the dividend of that particular company. So I'm getting dividend payout every day.
So it's like a half drip, like half of it goes back into the stock and half goes in cash out.
Yep. And then
Fuck
basically
yeah.
you can do a drip on there too, so that way it'll just automatically reinvest it back in there.
while I have you here, were you the gentleman that found that black box stocks that you were talking about a few days ago? No.
I don't think so.
Whoa, what were they talking about? A black box?
There was somebody that was talking about their website Black Box Stocks, and I was only re-listening to a YouTube the other day that I missed, and everybody was talking about how it had. Well, if nobody knows, then I don't know. I was just asking if anybody heard it that day.
Okay.
And if it isn't familiar, then it probably wasn't that good. All good.
I remember that, and somebody actually posted in general the link to that site. I can't.
It was a few days ago though, so it'd be impossible to find.
Well, somebody else brought it back up, like I think yesterday or the day before. Like I think it might have been
Right.
Saturday.
Yeah, yesterday I asked about it. I'll keep asking about it till I catch the people that were in here talking about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was, but I was also like passing through, so I didn't get a chance to catch. Just real quick for those of you on the YouTube live stream, please subscribe. Please smash that like button if you like what's going on. Give some love to Tame the Arc for facilitating this and making this possible. We are definitely not financial advisors.
And we're not being paid to help you guys. We're just here trying to help the community.
Yep, we're just a bunch of people.
Hey, so is there anywhere else online to find out about this black box stock stuff?
It's just like, somebody just posted in general, Black Box Stocks, the most user-friendly stock trading software.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, it's in general. What I'll do is go ahead and also post it on the YouTube chat if anybody wants to check it out.
Out of all these meme stocks, BlackBerry and Nokia were the most stable.
I'm a little bit salty because I totally sold Nokia, and I'm like, oh.
It's the most stable. It's the one that like cannot go down below that $40 mark. It's like, yeah, no, this is an actual company. Get the fuck out of here. Get your hedge funds and get lost, kind of thing.
Because I sold Nokia so that I could buy GME, like on the.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Is there still interest on
It's a smart
Nokia?
move then, because hopefully you'll be able to put it back into Nokia if GME works out, right? So.
Is there still a short interest on Nokia?
I have no clue, but I think Thursday there's supposed to be earning reports. So, and like it looks like if there is short ladder attacks, like they don't do nothing to it. So like Nokia it's at that $4, $4.20 mark, right? So.
Because I remember this Nokia happening live, on Wall Street Bets forum. I was there, and suddenly people start posting about Nokia, and everyone start going on other platforms talking about
Yep.
Nokia.
I bought like $5,000 worth when I started happening. I bought high at like 550. So
Yeah, so I don't know, and I thought people thought there's gonna be a squeeze over there. That's why.
that's what I was thinking too. But at the same time, why I bought into it was like, even if a squeeze doesn't happen, it's still a solid company. Like I have been watching it for a
Right.
year.
That's
And
true.
the reason why I initially liked it is because I was going when I was reading stocks like back in March and stuff, and like back in like June, I was like, okay, what was least affected by the pandemic? And I was looking at Nokia. I'm like, okay, it's been at this for the whole year, and the pandemic didn't even bring it like below $4. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put money into this just because I feel like it's safe. That was my initial perspective on Nokia. So.
All right.
But no, if they were smart, they got their short interest out of there, right? And like for $4, they took their losses, and they're like, whatever. They're like, there's probably not a short squeeze gonna happen on Nokia no more. Probably not. If they were smart, they looked at GME's like, yeah, nope, no chances. We're not taking it. Get the money out right now. Unless so many people bought up stock and so many people are holding where they can't get out of the short interest or the short position. That's an actual chance. So I don't know.
I'd also imagine they'd put out some fairly cheap shorts out on it just to keep it down before they want to start that battle. Not that I know at all.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, mate.
On the black box stocks thing, I was in the discussion the other day about it. I think somebody said that it costs like $75, I think, for the first month, and then it goes up to like 90 from then on.
Right, and we've been discussing it, and it was like, if it does do what it says, then it's way worth it. But I'm just waiting to see if anybody bought it and see how it's going.
What does it do? What does it say it do? It does?
Supposedly, it takes some crazy algorithms together, and it'll predict what the high will be or what the price will get to that day with incredible accuracy.
Yeah, I'm reading
yeah,
on
there's
it, and it
systems out
sounds
there
pretty
like that.
fucking cool if it works.
Actually, now that I think about it, I saw somebody post something with a prediction, with the black box. I'm part of this other investment group.
Like a chart.
Yeah, well, because I had asked a question about the OCGN, I was like, sometimes people post there, you guys think it's a good buy? And now that I recall, somebody did have that site, and they said that, and I, like I said, this is just a speculation, and this is just a chart that I saw. I don't have can't give
The reference.
Yeah, I don't have the reference, so I'm not a financial advisor for disclaimer. But it was saying that OCGN is projected to hit 268 per share.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, this is for option trading, so it's a little bit different than actually like.
Oh, into like buying the stocks, the ETFs.
Yeah, instead of like.
Yeah, that's
buying
what
and
interests
holding.
me.
Yeah, this is for option trading. So this is people that actually like what options is you go to your broker. It's like it's the opposite of short and almost. It's like you lend the shares from
You can also short.
for $10 from your broker, and then you expect it to go up, right? So you
Yeah.
owe the broker $10, but you expect to go up, and the whole time you're selling the whole time, and while it's on its way up, and then like you give the money back to your broker when your option closes at a certain date. So it's more meant for option trading as opposed to buying and holding. So just so people know.
Yeah, we should
So
keep
that's what
some of
people
that.
will be doing with OCGN or whatever. That's what people are doing, and so they got it at the low on options. They probably
So they're putting up
they probably
contracts?
put it out for a year. The year close date. So they put out for $10, and they're expecting to grow for the next year. So they're gonna be selling it every day and still have all these options at $10 kind of thing, right? Or they'll hold it and let it grow, and then they'll sell off their options at $200 if that's what they're expecting to go to, and then
So kind of for like short-term stuff, huh? It wouldn't really work for ETFs.
ETFs, no, it'd be way more profitable, and especially if it's that predictive, this thing to just go on the actual stock itself, the actual company, rather than a bunch of them at small percentages.
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Somebody on the YouTube chat is asking if we still have hope for AMC and GME.
Fuck yeah, Diamond Hands.
I have every plans to still go to the movies, so
We're in the middle of the war, so right now it's just one word at a time.
There's a lot of paper-handed beaches around lately. I am holding that.
Yeah, Mama didn't raise no paperback bish.
Oh yeah, and for OCGN, I got in at 74 cents. So that was a beautiful.
Ooh, dude, if that blows up, that's bank.
And we're all here because we do have the faith.
Got the faith. There is actually a lot of support. I actually was surprised. I had a few people that I talked to this weekend that actually did have GME stock, and they weren't sure. And I was just like Diamond Hands, and they were like, okay, cool. So like, I think
Like you were actually talking on person to person?
Huh?
You were actually talking on person to person or on the Discords?
No. Yeah, person to person, because I work at a bowling
Uh-oh,
alley.
I'm gonna tell on you.
Yeah, but just like friends and stuff, like coworkers that are into it.
Fuck yeah, dude. It's refreshing when other people are into it.
Yeah. Well,
Oh
the
yeah,
other thing is
all my friends be texting me every morning, and I mean I don't bring them here yet. I try to, but they text every morning. I say no, I just bought more. I just bought more.
They're just checking up if you sold yet.
Yeah, I'm like, they're like, you're crazy. I'm like, shh, you do what you want to do, but don't complain to me later on if you're deciding to sell, because that's just cutting your opportunity if you sell.
Hell yeah.
Like,
just keep a big eye on their trials and how that goes with their test subjects, so to speak. It's a big outlier for you of when to sell. If something goes wrong and it's at a high point for you, you might as well sell it and for 87 cents. I mean, you might as well reposition your position once it goes down, right? If you see like a roadblock coming in their trials, sell off, reposition yourself once it drops down a bit, and maybe go spread the money around elsewhere, kind of thing. Because you're probably sitting on like what 10 plus grand. How much did you put in at 87 cents?
Oh, I buy so many stocks, it's ridiculous. It's only like $240 for me now. I have 20 shares. I bought 20 shares at 73 cents. I love companies that have potential, but they just haven't broke out yet. Like I bought Novavax at $4 and Moderna at $3 at the beginning of pandemic. Made a good 5 grand, and then I don't like the whole day trading. I'll keep it, but spreading it out, that's what I do when I make the
It's not
money.
day trading. It's just keeping track of your stocks and like how they're doing,
Oh yeah,
right? And it's
take profit out, put it into other companies, diversify. That's what I'm all about. There's actually one thing that looks really risky to me, and I just want to hear from you guys, because there's a dividend. I want to call it an index, but it's called IRSA. And for some reason, it has a crazy amount of dividends, like 35%. So there must be something wrong. I'm just.
yeah. It sounds like they're trying to attract investment. Did you guys get a chance to look at the ones I posted in the chat? Did you actually find them, or?
I could check them out now.
I just actually want to know what you guys think of them. The one was the beer company. It's just a play when sports opens back up. And since that guy actually owns the Montreal Canadiens, he obviously uses his stadium to pump his beer. So that was my thought on that one. And then the other ones was the uranium mine and then the financial services company. So if you want to read up on them, just let me know what you think. And wouldn't mind your 2 cents.
Are you a Die with a Smile or are you Sentry?
Die with a Smile.
Interesting. Take me some seconds to go through this stuff.
For some reason, I cannot. For some reason, I cannot find POW.
It's on the TSX.
Oh, okay.
It might be something different. You should be able. It should be on all the stock exchanges, but that's on the TSX ticker.
And the COME?
No, I misclicked that. CCO, Cameco,
Oh, cool.
largest uranium mining in, I don't know if the world. I'm pretty sure the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Love it. And if you're interested in the small pops uranium, oh, this is cheap too. Cool. Because I have whatever that is. It's been doing pretty good. It's a uranium. But I think I'm gonna buy some of this because it's only
Pretty sure it
$2.
pays dividends. No, the one I was looking at is CCO, the uranium mine Cameco. It's at like $17 a stock.
Oh, CC. Oh, on mine it's something else. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
It's called Cameco. I'm pretty sure uranium mine.
CCO in mine is showing clear channel outdoor holdings.
Yeah, no, it's not it. Type in CCO TSX. TSX CCO. Type in. See what comes up.
You're probably just on a legit broker. That's why I can't find
Is
it.
that the clear channel outdoor holding?
No, it isn't. It's probably just. Is it a penny stock?
Here, I'm gonna put it right in chat right now. One sec.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about is penny stock.
I'm not on a real brokerage, so unfortunate.
There, it's in chat right now. I'll put the other one in too.
Cameco Corp. Okay.
Nice.
It's amazing how many different news media outlets are reporting different things. I just got a notification from Bazinga saying that the rise and fall of meme stocks, and they're talking about GME, and says how so many people made so much, and that one of the lines says it brought about the fall or the ruin of Melvin Capital, and this is like, do you know something that nobody else knows?
New stock shit. Don't. I mean,
I know that. I know that, but I mean, for them to they targeted because everybody's saying that the Reddit groups they're all screwed. Melvin is okay, but then this company, this news outlet comes along and says, "Well, everybody's
of course
screwed."
they want us to think that Melvin Capital is dead. Of course, that would give
Right,
us so much. They want to make us feel like we have a win, and I feel like that's why I don't know. I don't know.
It's hard to like they're saying one thing at first. Like I said, the news is saying so many contradicting statements. It's one is Melvin's okay, and then another is Melvin is screwed, and it's just like just say anything to get everybody out.
They're either gonna close Melvin and open it with another name, or they're fine. There's no. They have old money. There's no
Or
running out.
they'll use that guy as a scapegoat, blame it all on him, and then put a new face to the company and rebrand. And
That's what I was saying about Robinhood. They could just close it, open up another one in a week. They got money and they got team.
Ryan Cohen's going to relaunch GameStop as a bunch of different things. One of the things is going to be a trading platform called GameStop.
Hell yeah.
Oh, if we could buy stock in each type
Oh,
of
think about it. If Ryan opened a platform called GameStop in competition of Robinhood, do you really think Robinhood would survive? I mean, they did. Robinhood had a Super Bowl ad. Why? Because they're suffering.
That's hilarious.
What if crypto became the basis for buying and selling online video games that you've purchased, but now you want to sell?
That'd be awesome.
The license for it.
Hey,
Robinhood put that ad together back in December. It was already purchased and well before any of this stuff broke. It just coincidence.
I got one even better for you. Check this out. What if you sell your games for crypto, but you can't take that crypto out? You can only invest it.
That's
Ooh, that is badass. I'm pretty
My
sure you can
mind is
actually.
blown.
It's not gonna happen.
There's actual
technically
mining
speaking, it
companies
can.
on
There is a
the
GPU
stock
in it.
exchange. I was actually finding it interesting because I was looking into that. The one was Bit Farming, I believe it's called. It's in Quebec. But what I found interesting is Canada's hydro sector is kind of fucked because the Ontario sold off and made it privatized. And I find it interesting because the only one that didn't really privatize their hydro sector was Quebec. It's still very cheap for electricity out there and stuff. So it would be the logical place for people that want to mine Bitcoin and stuff to actually set up shop. But there is actually a few mining companies on the stock exchange. I think Bitfarm was one. So
You know what I noticed? You can buy mining, like Dogecoin mining contracts on eBay. It's like you pay $20 for a mining contract. Has anybody seen this?
It's
Or
called
used it?
mining.
no, I
You
haven't
can you
actually.
can you can get into a mining pool where you dedicate the amount of power that you have to the pool, and they have an equation that whatever you put in, you get out when you do mine. Yeah.
Okay,
This,
that's pretty
this,
And
cool.
I've actually done a couple of those, and the return is just so. It's not really. I would say it's not.
Right.
Okay.
No,
That
I've never
depends.
had.
It depends on your. It depends on. Fuck. Push the talk.
Hey, you can switch to the other one as long as you're on top of it, basically.
Yeah.
But
Every time
yeah.
I talk, I take
Oh,
the
can
mute
I?
off.
That's so great. I always mute my mic anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, if you're
Just
not planning
yeah,
on talking very much, then switch it back. But
yeah. Just
yeah.
keep it on mute. That's what I do. I just on mute.
No, the
Okay,
Art's got
thank
it.
you.
Art's
My
got
bad.
it
I
set
didn't.
to PTT lock right now. You need it. It's locked.
The best one I have done was Dash. Dash was probably one of the better ones, only because I think at one point it became so undervalued that the Dash returns. I thought those were okay, but like Bitcoin, some of the other ones weren't that great.
So I was saying it depends on the region, well, whether the return's gonna be good or bad, right?
I think more valuation than region.
Yeah, region doesn't really matter unless that's affecting like your electricity costs and your cost
It
of
has to
equipment.
do with lots of things, but right now it's really efficient to mine Ethereum. So if you have good cards, it's worth it to mine Ethereum right now. I'm converting it to Ravencoin because I think Ravencoin's going to pop off. It's a pretty good bet in my opinion, but
Good
that's
card would
just
be like a
totally my
1080.
opinion.
Okay,
If you have a
but
1080,
that's
yeah,
separate
mine.
from that's separate from the contracts, because contracts you actually put in, and then like supposedly that goes into a pool, and then you get a return based on what you put in.
No, because I'm mining from a pool like through Ethereum. So like I mine to an Ethereum pool and then it auto converts to Ravencoin for me and I just cash out every once in a while.
Yeah, that's different from a contract though. You're not on the contract, you're actually in the pool. The
Yeah,
contract is when you
pay
take
somebody
money.
else.
Right.
yeah, that's when you don't have
Oh
your own
yeah,
hardware.
no, yeah, I feel you. You could do that, but I don't know.
I'll
That's
warn
true.
you can make money on those contracts, but I'll warn you guys right now, I've been ripped off by it because a lot of them have a clause that says,
Good.
hey, if it becomes unprofitable, we get to close it down and you lose everything you put in. If you still were supposed to have X gigahashes or whatever, it's all gone.
Damn.
I've been in
Yeah,
crypto for
it's
about a
not a good
decade,
call.
and
Just do it your own
you can
way.
either
You get what you pay for, right?
with crypto you a decade of learning, and I've lost. And honestly, if you're not tech savvy, it's worth it just to buy Ethereum. 1500 is a steal right now. And in 10 years, I mean, it's a long.
Not even in 10 years, less.
I know I like to over exaggerate. I mean, I'm years it's gonna jump. In 10 years, it's
Within 4 years, smart contracts, all the like everything's gonna be on the blockchain, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be worth
right,
money,
right.
in my
I'm just
opinion.
trying to
In my
right.
opinion.
I'm just trying to be more objective. Like I mean, of course you are too. It's just like it has so much use case that at 1400, it's like sitting at was at like 2,000. People are like, oh, that's way too expensive. There's no way.
Here's the thing. If you want to get into Ethereum, yeah, you can buy it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you've got a good video card though, and you're okay with letting it build up over time, mining on a pool is perfectly fine. If you've got like a 1080, you'll make $3 to $4 a day at its current value right now, mining at full power.
That's what I was thinking. I was trying to like drop down like 2 to 3 G's on a like couple computers, cause I work with.
Be careful, guys.
I work with
Careful.
somebody that rents out a like a shop in the industrial part of where I live, and they pay electricity. They pay like really low because it's industrial, and he's down to let me put the computers there.
It all depends how it is. I have friends that have built 80 machines, and it was too close to the ocean, so just be very careful.
Yeah,
Dude, you're
still
breaking
looking
up a
into it.
lot.
Yeah, Jimmy, you're breaking up a lot.
Apologies, I'll work on that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
So I have I have friends that have spent between all the machines hundreds of thousands of dollars in Bitcoin, but to buy different mining equipment. And sometimes if you're in a place that isn't too clean or anything, if there's too much salt or water in the air, it will destroy these machines. So
That's
just
true. That
He
is
has
true.
a server room, and he has extra space in the server room, which is why I think
Amen.
it's cool because there's an AC, like it's a server room. It's cool.
Yeah,
and
no, as long as it's clean and everything,
Yeah.
and it what the humidity is, it's just put in all the research before you spend a lot of money,
He runs
because
a lot of like servers and that
and
shop.
the thing about mining, I'm not sure. I know with Bitcoin, but I don't know about with Ethereum. I think it's with most coins, they get harder and harder to mine through time. Like when the
Yeah, but
reward.
you're going to be switching to Raven soon. I'm my prediction. You're looking at. I'll go to Mining Pool Hub, and look at. And I'm not Mining Pool Hub. Let me find the website. I'll post it in general here in a minute. It'll
Alright,
tell you
so-
kind of what's worth to mine, I guess.
Jimmy, what you're talking about is an ASIC miner, and unless you've got big money and you do your research, you know what you're talking about. Don't mess with ASIC miners.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you just want to mine with your computer, you just need a really good video card, and your house is fine. You're not gonna, if your
Well, I'm
computer's
fine
not
with
getting
house
ruined, it's not gonna ruin that.
I think house electricity is way more expensive than industrial.
But we're not talking about the electricity too, but just how fragile they are. Like if you blow on it, you might get your particles from your mouth, and it'll just gum up the works.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey
Yeah, if
guys,
you-
who knows who Chamath is?
No idea.
Spread the wisdom.
Well, in my personal opinion, you'd be sort of nuts if you're not using a graphics card that's like RX 580 or better, and it's just sitting there, and you have like no reason not to mine it. It's a pretty good idea to mine it right now.
You can mine with the 580.
RX 580 8 gig will mine Ethereum. I'm making like $100 a month off mine.
Oh shit! How much? What's your gain though? Like in total, like how much you're spending with electricity and all that? Like what's your overall gain?
I don't know.
You haven't made the numbers.
I mean, I play Minecraft a lot, so I assume it's not like a ton different because I run like heavy shit on Minecraft
Yeah,
and then
running
just
a
like
gaming
camp.
computer, like it's almost more than just running a mining program.
Yeah, so it's not going to be that much different on my power, and I'm going to make money. Well, what I was doing is I was playing Minecraft a lot, and then I was like, why don't I just mine the real world? And I got it all figured out, pretty much the same thing, Boom, mining, cool.
Yeah, and you can play Minecraft and mine at the same time. The graphics card's powerful enough. You just lose a bit of.
Well,
hash rate.
I got two graphics cards, so I have two mining at all times, and then I just turn one off when I want a game, and then I just flip it back on when I walk away.
There's a program called NiceHash where you can put in your electricity performance, like how much you're paying per kilowatt hour, and it will stop mining if you're not profitable.
Oh really? Oh, have like a limit loss?
Yeah, something like that. Every now and then, mine will stop if it cannot find an algorithm that works.
Yeah. What's the program called?
It's called NiceHash.
NiceHash is like all right, I guess. Yeah, that's true. I've been using Awesome Miner. It's pretty good too, but NiceHash is probably most profitable right now. Would be NiceHash.
Yeah, it's got a lot of algorithms on it, and it's probably the most user friendly if you're trying to get started mining.
Anybody know what would be a good ETH miner for a Mac? Because I have a 580 external GPU.
If there is a build for it, since it's Unix based, but it's really divergent from Linux right now, ETH miner on Linux is far more profitable than all the others, especially if you try to run it on Windows. So if ETH miner works on Mac, it's probably the best bet.
Ooh.
I think it does. ETH miner looks like it does work for Mac. Let me see.
If that's true, I'll need that link immediately.
Same. I have a MacBook that I don't even use anymore.
anybody's interested in solar, I posted a cool ticker in general. So Spartan Acquisition Corp took on this company called Sunlight Financial, which allows solar system installers to offer loans to customers, allowing them to finance their solars, so you pay like a monthly fee over a period of time instead of having to cough up the money all at once.
Sunlight Financial was taken over?
They so not Sun Life, Sunlight.
Oh, Sunlight. I was gonna say that's okay.
Yeah,
I can't get that ticker to show up. It doesn't. It doesn't find
Spartan
anything.
Acquisition Corp.
SP. Oh, I put it backwards. I did SPQR.
So Chamath Palihapitiya just invested $250 million. I put $250. He invested $250 million. So if you look at their chart, when that news came out, you can see a huge spike, but then it found like it recorrected. So I think it's a really interesting company because in the future, whenever I own a house and I want to get solar installed, like you're damn right, I'm going to want to finance that.
Solar is so expensive.
Not unless you hit it on GameStop. You ain't financing shit.
No, I'd still probably finance at that point. Finance
Isn't
anything.
there certain companies that allow you to like finance it, but you don't actually have to pay? They actually just take your electricity off you, and that's how you finance it.
I don't know.
I
think it depends what state you're in.
Something like that.
I just put like two. I just bought 2 shares. Like I'm not like heavily investing in it, but I think it's definitely something to keep on your radar.
Hype when solar panels first started coming out for houses, is that people could actually sell their own electricity and use it to profit. So
Yeah, if you live in the right area, yeah, you can sell back to the grid. That's I know people who did that.
I think it just automatically does it some places, right? Like anything you put back into the grid, it's just like a. Does that show up on your electricity bill as like
just like a credit?
Either a discount or a credit in some places? Or do you have to have like some sort of something set up for it?
I have no clue. I would assume you wouldn't need to deal with the electricity company. You'd just be on your own, and then I don't know, maybe hit up a neighbor and be
To
like,
my
"Hey,
knowledge,
you want cheap electricity?" kind of thing. That's how I would assume it would work, but I don't know.
You're still connected to the grid, but any overflow that your house produces goes back into the grid and it's calculated, and it offsets whatever you did use. And if you happen to create more than you use, it does end up as credit.
And do you have the option to like store it over time and then you let it accumulate, or?
Well, yeah, depending on how your setup is set up. If you have on-site capacitors or on-site battery storage, you can keep a day's worth or 2 ready to use. But you're obviously constantly creating if your batteries are full, so where's it going to go?
What is in the background?
I mean, I doubt anybody hits the cap, but there would be a maximum to that, because if you produce so much more in a day than the people in your general area are actually using, you're not going to get a whole bunch of extra money for that because nobody's using the energy that you're producing.
Right.
Yeah. True.
Well, I think it'll go on the same principle.
Get a couple
Your
from like a
return rate will
shameless perspective. You store like that shows Shameless when the blackout happens. He's trying to take advantage of the blackout. Like you just store it up, blackout happens, and then you take advantage. You want electricity, top dollar. You know, like.
Fuck yeah.
Here comes the battery man. Okay, go get us one.
Hey, let's see on the YouTube chat who's got them diamond hands.
Right here.
Damn them
Five.
diamond hands.
Top Gun high five. Bap bap.
Good morning, Daisanet. Yeah, if y'all are checking out the YouTube, look at all them diamond hands. Come on, show them. We're in this together, okay? It's gonna happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is an important day.
Hopefully they release.
D-Day.
Yeah, hopefully they release all the reports.
Holding ain't
Make
easy.
sure you like the YouTube video as well.
I
Yeah,
gotta
hit
wear
that
gloves over my diamond hands so that nobody notices when I go
I'm
out.
not getting my hopes up. I don't have any faith in the
But-
SEC or any of that. It's whatever happens, happens.
I'm
But
with you.
I'm
Yeah,
holding
just
either way.
hold.
Hey,
Like
positive
I expect more
attitude.
shady stuff to happen than actual good stuff, but either way, I'm holding. Like I have a positive attitude
I
about it,
will
but I
just-
also have a logical perspective on how shady the SEC actually
Oh,
is.
you bet they pulled every dirty trick, cooked
They
every
sure
book
did.
they could.
But you know what? I am just a ape, and I believe in the stars, and it's Mercury retrograde, which is everything that's usually goes how it goes. Sometimes doesn't go the way that you plan it, and in this case, we are what they didn't plan for. So just remember
If
that.
it goes down in price, I'm buying more if it goes down in price. I don't care.
Well, I already bought another $500 today at $60. It's
Yeah, I
like,
bought
alright,
some more just now.
I transferred $300, but it still hasn't hit, so I can't buy yet.
They're good at that.
I cashed
Fucking
in
that
on
T2 T3, I fucking hate it, dude.
Okay, so since we all need to move away from Robinhood, I know I'm a dumbass for being on it, but like, what really is, what's
your
the
bank,
consensus?
your bank. Go to your bank, get them to open up a Roth IRA.
Okay,
or
thanks. I
whatever,
have
and-
one. Great. I have a Roth.
Oh,
But
you,
go
why
on.
don't you trade out of
What?
it? Not enough contribution room, or?
No, I don't have anything in my Roth because I put it in stocks. And no, you're right. Okay, I could transfer it to the Roth, but I want to be able to liquidate this eventually to pay for my student loans. I mean, in 10 years. I don't want to wait till I'm 65 or 70.
Is there other IRA accounts that are like a little bit more accessible than the Roth, or because there is other IRAs, I think you just have to
Right,
read up
but
on them.
the whole thing about an IRA is you hit most of the time you hit penalties if you take out. I've heard that if you touch the principal, it's okay, but if you touch the stuff that you've made, you get penalties. But I definitely want to take it into my own hands. It's good advice to go to
Either
IRA.
way, your bank is the best people to talk to us about, because even without the Roth IRA, they still have a lot of other trading accounts. Like they probably have in the hundreds of different accounts that you can go through and see what's best. It's way better than just
Okay.
signing up for an app.
So there's Weeble, there's what else? I'll go to the bank and check that out. But are you saying that there's no exchanges that are acceptable?
Just gotta be careful how much liquidity they have, right? Look at Robinhood. You know, they couldn't afford to buy what people wanted to buy because you got to think of them as the middleman, right? They're the ones that the stock's hands go through, and they have to have enough capital for that to happen. So that's all you're looking for when it comes to picking a
But
brokerage is their liquidity,
they
and
only
that's why
really need
banks are safest.
10%. They kind of only need 10% of the money that they loan out. I mean, as long as
Well,
nobody sells at the same time.
just go with whoever has the safest
look,
liquidity, really.
The
That's
fact is that there are more options out there, and I for one would like to hear them besides just the bank. You know, does anyone have any? I think maybe something a little bit more app focused is what you're looking for, perhaps. Or
my boss, when I was telling you guys he has a shop, he has this app called Betterment, and I guess you can withdraw whenever you can without a penalty. Like you can buy stocks there, you can make your 401k, you can do like all these investing things, and you can withdraw your money without any fees at any time.
Yeah. So it's hard to decide because I hear a different answer every time I ask.
I mean, you have to look at what is better for you. I think what works for me won't work for you because we have different type of like obviously live.
Yeah,
So.
because I trade out of TFSA in Canada, and like from my understanding, I can pull out money whenever I want, tax free. They can't hold my money. Like it's my money. I invest it, I pull it out.
Right.
That's
But
it. So that's where I'm coming from. But yeah.
American government is gangsters. So I just,
Yeah, they always look for their cut. I know.
Badass.
Even the casinos. If you guys were smart, you'd come over the border and gamble in the casino because you don't get taxed on it, and your dollar is a lot better than our dollar, so you're gonna get more
Bro,
bang for your buck as well.
your country isn't letting us in.
Yeah.
We're not.
You come over here, you get
I
to
won't-
gamble tax free. All your winnings in your pocket.
I tried going over the border of Canada once. I got shot at.
Oh yeah. By what?
What?
Nerf guns?
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Bye. We're sorry.
He's like, we're sorry.
I made it over the American border with weed.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was like 18 at the time, but I'll probably never do it
Nice.
again. That's when weed was illegal on both sides, like heavily.
Nerve-wracking.
Oh fucking A.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah, I
that's a
took
good
an
one.
ounce. I took an ounce of weed up to San Francisco, and it was like they went into my bag, and because I also had some mushroom chocolates, and they went through my bag, took me aside, they opened my bag in front of me, feeling it around, and I'm like, oh, this weed. They take out the chocolates, and I'm like, oh, it's not the weed. They're like,
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, if
Thank-
you ever leave the country and you go south, do not come back through Miami, because me and my wife, when we came back, we came through Georgia the first time, and they didn't stop us for anything. They stopped me for a cigarette but like she had a bottle of water, we had fruits and everything. We came back with a bunch of meat, and then when we came back through Miami the last time, they stopped us for everything. They took everything.
Florida is known for that though. They're cutthroat. Everybody knows
Dude,
you
and
can sell weed
TSA
for
was in the back. They went in the little glass booth going through my bag, and they looking at me, and the guys in the booth, they high five each other like, "Yeah, look at that, we got salami." And I'm like, "Bro, I see you."
Yeah, that's against your rights,
He said
bud.
we got salami.
That's against your rights, big time.
That's
buddy.
TSA,
I seen
bro.
videos on that back in the day. People just drive past them and like give them the finger. They can't do nothing.
Well,
From what I
that's-
understand,
that's
like
the thing.
how can they take fruit from across state line? Like I can understand across the border from Canada to the States, but across state
It
line,
happens
that's
all
a
the time.
little.
When I go to Oregon or Washington, I have to pass through like 3 or 4 inspection things. That it's just for fruit, literally.
Don't you guys
just for
have the
fruit.
right to move across state without any?
No, see, I was coming out of the country, and when you leave the country, when you come back in, you have to sign a document that says you're not bringing back particular things.
Of course.
And if they
But-
do find something and you can't bring it, they'll put a sticker on it and tax you on it, and then you can bring it through.
Going from
They'll
coming
take it, they'll high five each other,
going
and then
state to state. You guys are talking about right now.
No,
it
I'm
depends
talking.
on the state. Because originally we were a statist country. Our state was supposed to control more laws than the Fed. So a lot of things can be controlled a lot by the state. I'm not sure if that's with
Is Bitcoin going to hit
interpretation.
45K or what?
What do
Whoa,
you mean?
price
Wasn't it already
reductions?
50? Yeah, wasn't it already 50K? Or am I looking at Canadian?
No, never. It's an all-time high right now. Yeah, it's an all-time high right now.
I might be looking at it in Canadian dollars. And
Yeah, that makes sense. That would about the conversion rate.
Is
Yeah.
that an altcoin? I don't.
No. Yeah,
Oh,
yep.
I didn't even drop the ticker. I want to see on it.
OCGN.
OCGN. Let me see what my gains are.
Yeah, because I was like, I bought in 10 shares at $4.11, and it's
I bought.
yeah, look at that, 11.15ish, and it hits to $59 GME. Let's see if it starts going back up now.
I
59
bought
bucks.
Dang, it has a 137%.
I bought into OCGN at 73 cents, so like at 20
Damn.
shares. So it's what, like less than $20, and it turned into 240 for me.
There you go.
Made
Nice.
bank on that one.
Well, I've been telling everybody in here, I love diversifying. I got probably more than 100 stocks in my portfolio now, just to watch them. You know, I like the cheaper stocks with good potential. I
I
know
made
financially
1,200 off
speaking, that's a
OGI
terrible.
overnight. If you guys want to look at that one.
Oh,
Also made 1,200 off Peak FinTech Group overnight as well. So they grew pretty big.
obviously, sir, you have a pretty good bankroll, so we're gonna need
No,
to
this is just
talk in
off.
percentages.
This is just doubling my money. There's only $1,000 in there, so I doubled my money overnight.
Will you put the tickers in the ticker section so I can research those?
Sure.
That was OGI, Organogram.
Like I said, it might be inflated right now, so like do your due diligence. But like, I did double my money overnight. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, I mean
That
I've
one's
been in OG. Let's see, I got in that one months ago, so, but not too deep. That's the problem.
Check out Excel Fleet as well. Excel Fleet. It's probably it might double, so just look into it.
Yeah, I got in OGI at 138 a share.
So you've literally tripled your money.
I'm a forward thinker, guys. I got a crystal ball.
That's right.
I need to buy a crystal ball.
So, what's the next
I
penny stock you're looking at then?
You want me to post my portfolio? I got 100.
I see. I hate pushing penny stocks, but the one I did double my money on was Trip. I was buying out at 16 cents, and now it's at 58 cents. So I more than doubled my money actually.
Unfortunately. Oh, it's hey, it's gonna be the people's coin in the future. If it could help us with universal income if we ever got there.
Yeah, I'm actually just like I put money in and I'm just actually gonna hold it as long as I can, just to see where it goes because I'm very intrigued, especially after some of y'all mentioned that.
Yeah,
There.
please don't be selling all of it. Don't be selling all
Oh
of
God,
it.
no.
It keeps gathering. Yeah.
I'm at like.
And I don't mean gathering this year. I mean in the past 10 years, it's gone from 10,000th of a penny. Everybody knows here that's been around here that I bought more than 1 million Dogecoin back when it first started.
Yeah,
and people would laugh at me when I said, if it just turned to a penny, if it just went to a penny.
Right. Well,
And look
for
at
me, for me, what I'm saying is like I understand that, but the difference now is that you've got all these people pumping it. You know, like so far we've got
100%.
the people that are pumping it. So
No,
like people.
no one's gonna pump and dump.
No, but I mean, I'm sorry.
It's
I'll
always
rephrase my words.
been a pump and dump. I mean,
The people
Not
that've been
pump,
pushing
hype.
Doge.
Yeah, hyping it up.
Yeah, pipe up. The hype. They're building hype around Dogecoin like with these big celebrities because now we
The
got
big thing with
Elon
Doge
Musk.
that's going to make it the greatest thing is the fact that as long as people keep hyping it up and everybody gets into it, I don't think that they want Doge to become Bitcoin. They want everybody to have Doge because they know not everybody can have a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You can have a
I
million
was explaining this
but you'll
morning.
never
If
get
you
one
just look
Bitcoin.
at crypto, like you look at gold and silver, right? Doge would be like Pebble. It would be like the little bit of nickel you get out of a stone. It's nowhere near Bitcoin and never will be. There's too much of a gap. And then you also think of the financially wise, the amount of money that's going into it. These little kids that are buying Dogecoin do not have the amount of money their parents have. Their parents are not buying Dogecoin. So before you actually see Dogecoin take off, you'd have to see this old generation die and the newer generation eventually get jobs, make their bank, and put money aside into Dogecoin.
Oh,
but one thing is, it's already being used as a token back and forth, like through boards, just as a joke. It's already being like people are tipping each other in Doge.
Yeah.
I know 2 teenage boys that bought Dogecoin this morning. They both have jobs. They both buy expensive shit when they want to. So it might be sooner than you think.
Exactly. It's like I said,
No,
it's because it's getting and I'm talking Gene Simmons. Gene Simmons is part of that older generation. And if he's tweeting about it and talking about it, do you not think that all his fans that are Kiss fans are gonna follow
Well, he's
suit?
pumping and dumping it then like a smart man. He's buying. He
Yeah,
probably
but-
bought in for
but I'm-
around a cent, 2 cent. 8
but if
cents
you-
is a lot of money to him.
So
that's millions of dollars to Gene Simmons if he puts $1 million down on a cent.
Right, but if he's doing it, Why don't you think that moms and older generations aren't doing it?
Because they
Like, you see
don't
what I'm
have $1
saying?
million to pump and
You
dump.
don't need $1 million for Dogecoin. You need 20 bucks here, 40 bucks there, and you can actually make a profit, which you can't do that with Bitcoin at the
Yeah,
same
these
rate.
guys that are talking about on social media hold. I can't. It's speculation, but if I was them, I'd be holding a large amounts before I even talk about it, and then I talk about it, and then I sell it. Wait for it to go down. Do the same thing. You
That's
can
what they've been doing.
you can fund a lot of things that way, and that's exactly what it's doing. It's funding things, and that's the money going into account and going out of an account. So
Right.
until people start buying and actually holding it, it's gonna hold no value.
People are, though, if you look at the statistic of how long we've held at this
Yeah, and then
7-8
there's
mark.
also the other thing about Bitcoin just being so far superior by like 40 something $1,000, and Dogecoin never going to catch up to
Wow.
that. No, do you see Dogecoin
Wow.
catching
You
up to
talk.
40,000?
I could.
It doesn't matter. It's not. It's,
And
there's not going to be one coin.
Well, in my opinion, Dogecoin is not a very useful line of code. So, in my opinion, it's like people say meme stock type thing, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see what
I
happens.
think it's a good
And
way
these
to make
things
a
aren't
quick
always
buck.
rational. You have to remember, these things aren't always rational. So it
That's
could.
why I say, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I agree with that. But
Dogecoin is not rational 100%. It is not, just
agreed.
like Pet
And
Rock.
think about
What
when
about
Dogecoin took off.
Pet rock.
Hey,
But dude, do you understand how many fucking pet rocks there are?
Let's let people finish their thoughts before
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, like I guess what I was just trying to say is that Dogecoin, as of just from watching the last 2 weeks and even from when I bought back in December, it is different. There's something different about the way it's trending. It's not dropping as hard as it normally does. Like, I'm surprised that
hype.
it's still. Yeah, exactly, the hype. And if like, I'm a musician, the way I sell my shit is hype, right?
Hype, yep.
So there's a bunch of different musicians from different eras. I mean, you got Snoop Dogg, you got Gene Simmons, Elon Musk. They all have different fan bases that are very diverse. If they're hyping it up, do you not think their fans are going to do it? I mean,
Of course, but
it's
you gotta I think you gotta also gotta understand that this is, whether it's long term or short term, you gotta make money while it's at it, because we don't know how long this is gonna last. So
Of
holding
course,
would
take
just
your
holding would be
take
like kind of like GME, right? If you're just holding since the beginning, you never sold, you're kind of dumb for that. You have
well,
to make your
I've
money
taken
back.
my profits in already. This
Right.
is I'm
So that's
playing
the whole
house
thing
money.
about. I think
Yeah.
that's the whole thing about Dogecoin. That it's a quick buck. It's easy. Everybody can do it, and
Yeah.
it's fun. I mean,
Alright.
why not? Just buy into it.
OCGN's over $14 now. So those of you that bought at $4, it's $14 now. You could sell and then make a huge profit, or you could keep holding. Your choice. I feel like selling and buying lower on the dip personally.
But Doge is
thought on
pumping.
Dogecoin.
If Doge is a
Talking about-
pump and dump, it's more people pumping than dumping because it's gone up and it's stayed there. I mean, you got to think we were at about maybe just under what 4/10 of a penny. It was at 4/10 of a penny last year. It got up to 4 cents a penny and held. It went down to 3. It got up to 6 and held. It got to 8, and that's where we're at. It's been at 8 cents for almost a week now.
I don't know if you guys ever looked at Bitcoin chart, but Bitcoin chart when it started was the same. It was a pump and dump. It went up and then it went down. But then the next time it went up a little more and then it went down again. And then the next time it went up again, it went up a little more and it went up again. It's been like that with
every
most of
That's
the
what
altcoins.
happened.
every time
same
it
with Bitcoin,
pumps,
same
it
with
holds a
Litecoin.
new price channel.
Yeah.
That's crypto.
See,
It's
whenever
like
I'm
any
looking at
good.
Bitcoin or Dogecoin or any stock, I always have the same perspective on it's about the percentage you put in and not the amount of stock you buy. That being said, a week ago, if you were to put your money in Bitcoin or Dogecoin, where would you make more money?
Dogecoin.
You made more
No.
Doge for sure. But
100, and
The percentage grew by how much in Bitcoin? It would be like when before Dogecoin got hyped up and Bitcoin got hyped up. Let's say 2 weeks ago, to be safe. How much did Bitcoin grow in that 2 weeks compared to Dogecoin? Dogecoin
We're
grew
essentially-
5 cents.
Yeah, but it all depends
Bitcoin
on
grew
how
a
much you
couple
can put
grand,
into it,
right?
though.
Right.
And
Essentially, the
It's percentage though. It doesn't matter. The money, your percentage would have grew a lot more with Bitcoin than it would have Dogecoin.
No, it would not. No, it would not. Bit.
How much did Bitcoin grow in 2 weeks? Did it not grow like $5,000?
That's not percentage. Dogecoin grew 700%. That means your money would have went 7 times.
Okay, your individual percentage. Hold on.
It
your
doesn't matter
percentage-
about the grand. It matters about percentage.
Your percentage per dollar amount would differ between Doge and
No,
Bitcoin
it would not.
because
Percentage is the same
hold on,
thing.
Not when it's grown by cents
hold on,
compared to
I
dollars.
want to clarify. I'm just trying to clarify what he's saying.
When it's grown by dollars, your percentage is 100 times more per dollar.
Hey, y'all, let him
compared to cents.
Whoa, what? No, it's
No, it's not. It's basic math. It's percentage is
Yeah,
the
you're
same.
you're 100% correct. I'm just saying, but when you say Doge went up by 700%, how much did you make? 10 cents. Okay, Bitcoin went up by 5%. How much did you make? 5,000.
No, no, you're doing the math wrong. You're so. Do I have to
You
teach
gotta
you math?
base it on
Hold
your
on, hold
initial
on, hold on,
USD
hold on, hold
investment.
on, hold on. Tame knows a lot about crypto,
Do,
so let's
do I
just
have
let
to
him
teach
talk.
you the math here? Open up Excel spreadsheet. Type $1,000. Now, if you invest that $1,000 into Dogecoin, multiply that by. Right now, the percent gain is 774%. Multiply that 1,000 by 7.74.
Oh no, I don't have to. I mean, that does make 100% complete sense.
Now Bitcoin grew
That $1,000
6%.
in Dogecoin.
Now
and it grows
Bitcoin
by
grew
5
6%.
grand.
Multiply that by
Or in Bitcoin, I mean.
1.06. See, you made $7,000 with Dogecoin.
You have to do the percentage and the day it grew. So you're not doing the overall percent. You're doing the percentage from February. So from February 7th to February 8th, it grew in Canadian dollars 5 grand. You're doing that percentage. You're not doing the percentage
$5,000's
over time.
not a percentage.
I know. Do the percentage. What's 5 grand? What's the percentage for 5 grand when it grows from 50,000 to 5,000? What's the percentage? Or 55,000?
That's only important if you own like full Bitcoins and you have a lot of them.
Hey guys, I think you're talking about two different.
You guys don't understand.
We are talking about two.
If you invested exactly the same US dollar amount at exactly the same time in both cryptos, then Dogecoin would have given you a larger return on your investment.
Dogecoin would have gave you 7 times more.
To me, that's not adding up.
Way
No,
more.
hold on. That's not adding up.
1,000 times 100%.
Let's be calm about this. Let's be calm about this.
The reason it's not adding up is because we're looking at it from two complete opposite ways. We're saying 1%, 1% of, but 1%
Can
of
we
a
get some
dollar.
diamond hands in the YouTube chat, please?
Yeah.
For all these.
Hold on.
Good morning, y'all.
Silence.
What's
Who can
up?
describe?
Good morning.
Who can describe the two different ways that we're coming
got
at
it.
this? All right, please.
Oh, come on. I was doing so good.
No, check it out. No, this is not productive.
You
Here's
snooze, you lose. You gotta grab it.
Listen, it sounds like one person is talking about if you put in $1,000 into a stock, regardless of what it is, let's call it magic widgets, okay? And that stock grows by 700%. You're going to get that 700% on the $1,000. Now, if you put it instead of into magic widgets, you put it into super duper magic widgets, and that stock grows by 700%. You're going to have the same amount of money regardless of what you invested in because the
It's the same
percentage
percentage.
on your investment grew the same amount. Now, if you're talking about the other side of it is like, okay, but what if you got 1 million Dogecoin and then you multiplied it by 3 million Dogecoin at this price? Well, and you only had 1 Bitcoin and it grew by 0.05%. You'd have more money in Bitcoin. Two entirely different metrics of earning. Percentage-wise on your investment, doesn't matter what it's in. If it goes up by 700%, your investment went up by 700% regardless of where you put the money. Now, if you're talking about what's going to give you a better rate of return on $1,000, what do you get more of, what's less volatile, that's a different conversation. I think the conversation at hand...
I was going to say that Bitcoin went up a lot more than 700% from like yesterday to today.
What?
No, it didn't.
Okay, because it would be like 200,000.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that would.
I think the thing that the confusing, scary moment is the fact that $5,000 isn't 700% of 40,000. It's 3%.
Yeah,
Bitcoin may have went up a shitload of money by numbers, $5,000, but in percentage, it's a very small percentage.
No, I'm retarded. You guys are actually right.
If Bitcoin went up 700%, the world would be on fire right now.
So clearly we are not financial advisors and don't take our advice.
In case you weren't sure before.
And a lot of newbies have been added to the speakers here, so we're trying to teach as well. But
I think the
Yeah,
confusion
it,
came when you were looking at the percentage and the dollar amount as being interchangeable, which they're not. You spend $1,000, you make double, you got back $1,000. If you spend $5 and you get double, you get back $5. It's but if it said I've spent $1,000 and it went up by $5, you didn't make any percentage. If you spent $5 and it went up by $5, you made a hell of a percentage.
Math is hard.
Guys, let me just explain this. This is the metric we're going to use from now on, percentage gain.
Yes.
And I don't want to hear somebody say that some guy invested $1 million and some guy 1,000 just to calculate different. No, let's do the same. Let's do 1,000 or 10,000 as the metrics so we can calculate. And at the end of the day, Dogecoin grew by 7 times, okay? For the whole month, Bitcoin did not even grow 1 time. It's still only 6%. So you would multiply by 1.06 to see your return by 1,000. That's why those who invested in Dogecoin earlier this month and sold today are still holding. They have over $8 grand. Those who invested in Bitcoin earlier in the month and held are still at their same 1,000.
Am I thinking about this wrong, by the way? That I think the difference is that you're thinking differences as far as you get a whole coin or multiples of a whole coin with Doge, but you only get a percentage-wise with Bitcoin.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you have. If a percentage is a percentage,
No, that's
even
where
if you have.
that's where my thought process went wrong.
Let me. Yeah, he is right. A percentage is always a percentage. It doesn't matter if you have $1 billion. It doesn't matter if you're using the number pi. It doesn't matter if you're using the number 1 nickel. It's still a percentage. But if you're investing with the nickel, go get a minimum wage job, save up a few $100s, and then start investing. Don't start investing with a nickel and 10 cents.
I think too, it's a
That's why I stick
Dogecoin
with
conversation.
stocks. Companies aren't going anywhere.
So
I got you. I was just curious about it. I apologize.
There is a third way to look at this, and that is, for the most part, ignoring the US dollar value of the cryptos and trading between the cryptos just to increase your numbers in each crypto.
Yeah.
That's
basically what I do.
That's a loophole.
Yep.
If you're in crypto, that's what you do. You trade trading
Yeah,
pairs.
Bitcoin through Ethereum, Bitcoin through Ethereum, back and forth.
You can, yeah. There's so many pairs out there. It's amazing. I used to trade, and I went from something like 0.3 Bitcoin back in the day to 3.5 Bitcoin before I got scammed out.
I think anybody that had a Bitcoin and bought Doge last month and then they looked at it and swapped back over, they're rich. Or they're satisfied.
Actually, I did.
How did you get
Kraken all weekend? I was going back and forth between Dogecoin and Bitcoin, and in terms of percentage, I'm trying to see if I can screenshot it, but like from a percentage standpoint, Doge was significantly higher percentage investment for me than Bitcoin. Like I would go in between the two just I wanted to see how that worked this weekend, especially with how Doge was doing and going back up and back and forth. But from what I saw, and I had a relative, I don't have a whole share of Bitcoin, obviously. Doge was a better, more profitable percentage-wise for me.
For anybody this past 2 weeks.
Yeah, hey bro, how did you get scammed out of your Bitcoin? If you don't.
Yeah, you can look into the Cryptsy exit scam. Cryptsy. There was an exchange. This was back in like 2010, 2011, and it was the Wild West. There was a crypto exchange called Cryptsy.com, and everybody warned me it was my fault. Everybody warned me it wasn't the most legit exchange spot, and I kept all my crypto there instead of in a paper wallet. You should only trade in a crypto exchange with what you're willing to lose. Keep the bulk of it in an online wallet, whether paper or electronic. And it was my fault. If I had taken, I had 3.5 Bitcoin. If I had put 3 Bitcoin into my wallet and just lost the 0.5 or the 0.5 Bitcoin, it would have been cool. Either way. Just
I had a few Etherium on Quadra rigs, and I'm not even mad, but the owner Quadra rigs had like colon cancer, so he's decided to siphon everyone's funds from the website and go on
Heard
one
about
last like big bash. So yeah, I'm not even mad. The guy partied his life away. So
Dude, yeah.
for the last like remaining.
You funded his death.
Yeah, he went out with a bang. So, but yeah, there is shady stuff that goes on for sure.
Especially with
During
Bitcoin, it's
all
related.
Oh, I was gonna say during all the forks, there was a fake fork, and I entered my private keys into one of the fake forks. Lost 2 Bitcoin on that one.
Nice. But
yikes.
Hey, has anybody been trading Raven coin? It's up
almost 20% right now.
Where can I find Raven Coin? I've been actually looking for it all weekend and I couldn't find it.
I've found everything I need on Binance on that app, and I've become a big fan of Binance. I can find everything easy to use once you figure out the learning curve, and it's solid.
How long did it take you to verify on them? I'm still holding on my verification and
I
filed
think
last week.
Binance is not available in every state though.
It is not available in every state.
There was something prohibitive about it for me. Do they do ACH transfers? Because that's
Yes.
something that I found is a big difference between a lot of these places. Like, I was looking at how to do a Kraken transfer, and I was like, I've never heard of any of these types of like wire transfers, and it's so quick
Binance
and
will do an
weird.
ACH. Yeah, that's how I did
Okay.
it
Oh,
last
good. Okay,
weekend.
great.
Because I was trying to find a way to get money into something. I was desperate to risk losing my money a week ago. I was desperate to try to make my money risky, and Binance was the easiest one to get my money into, and now I like it after I've looked at some other stuff.
Okay.
Hey y'all,
cool.
we do have a super chat from James Lugman who says, haha, this is pretty entertaining. Thanks for putting this on YouTube. Keep it up.
I'm wondering now if the stream is delayed or if the Discord is delayed.
The stream
No, the
is delayed.
stream is always delayed a little bit.
Like by 2 seconds.
Oh, more than that, like 15 seconds.
James, we're just a bunch of people complaining about our feelings on the internet. Thanks for being a
And-
part of it.
And big thanks to Tame for setting it all up. Credit goes.
Everybody, diamond hands in the chat for Tame the Ark, please.
So who here bought OCGN at $4.50 in this
Not
Discord?
me. I bought it at 73 cents.
Something.
I bought it at 73 cents.
Good job, good job. You're sitting on bank right now. You want to
Right.
get out?
Shut your stupid face.
Mine's up 200.
I don't have any. I was like, I mean, it's still pretty low. I could buy him. I'm like, nah, man, it went up way too much. I'm gonna wait for a correction.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing, go into the industry, like scroll. I hate to say I do this, but go and scroll from lowest to highest in price and look at what you like. Look at what you don't. Don't put a lot in. I put, with OCGN, I put $20 in at 73 cents. Now it's $240. I mean, it's not a lot, but
Can
percentage
somebody
wise,
on Robinhood enlighten me whether there's buying and selling restrictions on crypto, or is
there is not.
There
there
isn't.
is not?
No. The problem
They wouldn't want to do that because they're not actually giving us crypto.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
coins aren't yours. That's the only problem.
I just feel
Yeah, they get to skim off the top doing it that way, so they make money.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
But still got them gains.
On
Only
the
problem
weekend,
is
I
I can't.
decided to read their terms and conditions, Robinhood, and I found it so hilarious. So there's a section that says data not guaranteed, and then within this section they have something called it was a product of fitness, and I was like, what the heck
What's
is
that?
that? And the best way to explain it is the way I had to go through different pages to find like a layman term explanation for it. And the one they gave out was, let's say I go to the hardware store for paint, and the guy knows that it's gonna rain in 2 days, right? So he gives me paint that it takes a while to dry, expecting to come back and buy more paint because the rain washed away the paint.
Oh, that's
But only you go back and he looks at you and says, I have no idea about paint. I don't know anything about paint. I have no clue. I just sold it to you. That was the end of it. I'm not liable. That's product of fitness.
Cool.
And that's right in their friggin' terms of agreement or
basically
whatever.
buy your own risk.
Yeah, like they can read your data. They can see what you're buying. They can profit off of it, but once you lose your money off of it, they're not liable.
Guys, for any of these contracts, just like with any, because I deal in real estate, right? That's my main gig. And builder contracts and any in-house contracts of any kind, when you're the consumer going to the, whatever the institution is, it's safe to assume that any contract somebody hands you that they wrote is there to protect them every 6 way from Sunday possible. It's not in your interest. It's always going to be in their interest. So you got to assume buyer beware, and assume that when somebody hands you a contract they wrote up, ain't anything in that to cover your butt.
It's just like what the police say. It's like what the police say. Anything you say can and will be used against you, but they don't say it will be used in your favor.
That is true.
Yeah,
I would like to
I
say
found
that
I
the
just found
police
that
don't
really
have to
funny.
provide evidence for you. You have to provide that evidence yourself. So if there's a traffic camera or something, you have to go to a state and get that information.
I just found that funny because Robinhood can, they stopped it I think back in August, but before they were posting trends, you could actually go search up what people are buying. So they'd be like, "Oh, I'll buy this," but when you lose your money on it, it's like, yeah, I didn't know what the heck I was pitching you. You guys were the ones buying it. I just showed you.
So,
It's like,
And it also shows you they still do that. Whereas if you look at a particular stock, it will show you at the bottom people that own that stock, other stocks that those people own. But it also says this is not a recommendation, and we have no knowledge of any of these stocks. This is just what we know other people own.
Okay, so I'm
They'll
just
have a
following.
blanket hold harmless regardless. Every single medium that we use for trading stuff is going to have a blanket hold harmless addendum in there somewhere. It may be buried on paragraph 297, page 41, but there's going to be a hold harmless in there. So yeah.
So I'm just gonna say for earlier, people were asking about the penny stock that to look into that has a lot of potential for the future because my crystal ball will be vibing. I'm just saying I've been on this one for a while. And it definitely it's a consistent growth. It's Inspire MD, that's NSPR. The only reason I like this company is because they're coming up with complex treatments for vascular and coronary disease. I'm in healthcare. I don't know if you guys know, and it's an Israeli company, so they can really do a lot of different types of technological tests that we can't really do here sometimes. But the #1 killer in the world is heart disease. That is a fact. So if there's anything that's helping, and it's only $1 right now. Now, granted, I got in at 65 cents, so that's why I'm thinking it hasn't grown that much since I bought. It's a long hold. I'm not saying it's not for day traders, but if you're looking for something for a 10-year hold that I think has a lot of potential, NSPR. It's new, but it's
Elon
doing.
Musk over here. Sorry to cut you off. Elon Musk over here pushing Dogecoin. He just spent 1.5 billion on Bitcoin. So that shows you where his mindset's at. He just that just proves he literally just used Dogecoin to fund his Bitcoin.
That doesn't prove anything, actually.
Nah. Oh, 100%.
No, because you can convert Bitcoin into Dogecoin.
1.5.
No, let me explain. No.
Back and forth. He's gonna be going back and forth.
Guys, if you just read the document, you can see how they funded the Bitcoin transaction from Tesla. He did not switch it to Doge
Can you
and
see
do it.
on the ledger if he actually buys Dogecoin, that all that stuff's available on the blockchain, or?
Anything done on the blockchain is available to see.
So you guys are able to go see if he actually did buy Dogecoin, sell Dogecoin, and then bought Bitcoin. That's viewable.
No, you can't really do that. Well, I mean, every time
we know his addresses.
Yeah, and your address changes every time you use Bitcoin, I believe.
Depending on the wallet you use, yeah.
Right.
So there is still ways to hide your transactions, or at least bury
Of
them
course.
for a meantime.
Just like dollar bills.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you want to
So
very,
has
very
anybody-
thoroughly hide a transaction on with crypto, exchange to Zcash and then use Z addresses because their tech randomizes that and you can't follow it.
And I mean, you can have a couple different exchanges. You exchange to one and to another wallet to another wallet. It's so easy.
Hey, but thanks for the heads up on NSPR, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Hey, what kind of crystal balls are you guys rocking right now? I got this sick like smoked glass one. I just got it in. It's a it's like a it's like a 7-incher.
You bought yours? I see mine actually. I meditated it into thin air. I've been meditating since high school.
Well, a wizard gave me my first one, but you know.
Well, if it's
I had to
Merlin's
upgrade.
ball, if it's Merlin's ball, I want in. I'm coming to whatever state you're at. I'm gonna read from it because I want it.
Hey, does anyone know anything about OZSC?
All right, guys, I found the document from Tesla. I'll put the document in general chat about how they funded their Bitcoin transaction and how they're storing their Bitcoin. It's gonna be on page. It's gonna be on page 22.
It was only like
Merci beaucoup.
cash they have or something like that.
All right,
Big Mike,
I'll put it in
give
YouTube
us
chat
a-
as well, page 22.
We got a super chat, or I don't know what the heck those are called. The Big Mike is asking retirement stocks or bonds.
Hey, do you guys on Discord have the chat scrolled up? I saw that super chat like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, nobody said anything about it, so I figured I'd mention it. That's when I saw it, but y'all were in a discussion.
Oh yeah, I mentioned it to him.
I don't know about bonds.
Kathy
Wood of Ark Invest thinks we're in a bond bubble, so I don't know, maybe do a little bit more research. I mean, that kind of sounds like a request for advice, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't advise, but I don't know. I've never bought a bond.
Me neither. And I don't know, but I mean, if Kathy Woods it says we're in a bond bubble, I don't know. I'm just gonna listen to her.
If you want to search up downside risk to ETFs, me personally, I would view ETFs and bonds as almost the same thing. They're just a file of different things comprised of them. No?
Yeah, but bonds are through America, or I guess there's different bonds. I'm sorry.
They're
Government
usually
bonds.
mortgages and stuff. No, they compiled in there, or am I wrong?
I have no idea about bonds. Anybody?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I prefer individual companies, because there's a lot of stuff inside that bond that's who knows. You gotta figure out what's inside the bond.
How about those junk bonds based on property or real estate that has a high dividend and you just reinvest the dividend?
Yeah, I just got involved in a bunch of high yield stocks this week.
What page did you post that Tesla thing on?
It's on the YouTube chat.
No, on the YouTube chat. All right, I got you.
I'll post it in the general again.
And since there's no updates in the gap accounting measures, I think holding Bitcoin's a little bit safer for Tesla as well for asset.
Oh yeah, I'd agree.
There's someone said in a general chat, bonds are debts and ETFs are equities. So there you go. I guess you're betting on
That is
people's
true.
debts with bonds.
No, it's true. You either do you want to help fund somebody, or do you want to help, just buy equity? I'd rather own something than borrow somebody money.
So you're making money off the interest rates of debts with bonds, I guess, is what I take from that. And then, yeah, you're right. ETF,
Okay.
You're building off something. Debts
Alright,
have
guys,
lower risk, lower return. Equities have higher risk and greater return.
If you're interested in cheap stocks that are helping with coronary and vascular diseases, again, I'm just going to throw one more out. I'm trying to really filter how much I put out. Avenger, what is it? Avenger is AVGR. I bought in at 30 cents, but it's up to $2 now. It's not a huge jump in comparison to my other. It's only 500% up since I bought. But vascular diseases are going to be huge in the future because some people are getting healthier and some people are getting depressed and a lot less healthy.
You gotta remember, the diet has a big
Thank you.
play to do with cardiovascular disease, but yeah, who knows? People might lean towards drugs more, but if people are smart, they'd lean more towards diet, right? So
people are not smart, bro. People are not smart. Okay, just gonna put that
that's
out.
a big thing, right? So diet would overall help you, but
For
there might be a
us,
market there.
No, I'm not talking about me. We're talking about everybody. We don't talk about 0.1%.
I
We
always
talk
try
about
when I look at a stock, I always try to look at what could take away from it, what's gonna really stomp it out, kind of thing. So that's why I always like to look at established companies and not established companies, because non-established companies always have that tougher road ahead, especially when there's big money over their heads. 100%.
Yeah, they need a breakout, right? But
well, yeah, I don't get into
That's why me personally,
pharmaceuticals.
I rather wait for the breakout. Whoever just said breakout, that's a very good point, because I rather wait for them to break out, know that they got some solid feet underneath them, and then put my money there.
So you like less
grow no matter
you
what,
like
right?
less gambling, but I'm a gambler. That's why I get in things at 30 cents. And
Well,
then
if you want to gamble on penny stocks, and you do it on future industries, you do it on tech.
Precise,
So you either do it as shrooms, which has no industry right now. It's not legalized. They're trying to medicinalize it, but it's technically not medicinalized. So shrooms would be a gamble. Would be
I'm
a safe
all in
gamble.
for those.
I mean, if you
another one would be small time tech stocks. So
What are
tech
the
is always going to be growing in
No,
competition.
of course. I'm in tech,
But
pharma,
pharmaceutical
and green
penny
energy.
stocks are not very good, because if you look at the amount of established pharmaceutical companies in the $100 to $1,000 range, it is ridiculous, and those guys are not going away. They're gonna patent another thing that's similar to what the smaller guys patent, and then they're gonna have the advertisement money to actually push it, where the smaller guys are not.
And
Hey,
not to
speaking
mention
of
the big guys have like government in
It's
their
good.
pocket too.
It's
So.
good speculation, and it's a wonderful narrative. I appreciate it.
speaking of penny stocks, has anyone done any research on OZSC?
I couldn't find
I
that.
couldn't find it.
Same.
Is it an American? Is it American stock?
Yeah, it is popping. I love it.
Like I was thinking really outside the box a couple months ago with stocks, and I was like, what is
I threw it in
next
general.
technology wise? And I was thinking of wheelchairs for whatever reason, and I'm like, so the next step would be like maybe if they have like I was looking at eye tracking technology to be exact, Toby AB Public or something. But yeah, it's eye tracking technology. I was like, how do they make wheelchairs more high techy? And I was looking into that, and it would be eye tracking technology. They can just look and move their wheelchair, and it would be beneficial for actual like paraplegic and people of that nature. So that's kind of mindset my mindset when it comes to stock is like, where is technology going to actually benefit people, and that's where the money is actually to be made in my eyes. But that's just me.
Dude, shout out to whoever said to check out OCGN. I am so glad. Oh my god, I'm so glad. Sorry. I'm just like, this is
Yeah.
the first time that I like researched and did my due diligence and read articles on a stock and bought it. And it's like, fuck yeah. Sorry. I just feel very confident right now. And also just want to say thank you to everybody this
Yes.
last week that's been contributing, because like I've been soaking up all the information like a sponge. And like, I'm just like, fuck yeah. Sorry for the F word.
Yeah,
but
soak up the info, but try not to get too excited, because when we go with our emotions, it gets a little rocky. But yes,
True.
OCGN has done very well.
Yeah.
$16 right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't even track its beta right now.
It's
Like, there's no
it's almost
data
400%
for its
more than what I
beta,
bought
which
it for.
means it's probably very volatile right now.
I should have bought more shares.
I keep thinking that too. I was like, dang. I was like, because I'm not mad though. I'm just glad. I mean,
No,
Nah,
if it's
it's all good.
volatile, it's a high beta, it's
Yeah.
gonna come back down. Like, that's the stock
Yeah.
market.
It turned my
Unless they release that they were actually selling their product like today and we missed it, then it's
I
not gonna
mean,
come back down. But
they're
it turned my
good days.
$17. It turned. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Oh, it's turned my $17 into $340. It's gone up 2,000% since I bought it. 2,100.
It's so good.
that's fucking. That's awesome. I mean, it's just like, yeah. Obviously, do your due diligence. I did the research. And it made sense for me.
it's actually weird.
mean-
Their beta's not available, which is very weird. So I don't know. Yeah, this is a big question mark for me. I'm not even
What
gonna
the
talk
fuck?
on this.
You think somebody's buying a lot? Let me just pull it up on TradingView.
Their volume is moving like
I'm
crazy.
gonna
Though.
look at
That
the
you
volume.
can see. Their volume is
Dude,
moving
they have
like
350 million
crazy.
in there right now.
Oh yeah.
73, 49, 440.
Yeah, it's at 1738. Yeah.
Like, this is about to hit like what's
I heard
Well,
somebody
here-
said
400 million volume?
It is
Am I reading that
going.
right?
It is not
Here's the thing.
stopping.
Here's the thing, guys. If it's working on therapies that's working to fix eye diseases, I don't know about you guys. My mom's going blind. When you start to go blind, it's scary. And it's, if they found something, if something just happened, like one of their
No, OCGN has the.
If you guys really want to tell right now, you'll read it off the NVI and you'll see how much is getting bought in at the dips. If there's a lot of volume getting bought at the dips, you guys know smart money is involved. So if you really want to know what's going on, read it off the negative volume index, and you will see.
What was the ticker again?
They developed the COVID-19 vaccine that's already being used in India, and it's in third phase trials for here. So that's why the stock was pumping like last week. People were buying it as soon as that news came out. OCGN has COVID-19 vaccine that's going to be introduced soon.
Yeah, that
here.
it doesn't need to be frozen. It doesn't need to be like temperature controlled the same way at some of the
Oh,
others.
there goes your truck in.
And it's not mRNA. It's not mRNA type. It's like old school type vaccine.
Yeah.
because Moderna doesn't need to be frozen anymore either. But I'm just gonna say that.
But they say that this one is particularly stronger against the South Africa and UK strains, or like it can. And I know that there was another one now that is the Pilsfer. or whatever.
Pfizer?
Pfizer.
Pfizer.
Yeah,
Pfizer.
that's what it is. I was like, I can't.
It has to be frozen and shit. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
So they announced today, this is OCGN's the news today, announced $23 million registered direct offering of common stock priced at a premium to market. So that was the news
So
that came
guys,
out today.
I don't want to ruin my average cost price at 73 cents, but I want to buy more stock.
Right? No, I think it's
No,
good.
I know. I'm not gonna. I only have 20 shares. It's like
I have 20 shares too. I want 50.
I only have 10. I want more, but you know what? At the same time,
of course,
I'm good with what I'm
you,
making. You know.
buying at the high is not the best thing.
We made a good decision last week, and
Shout
let's
out to
celebrate that.
whoever gave that I don't know who it was, but shout out to them because I'm.
I think it was Mouse. If I remember correctly, I think Mouse maybe was talking about it. I'm not sure.
So if anybody looked at my portfolios when I posted them, that was one of my big ones. But
I need to look.
Oh, you know what's moving? Oh my God, guys! Tops, TOPS. If you guys remember me talking about it, it was
But
once
Tops
it came
is
out.
crazy.
I know I'm not telling anybody to invest in it, but it came out at $2 trillion when it first started, and for 5 years it's been down. It came down 5 years ago. It was 25 million a share. Now it went from $1 to $2.22 in the past month. So if they
They
found
do
something,
reverse. They do reverse splits. That's what they do.
Holy
so they
fuck.
do. That's
But
what
I
they
don't
keep
think that's
doing.
from a. Are you sure that's from a reverse split? Because usually that's taken account for in the chart.
Oh, I don't know.
TOPS.
I'm just saying that that's what they're known for, is doing these reverse splits, and people hate that. So
Oh.
If you're betting on, you talking about top ships?
Yeah, TOPS.
That's
If you're
correct.
betting on clean energy, well, obviously the industry's not going to go anytime soon. But if you're betting on clean energy, you're betting against yourself. So.
Oh, I'm betting on every energy. I bet clean energy. I bet oil. I bet uranium.
Because these guys are tanker vessels, right? And they
Absolutely, but they could outfit it to.
Guess what? In this day and age,
And they're only founded in 2000, so they're
the
not
market
main
collapses
tanker
if we
vessels.
lose energy. So any energy is like a good investment because at the
I
end
bet
of the
in
day,
every
if we don't
single
have
energy.
we don't have our world.
Right.
I bought in after you mentioned it because I looked at it and I thought it was pretty good, speculation at least.
Why not? If
The
they
only
find
thing I
it.
don't like is it says was founded in 2000 and is based in Greece. And from my understanding, Greece is in a friggin' economic crisis at the moment. So
Correct, but
that's probably why it's low. So
I wouldn't
maybe
put
it'd be a good time to buy.
I wouldn't put anything serious into it, but the fact that it was 25 million 5 years, I mean, it's 0.53 of my portfolio, but
We'll
at
search
least.
up other tanker stocks, and you'll probably see the big difference in.
Oh, I have
$1 or $2.
No, I have other
they're
tanker stocks.
probably
Yeah,
we're at
for
war
sure.
with other companies. From
Oh, and
if I
speaking
had
of
to think about it.
speaking of tanker stocks, if people want some things that have what is it, CR? Okay, give me a second, because there's one that I've done. It's they do dry storage. They're like tankers, but they're not just on oil. What was it? CTRM. CTRM is just slow. I mean, I got 200 shares. I mean, which is kind of a lot for.
Yeah.
And I mean, I bought it at 59 cents. It's only at 92 cents right now, but they ship. And if there's tankers out there, and there's they ship fertilizer, cements, bauxite, sugar, scrap metal. We need shipping people. I don't know. It also only has 1 employee, which is weird. I don't like that actually. That's weird. But
Wait,
that is really weird.
On TradeView, Tops.
Tops, but CTRM, but trade Tops was what we were talking about. Yeah, before, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Top. I mean, Tops is ridiculous. It's
They've
it's
had
If
like
your
10
IPO started at $2
splits.
trillion, you know that there's something wrong with it.
Well, they keep
One
doing the
employee
Oh,
for a
so
marine
the
shipping
hey,
company.
but
reverse
story
split.
Yeah, I
about
don't know about that,
CTRM
right?
having only 1 employee is apparently the guy operates solely on contractors. So
Interesting.
the guy owns the company, and then all of his operations are
sells.
serviced through contractors. Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's like Uber of.
Which is a shady way of doing business because you could technically
You mean
look at that contractor, give him more money, and be like, I need a kickback so my stock price doesn't get, up too high and people sell out, right?
Isn't that a similar model to Uber, or just buying and selling, like
OCGN's
shipping?
taking another run, guys. It's
Oh yeah.
strong at 300.
I'm not selling any oxygen.
Volume just went above 400 million on oxygen.
Where are you keeping track of that?
Yahoo Finance is pretty accurate.
Yahoo Finance, dude.
Fuck, I want to see GME move like that. It's holding strong at 59 now.
I'm just grateful that OCGN is offsetting the loss that I've taken on GME. So diversify your portfolio, folks. That's something I learned last week, and I'm glad I did, because now I'm like, holding strong diamond hands on GME. But
yep.
But then I'm up, so it doesn't feel like a loss because I'm even, and then I'm still like holding down on my principles.
I love when I see a stock I sold off. I love when it goes down. Yes.
I did not. I missed it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. It was only in 9 of the top.
Anyway.
It was only in
Right.
9 of the top 10
Effective, I
markets.
thought. Effective, in my opinion.
But yeah, that's the one everyone's talking about. So they win.
I'm gonna pull it up.
You've got to watch like the video of it though to get the sound for the whole vibe, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I sold GameStop. It was a slight loss that I sold it for, but I sold it and so I could untie my money, because when you untie it, you can grow that money. You have to think about the opportunity cost. And if it's your first time doing that, you can write it off as a tax expense. Now, if you bought and sold GameStop like 20 times, you're not going to be able to write every single loss off. Only the first one out of the 30 days.
So what I'm hearing is hold and buy more.
From who told you?
I'm just kidding.
You're going to get stuck in your position.
That's why you wait for it to drop, double down, and then just hold it.
And like Dogecoin, like if you have extra cash, like say 1,000 or 2,000, you can just buy and sell Dogecoin like a few hundred times per day, and you're making like $50 to $100 every time.
So what you're saying is to buy GME on the dip and hold. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I heard.
That's not what I'm saying.
I can't
just keep
comprehend
saying the
nothing
same
but
thing
GME.
over and over.
He keeps
I know,
talking.
it's
He
great
keeps
advice,
talking,
man.
and
It's such great advice. GME on a dip.
yeah,
Got it.
keep them coming, dude. This is gold. Like buy GME on the dip and hold it. Copy that, man. Copy that. Yeah.
Dogecoin's
59. Oh yeah, we buy it. Perfect time.
My wife asked me last night if we wanted to, go upstairs and get fancy. And I said, so you're saying you want me to go buy some more GME and hold it? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Oh, I don't think that's the appropriate place to use that.
No. I mean, that's what my 3-year-old keeps telling me. Buy GME and hold, Mom. Buy GME and hold.
By the way, if you're taking financial
He
advice
knows
from
all.
this, if you're taking financial advice from this group of people, 3-year-olds included, don't take financial advice from this group of people, 3-year-olds included. Do your due diligence. If you want to know why you shouldn't listen to us, hop on this thing about 11 o'clock at night, and you'll understand why you shouldn't trust us for financial advice.
Well, and we also highly regard 3-year-olds' financial advice.
Hey man, they're the future. They're the next consumers.
Hey,
So
my
they
kid,
need to
my
buy
kid called
camo.
that. My kid called that Blimpy futures. I should have invested in Blippy. If you don't know what
Yeah,
Blippy
me
is,
too. Damn,
YouTube
that was a
Blippy.
missed
That guy-
opportunity.
Wait.
BLIPPI. Blippy on YouTube.
Blippy.
That guy made over $20 million last year, and he's got his merchandise placed. Like that guy he's the Pee Wee Herman of this generation, basically, for my 80s kids. This dude used to be a shock comic. Got out of shock comedy, like a gross out shock comic. Now he does kid shows on YouTube. Millionaire made over. Guy's baller. And he's so annoying, but I love him. Can't help it. I respect the game.
If you guys watch the video on how he decided to create the character and like him not as Blippy but talking to adults, it makes you like love him even more.
Guys, I'm just warning you. GameStop may issue more shares after their earnings call.
Nice.
And when they do that, the GameStop price probably going to go down to like $25.
Oh.
In which case people are gonna have to buy again and drive the price up.
Interesting.
All right, so I think
Not worried at all.
a lot of people
Yeah.
selling OCGN. I don't.
They're selling it.
Who do you think is going to buy more shares when the price is already up 200% on a day?
Retail investors who are trying to get in on the hype, thinking they missed out.
I think you said the
Every
wrong R
time.
word, but okay.
I just got that. All right.
Some people
Come
from
along,
YouTube might be
everybody.
like
Think
trying to
about
jump
it. Get
in.
there.
If you're from YouTube and you try to jump in on this right now, I think you're too late. The time was when it was $4, not $15, $20.
Yeah.
I'll have to rename the YouTube channel Stuck Cold in the Bags.
You could just name it bag holders.
Don't you think they would just still keep going up though, based on their product?
Alright, so I'm going to take Moderna in for example. I told my friends to buy it when it was $23. Because it was new and they were talking about possibilities of COVID-19 vaccine, and bam, they passed all the clinical trials and made it, and now the price went up over $100. So, those who got in even earlier, like $1, $2, are making bank.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I stayed away from vaccines. Yeah, they're gonna make their money because the government has to buy them. But I stayed away from them because the government's gonna be bag holders on that one. I'm not taking the vaccine. They can go fuck themselves. They're gonna be left with all these vaccines in hand, and we're like, we spent this money for no reason.
Have you guys done a lot of research onto the vaccine? Because I have a completely different opinion on that.
I did, and I'm for the vaccine.
Yeah, let's just be careful not
I mean,
to
it's
get...
a personal choice. It's a
Let's
personal
make sure we
choice,
don't
yeah.
misspread information.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying like
You have to
eventually
say
they'll
you're
probably get
giving
rid
your
of it when they
opinion.
work out the tweaks. But
I
for people
think
to
the
take it early
vaccine.
on, I don't think people are going to take it early. They're going to wait to see how they develop it and how they improve it, because vaccines get better over time.
I think that is something with the vaccine that you should definitely do your due diligence on, because I had that same opinion until I actually looked into it.
I think you should take your doctor's advice.
My sister's a doctor, and my partner's helping with the distribution here, so I am for it, based on their
I can't
opinions.
wait to get the vaccine.
I want to say I don't like the psychological thought process that a lot of people have about vaccines, because then they feel like they're immune, and that's not completely the case. And that's from a scientific and medical standpoint.
For sure.
There's nothing in this world is guaranteed. So it's like, if you take the vaccine, just don't say, "Oh, I'll never catch it." There's still chances. There's still possibilities. It's just like
Still
just
hold
be
it. You
careful.
have to give it out. You still have to wear a mask.
If you're insulin resistant,
Yeah,
You
I
cut,
bet.
you cut out there, but go on about insulin resistance because I'm really into it as well.
Yeah, I was interested in that too because my wife's diabetic. I was listening diligently.
no, I mean that's one of the main cofactors when you're.
Damn
We gotta
pressure
get the
talk.
information
You
bit by
keep
bit,
cutting
eh?
out.
You just like to keep us waiting.
No, he's right. When you're
Keeping
insulin
us in suspense.
No, that was it. I mean, that was it. I mean, from what I've read, it's basically if you have like diabetes, you're insulin resistant, it basically attacks harder when you have those factors in your body.
I see what you mean. You get too much of something, you know, you build up too
Yeah.
much of an immune system to it.
And
Then it doesn't work.
Well, insulin is produced to take blood sugar out of the bloodstream and into the cell. And if you're insulin resistant, it means your cells won't open up and take in that blood sugar. So the blood sugar ends up sitting in your bloodstream. So
what he's saying is
so
the
what your
insulin
body ends up
resistance
doing is
happens
it turns
from
that
too much
sugar into
insulin,
fat,
though.
and then it's just like it's a really terrifying thing, man. Like I wish people knew more about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
And I think that's a problem in and of itself, even without the virus or anything else. I mean, I just had to reverse my own. I feel 100 times better now that I've taken the carbs out, and it's been about 2-month process. It was rough, and I'm still going through it. And it's
You got your A1C down.
oh yeah, definitely, yeah. I went down about 3 points.
Amazing.
Ooh, that's good. In 2 months.
2 points. 2 points. I should say 2 points because I was closer to 7, and I think
Wait,
I'm
2
around
points.
5 now.
Wait, you did 2 points in 2 months?
That's crazy.
No, I'm sorry. No, I did about that was about 3. It was 3 months to get about close to 2 points, and then I'm going lower. So now this is the like I kind of relapsed a little bit, and then 2 months ago I said I can't do this anymore, and yeah, I'm bringing it back down, and I'm back down. Like now I can wake up with blood sugar 100 and under now, where before I was waking up at 140, which means I was full of sugar.
Those some good numbers, bro. I gotta commend you on that. Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just think I had really negative opinions personally about the vaccine until my sister, who's a doctor, talked to me about it. And there's just so much bad information out there. Definitely do your due diligence and get accurate information before you make that personal decision. And I would highly recommend talking to a doctor and someone who knows a lot about virology.
Did your sister happen to know the heavy metal content or the amount of aluminum in the vaccine? Because the adjuvant,
she said that you get more heavy metals from your day-to-day life of eating and drinking than what the vaccine has. She also, I mean, how she explained it to me that really changed my mind is she said that the COVID vaccine, the reason why it's such a problem is because typically when you get a virus, your body creates like memory cells, and those memory cells are what trigger your immune response to start antibodies. And when you get the actual COVID virus, it can make really terrible memory cells. So your body doesn't actually know that it needs to fight off the vaccine, which is why some people can get really, really sick. And that's why you can get it again, because if you get it a second time, those memory cells don't trigger your body to fight it off.
Is that why they're recommending 2 shots?
Yes. So with the vaccine is just all it's doing is they copied the RNA and they are making it so your body has good memory cells. So if you get exposed, it's just triggering that autoimmune response.
So if the first shot doesn't work, why are they confident, or what science do they have that the second shot's going to work for them?
It's not that it doesn't work or it does work. It's just making sure that your body is creating those good memory cells. So if you get exposed, it's triggering an autoimmune response. And you're not, because right now, if you have bad memory cells, your body doesn't even know it's sick because there's nothing to trigger your antibodies to fight
So
it
they
off.
take a shot. You know, they see that it's not doing what it wants, so they stick the shot again.
I think it's more along the lines that if you take the first shot and then it's like your body's trying to fight it, but then it gives it a second shot to say, hey, remember me, and it triggers it to say, oh, we have to remember this, because if you catch it one time, your body doesn't remember. So I'm assuming, or I would just personally feel that if you get it twice or take 2 shots, it makes your body say, no, you have to remember this.
And it's just a clone. They cloned the virus. It's not an actual virus.
It's a strain.
All they're doing is just cloning it so your body can create those good memory cells. So when you get the virus, it's triggering it for that autoimmune response.
Guys,
do want to mention on this.
OCGN is over 18 now. It's over 18.
So now with kids, you know, like, let's be like, were many kids affected by COVID? From my understanding, like, not really. And of course, it could affect older people. But should we pump in our kids with vaccine if they weren't really affected by COVID?
With the vaccine, so there's no difference between getting the vaccine or getting exposed to COVID, except for that you're not getting those long-term effects that you have from your body, from COVID raging through your body and your body not fighting it off. That's the only difference between getting COVID and getting a vaccine.
I had COVID. My entire family, we got it. It's not fun.
Hey, can I ask a question for you to hit your sister up? I'd love to hear the doctor's answer and get some expert response on that, because it sounds like your sister knows a lot about this. Am I wrong?
Yeah, she does. This is like she's into it. So I was like,
Okay.
you know,
Okay. If I could, this is what I would want to ask her if I could ask her, because the heavy metal thing, I could go on for days about heavy metals and how if you have a MTHFR mutation, why there's problems. But I would love to know if this particular shot does not contain heavy metals, aluminum, whatever, in the adjuvant portion of the shot that are in, the operative word here is in ionic form. If the heavy metals are not in ionic form, that's amazing. But if they are in ionic form, like ions in ionic form, those actually, ionic form heavy metals will pass through the blood-brain barrier and can cause issues. So the food you eat, the heavy metals that she brought up, you eat more of this in the food you eat, that's in a different form and is processed in your body a different form than if it were in ionic form. I know I'm way
You can
off
drink
in the weeds,
stuff
right?
to get it out too. Apparently, like chlorella and like sea algae will get heavy metals out of your system that you eat.
Well, my kid, I know this because he has a double allele MTHFR mutation, which means he doesn't chelate heavy metals and toxins out of his body like normal people do. So we have to be super, super careful what we put in him, because it's just like a rough example is if they had a peanut allergy. Peanuts are pretty good for most everybody, but if you got a peanut allergy, a peanut could kill you. So that's my question, is if the heavy metals are in ionic form or not, because that for us, that's the linchpin of everything because of our pre-existing genetic issues we're dealing with. Because not all metals are the same. How you eat it is a
I'll
different
ask her.
form than how you inject it. And if she doesn't know, I wouldn't be surprised. Most doctors don't know there's a difference.
Yeah, she probably does. She's super smart and she's all into this. But like the other thing, this is a completely new way to make a vaccine. And this technology has been around for 10 plus years, and they've been using it in like cancer treatments. They've just never needed to use it in a vaccine because all of our old vaccines are effective. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. But going forward, because they were able to clone that RNA, it's so much more effective than anything else we've ever seen. And she also said, like, even if you've already had COVID, you still need that vaccine because your body, you don't know if your body made good memory cells or bad memory cells, and if your body will trigger that autoimmune response. So basically, the COVID vaccine you're going to get out in the public makes potentially very bad memory cells, but the vaccine almost guarantees to make really good memory cells. So that's really the big difference. And I had a lot of questions.
How is it different from like the Ebola vaccine that took them like 15 years to actually make and like fail like a lot of times in the process? How is it different from
I
that?
personally don't know anything about that, but I can ask her. The difference
No.
with this one is so typically when you're in the process of making a vaccine, it takes you a really long time to get funding. And then after you get funding, you have to do all your trials, and it's just a really lengthy process. So this vaccine went through all the exact same things in the exact same time frame that every other vaccine did, except for they didn't have to wait for funding. And then they also didn't have to wait
Happens
for
in North America,
production.
get on it ASAP, but Africa, oh, they can wait 15 years.
Yes. So
Something to
we
consider
funded
too.
it.
Something to consider too in this, guys, is you may not know this, but vaccine companies also are able to do, as part of their research. Okay, not all research. Vaccine research is a little different than regular pharmaceutical because regular pharmaceutical research is all done pre-market. Okay, they have to do all their research pre-market. The vaccine industry has something what they do, which is called post-market data. If you never heard of post-market data is basically, the layman's terms is they do their damage or no damage research from the product after it's been released to the public. Okay, so my fear for this, not that it may be not amazing thing, is that my fear is that for this particular shot, that the majority of their research is going to come from post-market data, meaning we're going to get it to the masses and then we're going to see what it does.
No, that data is going to come from other countries too. It's not going to come from America.
Not just here,
So,
yeah,
So
not just here.
So feel
that,
safe about taking it in America, but just
Listen,
know
bottom
it's
line,
coming
listen to
from.
your
So the
doctor.
trials for this,
Listen to your doctor. Don't listen to me.
the trials for this happened identically, and there was no shortcuts taken compared to every other vaccine. The only difference is typically you have those trials that last however long, 10 weeks plus, and then you have a huge length of time where you're waiting for it to be produced after it's approved. And the government came in and said, start production before it's approved, so the second it's approved, we can send it out. And if it doesn't get approved, we'll just throw it all away and start all over. So that's where the short time frame comes from.
A question on this. Now, I heard this through the grapevines about something. We were talking about the second dose, the second vaccine, if it doesn't quite work the first time. Had anybody heard anything about there's like the possibility of having some side effects after that? Like, I think it was like fever or something like that.
So
kind of flu-like symptoms?
Yes, there are some. So side effects typically with all vaccines happen in the first 10 weeks or 6 weeks, maybe between 10 and 6 weeks. We'll just go with that.
Can
so
I make
if you're
a
going to
quick
have any
statement
side
about it?
effects,
I'm sorry, I didn't want to be rude. I just want to make a quick statement that when you get the first and the second dose, the only side effects that I have noticed in my wife is a mild headache, which lasts less than 48 hours. You might have a possible fever, but she's diabetic and she suffers from, she's had a couple of, I guess, immunity issues, and that's really it. And a pain where the in the injection site that can last up to 3 days. And that's
Yeah,
really
those
the
are-
worst things that have happened to her. Like I said, the headache came and goes, but as far as the fever, it could have been that she was having a flare from like infections that she gets in her foot, and that could have been really it.
yeah, those are all really the side effects they've seen. And this actually has so many less side effects than all the other vaccines we've ever pushed out. And honestly, if you have a slight fever or a redness at the inside and some mild side effects, that's good. That means your body's responding to the vaccine and building those antibodies and memory cells. So it's
I
not
would love to know-
necessarily a bad thing that you have mild side effects. But the thing is that
could I ask you to do something for me? I'm serious. I would love to know what the doc says about it. Just the two words, just to loop it back. Ionic form. Ionic form. Ionic form. No, there's two things. Ionic form is the food, and I actually said it backwards. Ionic form is heavy metals you eat. You ingest it, it goes through your GI tract. That's ionic form. Shots, drugs of any kind, heavy metals and anything that you do intravenously or you inject is in the form of nanoparticles. Okay? That is the biggest thing when it comes to any drug. For our situation, we can't have any heavy metals introduced in my kid's body that is in the form of nanoparticles. The difference is this. Ionic form, heavy metals, picture a chain link fence at a baseball field. You got that?
Yep.
Now picture a 5-gallon bucket of baseballs. Okay? Throw it against the fence, the bucket of baseballs. Throw all the balls at the fence. That's ionic form heavy metals. Nanoparticles is a bucket of sand. Throw that bucket of sand at the chain link fence. You got it? The chain link fence in this analogy is the blood-brain barrier that keeps crap that you put in your body from going into your brain and causing hypoxia, ischemia, inflammation, lack of blood flow, so on and so forth. That can cause issues.
I have less to worry about in the mercury of fish that I eat than
100%.
Okay.
Because your body has a chain link fence around the brain to keep stuff out.
Yeah, because I eat lots of sardines.
Nanoparticles. I'm off in the weeds, and I'm sorry. Nanoparticles and heavy metals, and if you don't have, okay, if a person doesn't have particularly an MTHFR mutation, you're golden. But if you got, just like if you're diabetic, most people can eat a candy bar and a glass of orange juice, right, and nothing happened to them. But if you're diabetic, they're gonna cause some trouble. So you got.
Are you the dude that has the autistic child?
I do. My son has 13 genetic mutations, and we've been rocking this world for about 4 years. We have a team of neurologists and scientists, and we have.
So you know what's good.
I know what's good. I could talk circles around most doctors, and it's not their fault because they're not trained. No, most doctors don't know what nanoparticle is, and it's not their fault because they're not trained in it.
Yeah, they don't teach you certain things in school for a reason, man.
So like you've actually helped your son through nutrition, then? Like it's very.
If you want to hear it, I'll give you the 15-second rundown. Okay, and I won't say any more about it. There's a scoring system called the ATEC. That's how severe autism is. It's one way to score it. It goes from 0 to 150. At diagnosis, my son's score was 107 out of 150. He was severe. No eye contact, hand flapping, tiptoeing. He was asleep, vacant. He would not talk, nonverbal. He had horrible muscle tone. He couldn't do anything. All right. Through biomed intervention, diet, and supplementation, we got that score down from a 107 to an 89, which is a huge swing. That was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, excuse me. After that, through continuing working with our specialists and our team of people, functional doctors and neuroscientists and everybody else, and our own due diligence, and just basically becoming involuntary experts in this world, we continue to work with them through OT, ABA, PT, SLP, food therapy, all the acronyms, okay, and took it from the outside in with therapy. And then 2.5 years ago, we took him to the country of Panama, to the Stem Cell Institute, ran by a doctor named Dr. Neil Reardon, been there since 2006, and got mesenchymal stem cell infusions, 60 million stem cells, okay? That's from those are stem cells from the umbilical cord of C-sections, and now that's where it originates, and now they actually grow and reproduce their own cells. People go there for heart failure, arthritis, multiple sclerosis treatment, for all kinds of sports injuries, famous people all over the world. I met a billionaire I follow in business the first time I was there. The guy could go anywhere, he went there. After we took him there, my son, for his first round, his score went from an 89 down to a 22. All right, after stem cell.
Like almost knocked him off the fucking spectrum.
Now we just got back 2 weeks ago, and we did it again. So, and he's doing amazing. More verbal. He's more awake. He's more alert. He's trying to. I've never had a conversation with my son, right?
So what's he like? Have you tested the longevity of these shots? Like, have you gone like long intervals in between to see if he digresses or?
No, there's no. Yeah, it's been 2.5 years since his first infusion. There's no. Your body can't reject them because they're universal. You have mesenchymal stem cells in your body right now. Your mother passes them along to you at birth. All right.
But the cells, it's a cure then, right? It's like a bona fide cure.
It's a treatment. Right? It's a treatment. Okay, and cure is a really big word, but it's a yes and. It's for us. It's been the stem cell infusion, plus diet, plus supplementations, plus getting educated on what his genetic issues are, and avoiding stuff that would be bad for his genetic baseline, which is why I kept interrupting about the heavy metals. What kind of form are the heavy metals in? Because for us, if it's in the form of nanoparticles, we can't touch it because he has a genetic mutation that won't let him get rid of it, right? It just stores it up and will cause harm.
So with the vaccine with kids, it's not approved for kids at all. You can't. Your children can't get the vaccine right now. They are giving it to adults to kind of help build herd immunity for the kids, but there's nothing approved right now for kids to get the vaccine.
Because they're not getting sick anyway, so there really would be no point if the adults are getting like their shots and they're getting more immune to it. Then there would be no point for the kids to get it until
Right.
it's actually like down the road and they tweak with it and they make sure it's bona fide and safe.
And the kids
That's
aren't
what
having
I'm saying, man.
long-term
Making sure it's
complications.
Sorry, but mRNA is like so controversial. Like I don't know, man. I'm a little bit against. Like dude. Honestly, I'm fine for tried, tested, and true vaccines, but this shit is so new, and there's so many people who are having like serious side effects.
So Nash,
talking about infertility. And people,
Yeah, when ready.
I mean, like, and of course you're not going to give it to a child because the child needs to have their immune system build up in the like they can't. There is definitely a threshold when you can give a vaccine, especially an mRNA one, to a kid that's too young.
so Nashville's Drag and Drop in the YouTube chat is asking how much did it cost for the stem cell treatment?
The stem cell cost, your first time in, flights and everything, is going to run you about $20,000. Insurance will not cover it because you're in another country. Panama City, Panama, Ciudad de Panama es muy bonita. It's beautiful. And the facility is in the, tell you what, let me just do a link, if that's cool. I'll do a link to the website.
Yeah, that would actually be really cool.
That guy's that's
cool.
cool.
I actually listened to Mel Gibson talk about bringing his dad down there, who was like 91 years old at the time or something, and his dad was like on his deathbed, like he was talking about.
Listen, we've got friends that have multiple sclerosis that have gone down there. That friends that we've made since we've been down there. They have a 30-day protocol. You're there for a month getting these infusions. It does not cure MS because MS is not curable in the true sense of the word. But they'll go down there in a wheelchair, and at the end of the month, they're walking back on the plane. Because
that's a big deal.
That's huge.
Now here's the thing: if I was going to put my money in anything, I'm going to put it in stem cell, this mesenchymal stem cell therapy. But it will, and hear me out, never be allowed here in the United States because it
takes
would
away
make
too much money.
Y'all, they would kill 70% of pharma overnight.
That's what they were about weed, but they're like, we're good.
So that's why we went down there, but we've got, listen, guys, they've got. I mean, it's not just fly by night. They've been there since 2006. They've got people that literally have had paralysis, spinal injury and paralysis, that after 3 treatments over the course of 18 months, a pilot in particular got his legs back. You heard the story he talked about on the podcast. A pilot got his mobility back. I met a kid who got in a car wreck in August, and they were there for their first treatment. And just because of all the success stories of it. And
that would never be here.
No, because there's no money in curing or fixing. There's money in treating. That's the difference. So
there's so much because then your insurance goes up if you have pre-existing conditions.
Dictates your diet too.
Yep,
but
for
listen,
sure.
I'll drop a link in the YouTube comments to the website, and if anybody's interested in that, I can't recommend a stock because I don't know anything, but I can recommend you look at this website for this particular clinic because it has helped my son. It saved his life, and it's helping countless others. So that's where all my money is gone, y'all. I would be a wealthy man, but I've been spending about $50,000 a year on this kid, and he's getting better, and it's worth it.
Man.
It's money
really
well
quickly,
spent.
could you drop that link in the general chat too?
Yeah, I'll drop it in I'll drop it in the chat, and I'll drop it in YouTube. Cool. Thanks for letting me tweet.
I know.
Sorry, guys.
Appreciate it.
Kind of a side note, but with the flu vaccines, so the flu vaccine doesn't actually really protect you from getting the flu. Your flu shots protect you from spreading the flu. Because the incubation period is so fast with the flu, you're still going to get the flu even though you've had the flu shot if you're exposed, but it prevents you from transmitting it to people around you. And I don't think a lot of people understand that concept either.
What if you're just really healthy and you don't get the flu in the first place?
They're saying with the COVID though, you can still catch it and you can still spread it even though you take the vaccine.
This is what I mean.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they don't know they don't know the protection.
That's an excuse to get a fucking vaccine.
They don't know the protection on COVID,
like you still
and if
have
you
to
can
wear a mask
transmit it.
because you can
Yeah.
still,
Hey, influenza is not fucking malaria or.
But it's going to protect you from having all
in
of those
certain countries
long-term
it is
effects.
because they don't have the access to medicine like we do. So certain countries, influenza is like it does knock off people like malaria and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, but the flu
Not in
shot
the
isn't really
States, but-
protecting isn't really protecting necessarily you from the flu, but it's going to stop you from giving it to everyone around you. That's what the flu shot does.
Yeah, but if you don't get the flu because it can't host in your body because you just kill it before it grows too much. Like,
yeah,
this is what I mean. Like, why are healthy people having to take vaccines to prevent other people from getting sick because those people have
and COVID's a little bit different animal, just because
go on TV and tell you anything about nutrition or how you can, like, what did Ben Franklin say? Like, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
That's actually why they a lot of scientists say, I might be wrong, but a lot of doctors and people think that's why so many diseases broke out in early ages, like 1800s, early 1900s, is because they had shit nutrition. Their nutrition.
Oh yeah, I'm
was
sure
so bad.
that all plays a huge part of it.
And it's just it was like cleaning and stuff, and how they treated their food and where they stored it. It was just a lot of like stuff that was not like thought through, kind of thing.
Yeah, but COVID.
Look at the standard American diet these days, and you tell me that that's not fucking with testosterone levels and turning men into soy boys. And
oh yeah, exactly. That's what
shit.
they say. Read into soy. That
Like,
apparently like makes estrogen in a person's body. Like,
and guess what? If you eat chicken or beef that comes is like soy and grain fed, like, you're not doing yourself any good.
Nope.
The problem with COVID specifically, even if you're healthy, is the fact that your body isn't making those memory cells to trigger the autoimmune response.
Make those memory cells if you're getting the right amino acids and your essential fatty acids.
Yeah, but even super healthy people, it's just like a 50-50 shot if you're going to get good memory cells or bad memory cells, and it doesn't really matter a whole lot. The problem with the long-term effects is if you're healthy, you're going to have less long-term side effects of having COVID and the damage it does to your body. And if you're high risk, COVID might not kill you. And this happened to my aunt.
Giving the human body enough credit.
My aunt she has cerebral palsy, and she got COVID. She recovered from COVID, but because of all the damage it did to her lungs, she got pneumonia, and the pneumonia might kill her. So just because you're healthy, I 100% agree that you have a way better shot if you're healthy. But just because you're healthy with COVID doesn't mean that you're still not going to have a bunch of long-term side effects if your body isn't fighting it.
And I mentioned this the other day, but like a bunch of people that I worked with died from COVID. Like people that are in their 50s that have kids that traveled around and had like active lives. They died.
We're not arguing that COVID doesn't exist. COVID is real. Like, Brazil's getting fucking raped by it right now. Brazil has it the worst. We're just arguing that the vaccine's way too soon to know what the heck it's going to do for people, and they shouldn't be pumping it out. Like,
okay, what kind of disease?
Why don't we go back to
hold on a
stocks?
second.
Let's move back to stocks.
Let's move back to stocks, guys.
Hey, before that, I'll let everybody know I dropped the link they asked about the website for stem cell, but if you can't find it, it gets buried. It's just cellmedicine.com. Cell like cellular, cell medicine.com. So you can find it there.
My last comment is, with any vaccine and with any stock, before you make a decision, don't read what is on Facebook or what's on Reddit or what's in some YouTube retards talking about on a YouTube chat and Discord. Do your own due diligence and find credible sources and accurate information. Talk to your doctor before you make that decision, because there's just a ton of misinformation out there that is changing the narrative based on agendas.
Yep.
sorry, one last time. Cell energy.
Cell medicine.
Cell medicine.
CELL medicine.com. And we'll loop it back in the stocks. If by some crazy stroke of luck, the FDA and the AAP and the CDC and the LMNOQRP, whoever other letters decide they're going to allow mesenchymal stem cell therapy to be,
I'll invest in it ASAP.
I'm
100%.
liquidating everything I have and selling my house and putting it in it. But that's going to be a real long shot for that to happen, baby, because the real money is take 2 of these and see me in the morning, and then come back next month and I'll give you 2 more of these and see me next month. That's the money, not making it better.
Absolutely, brother.
I just love you guys. This is so productive. OCGN is at
Yeah.
18.5, by the way.
What does
Yes.
what does this mean to you? To date, Health Canada has granted market authorization only for the stem cell therapy Prochmal, Prochymal, Prochmal, to treat graft
Procamal.
versus host disease (GVHD), as well as 2 cell genotherapies, Crimera and Yescarta, to treat certain cancers. However, the most cell therapies are still experimental. This was in 2019.
Chimera, and it's going to, okay, what type of cell was it? It should be MYC something. Spell that again.
There was a Prochymal.
Prochimal. Different type of stem cell. The ones I'm talking about are referred to as MSC, Marion Sierra Charlie, mesenchymal cells. Those particularly come from the umbilical cord, because you have about 220 stem cells in your body, give or take, everything from lipid to bone marrow to skin to the
Wait a sec,
mesenchymal.
what happened, guys? I thought we were going back to stocks.
We're talking about if stem cell
Okay,
was allowed to be, if there was a stem cell.
Yeah, we're
stem
talking
cell was
about it
here.
in Canada now. Now I'm searching to see if there's any stem cell companies in Canada.
Stem cell stocks.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so but particularly what I would be looking for is mesenchymal stem cell therapy, because based off what our family's results and the people we know the results have been, and just the traction, because this stem cell clinic in Panama is the reason that the Hilton, this 65-story building, is the reason that hotel is even still running and making money, is because of that clinic, right?
Canada
Because they're in the
does
same
have
building.
it's called Stem Cell Technologies, but they're private and they've been around since 1993. So Canada does have we have been doing stem cell research, I guess. The States has been too, but they probably just keep it under wraps. They probably have it available for all the rich people. Like, come in, take this shot quick, keep your mouth shut. Guarantee the States has it.
Well, they
probably
fly.
just
They
keep it
fly
under
out. They
wraps.
fly to India. They fly to Panama. They fly a lot of Americans fly to people from the States and Canada fly to Panama to this clinic, because you run into. I mean, there's just people from the U.S. everywhere when you get to that hotel. They're all over the place, and they fly down there to get treatment for just about everything under the sun. But the problem is, again, it's, I mean, Mel Gibson, I hate to quote the guy because he's whatever, but he was right. He says it's criminal that we don't have this available here in the States.
Guys, let me chime in on the stock.
I think he's less crazy than, I think the whole Mel Gibson's kind of off his rocker was a media stunt, so people stopped listening to him.
Oh yeah, that's Hollywood trying to ban him from Hollywood. He got blacklisted.
Let me chime in here. For those holding AMC, you have to be careful. That giant Chinese firm that invested in AMC, they've already converted their shares. They're going to sell them.
Okay.
And AMC probably going to go back down to like $2.50 again after they sell their shares.
That's the case. I'm picking it up.
Yep.
Wow.
People aren't done going to the movies, man. People are still gonna pay $20 for popcorn and buddy. Come on, who are we kidding?
I can't wait to go back to the movies. I get that recliner, get my waiter coming.
If anything, this helped
beer and
AMC
bar
get
food. I can't wait.
out of debt for the year, right? They took the money they got and got out of the debt. They cleared off their books, balanced out everything, and now they're good to go for profit in my eyes, if that's the case.
GME looks like
wiped out shitload of debt, probably.
Did they issue new shares?
Wait, GME did not wipe out debt because they didn't issue shares.
Yep.
You can't say they wiped out debt just because their stock price went up. They had to sell shares to get money. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
I think they were mentioning AMC. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but
they were talking about AMC wiping off debt.
Yeah. Did they issue new shares? Because that's the only way they benefit if their stock goes up.
No, they already did that. AMC did that a while back. Yeah. But now this giant Chinese investor, they're converting their shares to get ready to sell them. And they're probably selling them right now today.
It's quick money for rich people, man, because you got to think they're dealing with millions of dollars. So if it grows 50 cents, if it grows $1, that's big money to them. They'll take it every time. They don't take chances. They have their risk calculated. So obviously they're going to sell off their shares if they see that 100% profits in a day, right? And then if it drops, even better for them because they get to buy tomorrow at a low and do the same thing. That's how they work.
I put a list of stem cell companies in the general, if anybody wants to do research on them.
Yeah, stem cells worth getting in my opinion, stem cell is worth getting educated on as far as investment because in California, about 5-6 years ago, California got a $1 billion grant from the government, and they were researching embryonic and fetal stem cell, and they've scrapped that, and they still have about $250 million plus that they're studying just mesenchymal stem cell therapy. So, I mean, rest assured, if there's a way for a company to make money off of this and then allow it to be used, it's going to be an insane return if you can get in on that. But just something long term, keep your eye on and kind of have that in your ether.
Talking about investing, you should probably search up the public stem cell companies. There's a few of them apparently, but you know a lot about it, so you'd be able to depict what's good and what's not for sure. So
I'm looking
there
for
is public.
mesenchymal. I'm looking for a company that does mesenchymal stem cells,
Yeah,
or
look through them because there's a few public ones right now, and some of the market cap is around, I don't know when this article is, but 400 mil, 450 mil, 470 mil. So like, yeah, you should definitely read into the public ones if this is the case.
yeah, there's
197
something
mil.
there. There's something there for that as far as stock is concerned. But I just know there's a lot of obstacles that are going to have to be knocked down before it'll make that pop. Back on topic, GME's holding at 59 for a hot minute. We think this is a new shelf. We're going to be here for a while.
We'll see tomorrow. Whatever's supposed to happen tomorrow.
I think we'll be here until tomorrow or the next day. I think there's gonna, in my personal opinion, I think it's gonna start rising back up. I do think there's a parabolic curve happening, and I think right now we're just kind of right at the bottom of the cup. Personally,
I want to ask you about the parabolic curve. Do you think we are? If you look at the chart, I was looking at this over like the last 2 weeks. Do you think we're just seeing a massive cup right now that's just creating a massive bottom?
Personally, that's what I'm going with. Seems like that's going on to me. Whether that's right or not, I guess we'll see. But
I feel like it's that scene from Twister. Remember Twister with Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt? At the very end, they were trying to find the tornado that they saw on the radar, and they can't see it because the tornado is so big, it literally takes up their entire field of vision. Everything they see is a tornado at the very end of the movie.
Yeah, they're in the eye of the storm, right? Yeah.
They can't see it. I feel like if that's the case with this parabolic curve, it's like, well, where is it? Where's the dip? Oh my God, the whole thing is a cup. It's too big. I didn't see it.
Right, right. So I don't know. I started trading I've been trading since I was 18, but I only started getting really invested until just recently. So don't listen to me.
Yeah, I'm a monkey. Don't listen to me either.
Well, the overall with the GME situation, pretty much if they didn't cover up until now, it's basically they either got to cover fully tomorrow or they got to spend $22 billion to push their shorts out continuously again. So we're really right now at the cusp to say, okay, if they've been bullshitting, if the S3s have been lying and all that other crap, that all comes to light tomorrow, guys. So,
well, I heard that if they are at failure to deliver, they have 13 days to resolve that. So that's a lot more time.
Yeah, they just get all the time.
Yeah, theoretically that 13 days. Yeah, I got you with that. But what I'm saying is how the information comes out to us every 15 days with the actual shorts. Okay, we've been going on information that came out fairly, almost right now, a month ago as of tomorrow. So with that being said, the new shorts are coming out. If it's coming out tomorrow that the shorts are actually still short, that it's above 100%, that means that they've been lying. And not just lying to us that we kind of know, they've blatantly been lying to the general public, and the news has been lying for them. If that's the case, then we have an influx of everybody that got out is going to come back in on that being said, because that right there just shows the world that they are up shit's creek without a paddle and been trying to cover. So if they don't want that to happen, if they have not been able to cover through all these lower ladder attacks, whatever you guys want to call them, they literally will either have to, one, pay out $22 billion to be able to push these shorts out, or two, they have to start buying back shares tomorrow, and you're going to see a price raise. Now, how far up that price raise is going to go, is all going to depend on how much they have covered up until this point.
What are the odds that what are the odds that
You-
they fudge these numbers, or is that illegal?
Listen, okay, this is it. You guys got two different narratives out there. You got one narrative out there that says everybody says, "Hey, the squeeze has already happened. Look at this. It's rising, it's falling, and yes, it looked like it could have possibly been a squeeze, but it was also stopped." That being said, as much other side of the batch of media that's out there, there's it's not what everyone is saying, it's what's not been saying. Like, we've been going through earnings. I play a lot of options with earnings, and I can be fairly successful when it comes down to earnings on which way it's going to go, just based off of the tools that I've used. That being said, for the last 2 weeks, the earnings have not moved that like they
talking about
should
GME
have.
here? I just came back
Not
to it.
just with GME. I'm talking across the board and
So I
the
was going to
whole
ask, when you make
market
up
as
the
a whole.
minus 1.95 beta on GME, that would mean nobody's selling it. Everybody's holding, no?
Yeah, but I mean, that's also institutions wrapped up. That's also bigger players. That's not just retail investors when you're coming to that. Yeah. So
That would
so
also, you could also look at it as
Thanks,
not
Mouse.
enough as shares in circulation as well, no?
yeah, but then again, like I said, you're getting all this information from S3. S3 is just the co-conspirator that works for the
Oh, no, I'm just looking at the
DTCC.
daily beta charts on
Oh, yes, yeah.
Apple.
You can go off all that, yeah. So
By
that's
the
what
way,
you guys,
Mouse,
if you guys don't want, if you guys do not know, I would tell you right now, before you guys go any further with your guys' investing, if you want to get anywhere successful into options trading and this and that, and a lot of you guys talk with penny stocks. If you guys are in penny stocks, a lot of you guys would be successful in options, because options and penny stocks are similar in concept. They're just, options are more of companies that you actually thoroughly know. So that being said, before you guys jump any further into trading stocks on a technical level, learn the Greeks. I'm sure you guys heard it before, and one very good book I can preach to all you guys is, I would what is it called? I am sorry, guys. Hold on, let me look it up on my Audible here. I believe it is called.
and Mouse, by the way, I love it when you jump in and love the
I love it
insights.
too.
I'm usually here, guys. I'm just
I
busy,
know.
man. I'm very busy to where I can't comment on every single thing. Okay,
Hey, Mouse.
a good book for you guys to before I get cut off. The best book you guys can get into if you guys are going to take stock market seriously, George S. Carlson, The Richest Man in Babylon. Okay, make that your
Nice.
daily Bible. Okay, every week make a 3.5 hour block when you guys are working out, doing something else. Every single week, read that book, listen to that book, and make those 7 ways and the 5 ways of success that they are taught in that book ingrained into your head, because you use the Greeks are in everything from our mathematics to our religion to our arts. Everything comes from the Greeks.
Mouse, you're the one who mentioned OCGN last week, right? Thank you so much.
Did I? I don't know.
I
I can't
think you
remember if I
did.
did. I
Yeah.
don't know. I might have been in the conversation. I don't know if I did or didn't. So,
Okay.
but then again, I do have a lot of information
What's
I
the
go
book
through
called
on a
again? Is
daily.
it George S. Carlton?
Yeah, George S. Carlson,
Carlson?
CLASON, The Richest Man in Babylon.
I have a question though. I don't know if you might know, possibly on the top of your head, or at least know where to find find any kind of legality with it. But what are the like chances that they might try to fudge numbers so that way it looks like they're covering their shorts? Like, is there any chance they could do that?
Don't be naive. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Don't be naive. They're already fudging numbers. The S3, where you get your numbers from, and where everybody else directly gets numbers from, those numbers come directly from the DTCC. And now, whatever kind of information, whatever kind of percentages they want to put down and see fit to be able to fudge, to be able to put down, that's what they do. The information we have and the information hedge funds have and the DTCC has is 2 different things.
So there's so that report that's supposed to come out tomorrow there's a good possibility there could be fudging numbers on it.
It will be closer than anything we have seen in the last 15 days. But then again, now you have to see, now we have those numbers tomorrow, but now the hedge funds and the DTCC has everything from the last week to 10 days. They're always ahead of us.
I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a mind fudge for people.
Well,
and
tomorrow's
I'm
really
hoping that
it,
people
guys.
can get over it. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, guys, tomorrow's really it. If tomorrow you guys don't start seeing the spike, you don't start seeing a raise, just plan on taking GME, honestly, and converting it over into your long term. Because long term with Ryan Cohan, what he's trying to do with the company, I mean, as of right now, without anybody else's evaluation, without Ryan, without him doing anything else, just with their forethought and plan, this stock should be somewhere in between 125 to to $425. Now,
Not
that being
financial
said,
advice.
yeah, not financial advice, guys. Now, put in the whole concept with Ryan, what they're trying to do, basically with the contracts they already have with Microsoft, Sony, and everybody else, and what they're going to do with the stores that are going to remain. I mean, the potential is limitless, essentially. I mean, you can range somewhere, if you want to be a bear on that, say, 24 months from now, you can say $400 a share. But if you want to be a full on out bull, you can say, okay, technology is going to advance within the next 2 to 5 years. They're going to integrate VR into their actual storefronts that they have.
Into esports or whatever too as well.
Which they will and already have access to, because they already
hold
have
events
those
there,
contracts.
Then they become like real estate revenue as well, because
Exactly.
now big esports people, they want to hold their event at GameStop. Let's say if they have a big enough store. There's a lot of stuff they could do with it.
Yeah, I don't want to damper on anyone's parade, but if something doesn't happen this week, I would honestly say just keep your eye on it. Be very, mindful of it over the few weeks to a month or so. But honestly, if it's anything of this week, I would just put it in your long-term portfolio. It's going to be
that's
something.
my plan. Worst comes to worst, I have to double down and I sit on it.
And they will start paying out dividends again, so you guys will understand. They did. From my assumption, I believe they did stop because of the whole they were getting shorted too much, this and that. But when they were paying dividends, I was in it in like early 2000s, and I never had a problem with them. They always paid faithful. I think it was 3 or 4 times a month, or not a month, a year.
Is that
at like 8% or something I was reading too, which
legit?
was pretty good.
Is that place Vax legit? Does anybody know? It's like a stock group, one of these private groups that you can subscribe to for stock advice. Vax.
I try not to get too much stock advice, to tell you the truth. I try to, look at economics and just numbers and just play theories. When you start getting information from here and there, and like all the information you get off Reddit, and sometimes it's way too much, and you just gotta okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this particular place, if anybody knows.
But no,
I just saw it because they have it.
Are they just straight information, or are they one of those people that kind of pitch? You pay $30 a month to listen to them pitch stuff.
I'm just saying they have GameStop listed as a 6 to 12 month projection of $400. So I'm wondering just if anybody knows that this place has any credibility. That's all. Yeah. Vax, I guess.
Hey, Mouse, do you have any thoughts on AMC? I don't know if he's still here.
I think the mouse mic dropped. He just lit a knowledge bomb on us. Then.
Seriously.
Yeah, damn.
I love when he does that.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you, buddy. That was a lot of great info.
So good.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, hello. Sorry about that, guys.
Yes.
Yeah. I heard you guys in the background. Sorry, I'm doing something. I'm at my office right now. What did you guys say though? What was it?
I was asking if you have any thoughts on AMC.
To my knowledge, like I'm kind of in the boat with a few other people right now. I don't see AMC doing anything too much unless we have a GME spike this week. Honestly, AMC was just the bucket stock to GME. So honestly, if GME doesn't pop off, I don't see AMC doing anything. Okay, now this is not any advice at all, and this is a very coming from a unreliable source. But like, if he bets on something 10 times, maybe 6 out of the 10 he's correct. He heard something about AMC trying to get into the esports commerce to where there's going to be some kind of Chinese company that's going to buy out AMC. In the long run, we're talking about like 24 months from now, though, and eventually going to turn in the movie theaters into arena-like for tournaments. But again, like I said, this source is just like 6 out of 10 times. Sometimes he comes up with some good shit. So
thanks.
But if you're holding it, I would say don't hold it. If you can get out with a profit. But if you're $16 bought in right now, yeah, you might want to sell out. I've heard they diluted their shares again, but again, this isn't something I have researched today, so I don't know about that.
Thanks. I think I'm holding.
Yeah,
Appreciate that info.
if you're
They're
in the
not going
bucket,
bankrupt. Do you know if they had cleared their debts or not from this past year, or is that information available?
I haven't done
For
any more
AMC?
I haven't done any research on it right now. That's something I'm going to get into this week after I get past these other few little things I got to get into. AMC was just one of those stocks for me that I honestly just bought in, already being in with GameStop, and then it kind of just popped up after everybody else started jumping in. So that's the only reason I bought in AMC.
I'm pretty sure they cleared their debt. I saw that.
That would be
Yeah,
huge for
I'm
them if they did
assumably.
clear
Yeah, I
their
think
debt
they
now.
sold 70 some or 71 million or something like that. I've seen some kind of news article with 71 in it. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I saw
So yeah, no.
All good info. Appreciate it.
I try. I'm not an expert, man. No financial advice is given here. I'm just giving suggestions.
Understand that. Understand it.
Hey Mouse, people want to follow you. It looks like. Is there a way people can follow you anywhere?
I'm in the process of setting things up. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, folks are asking in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if anything's live.
Yo, who got them diamond hands? Who's not for sale?
I got them sweaty hands.
Sweaty diamond hands. Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop. Diamond hands.
I'm holding with these dirty hands right now, bro.
Yo, my hands are pizza hands. So I'm eating pizza right now.
Yum.
Oh, we're back over 59, back to 60. The sweat's residing just a bit.
Yeah.
Just don't drop that soap.
I ain't for sale.
I mean, I am for like $1,000 a share, but you know.
That's cheap.
No, I'll at 1,000, at either 900 or 1,000. I'll cover my buy-ins with Nokia, AMC, GME. I'll cover all that if it does go up to that, and then I'll write out the rest, kind of thing. I'll just make sure I cover that just to get out and just be like, okay, I'm good. Maybe with a small profit, but then I'll ride the rest to see what happens.
If you guys haven't done so, you guys need to start researching what covered calls are. And the basic simplicity of covered calls is basically making sure you sell out your base minimum of what you bought in with, and then anything extra after that, you let it ride. So basically, therefore, it pays for itself. And let your people know. I don't have the YouTube up. I thought my people already had this YouTube up. They don't. It's up, but there's nothing on it. So just let whoever was interested in following, if they are, just check back like sometime next week. I'll have some things up.
Will you drop a link somewhere so I can post it just so they can maybe subscribe if they want to follow? There's somebody on there that wants to follow that.
Like, I'm not even mad
I
about
can do that.
Sorry. I'm not even mad about Nokia if they start paying dividends again, to tell you the truth. I'll probably end up dropping more money in Nokia if they start paying dividends again.
I actually totally forgot that I still have Nokia stock on my other brokerage on Stash. I forgot that I have all those investments too, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't dropped Nokia yet, so I'm hoping they do pay out dividends. I am honestly impressed that Doge is still like, it's still staying in that 7, 9, 8 mark. That's like the most.
It's doing good. Mm.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it since I've followed it stay that long at that high, and I think it'll continue. I think the 10-cent mark is actually very possible if it
I
continues.
think you are 100% right, in my opinion, my uninformed opinion. Yep.
Yeah, it's just been like the pattern it's been following. It'll go up, like it'll fluctuate between like 2 cent difference, and then it'll just slowly go up. Yeah, I mean, I know it makes no sense, highly volatile, and it's still really a huge risk. So I'm not advocating for
I'll
it.
say
But
the biggest risk with Dogecoin is to the people that plan on just buying it, sitting on it, and see what happens in the future. The biggest risk is forgetting your password.
oh yeah.
Watch out for that. I forgot my password on Coinbase, on Kraken. I'd made this stuff like 5 years ago, and yeah, I have no way of accessing that now. So thank goodness I'd only invested like, I think like $500 in crypto back then. So like I'm like whatever, forget about it.
Only 5 back then.
It was in like Litcoin and like it was in Litcoin, I want to say. And I want to say I did leave it on Quadra rigs. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm not too worried about actually getting into those accounts since that guy went and partied my money away. I'm thinking. But yeah, be very careful with passwords and what sites you use, because if you forget your password, you will be locked out for life.
I really wish Biscuit was in here so we could get it to the moon for Doge.
Yeah, we need to know what the camel says. I need a camel.
Camel coin.
Seriously.
Camel crew needs a camel.
And I just started using this Coinberry. Nothing but bad experiences. There's times when the stuff is just like very volatile and you can't even sign in. It's like, and they only trade like 4 cryptos. It's like Bitcoin, Etherium, and like 3 other ones I've never even heard of. Me personally, I'm not messing with the crypto. I'm good. I'm pretty comfortable with stocks and my mindset with that.
The crypto stuff, especially with Tesla investing so much, I wonder if Tesla's worried that the U.S. dollar could devalue. Because I was reading that thing that Tame posted, I don't know what it was, the Tesla document with all the stuff on there, and it was just talking about. I read on a little bit about that the U.S. dollar hasn't always been dependable or something like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's gonna get devalued. They're printing so much of it. It's getting devalued for sure.
Yeah.
The only thing to offset that extra money going into circulation is for interest rates to remain low. That's the only, as far as the Fed's concerned, as I see it, the only choice they have is to keep interest rates cheap in order to
Did you
offset
guys
how
watch
much
the
money.
cold fusion video I posted about it?
And the Fed.
The cold fusion video does a really good job of explaining what the negative outcomes would come of this whole thing.
Just a heads up about the printing of money thing. For those who don't know what M0, M1, M2 is, but the M1 money spike was a combination of stimulus and people pulling M2 into M1. It doesn't necessarily mean they printed the money, because that would mean that the M0 would have skyrocketed. But if you look at the M0 versus the M1, it looks like a lot of money just went into checking accounts. Like, it didn't actually get printed out in physical cash. If there's nothing to spend your money on, people, it's the way I see it. As long as it stays in the digital system, it doesn't really affect inflation.
Everything is digital. There's only $4 trillion of real, actual, hard cash that's actual worthwhile currency. The other $48 trillion is just basically IOUs.
So in the influx of whatever form, if they increase the number of whatever you're talking about, in this case dollars, if they increase the amount in any form, it can lead to inflation or hyperinflation. That's why I said before, the only way to offset that is to keep interest rates low.
Yeah, well, I'm going to post a link to Graham Stephan's explanation about it, because I thought the same thing too at first, but once he broke it down and explained the movement of money and why we saw that huge spike, I could breathe easy again. So I'm going to share it. Yeah, I'm going to share it in general and in the YouTube chat. Graham's fucking smart, man. That kid's good with his money, so I trust the guy.
So guys, I don't want to go back to the vaccine talk, but I did get information from my sister that I'll post in the general chat, and she said it is nanoparticles.
Yeah, so that's what I figured, because there's not any shots of that caliber that don't use nanoparticle forms of heavy metals. They have to, if that's what they're using. No, I'm holding my nanoparticle position, if anybody's wondering.
I posted Mouse's information on the YouTube link. So
yeah, I just got that up and going. I'll get either on it or I'll get my people on it this weekend. So I'll start putting content on there for you guys little by little, but it's going to be very, very slow. I'm really, really busy.
But you're getting some subs today.
Mouse has people.
Not that many. It's not like
Baller. That's baller. I don't have it. Well, I got
my type of people work under the table. I don't run a Fortune 500 company.
All right, I'm posting that video in general and then the YouTube chat right now.
So I know it's a little bit off topic, but has anybody heard anything on Workhorse recently?
With how big Tesla is, my whole view on other EVs, if you can get them low and you want to bet on them, yeah, but you should really let the consumer market catch up with the actual production in my eyes. But that's just the way I think of EVs. Like Tesla, yeah, they plan to have big production plans, so they're obviously, I don't know, they're very hard to evaluate, because are they overpriced or are they just ahead of their evaluation by a little bit and eventually catch up and grow even more? But with stuff like Workhorse and stuff, you got to remember there's still gasoline car companies that are not going to go away without a fight, right? Like Volkswagen and stuff that have money way more than Workhorse to pour into their vehicle sector. So
To me, like before dumping money into stuff like Workhorse, I would definitely let the consumer market catch up with the actual production of it. That being said, I initially went with Neil back in March just for the sole reason the Chinese government backs them. That's why I went with Neil, because I was like, if anybody's going to say no to Tesla, it's going to be Chinese because they have incentives in China with Neil. And they might try to look to combat Tesla. And that was my interest in Neil. But when it comes to Workhorse, they have a huge competition to go through.
The only reason why I asked is there was supposed to be something. I heard something about a pretty large government contract or something that there's a possibility that it might go to Workhorse.
Is Workhorse focusing more on just like everyday like consumer vehicles like sedans and stuff? Because that was also my other focus in like EVs. Like if I want to be safe about EVs, I'm going to stay away from the sedan side of things. I'm going to look to see who's going to be looking to make EV school buses or EV garbage trucks and that kind of side of the sector, which I think BYDDF was one of them, but I can't remember. You got to research what they're trying to do. But I think that's where they were kind of smart about it. And it's like, okay, I'm not going to compete with this. I'm going to go for the government money, and I'm going to make electric stuff like that the government needs for vehicles, which I thought was a pretty good view on the EV industry. Why go with the competition when you can take over a certain sector of it, right?
Guys,
I think it was a USPS
OCGN has
contract.
530 million people in volume, or well, 530 volume, 530 million volume, and it just keeps going up.
CCIV, is that what you're talking about?
OCGN.
Thank you. Yeah, this 16.9, 16.8 range is where it was an hour ago. It got up to 18. Well, y'all can see the chart, same as me. I'm not going to pay anything new. Nice. Oh, I forget who was talking. Her sister's the doctor that got the information back on the shots. Thank you for that, and hats off to your sister for knowing the difference between ionic and nanoparticle form. Your sister does, in my opinion, absolutely knows what she's doing. My hats off to her. She's an informed physician in my experience.
Yeah, she does a really, really good job, and she is 100% like, my dad watches a lot of Fox News, so he gets a lot of Fox News information, and she does not spread things unless she 100% know that it's accurate.
Yeah, that's strong. Just the that she knows the difference it puts her head and shoulders above the rest of the doctor game.
I linked in general, I put the 2 links in that she had in the thread I posted, if you guys wanted to look a little bit more into it and do your due diligence.
Hey, I got a question for everybody. We're all diamond hands. We're all holding. We're all doing. We've all just decided. We're all thinking the same way here. But I was curious. Does anybody have a number that the shares they're not going to hold on to? Anybody have a number that they would sell if it got to? GME. I'm talking about GME. I'm talking about GME. I'm diamond handed on GME. I'm holding it till I'm dead, of course. But the question is, if GME went up to a certain number, does anybody have a number that is like, well, I'll dump a few?
But the whole point is we hold so the hedge funds don't get their hands on the shares.
Yeah, and Tame, not everybody has enough money to day trade, so.
Probably, but they can't cover if they can't cover what they can't buy, right? That's the whole point. So they can cover their interest, but they can't get out of their short position without buying shares.
Yeah, and the other thing is timing the market's still kind of tricky. You know, sometimes you can get it right, sometimes you can't. Yeah.
No, but the more you hold, the worse position they're in, really. So the more interest they pay, the longer this thing gets, drawn out, and the more money it costs them, right?
Here's
My
what
money's
happened.
in my account. It's at a standstill. It is what it is, right?
I'm not talking in theory. I'm talking about here's what happened the other day. Hedge funds exercised a ton of shares, and then bam, Robinhood opens up the restrictions and allows people to buy. The stock price goes to 80. Hedge funds sell their shares. Hedge funds make about $20 profit per share. Even though they were shorting, they exercised, sold, profit. They're not always losing money, even if you're holding shares.
It's what I would be doing right now too. I would be looking for other means to fund in case I do have to buy GameStop back at $800 or whatever the case is. That's exactly what I'd be doing right now. I'd be affecting the price, and I'd be looking for other means, if it's Dogecoin or buying and reselling GME, just to get that account going and growing, just in case I do have to buy it back. I'm not going bankrupt. I'm going to be able to, I'm funding it right now for the near future to buy back GameStop, because I did screw myself if I'm the hedge fund, and now I got to buy my way out of it so I don't go into deep water kind of thing. So I do not doubt they're doing that, not one bit, but they're definitely going to have trouble buying back the stock that everyone's holding if that's the case.
And these hedge funds have leverage against us. If Robinhood wants us to give them back their stocks from a margin call, we have to. But these hedge funds, they can negotiate with the clearinghouses, brokerage firms across the United States. Their investors are really wealthy and have a lot of influence. There's a reason Citadel paid Yellen to be a speaker for their events. They knew Joe Biden could be president one day. She's Treasury right now, so if she's monitoring the situation, but she was paid by a hedge fund group, it's going to be very corrupt. And this stuff doesn't get resolved for like 4 or 5 years.
Oh yeah, I expect it to be, and I expect to hold for as long as possible. I'm gonna go back to work in about a couple of weeks, and I'm just gonna get back into my investing game again. What I was initially focused on. I gotta rebuy a few things. It should take me, I don't know, 3-4 months to get my position back, but oh well. I'm holding. See what happens to GameStop, and maybe it does pay out, and then maybe that's.
So, are you holding? Do you think that the price will never go down on GameStop? Is that why you're holding?
Honestly, I'm hoping it will go down because it's a position I bought. It's kind of embarrassing, so I'm hoping it will go down so I can just friggin' re-up and get my average down.
So, mathematically speaking, if you know it's going to go down, why not sell it now? Buy and sell other stocks.
Because I'm not dealing with like $100 here and there like you. I'm dealing with like $8,000 on the line for GameStop, so I'm down $5,000. I'm not gonna sell that. No, fuck no.
I know, but you could have sold already, and you could have leveraged in at the share that we bought at 4.5 and tripled your money. You would have been in profit.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, but that's
to the guy who was
hindsight.
asking about
And
nanoparticles.
Still tricky.
The guy who was asking about nanoparticles. What's your Discord name?
Nashville.
Okay.
But yeah, I already have like 4 different accounts. Each one I just start with like $800 or $1,000 and see which one I can grow to 10,000 faster.
Best of luck, man. Be careful with volatility and options. Make sure you get it on the low, right?
Anybody else have any stocks they want to talk about?
Yeah, I always buy on the low. That's why I didn't buy GameStop at like 300, 200. I bought it low. People who bought GameStop on the high think it's going to go to 1,000 because of some stuff they read on Reddit are the ones that are probably new to investing. You don't buy stocks on the very high when there's literally thousands of other tickers on the low.
But the thing is, everyone truly believed it was a short squeeze, and they're logical for thinking, the math is right. If they hear the company's getting shorted 140% more than what the company's worth, they're pretty logical for thinking that it's gonna go through the roof. It's not a bad play.
It probably would have if there wasn't all those
If they didn't halt it, oh yeah, then
intervening
the
measures.
people would all actually would have missed out. They actually might have gotten, they wouldn't have had the chance to buy in at 300 if it didn't get halted and all that too. So there's two ways of looking at it really. But now with everything's going on, if there is a bunch of paper hands, then yeah, you are
Dude,
a
if they
bad
didn't
holder.
if they didn't halt trading, it would have gone like out of
Yeah.
control. And
Yep.
people didn't know that they were going to stop halt trades. Like that's never happened before.
So yeah. So people were logical buying in at that point. Like it was not a dumb decision. They seen 150% short interest, and they did some retarded math in their head, but that retarded math was most likely pretty good. It's just it would have been the fact if they got too greedy or not. That's where they would have lost. Right?
Except there's one major flaw here. Okay, nobody in Wall Street Bet paid for the real short interest. Okay, that number could have been delayed, and the hedge funds could have already covered, and people were basing it off of an old statistic.
Yeah, the short interest I read from when did it come out? I want to say mid-January it came out was 88%. That's the short interest I read off of an app I pay for, Data Melon. So
has anyone discussed the terms that
88%
like
is still
the
pretty
term how we use retard in terms of Reddit definitions? We might want to clarify that on the YouTube.
We took back the word. It's no longer associated with Down syndrome people because they don't deserve that. They're actually probably smarter than us because they don't invest in penny stocks and stuff. So we took back the word. Retard is now related to stupid investors, I guess.
We may want to add that maybe in our description on the YouTube channel, just because I saw some comments that people were confused why we were using those terms.
It is.
Yeah,
It's
cringy.
inflammatory.
Yeah, I don't personally like it, which is why I haven't.
I don't use the term myself personally. This is Tim
I'm not gonna lie. I've used it all my life, and I've never used it once to describe a Down syndrome person. I've always used it to describe stupid people's stupid decisions or stuff they do. Like that's retarded. That I've never used it to really describe a person. Always stupid decisions or to describe myself.
I'm just saying opinions. Go ahead.
That way, but because my partner has a cousin who has Down syndrome, and it is really problematic, like for him, like he's just will not basically like stand for it to be used. So I've had to adjust my perception because I didn't know how like
I also grew up heavy on sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you. So it's also where I come from
but
with
just
words.
because that's your experience doesn't mean it's everybody's experience, and you shouldn't
Exactly.
speak for other people. And some people do find that term offensive. It's kind of like equated to the N-word. So I'm just saying, like,
Exactly.
explain it, because I've actually had a problem with it. I haven't said anything about it because I'm trying to like just be like it's probably related to something that I'm missing, but I actually really hate that word.
Well,
I think it's good to just address that there is a difference of opinion on this and that it is considered like a slur.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I think we
confident
need
with
to
my morality and where I'm at in life, so the words I use is really does not
Yeah,
dictate
just
the person
because
I
you
am.
are though doesn't mean that I don't know you. So like if
Exactly.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
so that's why I'm saying explain
I think we
it
just
to
need
people.
to clarify what
Yeah.
the definition on Reddit is and how those terms are used, specifically when it comes to investing in
the
stocks,
French word
because it's a very specific thing on the Reddit. On the Reddit,
Yeah,
for
like
sure.
reference that it's from the Reddit, that it's a term that they're using, because if there's no background on that, then I don't know where you're coming
If I'm
from.
being honest, it's not just a term from Reddit. It's a term I've been using my whole life.
Yeah. So as you've been saying, everybody's experience with that's going to be entirely different. Right?
French.
I've been trying to
Look at
say this for the
French.
past like 5 minutes. Can I please just say it? Okay, everyone's experience is going to be different, so you have to recognize that the other way. Okay, I'm old enough that I use this word when working on cars. We don't have distributors on cars anymore, but we've used this word simply to mean to slow something down or turn it back, and that's what the word means to me. Now I know it's going to mean different things to everybody, and we have to recognize that both ways.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
comes from the French word that means late.
The fact that we don't want to associate it
i.e.
with Down syndrome people is a very positive thing.
Like I'm not saying just like throw the word around, but I mean like there is
I'm
a lot of stigma behind a lot of words. Like look at marijuana, for example. The word marijuana offends people. Like there's lots of people out there who just don't like hearing that word, or it being doesn't like it. I don't know. Like
No, I get like what I'm asking for is just clarify where like how you're using it, because then that gives me more backdrop. Like I have
okay, here's
Well, I'm
an
not being
example.
rude, but it's in the context.
No. Here's a perfectly good example. Tame was right. Those who bought in on OCGN today were the R word because they were late to the party.
No, if they got in this morning when I started the streaming showing about it, even at $10, that would have been a good buy.
Oh, but what I was saying is
But
when
those
it was
who
at
bought it,
like
like
16, 17, you were like, those who are getting in now are the R word.
Yeah, if
And
somebody's
you
buying
were-
at $16 to $18 per share, I'm not calling them the R word. I'm saying that they should not be investing at this moment if they're buying stocks at their all-time high when there's other options out there.
I think we just need to throw out what the Reddit definitions are, and if you want to use it, then that's fine.
Yeah.
If you don't want to use it, that's also fine.
What are the
I just
Reddit
need to give
definitions?
context of the Reddit definitions so people understand where those terms came from and how
Yeah.
we're using them.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's literally that's what I'm trying
It's
to
a
get at.
cultural
Yeah,
thing.
no, you're right. My definition of and I'm just gonna say the words so that everybody knows what I'm talking about. To me, the
Say it for
definition
you if you like. Retard.
the word retard to me is defined as something that is either slow to react to something or late.
Like I think of 100 things in my head when I think of retard before I think of a Down syndrome person. I think of Donald Trump, retard. I can think of the SEC, retard. The Trailer Park Boys, they're great to watch, but a bunch of retards. Like it's so many things.
Yeah, both you guys are from Canada too, and I think it's a little different up in Canada.
Well, hold on,
isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Hold on a second.
Probably. I don't know.
Usually a lot of people say stupid shit when they don't take the time to think about what they're going to say. So for someone to be a retard by, reacting to something slowly isn't an attack on their intelligence.
Can we
It
move
is
back
what
towards
it is.
stock a little bit rather
Yeah,
than
let's go back. Thanks. I agree.
let's just go back stocks rather than trying to redefine offensive words.
Yeah, because I don't think that wasn't my point. My point was just like, hey, just put the reference point so people understand where you're coming from. That's it. I'm not trying to edit anybody. Like you do you because that's what you choose to do. I've given my opinion on the word, and all I'm asking is for a reference so that if other people come out here, they know what you're talking about if they do find the word offensive, That's all. And even just to explain what the hell diamond hands means, stuff like that. There are terms that I didn't
Exactly.
necessarily know when I first came in here. If there's some, like, I know at some point somebody posted a reference about it, about like these terms that we use and what they mean. So like, I think it would just be helpful overall to just drop that
Yeah.
link somewhere. That's all.
If
That's
Tame
what I'm
is
asking.
on, maybe in our YouTube description, we throw a link to the terms.
Why shot? So you don't think people know what diamond hands are? That word was way before Reddit.
I didn't know what it was until I was on this chat, to be quite frank.
And we do have a lot of new investors coming in that know nothing.
So these new investors should not even worry about trying to become diamond hands until they can be able to do their own due diligence. Because if one person tells them to buy a stock and says the stock price is going to go higher, then that person's probably going to go broke. They might buy high and sell low. And they might do that multiple times.
That may be
Man, I'm
true,
always
but
buying
in
high
order
and
to
sell
make that
low.
decision, they do need to know what the term means. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a fair point.
Easiest way, I think, for like what I've learned over these last few weekends, if you're a new trader, if you actually want to like know what's going on for yourself, search what beta is, which is equals volatility. Look at that at a stock firstly. If that's high, it's a 1.0 is the median. If that's over 1.0, there's an there's more people buying into it than normal, right? And then at the same time, you can read stocks off the negative volume index. So if you want to see if a penny stock is worth something, you read that, and that will tell you if big money is into the stock. So if there's high volumes at low points, the penny stock might be worth something. If you see like a couple mil volume at a low point, that's big money buying there. And then you have to decipher why they're buying. Are they buying for a pump and dump, or they actually see something in the company? So yeah, there's a lot of research involved in actually trying to buy stock. It's not just listening to Reddit, and that's the one thing I hate about what's happening right now too. So it's a lot of people trying to push their agendas. They bought this and they're pissed off with it, and now they're trying to pump and dump it on Reddit. That's a lot of Reddit right now, and it's wrong. It's completely fucking wrong.
So Diamond Hand to me would be not somebody who gets in late and holds regardless. Diamond Hand would be somebody who got in early in GameStop. They bought at $4 per share, or they bought call options really cheap for the pennies, and then they held even when the price dropped. But after the price peaked, they can still sell. And if they're making 70,000% profit, they're a fucking diamond hand. If you're buying at $300 and holding and then sell at $400, that's not a diamond hand. You don't make diamonds from 100% gain. You make diamonds from 70,000% gains. So you have to get in really early. Like sometimes you have to get in 1 year, 2 years early. Like the people who bought Bitcoin for $100 and they're still holding. Even when the price dipped to 6,000 earlier this year, they didn't sell. They held, and now it's up to 40,000.
Yo, what does tendies actually mean? Because as a kitchen person, I'm like chicken tenders.
It's just
$10. So the Reddit boys make their tendies. Like
You never heard as money is referred to tenders?
100, but then they end
No,
up
because I work in a kitchen to
No,
make
no, like actually back in the day, the old people
You
used
guys,
to call their
someone was
money in
talking.
tenders.
You
if
just
I'm not
stepped right
mistaken.
over him.
My
Yeah.
bad. But no, like does
Like-
money not reference to tenders back in like the 60s and 50s?
Dude, I'm from '87, and I'm telling you that for me, tendies refers to chicken tenders, which is it's a tenderloin of the chicken breast.
I want to see.
Same here. I'm right there with you.
Like I'm not trying to be
No,
like
you
you know, like I'm
nailed
just
it.
being
You
yeah.
nailed it. No, it is tendies, but the actual meaning is okay. So Wall Street Bets guys are known for gambling their money and losing a lot. So the whole idea is that they put in $100 and then they sell for tendies.
$10. $10 bills.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Also, another side note on
They
that,
don't make millions.
cash
they
could be
make
considered
tendies.
tender as well.
That's what it comes from initially. Way back in the day, everything used to be called as legal tender. So
Correct.
tendies would be a playoff of tender. If I was good to be logical about it.
Also means chicken tenders. So regardless, we're all right very much.
Yeah, chicken tenders sound good as hell right now.
You ain't lying.
I could go for beer battered chicken tenders, honestly.
Just ate lunch and you're making me hungry again. Stop with that.
Sorry, I just did a dab. Dab for Doge.
Give it the eat.
So earlier, someone was asking about cheap stocks. I was trying to look at a whole bunch of them, and there's this one called GTE. I don't know much about it. It's Green Terra Energy Incorporated. I bought some shares, and it's just suddenly going up.
This is a type of market no one's seen before, man. Because you have Robinhood and all these other apps, like pretty much getting millions of new users by the day, and people that are just getting introduced to retail investing kind of thing. So it's like people don't know how this market's going to play out. If the volatility is going to be good for companies or if it's going to be bad for companies. It's very hard to like predict because before the market was very closed off. Like nobody cared for it. Like me, like 10 years ago, trying to I was probably like 18 at the time, well, 16 at the time, but like looking into markets and stuff, but like nobody would listen to me. I was like, yo, let's start getting our money into weed companies because that's right around when Canada was talking about legalizing weed and stuff, and yeah, I was trying to get into weed company. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Nobody. So like, it's a very new era for the market of people being accessible to the market. So I don't know how this shit's gonna play out. To tell you the truth, volatility could be good for companies, and they could go boom and actually do something with the money. But at the same time, this extra cash, they might not know what to do with. They might be sitting on it like, what do I do with all this money now? I don't know how to turn it into more money, and that's something you have to watch out for with these companies too. Like you have to know where you're putting your money. Like, what's a shroom company going to do right now with an accessible amount of money with no legalization? They're going to be sitting on so much money, and they can't. It's not like they can overproduce shrooms. They do have an expiry date, from my understanding. They dry them out and stuff.
Lobby.
But
Lobbyists, yeah.
that's the only thing. Yeah, you start pouring money at lobbies, like, hey, I need to get this legalized right now, and
It's
even then, that's going to
happening.
cost.
Let me tell you.
Even then, it's going to cost them money, which brings their market cap down, which brings their stock down. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but.
That, and they could fund research that's slightly biased in their favor to try and make their product look better.
I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of getting into the mainstream through music, through entertainment, through documentaries, Netflix. You've got the John
Shrooms is getting there. I was just using the shrooms as an example right now compared to other
Yeah.
penny stocks with just an influx of cash with nothing to do with it, right? It's
Mhm.
like, yeah, it's like influx of cash is good to some extent, but if you have nowhere to sell your product, it's like you're not making money. So what are you doing besides all the volatility, right? And that's why you got to look at a lot of these penny stocks. Like if you can see they have an influx of cash and you can find that reason for them to spend it and make money off of it, then yeah, it's probably a good stock. If that reason is nowhere to be found, then it's like, I should probably just wait, let it get established, see if I'm wrong or not. Either way, I get in and I don't really lose.
That's a good
None of the
observation.
shroom ones.
That's how GameStop was picked. When it was $4 per share, they had more cash on hand than the total value of all shares combined. So that's why Roaring Kitty bought GameStop, because more cash than the total value of all shares combined. It's a great strategy when you're looking for stocks.
If they know what to do with the cash. GameStop, they 100% know what to do with the cash. They'll work every technology angle and everything, right? So yeah, 100%.
So with the mushrooms, none of them are on the New York Stock Exchange. They're all on like OTC or other exchanges, right?
You can get on New York Stock Exchange. It's just going to be under a different ticker. So if you search up TRUFF, I think that might be the Trip Holland one under the NYSE, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong though. Hold on.
I think also with mushrooms, the way that they're grown, there's probably going to be in like
They take a
companies
lot
that
of
produce.
they're gonna take a lot of space to grow. So like if you're looking to buy into mushroom companies, you're looking to see who has the biggest real estate, to tell you the truth.
No,
who has the biggest farms.
They don't take a lot of room. You grow them indoors and you grow vertical. You grow up. You don't need a lot
They
of
grow
land to grow a lot of mushrooms.
Well, now you're thinking from trying to you're actually looking from a consumer market standpoint. You're going to deal with like probably tons and tons, like metric tons of mushrooms you're going to have to grow. So you're looking for whoever has the biggest space, whoever's going to
large scale.
really capitalize on a market, in my view of it.
There's so much land cheap in America and Canada, it's not hard for them to buy. I mean, when Tilray announced that they bought a lot of land before and that they were going to start operations, the stock price was like $90, then shot up to $300.
Yeah, because wheat takes a lot of land to grow too.
But then they were halted, and then after that halt, the price just dropped. And now Tilray is only setting at $7 per share. And it's not just because the company has a lot of land. Yeah,
last time I checked, Tilray was $27 Canadian. So I don't know what that would be American. That should be like 14 or something.
Oh, it's 29 today. Wow, it went up a lot.
Yeah, it boomed. All the marijuana boomed in Canada today.
But it's a lot less than the 300 that it peaked at before. That's what I'm saying.
The one marijuana stock that intrigued me the most was the online dispensary one. I forget what it was, but yeah, that's going to be the one that profits the most off this marijuana industry. Whoever has the best online dispensary. Same with shrooms too. I guess you could look at shrooms in that regard too. Whoever's going to have the best online shroom store will probably be the guy who profits the most off the shroom industry.
So would you eat consumables at a strip club if they offered them?
Probably not. I'd probably just stick with smoking. Maybe go outside.
Well, they probably wouldn't do that because that would be a safety concern for the sex workers. That's just a reality. Like, yes, they already have to protect some of these workers because some dudes just get really handsy.
Wait.
I mean,
you think alcohol is fine, but not consumables?
No, I'm saying there's
like
actually
MDMA,
a few
then,
places here that they can't even sell alcohol there.
Last time I mixed shrooms and friggin' edibles together, man, I was out for a nap for 10 hours. I couldn't move.
I think if
I'm
we
not
look at the
touching no strip.
Netherlands, The Netherlands had rules like this too, right? Where certain products they didn't have overlap where it could be sold. So it'd be interesting to see how it plays out.
They're actually the first to legalize shrooms in other lands. They didn't technically legalize shrooms, from my understanding. They
No,
legalized
yeah, they didn't.
truffles. They legalized
Yeah,
truffles,
because
which is just
exactly.
the stem of the shroom, and
It's
that's
the
what
underneath part. It's the part
yeah,
that grows under the
exactly.
soil. Yeah.
And that's what intrigues me about Red Light Holland is because they have a go ahead to sell that and actually move it from one country to another. From my understanding, you'd have to research it, but that's what intrigues me about Red Light Holland because if they have the upper hand on the shroom industry and they're only at 50 cents, and they're probably going to be one of the main dogs. And once shrooms is legalized, then they can get into the caps and all that if they wanted to.
Yeah, because truffles they're not as potent. They don't have as much psilocybin in them.
No, but
when I was in the Netherlands, there were shroom stores. You could just go. This was 2009, something like
Oh
that.
yeah, they're around.
Yeah, you could just go in there and just buy it. Guy would just go in the back, rip them out of the ground. You throw them into like a container, like you'd buy like fresh vegetables in at the supermarket, and there you go. Yeah.
Well, I'm moving to the Netherlands.
Their food over there is really good.
They do have good food.
Like their fruit. Sorry, the reason I'm bringing you said Netherlands, and I was just thinking about this apple that I totally ate at the airport there, and I was like, that was a good ass apple. But and, like, oh snap!
Cool. Okay. Right.
My whole play on the Chinese market is about how companies to help them eliminate pollution. So that's why I initially invested in NEO because I thought they would compete with Tesla in China since it got backed by the government. And now my next few stocks I'm trying to watch, months ago since I researched them, they're in my old phone screenshotted, but they're two nuclear power companies in China that I was researching. So that's my main thing with the Chinese market where I think I might make money is them going clean because they have to go clean before anywhere else. Because if you actually research it, a lot of I forget the amount it was, but in San Francisco, a lot of their smog is actually from China. So yeah, that's my whole angle on the Chinese market right now.
Somebody's asking if they should have sold OCGN, and I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm planning. Me personally, I'm planning to stay. I don't want to sell quite yet because if you think about it, it hasn't fully come out yet, so there's still room for growth.
That could also mean there's a window to rebuy back in, right? So
yeah, no, this person was just like asking. Yeah, I think if you want, you can. I plan to hold. That's not financial advice. You do what you need to do your research. But based off the research that I've seen, I'm gonna hold on it because I think there's still more potential. I also bought in at a like 411, so I'm not really tripping about it. Oh yeah, anybody got any info on ZOM? I actually bought a few shares this morning. But was wondering if anybody else was on that. Looks like a person on the YouTube chat is also asking about. They're asking about ZOM and PLX. So they're good.
I just want to say for Zom Medica, it's already up over 3,000% for the past 3 months. So, unless there's any huge breaking news on them getting a contract and fulfilling that contract, it's very risky at this point.
Yeah, because I got TradingView saying that it's a strong buy.
But are you doing for like 1 minute, 5 minutes, 4
If
hours?
I'm looking at it from an economical standpoint, this is what a veterinarian, yeah, they deal with pets, right? Like they're
Yeah.
a pet drug company. Okay, I'm gonna give people the harsh factor of it. People my dog died, like it was pretty, like it was down on its last legs, right? But like my family's not exactly rich, right? We don't have the money to spend on to put our dog out or try to better it. Like it's just the reality of it. So there is a big portion of people who just can't afford drug medication for their pets, and unfortunately, yeah, their pets suffer, but that's the reality. A lot of pets suffer in the world. So. Is there a market for it? Do people start caring more for their pets and want to see them bet? Like it's a lot of ifs when it comes to like a pet drug company. So, but that's just me.
I don't think you read that right. This is companion animals. So this is like, from my understanding, these are like therapy dogs. You know, dogs that help folks with disabilities get about.
So it's even a smaller part of the industry. It's not for all pets. It's just for therapy dogs.
It's a combination. It's just like it offers a few different things, but I know that there is a lot of good stuff out there about like emotional therapy dogs and stuff for, especially for kids with autism. You know, there's a lot of good stuff out there. You know,
I mean,
obviously,
if you're pro bono and you're for sticking your money towards the better causes, then for sure. But if you want to place your money, there's probably smarter places to place your money. That's my perspective, though.
Did you guys see all the new regulations coming on the Chinese tech companies to try to prevent them from being monopolies? Like Alibaba, Tencent.
I know I wanted to buy an Ant Group so bad, but they canceled that IPO faster than a like, oh my gosh. Why? What regulations they put in place?
Anti-monopoly rules. I think China is let me not say this on the air.
Yeah, they don't have quite a tight of grip on it as America does. It's a lot more volatile than the American market, from what I hear. A lot more volatile. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like from my understanding too, what's happening now with the short squeezes, apparently stuff like that happens in like China and Japan like a lot. Apparently, like they'll short squeeze companies all the time over there, from what I understand. Like there's apparently like it's apparently some, I don't know. This is just theory, but apparently that they were talking about suicide rates in the stock market in Japan and stuff, and how they actually goes hand in hand. But I don't know about that.
I don't know. Some people just don't know when to get out, and some hedge funds definitely don't know when to get out. But I don't know. If you had the president by the balls, do you think you would have a lot more confidence too when you're investing?
Well, when you control the markets the way the hedge funds do in America, you have all the confidence in the world to invest because you know exactly what's going to happen. You control companies' futures. If you want Apple to succeed and you're going to short AMC hoping they go bankrupt because you see that you're going to build your profit on Netflix even more with AMC going out of business, and like it's just so corrupt. There's so much conflict of interest. It's crazy, and it's in blatant sight. But at the same time, when you say it, you sound like a kook.
It's crazy. It's not really capitalistic if you're gonna bail out somebody when they're mismanaging their money. Like, you're a small guy. The government's not gonna bail you out when you make your bad investments, but they'll bail out any bank or hedge fund that they deem too big to fail.
Because if the banks fail, the government fail.
Which is the opposite of capitalism in my books.
The government has to bail them out because, like, if the banks fail, it's like like what happens to the debt that the government owes them, right?
In a weird way, it actually is, though, because it's what pure capitalism would ultimately lead to is just a whole bunch of people at the top controlling everything. So, I mean, I guess it's how you look at it.
Oh, if we had pure capitalism, somebody could sell their kidney, take out a marginal call on a stock, and go broke and die next week.
Which honestly would be the logical thing to do in this situation where in this day and age, it's just let the banks go bankrupt, let the governments go bankrupt, and start anew.
Ignore that guy. That's how you get dominated by another country within 1 week. Not happening.
Well, you don't think America's fall would affect other countries? Other countries would get it worse if America fell.
Well, a lot of countries would get it bad, but you bet China would be coming right in to do everything.
China and Russia would be 100%.
There's a lot of countries.
But that's only from a financial standpoint. It's not like the U.S. isn't strong from a military standpoint. Still, they're still strong from a military standpoint. This is only from a financial standpoint of starting anew that I'm coming from. So,
what would you do if you opened the news tomorrow and saw that the Pentagon is going to pay soldiers in cryptocurrency?
Wow.
I don't know, man.
Have any of you guys read any of these stimulus bills, like starting from the first stimulus bill? Like, actually read it?
Yeah. I've read some, and I am actually legitimately worried, but I'm like, maybe I should put some more money in Bit.
So when you read it, the first time you read it, did you read about the U.S. digital dollar that they were trying to push on us?
Yep.
JPL coin?
The U.S. digital dollar, they were trying to get all of our stimulus sent through that and start a new digital currency backed by the American dollar.
So corrupt. That's the JPL coin. The privatized John Paul Morgan coin that they at first they were like, no, don't buy Bitcoin, it's a scam, and then to see how it grew, and they literally paid millions of dollars to hire people to explain it to them in baby terms. And once they heard it in baby terms, they decided to privatize and make their own coin backed by the American dollar called the JPL coin. And that's the one thing that scared me the most about investing into Bitcoin and all the other coins is I don't know what that's worth. That could be worth, you don't know, like that could take over a lot of coins. So the fact, like, that's the one thing that actually scared me from investing in crypto, because I'd rather let that drop and then pour all my money into JPL coin, because I know for a fact with big money behind it, it's going to grow anyways. So, like, until that's unprivatized.
Wait, why do you keep calling it JPL coin?
Because that's what it's called. It's called the JPL coin. It's backed by the American dollar.
Be a stable coin though, so it won't like fluctuate.
Search up JPL privatized coin.
Yeah, but is this coin, does it run like a true blockchain, or is the government in charge of it?
John Paul Morgan's in charge of it, not the government.
No, the one I'm talking about, the government's in charge of it, and it's for the digital dollar. It's not using JPL. It's a whole different thing. It's CBDC is what they're going to go through. The United States Central Bank Digital Currency.
1 second.
I'm fine with it if they make one and they're just going to use it maybe to bring standard transactions between banks into the current year, instead of how long transfers, ACH, everything takes and how crappy and old the system is. If they use that to shore that up, that's great. But I'm not going to invest in that coin because government will be able to do 51% attack, or they're going to have full control over it or whatever. Like, I can't trust that ledger.
Basically, it's going to be like an online cryptocurrency bank that the U.S. government is going to monitor. So they'll be able to see every single transaction. But they may use it to give out like food stamps in the future. They may use it to give out affordable housing payments, just to go ahead and pay like landlords and stuff straight through the digital currency, so that money like transfers faster and uses less like driving. Because when you have to transfer millions of dollars from bank to bank, it does use a lot of gasoline.
Companies will pay big bucks to get their hands on that database and see where you're spending your money.
Bingo. Harry, to answer your question, the U.S. stock market has already been attacked multiple times, and our economy is down right now. I'm not saying the virus was an attack. I'm talking about like there's actually cyber computer attacks where they try to crash servers and manipulate prices. But I think if you have a U.S. digital dollar, it's going to be a little bit harder to manipulate. And the government's going to see everything you spend your money on. They don't have to go through banks.
My bad. I'll just read the first two paragraphs of what exactly I read on the JPL coin, or John Morgan itself. JP Morgan, the largest U.S. bank by assets, has been waging a war of words with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies for years. The Bitcoin price has swung wildly since JP Morgan chief executive Jamie Dimon called Bitcoin a fraud in September 2017, rising to around 20,000 per Bitcoin, before crashing to under 4,000. Twice. Now JP Morgan's turbulent relationship with Bitcoin appears to be rapidly softening after the bank added its first crypto exchange customers, and Dimon reported hosting secret meetings with the boss of major Bitcoin and crypto exchanges, Coinbase listed as one. Earlier this month, JP Morgan signed Coinbase and rival Bitcoin and crypto exchanges Gemini after a lengthy vetted period. It was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. And that's pretty much the gist. They created their own coin and privatized it, and they're getting their hands into other exchanges and making sure they have their footing in the crypto industry. That's for sure. That's my only angle on that.
How many people do you think can use
They
crypto?
call JP Morgan Bitcoin's biggest enemy, so I don't really see them being their biggest enemy, but I definitely see them being a competitor. And so
You think they're going to try to start their own blockchain currency?
from the sounds of it, they're reaching out to people that actually know, so like Coinbase and Gemini, and they're gonna be paying them like money to do it for them. What it looks like, so like honestly, you should like if this article is true, I guess the safest exchanges would be Coinbase or Gemini, but I'm not an expert, so
I've been following the CEO of Gemini, and they've really been pushing for corporations and CEOs to invest their assets into Bitcoin, though. So that's pretty interesting.
That is interesting, actually. If they have, secret meetings with JP Morgan, and who knows what they're talking about, and then they're actually advising people to buy Bitcoin, yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, but keep your eyes out. If somebody goes on the news and tells you not to buy something, that the price is going to go down, and like if after the price goes down they buy it up, that is not somebody you can trust.
Oh, 100%. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, if you read what I read or whatever.
Yeah, you mentioned cyber attacks, and I just was reminded of this. If you guys want to see a neat light show of the cyber attacks that are actually going on in the world right now, the 2 links I just posted in chat will show you that.
But yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like 2017, they were totally against Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden they see its money go up, and they're like, "Okay, we're missing something here. We got to make sure we're making money off of it," kind of thing, right? So they definitely changed their position on Bitcoin, and that's what scares me. The fact that they changed their position on Bitcoin, because that scares me for the American dollar, and that scares me for the fact that they have a privatized coin that no one knows the cost of. Is it the same as Bitcoin? Is it more than Bitcoin? Is it less? Like, have they been funneling American money in just to prop up their dollar now? And are they willing to tank the American dollar to prop up their JPL coin? Like, there's a lot of questions that cross my mind, but that's just me.
Let me tell you the story about Peter Schiff. If you're listening, Peter, please don't sue me. But Peter Schiff has been against Bitcoin even since the price was $2,000, calling it a bubble. And he didn't learn about memes until 2018 in New York City on Occupy Wall Street. He was out there talking to protesters. When somebody told him that it was a meme, he was like, "Oh, what's a meme?" So people like him that are not really up to date with technology, people that don't understand blockchain, the volume of everything, Yeah, they're gonna say Bitcoin is a bust, but when you see that it actually has computing power behind it, when you can rent servers, you can rent computers with Bitcoin, it actually has real value behind it. Peter Schiff always pushes silver and gold on people because he thinks it has a better value since it's a physical good. But
yeah, I'm not saying Bitcoin's bad. All I'm saying is like when buying Dogecoin and these other ones, like if you're not buying Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, whatever the top three are, okay, that's fine, buy those. But when you're buying the other ones, just keep in mind there is privatized coins out there that no one knows the cost of, which will definitely trump these other coins like Dogecoins and all these other ones. You bet your bottom ass they will. Like JPL is not getting into the crypto game expecting to lose money. They're getting into the crypto game expecting to take it over. That's their mindset. That's always been their mindset throughout the history of their business of financials. So that's just my whole take on it. Like Bitcoin, Ethereum, all this stuff, fine. Yes, it's going to compete with JPL coin, no problem. All this stuff below it, JPL coin is probably already past it, but we don't know because it's privatized.
Right. And I think in the long run, I mean, in the short run, when people do start using some crypto in their day-to-day life, they're probably going to have competing coins, and there's probably going to be privatized coins and stuff that'll probably take the market at first because of advertising, because of deals, whatever.
Older
But
people that trust their money with banks over these crypto exchanges, they'll much rather buy a JPL coin and go and buy a Dogecoin or something, right? There's a big market we don't think of when it comes to crypto that could get accessed by the higher powers, so to speak.
yeah, but I think as the generations change, people are getting more and more fed up with that kind of crap, and they're just like, I want to control my own stuff, and so they're going to slowly learn what crypto is all about, how a blockchain is supposed to work, and start using something not Bitcoin, because Bitcoin will never be a day-to-day cash coin, but something that works based on the same tech.
And Bitcoin I think Bitcoin would be better than private coin because if you're not using like a Coinbase or something, if you're using just your own server and your own ledger, you can be anonymous with Bitcoin. If you're smart about it, I mean, if you're the guy who hacked Barack Obama's Facebook and Twitter, the only reason he got caught from the Bitcoin scam is because he linked it to a website where you could cash it out for money, which is a big no-no for being anonymous.
So it looks like the banks are going to go away in the future then.
No.
I would hope, but no, they owe the government so much money, they're never going away. They're always going to be a thing. And that's the one thing that scares me about JPL coin. If it's backed by the American dollar, I understand Bitcoin's backed by all currencies technically, but if JPL is solely backed by the American dollar, what limit do they stop backing it is my question. That's so.
Like, even if the US dollar died tomorrow, banks still hold other assets and people still need loans. So banks won't be going away.
Yeah.
Look at that bank in Tennessee with all gold. Tons of gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have you guys looked into DeFi projects like decentralized finance?
I heard they almost have to in other countries because their dollar's so crap that there's just no coming back from it. Like you can't buy anything with their dollar. The only thing to do is just start anew, and the easiest way for that I heard is crypto. So, but it's not really relevant in like North America or like very booming economics. But poor countries, I heard that's the best way to go is just start anew with crypto and build off that because they're at very big standstill with like where their dollar's at and stuff.
So Harry on the YouTube chat brought up a good point. He said if the U.S. made a coin, they could include a micro tax and get rid of a lot of regular taxes.
Harry does not understand how American. Are you American, Harry? Do you know how our tax system works?
Yeah, income tax was supposed to be abolished after the war. That never fucking happened.
Yeah, I still love when people see, oh, the government's doing this, but don't worry, it's temporary. Really? Do you know history at all?
Never temporary. It's like, oh, don't worry, income tax will be gone as soon as the war's over. Forget 100 years later. Yeah,
Lies.
buddy.
Lies.
Yeah, okay there.
It goes to the Federal Reserve.
I mean, they say micro tax, but at what point, knowing Uncle Sam, does that turn into a macro tax, and it turns into
they're gonna
let's
be
just
micro
take like
tax,
30%?
and they're gonna be like, oh, we still need income tax, so your micro tax is gonna be on top of the income tax, and then we're gonna have to be like Canada and add a carbon tax. And does the U.S. have a carbon tax yet?
I know that in vehicle purchasing, you pay a gas guzzler tax on your vehicle if it uses over a certain amount of like miles per gallon or whatever, or under, you get a gas guzzler tax. That's something else.
Huh. Someone's out shopping and trading.
I apologize. That was probably me. I am at work. I apologize.
Yeah, I heard they hit a shortage in the U.S. with graphic cards. Is that from like China just being like, yeah, we're good, we're gonna try to do our own thing with graphic cards, or is that just actual like just COVID restrictions and stuff in to that regards?
They
Does
use
anyone know?
graphic cards to mine Ethereum.
No. I'm asking about the short there was in the States from what I've been reading. Like, why is there a short? Is that from China trying to compete, or is that from COVID
No, it's
restrictions?
the supply going up from people wanting to buy Ethereum or mine Ethereum.
People buying Ethereum. It's a brand new section of a new generation of cards just launched, and it artificial demand. There's a lot of reasons why it's hard to get graphics.
Yeah, that's why I thought they didn't release so many like PS5s and like Xbox One, the new Xbox Ones, is because I thought they were trying to create artificial demand. That was my take on that as well.
It was because of the graphics cards, memory costs were through the roof. So all devices, even smartphones, that were trying to get their hands on memory, it was more expensive.
It's kind of off topic, but also on topic. I actually ordered a computer last night through HP, and my buddy was telling me about it, and he's like, "Oh wow, they actually offer the RTX 3070," and I was able to get one for mine. He's like, "You can't find this anywhere for like less than like $800 or whatever."
Full-blown system integrators is the only way for you to get a 30 series card at anywhere near OEM prices right now. You have to buy an HP or a CyberPower or an NZXT. You have to go to a system integrator because trying to buy it at anywhere near MSRP is just happening.
So I was looking heavy into microprocessors, and I was buying AMD since like $15, like fucking 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and like I had to sell off this year because of GM stuff. I was like, you know what? It's at like $96. I'm gonna sell off. Hopefully, maybe buy back in, with a bigger position. But then I was looking around. I'm like, I forget the law. I did find someone's law where they have it calculated, and they can calculate it based on like the amount of CPUs or GPUs that one of these things can actually hold, and they have it calculated up to like 2026 on who's actually going to control the market. I'd have to find out the guy's name again. But anyways, I was like, what's stopping? And the guy's calculations was like AMD, Nvidia was at the top, so like this is going against his calculations. But what's stopping like Intel at $50 right now from catching up with AMD again? Like,
Yeah, things are going to start changing with like especially the Apple's M1 chip and the ARM system coming out and being more mainstream. So things are going to start drastically changing in that market. It'll just depend on what, who, and when.
or along the because I was thinking of Nokia too, and how they're in Finland or whatever, and I was looking over there at semiconductors, and I managed to stumble across Nordic Semiconductors at $15 a stock right now. I was like looking at that, I was like literally like my mouth was watering. I'm like, semiconductor company for $15. I was like, so yeah, like I don't know, like is this going to actually get as competitive as I think, or is Nvidia and AMD actually going to run the game? Do you guys think?
Yeah, and well, an ARM going more towards personal computer now is going to could potentially be.
Yeah, I think Intel will though, and I think they're going to come back because part of why Intel was losing in the game for the last year or two is because they released processors that had major security flaws on them, and I don't remember. There were two huge deals. I don't remember what they were called now. Spectre was one of them. And in order to fix the problem, or at least patch it, you couldn't really fully fix the problem. You had to use a patch that would slow the CPU down. You never got the speed that you actually paid for because of this problem. And a lot of companies, a lot of server farms, a lot of people remember this, and they kind of hate Intel. So when that dies back down, that'll naturally come back, and Intel will get a bigger share again.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about how ARM could potentially change the server market.
Yeah. People do use ARM. Use ARM mostly on mobile, but also in some server applications and Internet of Things. And because of the M1 chip, if ARM gets to absorb some of that innovation into the standard architecture that Apple did, then yes, servers are going to go, wait, oh, I can get the same power and use less energy. Sign me up. Take my money.
I know, just watching the reviews of the Apple M1 chip and how a lot of people had very, very low expectations and were completely blown away is something to make note of.
That's huge for Apple too, if they're gonna, because they didn't. They tried it before. I forget the timeline they tried it, but they did try to make their own chip back in the past, and it went horribly wrong. Like it cost them a shitload of money. And if this works out for them, then it is going to be beneficial for their stock, because that cuts out a huge market, like a portion of their spending, so to speak, when it comes to their market cap. So if the chip works out for them, like, yeah, watch out for Apple. They just cut a huge cost to their budget. Although they still need to pay these other companies to produce their chip. It's not like they have the factories to produce it. That would be the next step for them, is getting these owning these factories, because they don't own the factories. These factories are like Taiwan Semiconductor factory, I think, was one, if I'm not mistaken. They might have pulled out with them, but yeah, a lot of these factories are like in Taiwan and in these countries that Apple uses to build their semiconductors. So if they can get the factory situations figured out too, which they never will, because it costs them 100 times more to build it in the States. So
when you can get an Apple Air that can compete with a iMac, like one of the big $2,700 ones, you know that things are changing.
One of the other major market hits that Intel took, aside from Spectre meltdown, was the fact that Ryzen is really awesome for AMD. Instead of stagnating as a company and just saying, oh, well, this is how we've been doing it, they went back to the drawing board, and Zen 2, Zen 3, it completely changed the game for AMD, and Intel hasn't done anything to even try to answer that. When they came out with the 10 series, they lowered the pricing a little bit, but not anywhere near keep in mind when AMD was doing it.
yeah, no, I think semiconductors. I think, like, if I'm being realistic to it, like the way I think of them is, we were in infant stages from 2000 up until now when it comes to the capacity of the consumer computer market. We were really in infant stages, and now we're starting to get into teenage stages of the computer market kind of thing, is the way I'm looking at it. So like, I think semiconductors have so much growth on their company to go, and if you're sitting around fucking with penny stocks instead of putting your percentages into the certain semiconductors, like, depending on you do your research, but if you put your money into like certain semiconductor stocks right now, like, you could be laughing in 10 years, like, legit. Like, me personally, I could see semiconductor stocks being right up there with Amazon in like 10 years, but that's just me.
The ticker you recommend?
Like I said, I was buying AMD at $15 and I had to sell out. So obviously the top dogs are NVIDIA, AMD, right? Me personally, I gotta do research. I gotta search these. I gotta see how they compete, how they compare. But there is semiconductor stocks out there for $15, $30, $40. You just gotta do heavy research on semiconductors. Don't research stock, research semiconductors. But that being said, NVIDIA is already sitting at like what? They almost topped $600 this year. buddy, you best believe they're going over the $1,000 mark. Like, that's just me though, but they're heading there, like, and they're not stopping because to me, we're only teenage stage of computers. Like, we're just getting started with this shit. That's just me though. But yeah, I wouldn't be wasting my time with penny stocks. I would be getting as much money as I can into these top semiconductor dogs. And then you gotta track them, right? Because as soon as the competition starts to catch up, that's probably the time to sell off. Or even then, like it's like they're still gonna compete, so it's very hard to judge. But in my eyes, there is a ton of growth still for that stuff.
If you do proper due diligence on specific topics, the due diligence will direct you to the correct tickers to buy.
Sometimes you got to just research like articles from like 10 years ago and just read them and see where the company was at and where they're at now. And it's not even searching the stock. You're just seeing what the company has done in the last 5 years and if you're comfortable enough to stick your money with them. If do you see growth, do you see them catching up with
Or
AMD?
if you're researching semiconductors and a very specific company keeps popping up over and over and over again, that's the company you should be looking into.
Well, if it's on CNBC, I wouldn't trust a word they say, but
No, but I'm just saying in like your research and together, if you're researching the product, find what companies keep being mentioned in your research and start there.
you could also just ask simple questions like, you might not find it, but you can ask simple questions like what semiconductors do the government prefer to use in their systems or something and try to find an answer and then get an idea of what the government knows that you don't, because the government knows everything that you don't. They know what's the next tech. They know what's good. They know what's not. So it's also a big factor of researching is what the government's dabbling in and what because they always have the overlying view of what the future is going to be. They depict it really with all the money that they get to spend and where they spend it. So that's a big thing when it comes to stocks, in my eyes. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, government contracts are always good ones.
But if someone wants to research Nordique semiconductors for me that knows about semiconductors and let me know what you think, that would actually be very nice.
How do you spell it?
NORDIC, I believe. Semiconductors. Because I know somewhat about semiconductors. Like I understand them like a little bit, but there's obviously people that know a lot more than me. So
Like Intel is a pretty good price to get in.
yeah, that's what I was looking at too. Like $50. I sold AMD, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to buy back into AMD at $100. I might as well buy Intel. Let that
Yeah,
catch
because
up to
Intel
AMD.
has dividends too, so it's pretty good.
Oh, do they? I did
Yeah.
not know that. That even makes it even better. Because like Intel's not going away. Like, come on, let's be real. They're going to compete. They're going to sell. Like, I thought Intel was a really good buyer.
Everybody
to tell
just
you
be
the truth,
careful. It's always
Intel's pretty much been a household name for. I mean, I don't even know how many.
before Microsoft.
Dividends are a nice thing, but you also have to remember that that's the company taking some of their profits out to pay out. So
Oh yeah, they're in a little bit of a standstill right now with
a lot
competition
of
because the people have
companies
overran them.
A lot of companies that give out dividends can actually end up driving their company into the ground. So just be careful.
It's always interesting to see what Apple's doing too, just because Apple tends to be on the front end of innovation. Just watching like with the iPhone, they were the first one to really have a smartphone. So paying attention to companies that aren't afraid to put out risks and seeing what they're doing can kind of give you a little bit of speculation into the future.
From my understanding though, like there is no Microsoft, there is no Apple without Intel, but I may be wrong. But yeah, like the Intel is the guys that started that pretty much jump started the computer industry them and Google, but from my understanding.
Yeah, 100%. No, you're right on. And Apple's been known to put things out and take a little bit more risk with new innovations. Like with the iPhone, they put out an iPhone before Androids. So kind of watching the M1 chip is something to pay attention to because it is a different way of computers operating.
That
So
could go sour though too. So like that's something you really got to keep an eye on. Like you almost got to buy the phone yourself and like test it and know what you're testing and see how it compares to other phones to know if your money's good or not. To be honest.
Yeah, I have an
And even
M1
then,
computer
but-
on order that I should be getting here in March.
So what were you trying to figure out about Nordic?
Are they actually going to be competing, or are they just behind on the game?
Well, in my non-expert opinion, at just looking at their website for a minute, I like the products they're offering, but these really are just kind of the same things everybody else is offering. They're not doing anything new, if that's what you're wondering.
Like they make GPUs and CPUs, no?
If they do, I'm not seeing that.
So I'm just wondering if their GPUs and CPUs are actually on par with AMD's and stuff, and they're just not getting the advertisement or whatever needed to push their product, or if their AMD or if their CPUs and GPUs are actually behind on AMD's and they have a little bit of catching up to do, and that's why they're at the $15 mark. Is it based on advertisement or is it based on performance? Is more what I'm wondering. That's why I was saying I don't know nothing about GPUs, like their capacity and all that. Like that's the more of the side I was wondering on is their capacities of their GPUs and CPUs. I don't know anything on that kind of stuff. But if they're on par with AMD's and it's just their advertisement that's holding them back, I would think a $50 would be a pretty good buy point. Just
A lot of people in chat are asking about where we are at on GME. So maybe if some people have ideas on phantom shares or short positions or the short squeeze or kind of what our thinking
there's
is
no
behind
data
it.
on short positions. They don't have to release that, so nobody knows.
Yeah, tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow we're supposed to have a report, so it just depends on if that comes out or not.
I found a way to find out tomorrow what it is. The FINRA website, right? If you
And guys, if you look too, I mean, the volume today is at 22.3 million. Average volume has been almost 32 million. For me, what that's telling me is that everybody is just kind of sitting tight, holding, and waiting for new information to come out potentially tomorrow. Just my opinion.
That's what I'm thinking. Because that's exactly what I'm doing. Today is just a day to talk about, other stocks that are,
Yeah, other plays, other stocks, what you're gonna do if GME actually plays out, because that's important stuff to think of.
Hey, another one that to look out for is TSM,
Yeah,
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Yeah, they don't actually own the rights to the semiconductors, from my understanding. I'm pretty sure they produce it, but I may be wrong. I might be thinking of another Taiwan company, but they might just produce it as like a factory.
No,
Which is
they
still profitable.
produce it. They produce it.
Yeah,
From what I've been able
so
to
they don't
figure
actually
out
own a semiconductor.
what I'm able to figure out on Nordic is they do produce CPU and GPU chipsets, but it's really just for their very low power IoT devices. In fact, one of the CPUs they produce is still 32-bit, and nobody does that anymore. They're all 64-bit.
Gosh.
So
Yeah, okay. Good looking out.
Yeah. It's just for like they have IoT devices, and actually Polar Wolf was already putting it in there. They've got RF, they got like Bluetooth things you can do and stuff.
That's a little bit more of a gamble that they're gonna catch up with technology and hopefully compete, but that's a gamble pretty much. That's what that is.
Yeah, a little bit, but no, a lot of people are getting into this stuff. Now, the catch, I'm in this world a little bit, and I know people that are messing with it. The catch is when you're getting this IoT stuff, most people want it open source. They want the source code, they want the rights to do anything they want with it and modify it any way they want. So I don't know if Nordic is closing all this or what they're doing with that, but if it is, a lot of the guys I know aren't going to be interested in it.
But if it is open source, then it could actually have some relevance in the near future. That's good to know.
Taiwan Semiconductor ratings are good and all that. The price is a bit high right now. It's gone up $76 in the last year. 134%.
Yeah, because they've had to ramp up production. They produce semiconductors. They've had to ramp up production like crazy.
Yeah,
They also
because there's a shortage still, right?
Yeah, they're also not borrowing money. A lot of people forget to look at borrow rate. Currently, TSM does not have a borrow rate, whereas if you look at Intel, it's at like 6 something.
I see.
Yeah.
So TSM is the
Intel
way
has a
safer buy,
6%
even at 100 or something bucks. I might, you know, if GME works out, I might just go TSM or whatever.
Wait, TSM is $80.
What? Am I looking at the wrong one?
Yeah, Kathy Bates was talking up TSM.
It's 132.
32 is what I'm recording.
Oh, you're looking at the right one, yeah. It might be just different dollar. I don't know. He might be British, so his dollar's worth way more than US.
We're looking at USD 132. What?
Shout out to the Brits.
I think I would put my money into TSM over Intel right now.
Yeah, it's because if they have to produce it, you know, like they control the prices. That's what I like about production places like mines and stuff. Because if you look at lithium or you look at uranium, when prices get too low, they're smart and they shut down operations. Like, you're not giving me the price I want. I'm shutting shit down. And I'm going on vacation. Good luck. So that's what these guys can do too. They can be like, you know what, your semiconductors, you're making this much off of them. We need more money to operate. You don't want it, we're gonna shut down. The only downside to it is Apple is big enough where they can probably, you know, spend the money and be like, fuck you guys, kind of thing. So
And the price, the PE ratio for TSM looks a lot more promising. It's telling me that it's more valued stock.
For everyone on
you guys were
YouTube,
talking about.
So everyone on YouTube, if you're looking to find something that before it spikes, find the stuff that you need, that you want. Like, I need the technology for this to happen, and find the companies that are working towards that goal.
Right. So on the the uranium, I think, that we were talking about earlier. You mentioned, what was it, CCJ, right? Cameco, is that right?
Cameco. The only downside to that, though, that I see is, like, I like the fact if they're gonna go towards nuclear reactors and clean energy, like who knows, but that's what the government is obviously leaning towards.
Right.
Is the only downside of that is apparently Bill Gates has found a way to run these nuclear reactors off nuclear waste, which there is a shitload. So I don't really see, until the nuclear waste is gone, I don't see any need for them to mine more uranium. So, but that's a very long-term play. Like, that could be decades of just sitting, like, putting money in there and sticking in, like, just sitting on it. The only reason why I like it is too, though, is you're gonna have to wait for the toxic waste to fucking be used up if they do start using nuclear reactors again. The only play I like about that, though, if you correlate that company with the Fukushima explosion, you see they've been bombed out. You see they've been bombed out ever since. So it's like, for even the pandemic didn't bring them down. Like, that's their bottom point. And if nuclear reactors start becoming more of a thing, you're right now essentially getting in on the bottom point. So that's the only thing I like about it.
What about next gen energy?
I don't know. I didn't research them.
And part of the nuclear reactor issue is that they need to design an entirely new type of reactor, and it's not just a case of plug and play.
It's just safety blankets they're trying to install now into the actual original nuclear reactor. They just kind of tweaked around, and they're trying to install, like, more safety blankets to make it safer and stuff. Is the approach they're taking. Because we were talking about this the other day. If you actually look at the Fukushima one, I forget who mentioned it, but they had, like, some expert come in, and within seconds she realized what went wrong, and they built the backup generator below sea level. And that's all they needed was to avoid that, was to have that away from water and not get flooded out. And you know, as long as that's running, everything would have been okay.
I was actually reading up on Fukushima, and there was actually, like, a lot of people saying that the building was, like, they cheaped out on the infrastructure, so, like, it gave out a lot. Like, they did that so that it like would definitely reduce the price of how much they were going to have to pay out to, like, pay off the building. I don't know. There was some sort of, like, shady shit with, like, some inspectors stuff.
99% of nuclear failures are because they cheaped out or they bypass safety issues.
Yeah. So I think nuclear's a huge has huge potential in the future for clean energy because it's all about safety. A lot of people are scared of nuclear because of the risk factor, but if we
But as
address those
tech grows, the safety measures are just going to grow with tech, and it gets better and better.
Oh, it's
really.
true too. And can you imagine if we could actually like have a refining process where we take nuclear waste, like the wastewater, and we strip it of like all its.
Yeah, we actually use it up so it's not sitting on the earth anymore. You actually put it to
Wait a minute.
use. Like,
Well, yeah,
that
I
is
mean,
huge.
If there's a
That is
way
so
to like
big.
have these like a giant tank of wastewater that can be like refined and have all like the chemical compounds stripped out of it and harnessed in a way that it can be reintroduced into the system to produce more energy. Yeah, I don't see why that. Like it's like a recycler. You know what I mean? Like if anybody
Exactly, and there's just so much toxic waste. It's actually not. They can't dump it anywhere. It's all sitting in the storage facility in Nevada, from my understanding. Like if you dump it, you fuck the earth. You will kill every. If that hits water, that nuclear waste, you kill off the earth. Like that's it. That's the end of the earth, from my understanding. Like that shit is not good.
The
Like, we
nuclear
need to use
companies.
There was a lot that leaked out into the ocean when Fukushima happened.
The nuclear companies
That's
that
why
are
they
going
say
to
don't
be
eat fish.
successful are the ones who have strong safety history. They have a strong history of providing safe things and don't have a sketchy safety issues. That's where you're going to succeed.
And that's why I was looking at Chinese nuclear companies, because they're the ones with the most incentive to get it going first with their pollution rates.
Well, like with Chernobyl, the only reason that Chernobyl happened is because someone turned off the safety switch.
Yeah, they did a lot of dumb they didn't follow their own rules at all in that situation. I watched a thing on it where they went through step by step everything that went wrong that day, and most of it was, oh, let's do this instead of following our own instructions.
Yeah, oh, it's giving us a security warning or a safety warning. Let's just turn it off because it must be fake.
Well, if I
Great
may
negligence.
You're fine. It always does that.
If I may ask, why do you think more companies are not looking towards like hydro or anything like that?
Because hydro, I don't think hydro is that sustainable. I don't think you can actually transfer that as far as like nuclear energy and stuff. I think hydro only stretches so far from what
And like with hydrogen, and there's a lot of going in with hydrogen cars. The problem with hydrogen cars, though, is it's not like as efficient as a straight electric vehicle because there's so many different tool. Like it just depends on.
I think it just means hydroelectricity, like just like how like
Yeah,
Niagara Falls.
hydroelectric,
Yeah,
or either that or wave, or was that wave? Have you seen those the wave generators things?
No, I
Yeah,
haven't
so it depends on how you can harness that energy. Yes, we might be able to harness it, but taking that to the consumer is so inefficient compared to other options.
And the way we harness it, actually, the hydroelectricity is still so like Stone Age. Like you think about, I don't think the one in Niagara Falls has changed forever. I think they're still doing the same thing they've been doing since like the 50s and 40s and before that, right? So it's very outdated the way we actually produce and distribute electricity. So
and that's like with hydrogen cars too.
It's good for server farms because they can get the cooling and some electricity is one solid use case, but then it's like you got to be in the right location.
And that's kind of how hydrogen too is working, is because hydrogen is just not as efficient from getting it from the hydrogen format to actually energy that powers the car. You lose so much compared to an electric vehicle, and they have to figure out how to make that jump on efficiency. Otherwise, it's not worth continue putting money into it.
Yeah, it's not even the same thing because hydrogen is. I think this is what you were already trying to say, but hydrogen is just an energy delivery medium. It doesn't produce energy.
Right. Yeah. So like that's kind of the same thing with, all your water energy is they got to make it as efficient as possible. And if it's not the most efficient way to generate power, it's not going to have as many innovators in there to reduce that when you have other options that are more efficient.
On the high
And my view on why they would, sorry to cut you off. My view on why they would actually have incentives to, like, you know, abandon the way we do things and go more nuclear and do that is, I think that's your solution for dealing with unemployment, is just going straight green and creating jobs. But that's just my view on it.
We need to loosen up regulations or have more sensible regulations for sure, but loosen it up a little on nuclear.
By the way, I'll try to find an article or something on that wave energy stuff, and I'll post it in general when I find it.
What we need to do is we need to tighten up regulations on nuclear safety and loosen up everything else.
No, I heard that it's very tight. Like, that's why they can't get them built, is because the safety measures and the reviews and all this, and it takes years just to get one built up.
That's
Apparently.
yeah, it's a lot of it in America. And the stigma, I mean, even as we're talking here, you know, there's some things said, for example, Fukushima and the radiation in the ocean and so on. When you really look at that and talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about, there are people who claim like, oh, be careful, don't swim on this coast of America because you'll get irradiated from Fukushima. It's the amount of radiation that you could possibly, if you could measure it, that you could possibly even measure from that, would be millions of times less than what you get every day just in
Man, I
background
live
radiation.
off of Lake Ontario, and they tell us not to swim in the water, and it's nowhere near radiation. That's other shit.
Sure, other pollution, yeah, but I'm just saying people way overstate the effects of these
That's what I'm
things.
saying, man. Like, there's lakes out there that are just like, they're supposed to be fresh water, but they're technically just absolutely just demolished from the amount of pollutants. Like, people worry about nuclear, they should worry about a lot more too, right?
Oh yeah, especially like certain types of fertilizer and runoffs can be worse than nuclear.
Very much, yeah. And as an example, if you ever ride on a airplane, you get more radiation from just flying at altitude than you would from the ocean in Fukushima.
Well, you can get more radiation from having your phone next to your ear. They've done some studies on that too.
Yeah, that was a big stigma back in the day with older people. It's like, don't put the phone in your ears for too long.
I mean, they actually would put it
Yeah,
in it would put it in the manuals when you get the phones. I remember having a StarTAC back in like 1999 or 2000, and it would tell you to keep it away from your head or like an inch when you're sending MMS. Like those disclaimers were in the inserts.
Remember that whole line of products that was actually, there was like stickers that was designed to go on the back of your cell phone to block radiation?
I think there has been some studies though, like it's not like everyday use, but like the people who were on the phone like almost 100% of the day, there has been some bad side effects because of that too. But it takes like extreme exposure.
A lot of people
We'll find out.
take their heavy misunderstanding of the things like frequencies and stuff and really get scared, like the 5G. They're like, don't you know the frequency is much higher, that means it's stronger. They don't understand frequency and amplitude and what those things actually mean. And radiation comes, I mean, usually when people say radiation, they're talking about, you know, from a nuclear plant or whatever. But I mean, your candle emits radiation when you light it. Okay, radiation is in lots of forms. It's not just always bad.
It's true.
I look at all that 5G scare tactic shit as a means to get people off Nokia. Let's go Nokia.
On a side note, does anyone watch 911 Lone Star, where one of their episodes they had someone who was shooting people, putting in 5G towers because like it's it has how it transmitted COVID.
I really don't understand how those people are like
Human.
alive.
I mean, it was fully like they pull those from real life situations, but it was just like funny to see the misconceptions of people and putting it into a TV show that is on one of the major networks.
I know what you mean though. Like, how have these people made it this far in life without like just walking off a cliff accidentally at some point or something? It boggles the mind.
Don't you know gravity doesn't exist? It's just a conspiracy.
Also, whoever was asking, who said they didn't hear anything about the wave energy, I dropped it an article in the news tab.
We do have a super chat in YouTube. Josh M says 50K on AMC YOLO. Gorillas and Diamond Hands and Rockets. Wow, Josh, that's a big deal.
Yeah, good for you, Josh.
Hold it strong.
Yeah, I've seen this wave energy before. It's a great idea in the right places. Sure.
Yeah, wave technology would not work in my state.
I definitely see what you guys are saying about the transmission. Like, it'd be really hard for, like, you know, because since it's on the coast, to actually bring it to like middle America kind of deal, or in any other kind of, you know, middle country or middle of any kind of country. I see what you're saying by that.
They have incentive to use up nuclear waste. I think that's the government's one of their main issues. If they can use it up, and one of these, the way I look at it too, I look at it very outside the box series too. Because if I'm like, what's the American parties, Republican or Democrat, that would be a big deal for many generations to get votes saying I'm the one that got rid of nuclear waste in America. That's pretty big. So like, if
Man,
there
I
is
would vote for
technology out
anyone
there,
who said, I'm going to be in the middle of the line and vote for what the people want.
So I'm looking at next gen right now. Energy, just going based off of that uranium talk. And it looks like they engage in the acquisition, exploration, and development of uranium properties. Its project portfolio includes Arrow, South Arrow, Harpoon Rock, and ISO Energy.
I was thinking about mining stocks after I buy Cameco. Like, I'm not invested in yet, but I have every plan to. But once I'm actually invested, I was thinking about mining stock, and I'm like, I'm thinking about this all wrong, because I'm looking at lithium companies being worth 100 and how they're based in Australia or something. I'm like, I'm thinking about this all wrong. Who's the modern day dwarfs of this age? And it would be the Russians. The Russians can outmine anybody. The Russians, and if the
They're
amount of
making
territory they actually have, and the fact that they're expanding into Siberia even further, I'm doing nothing but, after I invest into Cameco, I'm doing nothing but looking for public Russian mining stocks. It's where I'm hedging my bets with mining, is with the
They're
Russians.
doing a lot of that. Remember, we were talking the other day about the lab grown diamonds. The Russians are doing a lot of work in that area too.
I
growing
needed
the
to ask you
diamonds.
about that. What company was doing the diamond growing?
Well, that's what I was trying to find out, was that if there was anything out there that were stocks. I know that they're being grown in China, in India. I know Israel's working on stuff, and but like I haven't found any companies yet to invest in. I really want to look into the
Yeah,
equipment
that might be
that's
early stage stuff.
CVD.
That's a lot of privatized
Yeah,
companies. I ran into
the
that problem with Digital Domain. Like, it was remember that Tupac hologram? They were publicly listed at one point, but as soon as that Tupac hologram came out, they went private, and I was so pissed. But yeah, like, it's a lot of stuff that's early stage. It usually is privatized and usually away from the public eye. And that's my other problem with penny stocks, is there's all these privatized companies that actually have worth and value that will pick those penny stocks out of the water. Like, I don't care what anyone says. If you go find a private company that's in the same industry as a penny stock, chances are they're worth 100 times more.
Another thing I was thinking of, we need to look into companies that can take the lithium batteries from EV cars, especially like once they're wrecked, and recycle them into either like power walls or re-put them back into electric vehicles instead of them just sitting in junkyards.
I think Tesla is trying to get stranglehold on that. They don't want anybody fixing their cars, repairing their cars, any parts. They want to come back to them to see if they can repair and reuse
So Tesla's focusing heavy on that, and other EVs will too. Like they're gonna try to get a stranglehold on their parts, and they're gonna treat their cars like a phone. Because like Apple, good luck getting Apple fixed anywhere. Like if you bring it to an artard, like he's going to put different parts in your Apple phone. Your Apple's going to be dead within a year. The cars are going to be treated the same way. Dealerships are eventually going to die because they're not going to know how to fix a Tesla, because it's going to become so complicated to fix a Tesla where they're not going to be able to do it themselves. And that's what they're working on right now, is making their cars as complicated as possible so they can recycle and reuse the parts themselves and keep that
Yeah,
industry
people
on
don't
top.
touch won't touch my electric car
I
if there
wouldn't
was something to go wrong.
Look at SpaceX. He's reusing rockets. Obviously, Tesla's going to follow suit.
But on my off-grid living in the bus kick, I know a lot of people take like Nissan Leaf batteries that were wrecked, and they'll use those as a power wall for their solar on their bus.
Coming from the automotive like background that I'm in, I will say that like even generally like most new cars, regardless, are getting harder and harder to work on for independent shops.
Yeah,
because
and
I personally work in an independent shop, and it's getting harder and harder for us to work on vehicles just because of how much technology is going into them now, and the
Are you
tools
guys going to be
quite out for
required
it.
to go back to school, or like what's going to happen there?
We're a really tiny shop, so we don't really mess with a whole lot of the newer stuff. We stick mostly the older stuff. That's like there's umpteens of things that resources that you can get through with it. But we don't really touch the newer stuff because there's so much to it.
yeah, that, and you have to buy in. That's actually the biggest problem. Well, the trick with the auto manufacturers is they close source it. They're like, oh, here's how this computer is just a little black box. You're not allowed to know how it works. If you want to be able to work on it, you have to pay us this monthly fee or this subscription to have access, and I'm hoping that's going to change in the future with all the people pushing for right to repair and stuff. But that's really the biggest problem,
So
because
this topic we're talking about right now is actually huge. When you're like, someone mentioned workhorse earlier. When you're thinking of workhorse, like think about like the people that have stranglehold on their technology when it comes to like autonomous driving and the way the Tesla actually works. Like they're never gonna get their hand on that like data and information. Like, and Tesla's always gonna grow that information. That's why I see workhorse is so far behind these other guys, where like in my eyes, they're not going to last unless they merge with like GM or do a merger at some point.
maybe I have more faith in humanity than I should, but I don't think that model of business is going to last forever, because more and more people are realizing, hey, I want to control my own stuff and I don't want to be locked in a walled garden. I hope that's what's the trend is. I really hope.
Yeah, but no, they're going to make these cars as complex as possible so they get to keep that part of the industry in house and not like let mechanics make the money. Pretty much, they even have insurance figured out. Apparently they're going to start their own insurance on Teslas, and you have to go with Tesla insurance. You're going to have to go. It's not out yet, but they plan on going having Tesla insurance for their customers. So that means insurance companies are, if they do that, and a good proportion of the people own Teslas.
Thing is they have to use it. That's not how it works. You can't tell me I have to buy a service from you.
They don't have to sell you a car.
Well, then fine, fuck you. I won't buy your car, but you can't tell me I have to buy your insurance company.
I'm
What if
pretty
it's
sure
cheaper?
they
What
can't
if
do
it's
that 'cause
cheaper?
that-
What if it's cheaper than the government insurance though?
Well, maybe it is, but
we don't have government insurance. We have private insurance here in America. We don't have public. Like, no, that's not how it works here. But they can't
Well, we
do
have
that.
private Ontario, whatever. I think Quebec is the only place with still public insurance, which is, I heard they pay like $200 a year, which is ridiculous.
I also wanted to make a quick note too on the right to repair thing. It's all not only in the automotive field; it's also in the agricultural field, like with John Deere and stuff like that. Farmers are actually like trying to go against it right now for right to repair.
Yeah, that's where I first heard of it, and I'm really rooting for him because I want that for everything.
Yeah, man, right to repair is super important.
Oh yeah, if that opens up, then competition opens up for sure, because then people can figure out how things work and they can do that. But that's exactly what that does.
Everybody go watch Biscuit's stream. He's mucking with some AMC charts.
Yeah, anybody find it interesting how AMC and GameStop are just completely flat today?
Yeah, everyone's holding, waiting for tomorrow, where we find out
But
a
yet
little
still
bit more.
holding at 59, like it's a worthless company, but yet it's still not $10. It's still not whatever, you know.
No,
like,
man. Okay.
I don't understand
Honestly,
it.
Here. I'm gonna link something in general on YouTube. It's a website where you can keep track of the live trading of GME, and you'll notice that there's like lots and lots and lots and lots of trades of 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares.
We all know what that
Those are the hedge
means.
fund guys. So they're doing this to drive the price down. Like if you look at the volume, like it's like there's like this it's like a back and forth
Yeah, I know.
battle of buying and selling in these big volume chunks.
Why they so correlated?
I posted an analogy almost the other day on it. You ever see Cheech and Chong when the cop comes and knocks on the window? And he's just like, keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
So many people told me to get out because it's going down to 10 over the weekend.
Time to buy.
Exactly, that's what I said. I said I'll buy more if it goes down that low.
I can see it going to 30 before the squeeze happens.
Okay, so I just posted in general. This website allows you to follow along second by second, minute by minute, what trades are happening. The only thing is you have to refresh the page, and there's only 5 pages that it saves. So it's, but I mean, what I've noticed from watching it today is that it just seems like a lot of fishy trades. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like a lot of like retail investors trading it. I mean, there's obviously some, but it looks like a lot of
Buy a million trades.
So many of them are defaulting to 100 shares. Isn't that usually the default for when you're shorting or doing options?
Oh yeah, 100 shares is one contract.
Yeah, a lot of this is option contracts expiring.
Makes sense.
All I'm seeing is chump numbers. It's all I'm seeing is chump numbers. Like they're outstanding like what in this 50 millions last time checked of shares, or 20 millions.
I think they're at about 28 million still shorts last time I checked.
This is all chump numbers. 100 here, 100 there. Come on, bud. Gotta up that ante. Like what are they doing? Okay, I see a few thousands, and it makes it a little better, but it's still compared to 20 million. That's fucking chump change.
I just want to do a quick plug for the channel. Tame the Arc, thanks for putting this together. Everybody in the YouTube chat, throw up some diamond hands and smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell so you know every time we go live. And that way you can follow along. If this stream ends up going down, it only means that he fired up a new part. So to stay in the loop, just subscribe and hit that bell. Thank you very much.
What he said.
Subscribe. Diamond hand. Subscribe.
Diamond hands.
I'm trying to think of a like crazy vocal run I can do to the word subscribe. I haven't come up with anything yet. I will though.
Okay, Mosley, thank you for the diamond hands. Tato 332.
Subscribe.
Diamond
All
hands.
mine.
Dominic Belinsky. Thank you for the diamond hands. Loco, you as well. Thank you.
Subscribe. Goodbye.
Get the like button up to what we want GME at.
Diamond Hand Gang.
And don't forget to share this. I mean, if you know people who want to stay in the loop with everything that's going on, just let them know. I mean, we're a pretty tight knit community, and we're all doing our due diligence to bring you guys the up to date news. And yeah, it's great because we've got a lot of people in here who specialize in certain fields, and so we can kind of collaborate and cross-reference what we're learning. So if you believe in the movement, if you got diamond hands, throw up some diamond hands in the chat. I see Luke Driver, Sean Walker, Leo Daniels 2002 with 1,000 hands. Bark ESE still holding. Is it too late to buy in? No, I don't think so. I would say probably wait until tomorrow. That's when
I
you're going to
mean,
see a lot of volatility, and it's probably
we
going to
need
go down a whole
last line of
lot.
defense. If we had a last line of defense for when it dropped to like $30 of people buying in, that would be the most. That would be amazing. Those would be the saviors. People buying in at the $30 mark.
Oh,
If it did
straight
drop
out
down
of
there,
Compton.
and just a
Oh.
last line defense. That would be ideal.
Check it out. Hit that like button. Diamond hands for GME. Hit that like button.
There you go. You got to do more of that. Miko, you got to do way more of
Yes.
that. Get these people vibing. We got a super chat from
I love
Josh
it.
M. Thank you for the $4.99 donation. Shorts on AMC are coming 75 to 79% short of GME as well. Squeezes on. Hold the line. Gorilla Diamonds.
Yes,
Gorilla
yes.
Rockets. Diamond Moon.
Now my question is, with like these short ladder attacks, let's say, is this all artificial, like pressure, I guess, so to speak, on the actual stock price itself? Meaning, will it regulate back to that 400 mark and then short squeeze, or is it going to short squeeze from the price it's at and they actually manipulate it and it's actually manipulated, not just artificially? Does anyone?
My personal opinion, tomorrow they're going to lie about what the short percentage is, pay the fine because it would be a lot cheaper that way. You're going to see a big sell-off. That's my best guess. So I would just hold the line, look for that price to dip, and buy lower than it is right now, because I have a strong feeling there's going to be a lot of people out there who have options positions, and it's going to get played out. I don't know. There's definitely going to be people who lose money in this, but the whole idea is that we look at like go back a week, and you look at the time that which everything happened, and Tame said, sure, we may not, like, it may have been all played off of false information, but I don't know, man. I don't think so. Just with all the propaganda and the way things have been going, I really think they have something to hide.
Halted, like,
This is war.
Yeah, dude, they halted on Friday. I'm sorry, but I feel like they have something to hide.
Not
Diamond
once it
hands.
reaches any of this,
peak,
guys.
they're like, oh wait, we gotta halt it. It's like, yeah, no, you're obviously protecting self-interest. So, it's very hard for me to believe that they're actually, willing to take that much of a loss. I'm paying for like $300 a stock. No way they're covering your short position then, if there was a short position. If they're going to cover it, they're going to be covering it now by funding it with other stocks and other cryptos. They're going to be putting money in there, let it grow, pull it out by GME. I have $50, right, or whatever. They're going to take the loss there. They're not going to take it at 350. So obviously they weren't covering short positions then, if there was one. But that's just my logic.
Yeah, if memory serves, they halted it, or they did the circuit breaker 4 times, and somebody said one of them was on a downswing. I thought they were all on up, but there probably was that was on a down.
How many people in YouTube chat holding Doge? Let us know.
Dab for Doge.
Yeah, Melvin Cedino is asking more singing, please.
I'm gonna try, but I'm eating popcorn right now. That's a choke hazard.
Miko, can you just give
16K
us a nice
shares
little
in
hook
Doge,
on
nice.
some Dogecoin?
I'm holding 77,000 Doge. I know that's nothing compared to some of the Dogenaires out there, but
Hey,
I'm
Doge.
You got
Parties
me
at your
beat like
place
by
then if
10
it goes
times,
up.
literally.
Ooh. Yeah, I bought in at like 0.16.
It's like a little Doge that could.
If anybody's wondering, I hold 0 cryptocurrency, but that's okay because all of my friends do, and if they get rich, then they'll help me out.
We got Edward Nazarian, who's balling earlier too. You're holding a lot of shares of a lot of stuff, but 240,000. We got
240,000
Mike
shares of what?
with 16,000 shares in Doge. Edward Nazarian's got 240,000 shares of Doge.
Yo, Snoop
Sanji
Dogg
with
needs
25,000.
I think Tame's pretty picky about us referring to Doge's shares.
Right, it's coins. That's correct.
Yeah, Doge coins.
It's coins. If
Doja
you
like
own
it's
your
hot.
coins.
Doja like it's hot.
Whiskey
I-
in the hole.
Doja like it's hot. When the tax try to get at you, Doja like it's hot. Doja like it's hot.
Loco says $50, turned it into 200, sold some to recover the investment and holding. That's a good plan. I like that
That's what
plan.
I
That's a
did.
good one.
I like the support we're finding in OCGN.
Heck yeah.
It spiked, it dropped, but it found a really good platform. It is like on a nice little trend upward.
I think Doge 10 cents is very possible, honestly, at this trajectory. I'd say probably at the growth that I've been watching it, I'd say probably by tomorrow at 10 cents, to be honest. If it continues in this trajectory. Maybe even
Yeah, by
sooner.
this weekend.
That's just being, yeah.
50 cents by the end of the month.
Yeah. I'm just,
So-
yeah. I think it's catching on, folks. It's a lot like somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of money, like Bitcoin. That is a scary number, even at a percentage rate. I actually have right now both money in Bitcoin and Dogecoin, and Dogecoin is a bit more profitable based on the amount that I invested in. Just because I'm not getting, well, not invested, but how I put the money in. But yeah, it's interesting
Nice
watching
job.
both.
Edward Nazarian again saying he's up 10K on OCGN, bought it at 496. That was the spot.
Hey.
Good job. Nice.
I bought
Nice
at 411. I wish I would have bought more.
Yeah. Anybody have any stocks that they are liking right now that you're feeling? You want to talk about? Share in the YouTube chat too. Anybody?
Doge.
Hey, Biscuit.
For being realistic, I feel like the beer company. Which one was it?
Biscuit.
How is everyone doing today?
Whatever company the Montreal Canadian owner owns, that beer company would I think would be a safe buy. Just waiting for sports stadiums to fill back up and pay for overpriced beer. I think that's a pretty safe bet at like $60 or whatever the stock is at. But yeah, it's a company owned by
Can you
the
walk me
Montreal
through what you're
Canadiens.
doing? Just give me a kind of a breakdown of what you're doing with your chart.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like to draw on paper, you know. Colors are nice. They're relaxing. I don't
For
know.
those of
I'm
you new-
thinking about Doge, you know, because last night was crazy. I don't know if you guys catch up to what happened.
Yeah.
I think I traded Doge for 6 hours. I overtraded myself. Yeah, I sat down. It was crazy. Every time there was a dump, Elon tweets. There's a dump, Elon tweets. Crazy.
For
So,
those of you in YouTube,
So you think it's a pump and
Biscuit
dump
is-
on Elon's side as well?
there is definitely bots set up for Elon's tweet, and they have keywords filtered. So whenever he says cryptocurrency or Doge or to the moon or much wow, the bots will automatically buy a certain amount and sell at 5 or 10.
I was saying this morning, I seen he bought 1.2 billion in Bitcoin, and I'm like, I bet he used Dodge to fund that, and everyone was bashing it.
No, I think what I was thinking is he did remove Bitcoin from his bio, so everyone would think he's ditching Bitcoin and he's yelling Doge to keep Bitcoin under 40K until he seal his deal and buy that 1 billion, and
that'd be a
then
good play too.
yeah, but actually the way the companies buy into Bitcoin, they don't just market buy at once. They have been Tesla has been buying, I'm pretty sure, since like 3 or 4 months.
It didn't happen now. They have been they slowly buy in, you know.
Yeah,
They
at
probably
least
have been
at
doing.
least 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay. So by
But
pumping up Dogecoin, you make some money. At the same time, you keep Bitcoin price down.
I don't think Elon needs to do this. I think he has enough money
Well,
to
if you
avoid
look
such.
if you look at his past, he's used strategies like this before to actually fund a lot of his Tesla needs. Like that flamethrower he built and sold 1 million units at like whatever he was charging, $100. That was all to fund Tesla. That was no other angle but to fund Tesla because he was losing money on Tesla, right? So it's not
I see.
far to think, right?
It was wonderful, though.
I wanted one of those flamethrowers. I'm not even gonna lie, but
it's not a flamethrower.
Didn't we all?
But I do find it
Wow.
interesting, regardless of what his narrative was, it worked because I mean, Doge is on the up. It's at 8 cents, and it's
But
been
no, our
steadily.
narrative, what we're saying proves that there's going to be a lot of bag holders, and like if you're expecting it to go to 10 and you're not playing the same game as Elon and buying it low and selling high multiple times a day, like you're not on the same page as them. Like that's all I'm saying, at least. So I just don't want to see people get scammed out of money and left bag holding. Like I'd rather them put it in something
Well,
safer.
it's not scammed out of money because you go in with the assumption and knowing that this is not secure. So you can't really scam people if you disclose that it's not secure.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So
That's very fair.
yeah.
As far as stocks,
Elon does not disclose that one bit, though. I'll say that much. I hope he does, but I don't think he does. I think it's like
Yeah,
one
but
word.
that's that. I mean, regardless, every time that I've bought any kind of crypto, there is a disclaimer. So it's not really their job to say.
I just try to understand the market of the people that are buying it too. I'm not saying you guys are dumb or anything, but from my understanding, like, isn't it a
Miko, I
lot of?
think.
Yeah,
Sorry
people
to
need
cut
to
you
do
off,
that
but
on their own. It's been said so many times in public that, anytime you invest, you have to be willing to invest with what you're willing to lose. And if you don't follow that, you're going to get burned.
Yeah.
And like, can kids buy crypto though? Is my question. Like, is this like 10-year-olds and stuff, or do you still have to be 18 to buy crypto? Or...
I would think it would depend on the crypto or on the broker, because
Yeah,
regardless.
Because
if you have your own
it is
wallet,
a bunch of like kids and like it's propped up by like $5 here, $5 there, right? And then when the big money pulls out, you're gonna see a big fluctuation. Like if it's propped up by $5 here and $5 here, that big money is what's keeping it at 8 cents, at 10 cents. But that's just the way I look at it. So I may be wrong, but
the only way kids can buy
Miko,
crypto
I
is on the
think,
open market. They can't do it through an exchange.
your mic, buddy. I think you need to restart your computer or replug your mixer, XLR, or something, because there is some static noise coming from your mic.
Mine?
No, Miko.
Mine? Oh.
Mine?
No, because what I was saying is,
okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you either restart the computer or replug your mixer or something like that. It happened to me once.
Yeah, I had that question yesterday. If there's a way to set up like a savings account for kids, like a custodial account, but have it be invested in crypto instead of like the US dollar. And if it's an easy way to have a bunch of different family members deposit money into it.
So the kids don't have like control over these accounts. They're not. It's still their parents making the decisions, right?
Yes, but as like it's under their name, so when they turn 18, it goes 100% to them, and no one else can touch it.
So like, there's not like a mass amount of like 12-year-olds signing up for Robinhood. I am mistaken here, right?
no, yeah, a kid can do that. What a kid could do is get their own wallet, but that's like they would have to buy from their friends or something on an open market. They can't buy through an exchange.
I mean, to be honest, there's nothing stopping you from going to the gas station and buying a credit card and buying crypto with changing cash into coin and holding it in your own wallet. It's
Like, I'm not doubting there's like money in
decentralization
Dogecoin.
is to take away the ability of anybody to say who can and can't have what and what not.
Yeah, we just really believe that in 15 years, crypto will be worth a lot more. So we want to take investments like $10 on birthdays, or if you get a good grade, and be able to put it into a savings account that is grown in crypto for all of our nieces and nephews.
Yeah, I would think Coinbase supports that.
Coinbase would.
And Binance, but I know Binance. I know Binance has issues in the US, but like in Binance Global, there is a you can do a saving account and have some like interest rate on the crypto you save in. So, but like in crypto, we say not your keys, not your coins. So if you want to store something for the long run, you should always consider storing them in a offline storage, like a USB ledger or an offline computer, because exchanges do get hacked and they do get locked down and they do lock your funds sometimes. So if you want to keep something for the long run,
What
an
would be the
exchange is
easiest
not the
way
best, yeah.
for people to just send money to that account? Like on a birthday or Christmas or...
Oh, you have your QR code, you have your address QR code, and you just like print it on a sticker, and if someone has like BitPay, Exodus, or whatever they have crypto they want to send, they can scan the code and send the amount right away.
Yeah, that would be the most immediate way. In
But
fact,
people,
yeah,
but people wouldn't send Bitcoin due to high fees. Even though we can argue about it, but like it has high fees, so most likely people with Litecoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin, these are the people who are more likely to send crypto. But like the problem is the amount of people are invested now are believers mostly. So like 80% believers, and believers don't sell or send; they hodl forever.
So
Yeah, I
that
just
keep
want
the
it
price
so
at a
it's
standstill, or
held.
would that add to its value just holding forever?
If people are gathering something and hold it, it must have some value, at least for these people. So, and at the end of the day,
I mean, like
the
what
economy
added?
is
Like,
based on
there's
supply
obviously
and
people.
demand.
There's
Yeah.
obviously people buying and holding Bitcoin at the same time, but like, wouldn't it
Yeah.
have been the mass trading and try to integrate it into the actual like the system of different commodities and like currencies? I mean to say, and wouldn't that have added to its uprise of like now $50,000 or whatever it's at?
yeah, it's two parts because the hodling creates like a sense of like scarcity, and that kind of keeps them holding. But then there are other people that do still buy and sell, and the demand, since there's more, there's not as many coins available, they keep bidding it up.
Now, let's say on that demand, let's say these people that are holding, and let's say I'm right, and it is people with like $5 here and $5 there. The people, the big money into it, if they're pumping and dumping, that's horrible for the people that are holding, no? Compared to the ratio of like the amount of people that have like, let's say like, I don't know, like $200 behind in their Dogecoin compared to like someone that has like 100,000 and it's getting ready to sell in a couple hours once it gets pumped up enough.
To be honest, it hasn't been horrible for me. Like I've done and it's like the philosophy of stacking sats where you put 10, 20, 50 into Bitcoin every week, and on average, I've made out great on doing that. Doge was a different story because I just ended up buying a whole lot just as a joke because I wanted to become a Dogeonaire. I never made it.
That's
But I got
funny.
up when it got up to 10, I sold like half of it because it was so high. I'm like, I'm never gonna like. I thought it was never gonna be like 10 again. But I turned out buying Bitcoin with that, so it's not so bad.
So that was a smart thing to do, exactly. And that's what I would assume most people are doing. But there's a lot of people who are just sitting on it and expecting it's going to go to $1 or something. I don't know. I may be wrong. Hopefully, I'm wrong. They don't feel that way, but I don't like. I just see it as a big pump and dump scheme, and it fluctuating between 1 and 10 cents forever. And unless you're on that same page as everyone else is buying it low and selling high, you're totally left out of what's happening with that coin. In my eyes,
listen,
I'm still
I'm
holding
the
half
last.
of it though.
I'm the last guy from the crypto community to support Doge. I take it always as a joke, but like to be fair to the people who support it and keep shouting at us buy Doge, it is a cryptocurrency. It does work on the blockchain, and people are buying it. So I think this is more than enough reason for it does work, and it is a currency. At least on the internet, there is websites that accept it. People are using it between them to send funds. So who are we to judge like this is not like worth something if it has like at least key features of the cryptocurrency?
Well, and then you have to also be careful to call it a pump and dump scheme because, like I said,
it was to be fair to his statement. It was for many times bumped and dumped. But this is the issue with cryptocurrency. There is no regulation. It's not controlled in a proper way. So anyone with a big Telegram group of 1K people, everyone puts $500 and they select an exchange and they bump it. The other exchanges follow and then they dump on people. This has been going on for years now.
Yeah.
But now with this amount of people coming into Doge and buying, it's like distributing the wealth using a meme coin, and now it's very hard for these groups to bump and dump it. So I find it funny that people are calling it stable coin, and you never know. 10 cents stable coin, maybe. Who knows?
Enough people do buy
Dogecoin
in.
for me is like
They could save. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Dogecoin for me is like dating a crazy ex-girlfriend.
Right.
I know exactly what I'm getting into.
No sunshine when it rains.
I really don't care what it's called, why it's going up and down, what people think of it. It's numbers, and I'm using its numbers to make my Ethereum numbers go up and my Doge numbers to go up.
Let's go.
Same. I know she's crazy, but I know what I'm getting into when I get her in the car. All right.
You know,
That's on
right?
me.
You know it's gonna be hot. That's all I'm saying.
It's
Like you know it's gonna be hot.
It's gonna
but
be
at the
hot.
Same,
Somebody's
and then it's
gonna
be
go to
weird
jail.
after.
There's gonna be blood and scars. I'm gonna have to replace a window, but that's on me because I knew what she was capable of because I got a pile of busted windows from last month.
Right.
I know
It's
what's
like
going on.
I always think of it as like kind of like I'm gonna go get drunk all night and I'm gonna have a great time, but tomorrow I'm gonna hate it.
I feel like that when I keep on dumping money into the stock below. I've never done cocaine, but I've always said I'm going to go buy some below. But the company is like a breathalyzer company, and like they're not like they have patents, but like they haven't sold anything. So every time I dump money into it, I'm like doing it. But yeah.
For everyone
crazy ex-girlfriend.
For everyone that is listening, I just want to say, usually the support for something or the way we talk about something change with numbers. So if tomorrow Dogecoin gets dumped to 0.1 or 0.001, you will definitely hear a different statement from all of us. So please, this is not a financial advice and whatsoever. Be careful with your money.
If Dogecoin drops to a fraction of a penny again, I'm calling that crazy ex-girlfriend and texting her, "Hey, you up?" I'm gonna give her the "Hey, you up" text to Doge if it goes to less than
I'll
that.
probably buy in.
Let's go.
No. That's when you wait for her to text you. She's like, "Hey, that Doge stuff, yeah, it's pretty serious now, huh?" And you're just like, "Yeah, well, you didn't take it seriously, so bye."
Exactly.
I've moved on. I'm into.
If I
I've moved
wait
on.
for
I'm into
her to
real
call,
stuff.
it's gonna be when I'm at most inebriated, and she's gonna call with like, "Oh, those is 001. Here's 10 grand."
There's a reason they say don't text your ex when you're drunk.
I'll simplify my view on crypto. If you're not dealing with the top three, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or you're dealing with the top bottom to get to the top three, there's more money to be made in the stock market. That's what I'll say about it.
Dude, if Doge drops down to a fraction of a penny, like my ex-girlfriend, I'm not calling. I'm going to become the crazy
I think that's probably impossible for it to drop to the fraction of a penny because it did get a lot of traction. Like I said, there was a lot of like small-time buyers, like people buying like probably $20 here, $100 here, right? And they're probably holding. So for like, if it keeps catching traction, like, and then people keep holding, and like for it to drop to a fraction of a penny, what like something would have to happen, no?
For it to stay stable at 6 cents for 2 days straight, then yeah, it's gonna be something drastic's gonna have to happen.
I don't think it's gonna go back below 5 cents again, like ever.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because before these recent pumps, it was essentially a stable coin for about a year because it was like going between 0.002 and 0.005 around, and that's when I was buying that's when I was accumulating, and I would use it as a place to park some of my other coins. You know, when the volatility was getting crazy.
Then
And-
again, I do hope it does go down. Hell, I hope it goes down all the way to sub penny, so I can buy 1 million of them and wait it out.
Exactly.
Well, it's
exactly.
got the PR behind it now is the thing. If it does, for whatever reason, if it does dump, right? Well, Dogecoin's mainstream now, and it's hilarious to talk about it because it's stupid, but it makes money.
Yeah.
It's making money, and if it goes to nothing, what's going to happen? In my opinion, crazy guys like me, that still, you know, that crazy ex-girlfriend, you bump into her at the bar, somebody's going to jail that night, and you're not going to regret it. I'm gonna go get some of that Dogecoin.
I mean, I look at it this way: if people were willing to spend hundreds of dollars on freaking Beanie Babies, like, you're fine.
But what
Like-
do the but see the problem I have concept in this whole thing is like crypto, and if you're gonna use Beanie Baby reference, they hold on to it, they gain value, but then what do they go sell it for again?
Oh, they
Either
don't sell
US
their Beanie
dollar.
Babies, dude. They're long on Beanie Babies.
I'm saying even with this even Bitcoin, there's still people selling it for the US dollar because they need it, or the you know, whatever country they live in uses
Right,
US
right.
dollar.
But I'm saying we're underestimating the power of making something mainstream that doesn't necessarily have value.
Also,
That's the difference.
What you're adding value to by the US dollar. That's the only thing like I've always like been skeptical about. Isn't people still going to be pulling it out to use the US dollar? Like
Some
at
will.
what point does the US dollar lose value when people are using crypto to accumulate US dollars?
When people are willing to basically sell whatever they have for crypto. Like if I have a laptop and I want to sell it, and I say, I'll take your crypto instead.
When it becomes easier to use crypto for purchases, i.e. lowering transaction times, is when you'll see crypto really grab. And that's why the systems behind crypto is the investment in the long play. The purchasing and day trading of crypto is your short term.
that and sending money, right? I mean, you can send somebody
Well, yeah,
crypto
the
instantly,
transactions,
no
how
issue.
do we move it around? Well, for now, yeah, on the global scale, we can move it around via the internet, no problem. But the endpoint user, there's not very many systems in place to just pay with
Well,
crypto.
and it removes the
that gets
conversion
involved.
fees.
I really think trading crypto for the US dollar will be a stopgap for a long time. And at some point, the government will have to give in and start accepting taxes in at least one coin.
I'll tell you where I've seen it
And that's the point, I think, is when things will turn around too.
Where I've seen the use and practical application was several times at a poker game where a guy borrows money from another guy to buy back in, and he settles up with him at the end of the night. If he doesn't have the cash on him to settle up, say he borrowed 500 or $1,000 from him that night, just throw him the Bitcoin and they're done. They'll exchange QR codes. Here, can I pay you back in Bitcoin? Yeah, cool, no problem. And he's all square, and he's no longer on the books for that guy. That was my first introduction to Bitcoin. Those guys
That's a
trading at
very
the poker table.
small portion of the economy, and a very small percentage of population of people that
I'm not saying it's
actually
not. I'm
do
saying
that.
my anecdotal experience.
Hmm.
All I'm sharing is my anecdotal experience. That was my intro to Bitcoin, and that it's so easy to share. I'm like, what's a Bitcoin? Why is he?
So when do you think like the stopgap you're talking about? That's actually a pretty good way to look at it. Like the stopgap between it catching up to actually the U.S. dollar, let's say, or even though it technically is, it just needs to be integrated better. How does the government actually feel the need to integrate it, and how, like, does that affect the U.S. dollar the way I think it does? Like goodbye, like.
I don't
The
think
government loves money. They'll take the money.
I don't think the government's going to take Bitcoin as for tax purposes or whatever to take it in until it's more regulated.
Well, that's why I hope
Would regulation
people...
affect its price?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it'll affect its price, but I mean, it's also would affect its. What's the government going to do? Hold Bitcoin on its own wallet, and then take Bitcoin and wait for it to go up and down?
I don't think Bitcoin cares about what the government says about it. It has been proven over the years. They can ban it. They can put sanctions on it. They can do whatever. It will still go its own path.
And the other thing is,
yes, we might get a fluctuation, but the long run, Bitcoin doesn't give a zero Fs about the government.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's a stopgap to trade it to U.S. dollars, because if governments keep rejecting this, they can make it illegal to trade in cryptocurrency. Okay, people will still do it, and over time, this will take over the currency we use because people are going to trust it more. Be like, well, I have my crypto and I still have it, and it didn't suddenly we didn't suddenly have this massive
So
inflation because they printed so much more U.S. dollars.
so how does Bitcoin find its way? Well, this is probably a dumb question actually, but I'll say it anyway. How does Bitcoin find its way into that relationship that like government and corporation have? Because that's the barrier they're going to have to break in order to say what you're saying, the stopgap. In my, I don't know. That's logic to me. Like that's the barrier they have to break in order to really get it
They're
going. Is
they're either going to have to be
relationship
super smart about it and do something I can't even imagine, or
or
it's going to
shady,
kill a lot of
actually.
corruption in government.
Yeah,
So how do
they would
how
have
do
to
they get
have
a
some
better
type of
how does
policy, a
Bitcoin get a
defined
better
policy,
relationship
though.
with corporation though?
I think for Bitcoin or any crypto to become mainstream, it would have to be accepted widestream as a payment form when you go into any store.
Exactly. You would have to gain a better relationship with the corporation, Apple, all the big dogs, anyone that's pushing tech or pushing even like something like Walmart. It would have to gain better relations with Walmart. Like, if this, I don't know, I may be
Not
way off
necessarily.
basis. Yeah, I may be way off basis. So if someone
You're
can
Well, no, no,
debunk
you
me.
overthinking
guys,
this guy. How many people actually jump on every time Elon Musk says something about Dogecoin? Now take that example into consideration and exponential, and put that towards what we're talking about right here. You know, as soon as
I
something
am,
becomes
because
popular, as
Walmart
soon
would
as
laugh you out of the water if you try to pay in Dogecoin for something. Like they would
yes,
right
but
now.
not for
So
Bitcoin. Yes, but as of right now, it just became today as newsworthy institutionalized. So 24 months from now, you're going to walk into a Walmart and be able to pay with Bitcoin.
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
it's mainstream.
That
It's
would be the
not,
start. That would be the start of it. But
it's
how
not
does
just Elon.
that's what I'm asking. How does Walmart or how does Bitcoin, not Walmart, how does Bitcoin gain relationship with Walmart when there's still the relationship between them and government very much in play?
I would like
They don't need
to
to.
add I would like to add a quick point on that you can exchange any form of cryptocurrency very fast via the latest apps. Like most apps have an exchange, and it's really quick on your phone. Like you walk into a place, they accept only Ethereum. You have Bitcoin, you exchange that Ethereum to that Bitcoin to Ethereum and pay. So the form of what crypto, it doesn't matter. Like this is the issue with
But
Facebook
with how
Libra.
volatile it is, why would you want to pay in crypto right now? That'd be the last thing you want to do, no?
Because the institutions are coming in to stabilize the coin as we speak right now. I mean, eventually it's going to get to the point to where the regular retail investor cannot buy into it, because I would give it anywhere from 8 to 12 months. It's going to be somewhere in between $150,000 to $250,000 per coin.
For Bitcoin.
yeah, if major institutions are accepting it regularly, then it will stabilize through that too. But they're going to have to watch the price and alter their fees in store.
You guys got to look at it like this. Bitcoin's float is not locked up right now, so it has mass volatility to it. It can go up very, very quickly, and it can go down very, very quickly. As soon as institutions come in and
You
lock up
essentially could
that
be paying
float,
$100 for a thing of toothpaste.
exactly. You know, once the institutions lock up the float, there is no more mass fluctuations. That before too long, you're going to be looking for a 2 to 5% difference in Bitcoin and buy those dips instead of 20 to 30%. You know, and then eventually there will be less than a percentage of movements through Bitcoin on a daily basis. You know.
And we don't even need like Walmart and stuff to actually support this. Not right away at all. They're going to
No,
fall
that was just
behind
an
everything
example.
else.
Just an example.
The point I want to get to is that while
Amazon
we
will
need
be the big
is
dog. If you get Amazon to support it, then you're in business.
Yeah. Okay. So all we
Amazon,
actually need though is the things that the current generation are interested in.
For
That's
Amazon,
the stuff.
Sorry to cut you. For Amazon, I just want to say that I have been buying using Bitcoin and Amazon like for 2 years at least, and I'm pretty sure many people are doing it. We basically have some apps that you can easily exchange your Bitcoin into an Amazon gift card, and I believe this is one of the main reason why Jeff Bezos got all his money. because of letting this like wormhole stays in the system where people can get Bitcoin from anywhere, exchange it to a gift card. They only care about the gift card balance, and they will take it
And
from
what
you.
he just sits on the Bitcoin and watches it go up, eh?
Yeah.
And no, he doesn't care about he doesn't accept the Bitcoin. He accepts the gift card. But the other people, they have the dashboard from Amazon that they can top up with their bank accounts, and they will take your Bitcoin. So the other people are sitting on the Bitcoin. But for Jeff Bezos, he's gaining money by selling the gift card balance,
Okay.
and that's how he
It's
got
like a real-time exchange.
crazy rich.
And the real time, guys, the reality is this too. No currency
Sorry to
has
cut
value.
you, whoever was speaking. I'm really sorry.
I was going to say the value of any currency, and our fiat dollar is no exception to the rule. The currency only has value as the people have confidence in that currency. Now, right now, Dogecoin value has gone up because, call it confidence, call it intrigue, call it curiosity, whatever, but it's got more confidence, and that's why it's going up. Bitcoin, no different. I think Bitcoin goes more entirely mainstream the more confidence people have in that currency, and that confidence comes from more people buying it and more people just naturally using it.
Yeah, I just had another thought. Now, if we look at other currencies that like have failed, and when they like, this is obviously a little bit off topic because it doesn't like relate to Bitcoin a little bit, but anyway, when you see other currency fails, let's say like compare the U.S. dollar to the yen, and like it's like thousands of yens or whatever. I don't know the exact thing, but you catch my drift. Now, if Bitcoin starts being successful, we will most likely see the United States dollar start flooding it. So where it's like, like shit gets ridiculous, like where, to buy like a thing of soap, like the dollar is pretty much worthless almost.
No, the dollar is pretty much worthless as of today. I mean, 73% of its initial value since it was taken off the gold standard. It has decreased since then. The only thing Bitcoin is going to do, it's not going to replace the dollar per se. It's just going to come up and be another fiat currency.
So the point I was trying to make before, with acceptance of using cryptocurrency in everyday life, we do not need the major institutions. Sure, they will come on board eventually, but all we need is the things that the newest generation is interested in. I've seen this happen before with other things. There used to be a time when if you wanted to use voice over IP software to conduct business and do anything, people just looked at you like you were an idiot. Okay. But the newest generation stuck to that, at least part of us did. And we said, no, this is what we want. And of course, it became popular. Who has a landline phone anymore? Technology keeps going, but there's a lot of examples of where there are things that are like, that's ridiculous. That'll never catch on, but we do it anyways.
I agree with you with the VoIP.
Everything's ran by consumers, and I hope everybody understands that too. Because it is ran by consumers. It's just there's a big system in place that keeps the consumers kind of down here, so where they can't, they keep consuming and they don't control, and so that's all I'm worried about with crypto is,
I think with the value,
big three are safe, but the bottom ones, it's like, try not to be used.
Hey guys, somebody from the YouTube comments, Michael Cabrera asked, why is GME? He said stuck between 55 and 65. Anybody want to just weigh in your opinion on why we've talked about it, but maybe you didn't hear why we are where we are right now?
I think everybody's just waiting for the report to come out tomorrow as to how many shorts there are still out. So I think everybody's just kind of sitting and waiting because it could either turn into not happening for a couple more weeks. At least I'm reiterating what I heard earlier and was talked about. But I know tomorrow there's supposed to be these reports coming out, so everybody's just kind of waiting.
Yeah, I've been watching level 2 on it all day. There's barely anybody trading it at all. Everyone's just sitting and holding.
Yeah, the volume from today's, what is it at? I'm on the road, so I can't see it. But what is it? Is it 4 million? Where are we at right now in volume?
from the numbers of stocks being traded, it looks like there's a lot of options contracts being called.
Today's volume.
You cut out.
Button, hit it.
24 million.
24 million. And the average volume's what, 35?
Average is 105.
105, excuse me. Yeah, it looks to me like everybody is, to the YouTube comments, it looks to me just like what she said, everybody is just sitting tight and just waiting to see what information comes out, and then they'll make moves after that information comes out.
I'm predicting a big sell off tomorrow.
I am predicting a big dip buy for me.
Not scaring me though, because I'm expecting it.
I'll take that dip.
When I dip, you dip.
Has to. The only way
Exactly.
The only way they can buy back their shorts is if other people sell their position, and the price goes low enough for them to have enough shares. Like it's just a math thing. Like it's a threshold that it's got to be reached in order for it to happen. So I'm just kind of leaving it alone because I can buy on the dip, but that's gonna make it take longer for the price to go down to where they want it. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know where I sit. I know I have diamond hands though.
I guess you could summarize it. I just want it to go up or down. Either way is fine with me right now.
Essentially, yeah.
GME stablecoin.
There you go. Convert GME to crypto, and it'll be the new stable coin. Good idea.
Let's go.
Somebody in YouTube asked about Boxlight. Anybody have any info on Boxlight?
So they make like stuff for schools, like projectors and all kind of interactive learning material for classrooms K through 12. Cheap right now, but probably a good thing being that most kids are learning digitally. They're going to have to come up with digital tools. My opinion, that's all.
Where's Bullish been at? I want that guy to give me his opinion on CCIV again.
He's been missing a couple of days, hasn't he?
I haven't heard Bullish since last week. Yeah.
He's probably trading Doge.
I think he said he was in Florida.
Yeah, I was trying to turn my mic back on. Yeah, he went to Miami like late last week, and he's been down there with his old lady.
Well, they got the internet in Miami. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I mean, when you down there, you're down 68%. Do you really want to talk about it, or you want to enjoy life?
Yeah,
That's a fair play. I respect that.
it's also Miami. It's gorgeous. There's good food. You can have a good time. I mean,
My
I
thing
was
is, the
born
stock,
there.
if he already owns it, it's going to be there when he comes back. He don't care.
Hell yeah! I didn't know he went to Miami. That's why I brought it up.
What, did he catch the Super Bowl? Because yeah, my phone would have been left at home.
Well, yeah, what the other guy said, Boxlight, it looks like they're just repackaging projectors and touchscreens and things for classroom environment for kids and doing a fairly decent job of marketing the ideas. But right now they're trading way over VWAP, way over average in VWAP.
Thanks for the tip on OCGN. I am up 63 cents, boys and girls. Not need to brag, but up 63 cents. Just letting you know.
Bullish market is bullish.
Oh yeah, figures. Hedge funds probably don't even care about ECG GME anymore. They probably care about the volatility of the market.
1550, I'm happy.
I'm plus 169.80 on OCGN.
Oh boy.
I'm looking at Celos Therapeutics right now. I'm trying to figure out a good time to buy. They do an intranasal ketamine spray that's basically going to be a competitor to Johnson & Johnson's.
Hold on.
But it's
Ketamine?
more potent and requires a lower dose than the Johnson & Johnson one.
Were you talking
So,
Special K here? Or am I off basis
yeah,
here?
for PTSD, yeah, ketamine.
Oh my lord. I think
It worked.
MindMed is big on. I don't know if they're into ketamine, but they're trying to do acid and MDMA and shrooms as well.
Yeah.
They're pretty big. But
They're
ketamine,
just
like,
not available. Yeah. Ketamine is very safe, though. That's the
isn't that horse tranquilizer?
no. That's a no.
Yeah.
You look up ketamine, like KPT and more information
I
on
thought
Third Wave.
ketamine
It'll give you a
was horse
better
tranquilizer.
idea. That's a sort of like representation of what it is.
Hey guys, thoughts on Sundial? It's at like 124 right now.
Long play.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't had too much success with a lot of. I mean, Aurora Cannabis is finally on the up, not by much, but I just think this one's a long-term hold, just because since it's not legal federally throughout the whole United States, I think at that point it'll be a viable stock. But I think right now it's just like, it doesn't have a ton of growth immediately. It's for me so far, I found that it's a long hold.
Yeah, I'm just leaving my shares alone and forgetting about it pretty much.
I was thinking about picking up because it's so cheap. I was thinking about picking up 100 and just forgetting about it, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm doing, just because it was like it's such a good price, and I know, like, I have a good feeling that eventually cannabis will be federally legal, which would be great. So, but I know that's not going to be for a while.
So, if you can help me, so there's one company that's handles like 51% of the cannabis in Florida. They're trading like 40. I forget the ticker. I'm sorry. They're trading like 45, 48 right now. So Sundial being so cheap, it's cheap because how is it tied to to cannabis being federally allowed, or how is that different than some of these other ones that are on
My
a smaller
view
scale?
my view on cannabis, man, is there's so many factors that the safest play with cannabis is to let federal legalization in the states play out, because you have to think about the already established companies who have been doing it since like the 80s, the medicinal companies where it's been legalized in Canada since like I don't know when, I think the late 80s, medicinal wise, before the actual federal legalization happened. So you got to think about how big those companies are and how much they overproduce and how much they're actually don't sell that much to the Canadian public, which means they're licking their chops at the chance of federal legalization from the states. That's one side of it. Another side would be other people are licking their chops within the states, because I would assume most of the product is grown within state and then distributed within state. That being said, when federal legalization happens, that opens up floodgates for competitions and people start distributing over state lines, and who knows what will happen to the smaller companies. My guess is they're probably going to get bought out or not be able to keep up and go into extinction, is my thesis on it.
Bought out perhaps, but another way to look at it is perhaps these older companies are going to be too fat to compete with the little agile companies because they're used to the regulation and they're used to being able to charge so much more money for the medical and everything.
I was thinking about it too. U.S. dollars worth so much more than Canadians, so like transportation cost wise too and stuff. If you're like in Vermont or Seattle, it would and let's say you need weed, and let's say the distributor in Seattle is somehow ran out because market is just or demand is so high. It would make a lot more sense just to go up to Vancouver and pay your U.S. dollar to get even more weed and with a cheaper transportation cost because it's literally like what, an hour away, half hour away or something. So I don't know if that would actually play a factor in, but I would assume so, that there will be big imports and exports, and it would make sense to get it from Canada rather if you need it. That's if they can produce enough in-state. But if you need it, it would make more sense to the states closer to the Canadian border to get it from Canada rather than get it all the way from Cali. Your dollar's worth more, transportation is cheaper. So that's just my view on it, though. So that's why I stay away from marijuana penny stocks unless it's like. No, I stay away from marijuana penny stocks. What am I saying?
That Afria that I bought last week, it's gone up quite a bit. Afria is a cannabis stock, and they're merging with Tilray.
Yeah, that's another point I made. Especially like when you see a big company like Afria and Tilray merging together, even they see the competition. They're like, all right, we need to make our company bigger, and we need to get ready for this war because that's exactly what it's going to be. And
Well,
these guys plan to distribute to the upper United States. They have every plans to. And that's what the U.S. government's trying to figure out is how they stop that, I bet, too. So that's also a factor in play as well. How much they're going to tax Canadian weed coming into the border, and there's so many factors.
Somebody mentioned a stock earlier. I think it's a mutual fund. It's called MJ. I haven't done a ton of research.
I was looking into it yesterday. They own like 16%, or don't own, but the portfolio consists of 16% of Afaria, like 8% of Hexo. It's all Canadian weed companies. And in which case, if you were just to put your money in there, you might as well put it into a specific Canadian weed company because you're going to see a lot more profit than just seeing the 3% profit you'd get from the portfolio from that one company, right? So. It consists of, I think it's all Canadian weed companies in that MJ portfolio. You might as well just pick one and put your money into that company specifically. You're going to see a lot more profit. I do think that Canadian weed companies might be inflated by beta right now, though. So, like, you might be able to, like, I'd be putting bids on the low, but at the same time, like, who knows? Like, I don't know. So,
I think I'm gonna pick up a big pile of Sundial because it's so cheap. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you have the money to spend, it's like might as well. I just kind of looked at it like I know eventually this is gonna be big. It's just not gonna be like a short game one. So
yeah, that was my question. That's why I was asking guys. And like
Yeah.
I've seen it on other guys, some more experts, some guys that have been watching, and it's like on their watch list as well. And you guys have talked about it. I'm like, so is this like we looking for a pop, or are we looking for this to like just collect dust for a while and forget about it?
and you also got to think too, like I may be wrong, but like I've been smoking weed for all my life, so how much weed has come from Mexico and that floods the states in the black market?
Fuck that. We grow our own here.
You'd be surprised how much weed comes from Mexico. And I don't know about anymore, but back in the day, that's where a lot of Cali weed came from. It was from Mexico.
Yeah, but now
It
that
was,
it's
but it
legal,
wasn't. It wasn't good. It wasn't
Yeah.
good quality. And now what you have growing up in Mendocino is like some of the best stuff. It's the best stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that other states are getting is actually from the legal states because it's cheaper for them to sell in black market. They make more of a profit versus sometimes having to pay the taxes.
The taxes, yeah.
What
I
does it
mean,
mean to have
Sundial,
taxes?
I don't know how much traction it has gotten, but it is at $1.26. It's technically not a penny stock, so I wouldn't,
I mean,
like
I
it
bought
is
in
and
at
it isn't.
I bought in at like $1.12. So
Half of Sundial is a mean pump. The other half on the long term, if you guys want to hold over 12 months, it will become very profitable as of right now, today, and what they got planned for the company.
Mouse dropping some
I tried to buy it. I tried to buy it 2 weeks ago, and they had restricted it, and so I couldn't buy it on stupid Robinhood.
Mouse, do you say there's a pump going on right now?
It's floating around the news right now as one of those meme kind of.
Yeah, Sundial's a Canadian company. It's not located in the States.
Yeah.
It's a lower brand Canadian company, which means the other ones that are $15 out trump this company tenfold. Like this company is going to be non-relevant. This is just my opinion, but I thought it was American, but it's a Canadian company sitting at $2, which means it has big dogs over its head.
They've also had a lot of complaints and lawsuits. I think it was by having like rubber glove particles and all kinds of other garbage in their product.
Companies in Calgary, Canada, man. Nobody lives in fucking Calgary.
Yeah, they were having issues, but it's one of those companies that's the same thing like Aurora Cannabis. Aurora Cannabis is a really great company, also from Canada. They're having issues right now, but it as long as the second building continues to be built and up and going, and they get their base of operations going there, they're going to be profitable. Are they going to be as profitable as the top leading companies? Maybe not, but they
I'll say
will be
this: I was
somewhere in
skeptical
between
on
the
it, and
middle.
I was with it before because I thought it was possibly an American company, and that's the one thing I want. After hedging all my bets on Canadian weed companies, that's the one thing I've been looking for is that one American player who's gonna look at the Canadian companies and be like, you know what, we want to control the market. We're going to combat heads with you. That's the American player I'm looking for.
Well,
So that being said, you should hedge your bets on like an actual American cannabis company. If you're going to be playing penny stocks with the cannabis industry, you should be hedging your bets on American industries, specifically closer to the Canadian border, because those are the ones that are going to distribute faster and quicker into Canada and try to combat the market. But this, to me, in Calgary at $2, with all the other companies in Canada, which I could list for days the amount of cannabis companies in Canada. It's ridiculous the amount of cannabis companies in Canada. Some of them are still private too. A lot of them are still private as well. The ones that don't need IPOs to fund themselves because they're just good with money. That being said, I see this company as straight trash, but that's just me.
So you said you read their plans. What was it they're doing that you read?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Myself, I read something in a news articles a few weeks back. I think it was the Wall Street Journal. They're trying to branch out into the medical field, and it's not just the growing part and the quality. They're trying to get into the sector of the science and medical realm. So they're
Which big
basic.
pharma has a stranglehold on right now when it comes to
Yeah.
that. Zyme is a big one.
Listen, I'm not saying it's going to be $1 million company. I'm just saying for a $2 buy right now, if it turns into $12, $14, $16, $8, and if you're putting this in your long term, just do the math behind it. It's a good buy. If you're looking into
When it was
something
at
where
13 cents a year ago, maybe, but right now I would definitely say it's not a good buy.
Yeah.
Well, that's the glory of the dollar. You can do whatever the hell you want to do with your money.
Has anybody been watching Cinedigm? CIDM?
Well, their public float is 1.4 bill, but their market cap is 1.59 bill. That means
We're now into
flow,
after hours. Just
I don't know. I'm good with Sundial.
I'm looking again at Trillium right now. I don't know. Does anybody have Trillium Therapeutics? It's another Canadian one.
Yeah, if you guys are gonna hedge your bets, you might as well make sure it's an American company. If you don't want to pay for the overpriced weed companies, you might as well make sure it's an American company. You can still find cheap ones. The one I was gonna hedge my bets on for America was a Cali company. They are at the $5 range. They're called Planet 13. And what I liked about them the most is they grow and they cultivate or whatever, harvest, and they sell everything themselves. They don't need nobody. As the bigger they get, they don't need nobody. They own their own dispensaries, which is the number one thing I love. Because where you lose the money in the weed game is the middleman. It's the people that grow it and then they have to sell it in bulk. You lose so much money there. But these guys, they grow it and they sell it through their own dispensaries. And if they really wanted to up their ante, they'd get in on the online dispensary, which would be ridiculous. But That's what I look for when I look for weed companies. I look for someone that's actually going to look to cut profits with the middleman and this and that. And so they're also trying to branch out. I think they're in Nevada right now, and they're trying to branch out to Cali, if I'm not mistaken. But I haven't bought into them yet. But that's why I hate pitching stock, because then it gets volatile and you miss out on it. And it's like, fuck, man. But yeah, like honestly, look at American weed companies if you want to look at penny stocks and shit, because some actually might be valuable, right? It depends on their plans for what they're gonna do, how they're gonna treat legalization, if they plan on. Because a lot of these Canadian companies, they've already seen how like the Canadian government messed up on legalization with how they overprice it, because it's not the big company's fault. They sell it to the government at very reasonable prices, but the Canadian government turns around and sells it for point in every store. So no one usually goes to the actual dispensaries to buy them, right? So the next big plan for these big weed corporations in Canada would be wait for other countries to legalize it and get in firsthand on the export of marijuana and start exporting more than you actually sell domestically would be the bigger money in the marijuana game. But that's just the way I think. So I think very long term when I look to buy a stock. I don't
the
think pump
importation
dump.
into America is extremely. That's going to be a very long thing.
That's why America hasn't legalized it yet, because they're making sure they have the upper hand when it comes to the import export of marijuana. They want to own that market. That's a huge market.
One of the driving forces in legalization is the taxation of it. So the chance of us wanting to bring it in, why would we bring it in unless we're going to tax the shit out of whoever we're bringing it in from?
Well,
and
with
that
America,
wouldn't make any sense.
the way America works, they'll probably be looking to export more than they actually sell domestically as well, right?
Well, ideally speaking, yes, but in the same token, it seems to me that it would be more cost prohibitive to have to set up tariffs and such with Canada to charge.
We already have that with the national North American trade agreement, NATO.
Yeah, but that's not covering.
Which was trying to be renegotiated, but marijuana would be included in that because it's going to become a trades good once it's legalized on the federal part of the states, which is why they haven't legalized it, because they need that upper hand.
I can't see. Sorry, I can't see if it was legalized where there would be a need to import that product, because the demand.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Why would you?
I was mentioned earlier with I mentioned earlier with the state of the U.S. dollar being better than Canadian, and the fact that you'd save money if you're those states closer to the Canadian border, like Seattle or whatever. It's Washington, I guess it would be the correct state. My bad. Washington, Buffalo, those areas, even like Vermont. Like you're not gonna go frigging if you need weed. You're not. Let's say just chances you need weed in Vermont, let's say, because there's a shortage. You're not going to go ship from Cali when you have Quebec literally 5 minutes from your doorstep, and you can spend your U.S. dollar, which is worth more, to get more weed. That's the only trouble I have.
I'm not saying none will cross the border, but I don't think that that's a driving force in the market one way or another.
It's a driving force in the fact of who's going to stay alive and better their business, and who's going to not keep up with competition and be like, you know what, this is too much. I can't get any business anywhere because the competition is too high. I have to fold up shop.
Well,
that will happen to pennies. That will happen to penny stocks in the weed industry. It will, or they get bought out because companies are nice. They can be assholes or they can be nice. The big dogs. They can choose to buy them out and be nice, or they can choose to let them die. And then now that I know about shorting stocks, these big dogs can get shortened to death if they really wanted to.
So
I think
yes,
if you'll take a play. Sorry, go ahead.
Just the border's a thing, yes, but I think you're forgetting America's a really, really big place, and there's a lot of other places in America
exactly,
that
and that's
won't be going to the border.
That's what I'm saying. Canada's a very big place with little people. Our population compared to America is nothing, which means we don't have a consumption rate like America does. America has a high consumption rate. If marijuana is going to hit the legal market, will you guys be able to keep up with it? Is the question. If you can't, then the Canadian.
Guys, if you want to take look into history, recent history for this, okay? Look into the hemp market. All right, hemp. 2 years ago in the state of Kentucky alone. All right, I've got clients that were looking into getting into hemp farming. They were buying land. I was looking to help them buy land to grow hemp. Okay, here's what happened when hemp got mainstream, got legalized. It wasn't a problem. In Kentucky alone, in 2019, there was more hemp grown in the state of Kentucky than the demand required nationwide times 5. That's just one state. Their farmers literally plowing over their crop because it was so much was grown. Once the floodgates were open, everybody started putting seed in the ground. Now, when marijuana gets legalized federally, I think what you're going to see is everybody's been waiting for this. You're going to have people buying any type of dirt they can to get any kind of license they can. They're going to plant everything they can, and the market domestically will get flooded, and it will be over. Now, never thought you'd hear this. They're going to grow more weed than people can smoke. Okay, it'll happen
I don't know.
at some point. At some point, no, for real. They'll flood the market. The price will go down.
Just keep talking. Just keep talking. That's what I want to hear.
They'll flood the market. The price will go down, and then it will correct itself like any other product. But initially, just like with hemp, marijuana is able to go from sea to shining sea. Everybody will jump in on it. It'll drive the price down, and rest assured, they're going to be farmers plowing over their marijuana crop because they don't smoke it. They're going to lose money. They'll make more money if they plow it over and take the loss. That's how farming
You
works.
just gave another reason why not to buy marijuana penny stocks. Thank you. That's
I'm-
actually like a very good way to look at it too. There could be an overabundance of this stuff too.
Well, there will. I guarantee there will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And that's why I like about Canada, because like yeah, we might have a problem exporting in other like America's going to be very hard to sell to. I see that. But if other countries start coming and like start legalizing, yeah, they're going to grow too. Yeah, obviously, but trust me, these companies are trying to find these governments are trying to find regulations so not everybody can grow. Like we're supposed to they can't enforce it whatsoever, but we're only supposed to be able to grow 3 plants technically. And even then, like, we don't want outdoor shit either way. We still want the good. So if anyone that doesn't put money into their infrastructure to actually grow good stuff, they're not going to be relevant at all too. So that's another factor as well. So it might be an overabundance, but is it an overabundance of good weed or is it an overabundance of bad weed as well?
I think it's going to go the same way as any other product. There's good cars on the market. There's bad cars on the market. Some people want to just buy a cheap car, gets it done. Some people want the Bentley, I think you're going to see that this particular product, and this is a guy that doesn't smoke weed, never have. I'm just looking at it from numbers and from a commodity standpoint. It's going to get into the market,
Yeah,
and
it costs quite a bit of money to start to grow up. It's actually not chump change to start to grow up. For you to actually grow quality stuff, you could be looking in the millions and millions of dollars just to like get something productive going. Like
I got a
it's
client.
no chump
I got a
change.
client right now. Who's bought land in Colorado. He spent $100,000 with his attorney, $100,000 just to get his medallion. He's got his he's got his mad scientist guy on the side. He's got him on payroll. He's about to start growing. I mean,
Outdoor or indoor?
He's gonna do it indoor. I've got commercial property of his that he was gonna sell. Now he's talking about holding it and growing indoor in his warehouse.
Yeah,
So
and that's where the real money is. If you can actually find a company that deals with marijuana real estate that actually holds the grow ups and doesn't want to deal with the flower side, they're going to rent out their land to these growers. That's where the money will actually be. So, and I think there is a few companies out there that will like that, but that's a way safer bet too. Even if you're going to want to do the real estate side of growing, because there is a real estate side to growing too. But the big dogs in Canada, they probably all own their own land. I don't know about America, but
well, in the United States, you have to own your own land in order to grow. In Colorado, at least, you have to own your land. I'll tell you something else with it. You have to have at least 250 feet buffer on, is it 350 feet or 250 feet? You have to have a buffer that's, call it basically a football field, 100 yards on all 4 sides of the grid you grow your crop on from your neighbor's adjacent property. So you
is this just from like marijuana regulations, or is
This is
just
from
like
marijuana.
regulations
This is
from
from marijuana.
growing
No.
from before?
No, this is marijuana regulation specifically. Agriculture.
So they've slowly been adding regulation before they legalize it. Then, so, hey.
Yeah. So anyway, you have to have a buffer, a land buffer between you and your neighbors. Okay, because you can't have that nasty weed growing over into somebody's tomato plants allegedly. But you got to have a buffer, which means people have to buy more land than what they are going to actually be making a profit off of the land the seeds are growing out of and selling the product of that seed, right? So you're gonna see as that spikes up, and you're going to see more marijuana grown. You're going to see a spike in raw land go up because the demand of raw land will go up, and that's just one regulation that's come down the pike. They're going to regulate it to death.
I was also reading into how they're able to patent strains now. I don't know how true that is, but if not everybody's able to grow the same strain, and there's going to be lawsuits ensuing because some guy grew friggin' OG Bubba Bubba Hooba or whatever, you know, like that could also play a factor in the market as well. Which I don't know if that's true. They do put patents on strains, but I heard that is a thing now.
Well, then you got to look into what is the FDA's role going to play in this.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have FDA certified marijuana strains.
Oh, 100%. You will, because that's going to be their way of getting their hand in the game. That's going to be their way of controlling the flow of marijuana and making sure what you said does not happen, because that's the last thing they want is the price of marijuana in the tank, because that's their tax dollar gone.
Sure.
They want to tax it. They want to sell it. So they're good. Trust me, everything you're thinking of and everything I'm thinking of is exactly what they're thinking of, and trying to find solutions so it doesn't happen. That's why legalization has not happened yet. Is because of these questions that me and you bring up and these scenarios that me and you bring up. Trust me, government has thought of them.
Oh yeah. Well, my initial question, stock related, was, how long of a hold do we think? Is it going to pop? What are we looking at? Because I just
For the sundial or whatever.
Yeah, I was looking at that one and the other ones you brought up.
If you're a profit man, honestly, like buy out, sell out, get out, research American companies, and get into an American weed company. Don't deal with the bottom dogs of Canada, because that's what they are. They're the bottom dogs of Canada.
See, that's why I was asking, because I know nothing about them. That's a good word, and I appreciate that.
I bet companies
Yeah, you
like
bought a bottom dog.
companies like Roundup are probably salivating at the idea of legalization, because they'll get to patent their Roundup compatible strain, and start selling that out to everybody.
Anyone who has more patents on strains, if I'm correct, I might have done my research wrong, but from what I understand, they do their best to patent strains. Whoever has the most patents on the most strains is going to make the most money. They have the most variety.
So
that being said, I don't know how they enforce that. I have no idea how you enforce someone from growing and selling. Like, obviously, with bigger corporations, it's easier to keep track on, but it's very hard to enforce. I don't see how they do that. I really don't. At the same time, so
It'll be at a state level and a local level, county level. I mean, federally, yeah, but I mean, because how do you enforce federal laws? Well, the FBI doesn't show up on the interstate and pull people over. The sheriff's department does.
That's true. Yeah.
Municipal.
So
When it comes to this specific subject, they kind of do, but it depends on how much they can get away with it. So in South Dakota, there's still this Indian reservation, and I used to go there with a church group and things. We were doing things. But anyway, there's one person I was aware of who would grow hemp. All right, he wasn't growing anything with any amount of THC, right? But the idea was hemp, because back then nobody else in America was really doing that because they weren't allowed to. But they're supposed to technically have a sovereign nation there on the reservation. So he's like, hey, I'll grow hemp, I'll sell it, right? But every time he did it like 2 or 3 years in a row. Every time he did it, feds would come in with flamethrowers and destroy his crop.
yeah, Canada's different. Natives here, they can grow whatever they want. Canada can, even when weed was legal, I'm pretty sure they were allowed to grow it on their own land because that's their reservation, and Canada can't say shit. They can't stop them from growing their own tobacco. They can't stop them from growing weed. They can't stop them from doing any of that. Like, they actually have a big say. Like, obviously, government has their manipulation over the native community, but natives are like, they should have a way bigger say in Canada what goes on, but they do still have their big portion of like their community that's essentially separated from the rest of Canada, pretty much, where they get a lot of benefits and stuff, like, which they should. It's their land. They should be able to do whatever they want with their land. So that's crazy that they came in and burned their own crops. That's like very crazy. When you say hemp, though, like you do realize you're talking about a way smaller market. You're talking about like clothing and like toilet paper when you're talking about hemp. Like it's the THC. They leach the THC.
Right.
They have to leach the THC out in order to sell hemp. So like immediately, as soon as that weed grows, they take that weed plant and they run it through water or whatever the leaching process is to kill the THC, and then that plant becomes hemp, and then they're able to sell it for toilet paper or clothing is the main market
dude,
for hemp.
No, hemp is just, it's a different plant.
No, hemp is the same plant as marijuana.
It's not the same
Yes,
plant.
it is.
It's the same plant.
You can't tell me this.
It's
You cannot tell me this.
it's CBD. It's not THC.
It's the same plant, though. It's the same plant.
different genus, same species, different genus, and it's
Yes.
just the same we do with our corn and our tomatoes. We've twisted the genes to make it produce next to no THC, 0.01% or less,
Or you can
no
leach it out
longer.
in case you run into that problem where you produce too much THC in your plant. You just leach it out, and then it's hemp. I know
Anyway,
this
yeah.
industry inside and out.
To answer your question, my understanding, this was in the 90s, okay? And to my understanding, nobody in the US was allowed to grow hemp. And they thought, well, we should be allowed to because we're not really the US. We're our own sovereign nation here with the Indian tribe. So, you know, that didn't work out so well for them because the US
Hey,
government
guys.
came in and just said, nah, we control you.
Yeah, they're a bunch of crooks.
Hey
Fuck
guys,
the government.
off topic, back to GME. Somebody in the YouTube chat just posted. Did Fidelity just purchase 14% of GME? That was the question.
What?
Anybody got any info on that? Because all hemp and weed conversations aside, this is the immediate interest I have right now.
I heard that they had held about 14%. I don't know that they purchased a new 14%.
Maybe that's the confusion, but I wanted to throw it out there because if that was the case, that's a big deal.
Research mode, boys and girls.
I think if they did that, we would have
road, I
seen the market bump a slight. I mean, it was flatline all day.
No, Fidelity was one of the biggest shareholders, but they did not buy more shares. There's nothing to confirm that. Somebody's probably just looking at an old article.
Yeah, that they hold.
Yeah, I don't think it takes days for usually when these guys buy big
There
shares,
is breaking
they have
news.
this-
There is news on that NSPR company, Inspire MD. Today's
Quick
February
question.
8th, right?
So, when the big dogs
Yeah.
buy shares
Yeah,
of a
today's the
company,
8th.
So do you guys
they
want to hear
usually
the
have-
news, or?
Yeah, I want to hear the news. Let Tim talk.
Yeah, the news.
I was talking about a previous fact, but go ahead.
Yeah, so 29 million unit priced shares was at a public offering price of 62 per unit. And what it seems like, the company who underwrote these shares is exercising their rights to buy more shares. So that's why you're seeing the price go up after hours right now.
You think they're buying?
Shit.
You think they're buying them to short?
You don't buy to short.
Ooh, I'm so glad I bought 20 shares of that this morning because that shit was cheap.
Of which one?
NSPR.
Oh wait, you're talking about XPR. I'm sorry.
When a big dog actually has to buy stocks in a company, they buy big amounts to where they have to actually file like SEC forms and stuff to go through with the purchase, no? Which takes like days to go through, but they still get it at like whatever status quo is, no? Or am I wrong in that regard?
I guess you're talking to people who don't know.
Yeah, no idea. Sorry, man.
You sued.
Yeah, just push the button and hold it.
Yep.
Yep.
While he's posting that link, what's the report we're expecting to come out tomorrow on GameStop? Like, what is it called, and where would I go to find it?
I think it's the SEC's website should have a listing of the short interest on it. I'll see if I can find the one that we had last week that shows the old list.
It looks like FMR does a bunch of financial stuff, and they work with Fidelity. They do retirement options, brokerages, etc.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from because I'm on item 4 and I'm reading ownership amount beneficially owned is 9.2 whatever mil. Percent of class would be 13.299. So from my understanding, the ownership of GameStop goes to whoever owns 13.299% of the company right now. Who holds the 9.2 mil shares right now is the owner of GameStop, is what that's telling me, but I don't know, I may be wrong.
Yes, because they're owning it on behalf of somebody else. If you jump down to 6,
Which means the rest of the 80 some odd percent of shares would be in just so many hands where the ownership is from 13% of the company, from what I understand. I don't know. Probably reading it wrong.
So that would make them, in essence, the individual majority shareholder, not the actual majority of percentage of shares.
Yeah, like they're the majority shareholder at 13% from what I'm reading. That'd be, yeah, a better way to word it. Because there's no one that holds more than 13% of the stock, right? Like he owns 13%. He owns the majority shares at 13%. All the rest is all divvied up between who knows who, right? It's like 0.0% here, 0.0% here. But that's just the way I'm interpreting it.
I think 40% of GameStop is owned by the executives.
I assume so too, but who knows until tomorrow when we see shares outstanding and stuff like that.
True.
So that's all the paragraphs related to these exact sections they're referencing. 13-1B is in like the third paragraph or second paragraph under where it says answer.
Oh, I guess that's where you get the 13% from Fidelity. If you keep reading down, if you keep reading down in certifications, it goes on about by signing below I certify, blah blah blah. It's a lot of like personal statements, and the person that signed it is Kevin M. Meager, a asset manager for Fidelity. So that's where the 13% is, I guess. I don't know. I'm not too sure. Once again, maybe reading this wrong.
I put the news article on NSPR in the news channel if you want to read about it. It's pretty interesting journey from it happening before, from February 4th until today in pricing.
Guys, one at a time. One at a time. I can't understand anybody.
I don't.
I was just gonna say.
Man, I ain't heard shit.
All right, I'm stupid. The YouTube live feed started up, and it sounded like 1,000 people talking at once on my end. I'm dumb.
All right. So let me.
Advice from me. I'm stupid.
So today,
Dude, that was legend. It was so good. This Tame talking, he's like, I can't understand anybody. One at a time. One at a time.
Pipe down.
And it's, oh, man,
you kids get
that's
off
too
my
good.
lawn.
That's comedy. That's comedy gold right there.
But today's the closing of their offering for NSPR. So I don't know. Tomorrow that stock could skyrocket. It only went up 40% so far.
How much is it?
It's like $1. I bought it for like $1.20.
I bought it at $1. My man GME actually suggested that earlier because they had bought it like 33 cents, but he was talking about it because he works, I think, he works in the health field with like heart shit, and he says that specific company has some technology that's coming out, and he mentioned it, and I looked it up, and I bought in. So I bought it at
Which one are we
$1.
talking-
The NSPR. Yeah, the NSPR.
This is the Israeli company?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, their stock price 5 years ago was at like $450. Pretty sure NSPR.
Inspire MD, is that the one?
Yeah, take a look because sometimes there's some other companies that have similar sounding
Yeah.
names.
No, same NSPR Inspired Media. 5 years ago, it's showing with this company that they were up in the 450, 500.
Oh, it's correct. It's correct. I'm seeing that too. Yep. That's interesting. 2016, it was like $475.
I wonder
and
if
then
we could check back about the
638.
time. I wonder if you could check back about that time and see what kind of innovation went on that maybe you could see, compare there.
Yeah, why did it tank entirely in that time span?
Usually when prices go down like that, that has to do with some sort of reverse like buyback situation, like reverse something. So maybe that's going on. I'm gonna have to Google this.
Yeah, it goes up to 5 million in May 2011. So something crazy's gone on.
No, so that's what. Okay, so when a company goes public, like they short a bunch of shares, and then right when it goes public, like they sell them. There's tons of. You can look back on charts, but that's back before they were public.
Oh.
So my question
I think they do that so you can see, like, so people can actually have some background on their track record type thing.
That's good to know.
I don't know. Whatever the terminology is.
All right, guys. Can we get back on talk about GME for a sec?
Is the GME ticker frozen for
13.
anybody right now? Like, it hasn't moved for me in like the past 5 minutes. The GME ticker.
Yeah.
A bunch of stock. I'm looking at some stuff too, and I put in some orders for other stocks, and nothing's moving. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I put it in as an after hours,
Yeah, I'm looking
order,
at
and
after
it's just
hours
my stuff is
info.
stuck.
Okay. So, from my understanding, what an SEC form is, or the 13G filing, exact thing is the Securities and Exchange Commission Schedule 13G form is an alternate filing for the Schedule 13D form and is used to report parties' ownership of stock which exceeds 5% of a company's total stock issue. That being said, I looked at the one you posted in Discord, and I came up with that guy's name, Kevin Meager, who works for Fidelity. And then I went to the actual SEC website, and I came up with the most recent one of someone buying 13%, which is FMR LLC on February the 8th. And they are just Fidelity investments. So either they're moving the stock between each other and they're the one short laddering, or they've moved it from Kevin Meager hands to Fidelity investments for no reason. Is my understanding of what I just came up with.
Did it just move a little bit?
Yeah, a squeeze only occurs when there is a short occurring, and people offset that short by buying up the shares, the stocks that are being shorted, not allowing the price to go down.
And it's usually triggered when you have a bunch of people calling back their shorts because the price is going in the opposite direction of the short. So it's going up instead of down, and it causes issues.
Yeah, my orders are not going through. It's really weird.
Did they freeze the whole market?
Probably. I just did some math based on information I've accumulated of different sources saying how many shares of GameStop exist and how many are shorted, and I got a figure of still over 100%. Yeah, so take the number of shorted shares divided by the number of shares outstanding, and then you multiply that figure by 100. I know, that's why I looked at a bunch of different places, and that all still ends up being over 100.
I found a Korean hedge fund, so to speak, I guess, that I don't know if they sold it yet, but on December 31st, they bought up a. How many shares here? Sorry, one sec. GameStop. Where is the share number? These fucking forms. Hold on one sec. I just think it's on the other page. My bad. So many forms. So if they're still holding, they still hold. Come on. Quarterly report. There it is. Quarterly report. My bad, guys. Sorry. I'll let you know in a sec. Here we go. Okay, so if they're still holding, which they bought on December 31st, according to the SEC form on the other page, which I was looking at, now I'm looking at their holdings, they have 18,429 shares of GameStop still. So, which they bought on December 31st. So, who knows what the price was at then? So they might have sold, I don't know, probably around that $40 to $50 range, I'm assuming.
Hey, how are you two doing today? You guys in here?
But yeah, the last purchase of GameStop stock at a huge amount was on the 8th of February. What's that, like yesterday? Today. It was today. Today someone bought up stock. Today they put their filing in to buy stock.
And yet we didn't see it go up.
They're filing blah blah blah. Report in person. So it was Fidelity that, like I said before, that Fidelity investment that bought stock today. But the fishy thing is they bought exactly 13.29% off of. I would assume it was the same position that the guy who works for them holds. So it's just like them pushing stock between each other, essentially.
If we
at
would have
13%.
seen that massive percent of GameStop being bought, shouldn't the price have moved up?
I would assume so.
And that didn't happen today.
That's what it says. 9.2 mil shares were bought, apparently. I think, if I'm reading this right. I don't know. I'm not exactly
In order
an
for
expert on
that
SE
share
forms.
price to remain pretty stable like it is, there would have to been that many sold.
Maybe this
But
takes a
there
few days
was,
to
if you
actually
look
go
at the
through.
volume, if you look at the on the
Like it's a
candle
filing,
charts,
so it still has to be approved, right? So
What's up, everyone?
Yeah, I was watching it pretty closely all day, and I don't remember ever seeing the volume go anywhere crazy at all.
I'll post exactly what I'm looking at. You just
I'm
got to click the
curious.
HTML link or one of the PDFs.
I'm curious if it maybe has to be filed through SEC if it
It's
doesn't
in
actually
general.
like do anything. Like if it actually doesn't affect stock price if it has to go through SEC.
but the okay, so the when you look at the volume number, I'm pretty sure that's like an average for the day, and then when you look at average volume, that's the average for like the past week or past month or whatever. So when you see like 200 million, 600 million people, or sorry, if you see a number like 200 million, 600 million volume, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like this second 600 million trades being made. It's like you got to look at the bar graph that shows, like, because it'll change like within millions or within hundreds of thousands as like minutes go on, right? So you got to look at the actual like point at which there was like a big drop and see, okay, was that, oh look, it was around a point where there was a lot of shares sold compared to bought. That's what's going to drive the price down. It's like there was also a lot of points where if you look, you'll notice that there was a huge period. Like there was a very small period of time where there was a lot of buys, and it brought the price back up. But over the course
Yeah,
of
but
the
if you're
day, the
buying
volume didn't change a whole
13
lot
million
because
at
there
one
was
time.
yeah, but what I'm saying is over the course of the day, it didn't seem to change that much because there was a lot of tug of war going on. There was moments where there was a lot of sell-offs, and then there was moments where there was a lot of buy-ins, and then I'll take a picture and show you what I'm talking about.
I think what I'm trying to say is like, you know, for as also for not seeing that, as for why we're not seeing that kind of volume go through or something like that. I could be looking at it totally wrong though. Because didn't they say it was like a 2-day approval or whatever for something like that?
I guess if there's a 2-day approval, you essentially could. That's almost manipulating the market because then we'd know tomorrow there's going to be a huge buy and it's going to go up.
Yeah, true.
I mean, 12% of it by one party isn't a small chunk of GameStop.
You know what's the one thing I hate about the Super Bowl yesterday? The fact that they're so censored that they wouldn't even show the guy running on the field. Right away, all the cameras zoom off of him. It's like, we're gonna cut the commercial, folks. It's like, come on, I want to show. It's been defensive game all friggin' game.
My take on the game is if you can have pretty much a brand new Buccaneers team come in and win the Super Bowl, there's literally no excuse for any other team.
The Buccaneers were very well built. They were almost built in the regards to we're gonna go after a veteran quarterback, bring him in here, and hopefully make a run at the Super Bowl. There's different ways you can go about building the team, and that's the approach they took. So kudos to them. They lured Tom Brady to Tom Brady, or they lured Tom Brady to town, and they gave him a good team to play with. So
I know, but
kudos
like
to Tampa Bay.
that's what I'm saying. That you have the ability to build a new team or build a really good team. That there should be no excuse for any of these other ones who've never won a Super Bowl.
Broncos did it with Peyton Manning. They built a team around Peyton Manning with the hopes he'd go there, and he did, and they won a Super Bowl there too. I don't know if I know any more fact or times that happened. But it's happened.
I know my father-in-law's a Green Bay Packers fan, and we always make fun of him. We're like, well, if Aaron Rodgers didn't get paid so much, they could win the Super Bowl because they have no money left to play good people.
People hate me in Canada because I always trash the CFL. I always bash it. I call it the punt fest, and and yeah, I way more prefer NFL compared to CFL when watching football. So much better.
I love college football though, but I am a born and bred Husker football girl, so
I can't
it's in
follow
my
NFL
blood.
and college. You follow both?
It's in. Oh yeah, I follow more college than
Okay.
NFL.
Let's see.
But
I wouldn't be able to follow.
I didn't this year because it was just a shit show.
Mm-hmm.
You guys all saw the Reddit commercial or heard about it, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
I think that was the best commercial of the night, and it didn't even show up on my TV.
It was like a screenshot, like a 5-second screenshot.
You guys want to know a penny stock that actually like I've been holding on to for probably 10 years? Like I just put like you guys like $20 here, $20 here. Like that's when I first started trading. I was trading like that. And a penny stock I've been holding on to years, and honestly, it's been sitting at like 3 cents. It grew to 4 cents today. But what intrigued me the most about it is back during before the pandemic, right? If you look in your folder, well, at least my folder, there's always the nationality of the company you invested in, the flag right next to the company. So it tells you like where your money's spread around pretty much, right? And for the longest time, it was a Canadian company, and then all of a sudden, I guess there was rumors that it was going to get bought up by an American company, and it went as an American flag to represent it, and then back to Canadian eventually. So I guess the deal fell through or something. But yeah, Spectra Microsystems, they're like a 3-cent penny stock. I don't invest you buying in it, but if you want to look at penny stocks, then that's why that one piqued my interest, because it had I had American interest. Is the best way to explain it. Like, what's it? For GME? Ooh, that is a lot, my friend.
Yeah, the failure to deliver on GME is like so high. You could add all of the other failures to deliver, and it would come close to GME.
Yeah, because at first I
Wow.
started buying Nokia and AMC, and I'm like, wait, what am I doing? I went to go look at the actual like last posted short positions. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm a retard, and that's when I started buying GME at like 300, like whatever. It eventually averaged down to 120, but yeah, like there's definitely something there, I think, but I don't know.
What happened with the market today? I wasn't on. I just got on. Looks all bad.
OCGN's good.
Nvidia's up, what, $33?
Westport's all right.
Are you guys live on YouTube right now?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, we are.
Listen to this one. Uber founder launches luxury airline so rich people can go on COVID vacations.
What?
Luxury.
What's
Yeah,
that
new
called?
luxury airline is beaconing wealthy vacationers while health officials push for tighter restrictions on non-essential travel. Aero, a luxury semi-private jet company launched by Uber founder Garrett Camp, sent its first flight from Los Angeles to Aspen, Colorado last week, and plans to roll out international destinations in the coming months in the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic. Catering
Excuse you.
specifically to leisure trips, Aero is branding itself as the emerging travel method of choice among the who's who. Its sleek black planes boast lavish interiors, well suede walls, sophisticated art lighting, and hand-stitched Italian leather seats. Aero also has private terminals so passengers avoid lines. At times when legacy airlines are laying off workers and sponging up government bailout, Aero promotional material herald
A Renaissance, what the fuck, a luxury travel, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's a private company, and they're catering to rich folk.
Airlines, regardless, they have a very little margin for profit, so it's always a
That's a
Especially with the
that's a
maintenance
small
on their
margin,
plane.
man.
The maintenance on their plane is crazy with how old these planes are getting. That's why I don't want to fly. I'm afraid of flying. I'll say straight up, I don't trust any of this maintenance. Get new planes,
Well,
please.
the regulations are very strong when it comes to like maintenance, aircraft maintenance. I can tell you that. They're safe, at least here in America. We know.
My friend's been a pilot and a commercial pilot for almost 25 years. He's flown for Delta, he's flown for United, now he's with Alaska, and he also flew private jets for about 3 years. And I asked him about the safety of the planes, and he said, "Look, we're fine. They keep
Yeah,
us under such tight lock and key." He
it's
said,
hardcore.
it's impossible. And he also was talking about that with COVID, about flying and people worried about it. He goes, "Look, man, I've been all over the North and South America. I have been in tight confined spaces with these people for a year." He goes, "I haven't so much as got a sinus infection because the air in our planes is recycled in fresh air every 45 seconds. They pull air in through the jets to cool the jets into the cabin filters, recirculates out, so on and so forth. Flying is so much safer than people realize."
The FAA is like
So like the age of the planes
stringent.
isn't really a factor. Like the repairs
No.
on them will keep the age down, or
No, well, they have to
aircraft
maintenance.
engines. Well, you guys know, like I worked in the industry for 20 years, so
Go for it.
the aircrafts get fully like rebuilt basically from ground up so many times over the course of their lifetime. They're extremely safe. Engines will get completely rebuilt. So
okay.
the age of the planes is really not necessarily a factor, at least
Have you
here
guys
in the United States.
have you guys seen Wall Street Bets? Somebody just uploaded a video in Dallas. They like did the they wrote on the sky JME go burr, D5 go burr, and RO. It's funny.
Arrow.
Hey, I just wanted to say how are you, everyone? I've been listening in on the chat. I don't speak much at all, but I just wanted to include very quick. If I perked up my ears as soon as somebody said the planes. I won't take too much time to speak on that, but just a thought too about the planes and all that sort of thing. If one were to think about all the planes since like the 1903 and 1920s and all that sort of thing, and how they're very, very stable and that sort of thing, and one like if they were to handle a lot of stress back then, and then one were to look at them now, so I always just remember the biplanes with the wood and the fabric. So I always think of those and compare them to now, and just trust in the technologies now and all this really. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thanks.
I just wasn't too sure about like refurbished things and how their longevity. Like, because to me, some of these planes got to be reaching like what 30, 40 years of age.
I mean, there's regulations on, most of them, like the older ones, which they're even out, they've been taken out, like the 747s, for example. They were taken out a few years ago. Most of the larger airlines in the United States got rid of them. And some of the oldest ones that you were seeing with 747s were like 24 to 27 years old at that time. And so most aircrafts are fairly new. And I mean, the regulations are so strict that even you have a hard landing and the plane gets taken out of service and they
Yeah.
have to do a full like inspection on it. Anything that happens, lightning strike, full inspection. You know, like the
So
FAA
that's
is extremely stringent.
big reason why planes are, they turn a profit, but nothing huge, right?
Well,
Margins are very small.
Consider this with flying privately, like flying for recreation. I've flown with a friend of mine's been flying since the 80s. He doesn't own his own plane, but he will go and rent time at an airport for a plane, a single prop Cessna or a Cirrus SR-22 or whatever. But the safety protocol and redundancies that are in place for the safety of this equipment, even at a small single prop airplane, the last guy to fly it has to do a safety check and sign off on it, and he logs a safety check. Before we go up and fly, we do the same walk around safety check that the last guy just did. oil pressure test, fuel, the whole 9 yards. You have to, and there's so much redundancy in that industry. Even though a plane may have been technically, call it the VIN number of the plane, maybe 25 years old, that landing gear is not 25 years old.
Exactly.
No,
That
I
that
understand
engine's
that.
not 25 years old. That, if it had a transmission, that transmission's been replaced 20 times,
Even the fuselage gets, changed out, and now what you have is you have composite materials that are used, and I mean, it's extremely regulated and very safe.
Hey, to tie it back in, guys, what do you think about airline stock moving forward as people are going to start flying again?
I think government border control is a big play in that, and travel restrictions. So as travel restrictions lift and COVID clears up, then you'll see the real profits. But that's just me.
I don't think business travel is ever going to be the same. And most airlines got the bulk of their profits, the ones that were profitable, from business travelers. So I don't know moving forward how
It's a
you
good point
can't
too.
make
A lot of stuff
you
can be
can't
done
m-
over the internet now, means
you
wise, and
exactly you can't make your profits just from leisure travelers.
they can just intercom over the internet. They don't got to travel to Japan anymore. Like that's it. Have their translator here, and that's it. Wake up, have breakfast, talk to them, go back to what you're doing.
I don't
That's a
know
good
how
point.
it's gonna happen.
I will
It's very
say this.
good.
I will say this. I flew internationally in the last 2 weeks. ATL was still bumping, and Talking International in Panama City, TCY, was busy. Now the planes, they were, 25% capacity, but that was only because it's all they could fit in the planes. That's all they were allowed to fit in the planes.
Right.
So I say the reason I bring that up is because these planes were in essence flying at max capacity, at least the Delta flights I was on, the max capacity that they were allowed. My suspicion is that once it's opened back up, they're going to fill back up.
I mean, it's gonna really depend on whether or not people have the disposable income to
Yeah, I
be
was
able
about
to
say, yep.
take those trips like they did before. I don't know. It may take 2 or 3 years.
COVID messed up a lot of people's income and their plans, and yeah, I don't
Yeah.
see people traveling right after COVID. Even after that, they're gonna have to accumulate some sort of income, yeah, definitely.
I think there's a ton of money to be made in the entertainment industry, one way or another.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why
Hospitality.
Disney owns 90% of it, and they're smart and they know.
Well, if for stock wise, the stuff opens back up, and we're planning a trip to Disney for the end of March. Just because we've been desperate to go, man, and we're going.
Wait,
We're
have you
spending
ever
some
been to
bank on that.
Disney before?
I've been to Epcot.
Me now, I'm from Canada.
If you want to, you can just come to my house. You can pay me to stand in line for like 4 hours.
Oh, you misunderstand me, player. I don't stand in line when I go to theme parks. Oh, no. Oh, nay. I make money to not have to wait on things. And theme parks I don't wait on. We pay whatever it takes to get through that line quickly.
That's good. Don't get the speed pass. That's a scam too. You still have to wait like an hour for the speed pass. You have to get like the super VIP, like celebrities get. Otherwise, you're waiting an hour.
Just do it old school and slip them all some for small bills.
I'll tell you,
Walk up.
truthfully, and not to make light of our present situation, but the fact that my son has autism, we get handicap accessible privileges with that. Thankfully so, because he'd never be able to do a theme park without it. So we are limited in what we can do in our life, regardless, just because of our situation. But with a theme park, it kind of rips because we've got we get a little bit of extra added help and service because of our situation, and I'm super thankful for it. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see those diamond hands. Don't forget to hit the like button.
Remember there were like way back in the day, we're probably talking like 2012, there was like talks of like an undercontinental tunnel that like goes underneath the ocean and this and that. You think they'll ever dig up that conversation again, or
No.
Not even with Elon Musk being the tunnel expert.
Elon's tunnel is a great idea, especially in LA where the traffic's just utterly horrendous. But under the ocean is just an entirely different thing.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I can understand why it was scrapped. But yeah.
I looked at his idea for the vacuum tunnel thing he was building, but just the engineering of it was so off, it was never going to work. But I think his tunnel idea is fantastic.
Do y'all have any do y'all question the fact that they're going to be doing this under Miami? Like, as in, because I've heard stuff about how like the ground and the underlying like soil and stuff like that is like kind of tunnely itself already.
Florida is basically sand. It's why a lot of the houses don't have mains gas. It's just the ground shifts too much and it cracks the pipes. So it'd be interesting to see what the ground under Miami's like.
Yeah, that's what my question was. It's like how are you going to be able to get that accomplished? But it'd be interesting to see.
If he pulls it off, he's going to make yet another fortune.
You probably dig deep enough, and you probably get rid of that sandy texture, no?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about digging deep in Miami? Or which city?
Whatever city you guys are talking about, the sandy texture, and trying to figure out how to actually build a tunnel there with its inconsistency of, I guess you could say, hardness of the area. I don't know. What seemed to be a problem with the tunnel.
If the underlying bedrock is sound enough, and under Miami it should be because they've got enormous buildings there.
Well, somebody posted on YouTube that GLUU got bought by EA and the price just went up 39% after hours. 33% after hours right now, and it only went up 2% for the whole day.
People don't. One of the biggest acquisitions this year, I don't think people realize how big it actually was Microsoft buying Bethesda, or whatever you want to call it. Bethesda, I guess is the way to pronounce it. Like I look at a game stock like Perlibus, what it was like 2 years ago, from when they decided to start releasing their stuff on console as opposed to just PC. Holy moly, the amount that stock, they're like a money based, like, I'm not gonna say they're like built around money, but a big part of their game like pretty much like gets people to spend money on their game, like costumes and other aspects. So the fact that Microsoft bought out Bethesda, that's a moneymaker alone in the gaming industry, in my eyes. That's like the biggest acquisition of the year for any like company, really.
Yeah, that's enormous.
Like if GME works out, I'm probably plopping money into Microsoft, just knowing if they release like another what was it, Elder Scrolls or something like that. It's just money, straight money. Create stuff out of digital thin air and cost real currency. Like, yeah. Sign me up.
Does anybody have? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say Bethesda's had a few problems, but with the deal they've got with GameStop as well as buying Bethesda, I mean, the next gen of Xbox looks like it might have some fantastic exclusives.
That was the one big problem with the one was it was shit. This content was absolute trash. Like it had like one or two games maybe like in like a 3-year span, but besides that, the rest was just what the frig. Who the hell let like Friday the 13th? I love the concept, but whoever let that game drop obviously was just money. Like it was just a push scheme, you know, get it out there. We don't care what it looks like or how it runs, you know. It's a lot of that stuff going on with the one. A lot of those games too. It was not a fan. Not one bit.
Yeah, you're right.
But a lot of people are a lot of gaming industries are definitely going to be looking to copy Pearl Abyss with Black Desert and how they laid out that game. Like you don't understand. Like they have it worked out like an ecosystem to the point where, like they have a central. It's like a I guess it's the best way. Like a role playing game almost, like a fantasy kind of thing. where but they have it set up where like there's a central market to sell the stuff you can gather and all this stuff, right? But if you don't buy their value pack, they take a 30% cut on anything you sell in the central market to make up for paying out like Siege Wars and stuff like that. So everybody buys the value pack, and then they have all these other packs you can buy for $30 a piece. It's ridiculous. Everyone buys it. Everyone spends money on costumes. That company has made so much money off just like creating stuff out of thin air and selling it on their game.
Oh my god,
it's ridiculous.
I see
can't
why
fathom
GLU
it.
went up. They're gonna pay. EA is gonna pay $12.50 per share, anyways. If you read the article in the news channel, EA will acquire GLU for $2.1 billion. GLU stockholders will receive $12.5 in cash for each share of GLU.
What's GLE?
GLU.
GLU?
Yep.
Yeah.
And their stock ticker is GLUU. Man, that's great.
Mobile games?
Yeah, mobile games.
And sorry, who'd you say was buying them out?
EA.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the stock price already rising. I'll keep an eye on that one tomorrow.
Who's EA buying?
GLUU. I put it in the news part on
Oh,
Discord.
okay, got it. Thanks. Whoa.
I ran out of cash on the cash account, and I'm not feeling like buying on margin.
Damn, that's rising.
Yeah, you'd probably have to go long-term margin with that one, just to hope it doesn't dip down or anything. Even then, it's like, yeah, very risky, I would say.
So what happens to shares if they bought it and they gonna give shareholders $12.5 per share?
I don't know if they would consolidate it, so they would just give them less EA shares compared
It
to
depends on
the price, or if they would just buy them out. I would assume the easier thing would be just to buy them out, and if they want to invest in EA, let them invest. But they might consolidate as well. So if EA is at like $60, they would do the difference. So how many shares you hold at $9 or whatever, you'd be getting way less shares.
So it says GLU stockholders will receive $12.50 in cash for each share. So yeah, it's already over that price.
Yeah, aftermarket's $12.60.
So what's gonna happen then if it goes up to like $20 per share?
There, I think according to the deal, under the terms of the agreement, then you're only receiving $12.50.
If the
Right?
SEC file goes through for them to actually buy the company, they'll halt trading. They'll halt trading, and people won't be able to trade it. So, if it's actually going to go through, expect trade to be halted in like the next few days or like tomorrow, I guess. If the SEC form is actually in there and they're looking to buy it, yeah, they'll halt trading, and then they'll work out everything on who owns what, and they'll work all that out, and then they'll halt trading, and yeah, I would assume that's how that would work.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it at this point. It's over that price.
I don't know, because the transaction doesn't end until June 30th, 2021, so it could go up even more if people buy it and raise the stock price.
Wow. Cool.
we should look up other companies that been bought out and see if their share price went up even more though. I think sometimes it happens.
Yeah, I need to go eat. I am starving. Out skis, I am. Catch you
See
later.
you later.
Later, man.
So what was that? What was that stock that GME was talking about? The medical thing.
The NSP. Wait, let me look it up.
NSPR.
Yep. NSPR. Yep.
And does anybody know anything about Zomedica Corp? Ticker ZOM. ZOM for all y'all Americans.
I saw a lot of people talking about it, but I think it's, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't intrigued enough to buy it. I don't know.
I'll link a pretty good article to the company in general now.
Thank you.
I did buy some Trillium Therapeutics. They are doing some they're doing some stuff with oncology. And I'm also looking at Discerna, which is doing more of that mRNA stuff, vaccines that are based on mRNA.
How's the aftermarket looking? Like somebody just said the market's spiking everywhere?
Seems slow. I don't know. It's moving very slowly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. Everything seems like quiet water.
Can't believe Doge is holding at 8 cents.
Yes.
Right? I'm like, I have a feeling. I think this is catching fire, no matter what anybody else says, because it's like, it would be like Mercury's in retrograde. You know, it's just like I always say, expect the unexpected. Because that's usually when shit goes like south. Like, it'll just be like, usually it's that time of year when it's like you'll just have a shit day and everything will go perfectly wrong, like just minutely wrong, where it just kind of like just.
I think we might see a bit of a dip tomorrow, but the fact that it leveled off then gained it back today, I mean, that's very surprising.
There's some nice stocks that I see. It's Zillow, the real estate app. Its ticker is Z, and another one is ZG. They're kind of in the expensive range a little bit, but so far I kind of like how they kind of have some gains overall. But truly, I'm not really too much into real estate. I mean, I don't know much about it really, but I'm pretty sure in any downturn, maybe that'll, ride waves. But so far, I'm kind of liking those two precisely. Z and ZG, those two. Zillow, I think it's like Class A and Class G. I'm not sure what these are, but they're pretty nice.
Guys, I'll tell you a real estate one to watch is EXPI, which is EXP Realty's ticker. The reason I bring that up is because Grant Cardone is looking to partner with EXP Realty, and he's going to put all of his marketing and all of his push and influence behind EXP's business model. Not financial advice at all. Matter of fact, I don't like this personally because that's not the company that I actually have my brokerage underneath. They're a competitor. But the reality is this merger would be great for that company, in my opinion.
So I'm going to read a little blurb about EXPI. It says EXP World Holdings Inc. operates as a cloud-based real estate brokerage firm. It focuses on the development and use of cloud-based technologies in order to grow an international brokerage without the burden of physical brick-and-mortar offices and redundant staffing costs. The firm offers software subscriptions to customers to access its virtual reality software platform through Verbella. The company was founded by Glenn Darrell Stanford in July 2008, headquartered in Washington.
Yeah, I can thumbnail that and put it in layman's terms. What they do is their agents get a profit share of everything that gets sold. So it is kind of like, it's basically built on like a multi-level marketing platform to an extent, in so much as if I'm an agent and I get you to come over to join me, then I get a percentage of everything that you make up to a certain point. Anybody else I bring over, I build up a little downline as real estate agents, and there's guys that are making $10,000, $20,000 a month residual income off the agent's productivity they brought on. The more people they bring on, the more they get, as pass-through passive income. But that's one thing that separates them, is that they have a real kind of unique profit sharing structure that's very appealing to agents. That's very appealing to other agents, and so they're a different type of company all in all.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I like it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I mean, it's $150 a share or something like that right now. But with this guy Cardone coming in on it, he's a freak, and he'll give it a lot of momentum. Me personally, I'm probably not going to jump on it because they're a direct competitor, and I can't do that.
On a completely different note, have y'all read this article? Heard the story about this kid who killed himself because he thought he had lost $750,000, and now his parents are
Yes.
suing Robinhood.
Yes, I heard about this one. Sad.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Holy cow!
Yeah, I'm reading about it right now. Like, he thought he was out, now his parents are suing Robinhood for negligence. And wait, let me find it. The 20-year-old Alex Kearns took his own life last June, mistakenly believing he'd lost nearly $750,000 in a risky bet on Robinhood. Says his parents filed a lawsuit, first obtained by CBS News on Monday, accusing Robinhood of wrongful death, negligent infliction of emotional distress, and unfair business practices. It may be old news, but if you need another reminder why Robinhood is not a good idea, here's another one.
Yeah, it started coming out again after the GameStop stuff because I guess the way that they presented the numbers, it was misleading.
I'm going to link a video, and the video that explains what happened. But it's a video by In the Money, and I think it explains it really well, and it's why you should absolutely understand options before you.
Yeah.
Which on general?
Give me 1 second. I'll let you know when I link it.
Oh, thank you.
So who on the YouTube chat, do y'all think Doge could hit 10 cents this week?
I believe so, with enough hype behind it.
I think it
I
might
believe it
drop
too.
to 7, but I think on the weekend buy-in, it's going to go way past it.
That's what I'm thinking too. I think it'll happen over the weekend.
I'm like, shoot, I'm waiting for a dip and buying some more.
I keep checking back on my Binance app. Like, it's got to be back to like 45 by now, and it's still like 79, 78, 79, 81.
It's flirting around 79.8.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen it. It's been it's just interesting. Like, I'm just like, wow.
It's like this billionaire's with his 7'9" wife, and he's flirting with the 8. Oceanair, man.
I think it's going to depend heavily on what the report on GME says tomorrow.
Yeah.
I went ahead and linked that video.
Yeah, it was hitting resistance at 8.5 today, 8.586. But there's support down by like 7.875, so I think it'll go.
If you're on the YouTube chat, I am reposting the video explaining what happened with the Robinhood and the young kid that passed away. If you want to find out more about that, I know some of you said it was old news, but It's also a cautionary tale, I think. So
Do people think Doge is a pump and dump? You know, like I feel like all the cryptos at some point or another, people pump them up and they dump. But the thing is that whether or not there remains support once it goes down to a dip, and what we're seeing with Doge is that people are keeping it. So, you know, I don't think it's one of those pump and dumps where people are just dropping it and moving on to something else. That's just, again, my opinion. It's not any advice. It's just my observation.
There's lots of the reason, yeah, there's lots of pump and dumpers, but there's also a lot of people who have been drawn to the long-term investment of Doge. So that's why you're seeing the it gradually go up, right? Because people have bought and they just hold, and a lot of these pump and dumps add a lot of momentum to it, so a lot more people end up buying in. It's like a snowball effect.
I think you're both absolutely right.
Also, I want to give a shout out to all of my ancestors who died finding out what was safe to eat and what was not.
yo, shout out to those ancestors because they're actually all of our Santers. Let's be real.
No, but then they wouldn't be your ancestors.
So when Miko brings up old news, let's not discredit it because it's very important.
Basically saying one for my homies.
Still relevant.
May that kid rest in peace, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, I mean it's
It
over a
really is.
mistake. Even like like I can't even imagine being that age and thinking you lost $750,000. Like hell, like
Yeah.
I can't imagine being that guy's parent, man.
Yeah.
Like how did your child die? Okay, well, first there was a big pump on a stock. Like as a father, it terrifies me. Just that's just insane.
Right.
Hey, you really got to do your research before you, because there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh man, I don't want to miss a window, right? But if you're new to investing, really should just sit back and like learn and watch and do your research and find out what are the best ways to get your information. And you know, it's a lot of what I'm doing. Like I'm saying, like I'm playing around a little bit. I got diamond hands. Fuck, I got tungsten hands, man. It can drop to 0 and I'll still hold. But anyway, besides that, I mean, I'm just putting money into long-term stuff and I'm just kind of watching and learning. So
Quick little update on here on Robinhood. I'm on here for the Dogecoin and it says Dogecoin trades may not be executed right now. We'll be back at February 8th, 2021 at 4:50. Right now it's 4:30.
What?
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going on because even with other stuff, like I've
That
put it in
dog
my
bark was perfectly timed, by the way. I don't know whose dog that was, but
Yeah, that's my dog. That's Oscar.
that's
He's
Doge screaming out in pain.
Yep, he's a little shih tzu. He's yelling at Doge.
That's interesting. Well, we're less than half an hour to after hours closing. I'm trying to buy some stocks. I don't know. These orders aren't going through.
It's still stuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to put some more in. Let's see.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm really, really looking forward to whatever happens tomorrow with this information that comes out. It's kind of like it's just like a movie. I can't wait to see what happens in the next scene. I really can't.
Same.
It'll be great.
I mean, so many of us have so much invested in what happens.
I think it even goes beyond profit at this point.
Is anybody's Kraken?
Oh, for sure.
I think
Yeah, this
Kraken crashed.
That's not surprising.
They crashed the Kraken.
Well, that's
Kraken's
Kraken
kind of
crash,
known
and
for
now you
that.
can't trade on Doge. Like, what is going on? Or you can't trade Doge on Robinhood, and Kraken's not working.
Maybe there's not enough Doge out there.
Nah, Doge doesn't have a limit. That's the problem.
But still, you need the addresses, don't you? Or the keys, I'm not sure.
On Binance, it's still showing it's at that 79, 796, 797 range right now. It's still moving.
Are you using Binance for it? Because I thought we couldn't use that in America.
Nope, it's
Are you
not
not in
every
America?
state. I'm in a state that it allows it.
You can buy Doge on Voyager now.
Anchor's working
Yay.
right now. Still.
Anchor is, yeah. Anchor
Yeah, I have mine
just
on Voyager, and it's working fine.
Weird. It looks like my Kraken's back up.
There's some comments in the YouTube that are they're tired of us saying not financial advice, and I don't blame you for being sick of it, but we're all just trying to make sure that nobody does anything that they haven't researched on their own.
Yeah, please do your own due diligence. If we're mentioning stocks that we like, if we're telling you about moves that we're making, highly.
We have to disclaimer that we're not financial advisors. It's a constant reminder. I mean, yeah, we could post it in the title of the video, but that, you know, that doesn't work. Yeah, like if
Don't sue us.
we're on Discord and we're saying stuff over, you know, like we gotta reiterate that. That's just kind of part of the.
We gotta cover our own butts.
Definitely can't afford a lawsuit.
We're not keeping you here. You don't have to stay, but you know, we're just trying to learn, and we're watching the market, and we're trying to update people with what we're learning. And we appreciate everybody that's in here, because the more people that are here, the more people know about what's going on. That's the whole point.
Somebody's asking when y'all buy in Doge. I already did.
Yeah, I've got a position.
If it goes down to 7 tomorrow, I'm buying more. But again, not financial advice.
Yeah.
I'm good for now. I'm holding.
So I'm seeing that some of the Robin Hoods, it's not saying you have a limit.
I'm gonna double check mine.
I'm gonna post the message just so y'all see that I'm not.
I see it.
I
It
like
says
Harry Lewington's idea for the meme song. "I Move You Move" by Ludacris with Elon's face.
When I move, you move. It's great.
When I move, you move. Just like
that.
So I am seeing that, Mika. It says Scheduled maintenance. Doge trades may not execute right now. We'll be back by, well, it's 2:50 p.m. my time, so that'll be in about 11 minutes or earlier. So you can put your order in, it just may not execute.
Hey, I'm making a run to Wendy's. Anybody want anything?
That
Grab me a
means that if
Frosty.
my recommendation would be that if you're buying anytime, do limit orders so
Can
that
you
you're
get
not.
3 small, crispy, spicy chicken wraps? You know those things I'm talking about. Get them with extra butter, please. Thanks.
Could I get fries, a Frosty, chocolate Frosty, and a bowl of chili?
Okay, copy that. Anything
If
else?
they got any GameStop shares, give me some of those too.
So what you're saying is go to Wendy's and buy and hold GME. Okay, order up. Coming at you.
You got it. You got it.
Get fat on some GME stocks.
You know they deep fry that GME stock at Wendy's. Isn't that good batter? They deep fry it.
I might need help eating a burger because I got these diamond hands.
Can't hold this burger with these diamond hands.
It's like trying to watch a mannequin eat a burger, man.
I'm just
Everybody ever seen Parks and Rec? Where he's like sitting there in his office and he like the only way
Swanson?
he throws the burger at his face.
Because he threw his back out, right? He can't move because he's got his back thrown out. They toss it in his mouth.
It's a pretty funny.
It's got a hernia. It's genius.
One of my favorites is at Rob Lowe's house for dinner, and he brings him a salad, and he goes, "There must be a mistake. You have tried to feed me what my food eats."
GME is not something you trade. GME is something you buy and you hold because you have tungsten hands. The hardest of hands.
My wife asked me to hold her last night, and I said, "Baby, I'm sorry, I can't. My hands are full holding all this GME."
Now that shit slapped out of him.
Yeah, that totally didn't happen. No, I'll hold my wife, y'all. I'll hold my wife. No, that didn't happen. If this thing pops tomorrow after the announcement, I'll lose my mind, only because I will be kicking myself that I wasn't able to get a better position if it does pop.
So I'm saying, like, I want to average down, but I just don't even know when it's gonna happen, man. That's the thing. It's like you're in a slingshot.
Bro, it's been so flat. It's like I want to buy the dip, but is this a dip? I mean, from 61 to 60 and a half, like that's not a dip. Oh, it's 60, but that's not a dip. You know?
I was looking on Reddit.
Beautiful that it's just sitting there.
There was another video. There was a video saying Monday GME gonna look like, and it's I don't know. Pretty much Wall Street Bets is holding back the hedge funds from trying to barge through the door. I don't know.
That's from Game of Thrones. It was Hodor.
Yeah, I'm taking Hodor, and you know what? I don't know, man. I'm just watching shit like a hawk. I'll tell you that. That's all you can do. But don't forget to stretch in between. Like do some toe touches and some lunges and some squats and poke your head out a window and get some sunlight because you're gonna need it.
Last week was a marathon for me. I was just glued to my screens, and I was just, learning everything I could. I having to make myself go outside and like get sunlight on my face. Like, dude, you've got to breathe. You got to get out of here for a second.
Shit, I just got an ad. Tame's getting ads now. pretty much got what I'm saying, guys. Is I have tungsten hands, so like this stock could drop to $0, and I will still hold. And you know what? People are like, "Yeah, you're gonna hold until you're dead," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm willing to make that bet." Yeah, it's going to pop, I think.
Well, with the amount of shorts still left out there, I mean,
Exactly. Sean Walker knows if I hold until I'm dead, I never took a loss. Tap's head.
Exactly. It's not in the red until you realize it. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Never take the L.
I don't know if y'all heard it or not, but you should have heard Bill Burr, the comedian. You should have heard his take on the GameStop short. It was hilarious. Him explaining a short and a short squeeze, and the way that he runs stuff down. It was awesome.
It was. Bill Burr's a legend. I wonder what Louis C.K. would have to say about it.
I don't know. I saw him about 3-4 years ago, and the guy just tore the arena he was playing in. He just tore it to shreds. It was murders. He was amazing.
You talking about Bill Burr?
Nah, CK. Love Bill Burr.
Yeah, man, CK's amazing.
I'll tell you somebody we saw at a club. My wife and I saw at a club. It was Jim Brewer, and we love Jim Brewer from way back. He did a 2-hour set, and he had played. He was going for an hour, and it took an hour of him just doing his set, just killing everybody, until I realized he was doing a clean set. He was so funny. I didn't realize he hadn't cussed once in an hour. And he did an entire 2-hour set clean.
Hell yeah, man.
It was, yeah, he's epic, dude. He's a legend.
That's why I love George Carlin, because he could do it clean, but he just loved to throw those gut punches, those curse words in. And it was his, what was the, it was like one of his like really old skits, like the 7 dirty words or whatever that was called. I mean,
Yeah, his whole take on it was you can't.
On about somebody called him up and he was just like, you can't use fuck and motherfucker because it's like the same word. It's like a derivative or something. Anyway, and he's like, motherfucker, how did you get my phone number? It's just like, oh man, anybody who hasn't heard of George Carlin, go check out any of his stuff. It is absolutely vulgar, and if you're young, I wouldn't suggest it, but funny stuff in the guy was so brilliant. Like, it's hard to describe. I would suggest maybe reading some of his books too.
He was the head
Still
of
relevant.
Yeah, a lot of people hate Carlin. They call him a dinosaur, and it's just like, I don't know, man.
Nah, he was
timeless.
He's timeless. It's like saying Richard Pryor's not relevant. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Man,
I hold a place in my heart for George Carlin. He made me laugh a lot growing up, and he was a very smart man. So, God bless.
Yeah, just a little side note. I've noticed there's a lot of Bill Hicks videos on or stand-ups on Netflix right now. There's at least 2, maybe 3, and man, that guy killed too. I love that guy.
Yeah, Bill Hicks was huge in the '80s. He carved his own path as well. There's a lot of people, conspiracy people, think that Alex Jones is actually Bill Hicks.
I could see it.
Just because they kind of look alike, you know, it's just very funny. Him and Joe Rogan have talked about that a lot.
Yeah, one thing about Louis is, yeah, now once stuff starts to open back up, you can go see one of his shows for like $10, $10, $15.
Last night on the comedian kick, last night I was listening to some old Rodney Dangerfield that I hadn't visited in a long time. You were talking about legend. That guy, he's timeless as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Dangerfield's pretty freaking hilarious.
He said, my wife loves to talk during sex. Last night she called me at 3 in the morning.
Good old classic. Hey, another good one's Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah, he was a real joke writer. It was awesome. His one-liners he would do was amazing. I use his real estate joke about I have a 2-bedroom apartment, but it's up to me how many bedrooms there are. This bedroom has got a kitchen in it. I've got an oven in it. This bedroom has a TV and a couch and a chair.
Definitely good. Or the one about escalators is like, sorry for the convenience, temporarily stairs.
Yeah, escalators are never out of order. They were just temporarily stairs. Last one. He goes, I have found that a duck's opinion of me is highly influenced by whether or not I am holding bread.
Good ones. The good old days.
I got a real question for everybody. Does anybody think that the short numbers that come out tomorrow, do you guys trust that they're going to be real and accurate? Or do you think it's just going to be, I don't know, think it's going to be real or not?
With all the tomfoolery that's been going on, I have my doubt.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the numbers may be real, but do we know what they actually mean? I don't know. Or what sort of manipulation is going on to present those numbers?
I try not to let my ape brain get too worked up over such things. I just hold and buy more. And I live a happy life. A modest but happy life.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Five minutes until.
Aftermarket closes.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's happening?
It's going down.
The final countdown. Ba-da-doo-doo. Ba-da-doo-doo. Just kidding.
Wow, look at Tilray. It's up to $30. That's great. And Afra is up to 19. I'm liking it.
Isn't the market open until 8? The aftermarket?
I thought it was 3 p.m. No?
Wait, what? What are we talking about?
I'm saying for me to be able to purchase, I'm allowed to trade until 3 p.m. my time, which is Cali time.
Oh, it might be your broker because I'm pretty sure, unless I'm going crazy, that yeah,
That's probably right.
that we're going till 8. Like Fidelity doesn't let me start until like 7. No, like 8 in the morning or something like that, even though it's open earlier.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. on 6 p.m. Eastern on Robinhood. 3
Okay.
p.m. Yeah.
Don't forget to wear your diamond hands. And yes, Max, we keep saying that for liability reasons and also because it's the truth. We obviously know that some people can experience distress from trading and all that stuff, as we said earlier about that young kid. So it's just for everybody's safety. That's all.
It looks like the end of the weekend crypto madness is over. Everything's coming back down.
Yeah, it's coming down, but it's still at 7.7.
Oh, not
Yeah.
Doge. Doge is holding
Oh.
like a beast.
Oh, okay.
Doge is a different animal.
Well, it's a dog.
Doge army. Keeping it going.
At least Doge has a cute dog on it. I mean, Bitcoin's meh.
For sure. I know. I didn't know what the Doge meme was all about. And when I first bought it, I was telling my daughter, who's 10, and her friends were around, and they're all like the same age. And I was like, yeah, Dogecoin. They were like the meme. They knew exactly all about it. It's like, this is why I like really, for me, I love the coin because people know it and people know the meme,
Oh.
even if they don't know the coin. Although now I think most everybody does. I was just really.
Oh, carry on.
No, I was just saying I was just really surprised that like it was just common knowledge for them. Memes and meme culture. They grow up with it and they know it.
Whenever I'm telling my kid about a movie, I always reference the meme instead of like the movie content. Like, you ever seen that meme? Yeah, that movie.
Speaking of GameStop, for those of you that went there, what's like your favorite game you ever bought from them? Mine so far is The Last of Us 2. I got like the special edition case used and very happy with my GameStop purchase.
Pokemon Shield.
Yeah.
That's Stranding.
I actually just started playing that game. I went and bought that. I should probably go play it.
It's different. Yeah. I
Yeah,
like
it's
it.
kind of. It's like I was like, what is going on? And then I was like, this would be a bad video game to trip to.
Made me cry.
Yeah.
Made me laugh, made me cry. It was delightful. Yeah. And the gameplay was really interesting.
Yeah.
Some people think it's just sounds like a pain because you got to manage literally manage your character's balance, but I thought it was fun. I don't know. It's pretty like second nature and fun to me. It really made you feel like the terrain.
Yeah. No, they did it. It was graphically beautiful. It's a beautiful game.
A good game if you're a hiker. It's like a hiker's game.
Yeah.
Hiker, if you're a hiker and you like monsters and weird things.
I really love GameStop because I can get a lot of my accessories there for like a good price used. Like especially controllers because like I'm pretty hard on my controllers or like I'll just drop them on accident a lot. And I like really like that I can go on GameStop and buy used stuff and I have to pay full price for that shit cuz I might break it soon.
I think GameStop's going to be around a while, especially with all the joint ventures they've got coming up.
Yeah.
No doubt. It's my kid's favorite place to go. It's just just is.
Unfortunately, we don't have them in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, favorite retail place to go. That would be
Right.
very sad if it would. But you know what I'm saying.
Sometimes I'll just go there and browse the used section because I'll pick up a game for cheap. Like, I just got this game for like $8, called Horizon Zero Dawn. I know it was like best game in 2017, and I actually really like it. So I like that's why I like GameStop. I generally try to go there because I go to other places like Best Buy and stuff, and I'd rather go to GameStop.
So with Tesla fully basically legitimizing Bitcoin as a currency, how long do you think it will be before we start seeing widespread acceptance, even on the small scale in shops?
I mean, I'm already seeing some of I have friends on my social media timeline that own businesses, and they're like trying to figure out how they might be able to take Bitcoin as payment. So, I mean, I'm interested in seeing what develops from this, but I think what Tesla did today is pretty huge in, legitimizing cryptocurrency perhaps to the general public that may not fully understand what it is.
There are currently apps that you can use that will convert.
Sorry, my man, you cut out there.
Oh, sorry, push to talk. There are some apps that will, if you're transacting business somewhere that doesn't accept Bitcoin, it will try to convert it into USD instead, and it'll still accept it some places. I think Coinbase does that.
I think as that gets more prevalent, especially things like crypto, which have no government backing, it will be easier to, you won't even have to exchange money to travel.
You think it will be connected? I'm sure it will, but if it was connected to a debit card account, you can connect a debit card to it. It'd be just as easy as using a debit card connected to your bank because it's not physical currency. It's just a card with a code.
That is completely possible. They do it with gold and silver at the moment. They were discussing Peter Schiff earlier. He has a company that does a similar thing, but with, as I said, precious metals.
Does anybody use BlockFi?
I do not.
Me neither. Don't know what it is.
Apparently.
PTT. Hit the button.
Apparently, you can receive percentage yields, so like you get compound interest on whatever crypto you hold in BlockFi. I haven't tried it yet.
Coinbase does a similar thing, but it's quite selective on what ones you can actually use to loan out, as it were.
Right, you can get free like compound coin on Coinbase. Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers on BlockFi. Apparently, it says you can earn 6% interest on Bitcoin you own, and with Ethereum you can earn 5% interest, but there's asterisks all over the place, so I'm not sure if that's correct.
That actually might be pretty useful since my Bitcoin is pretty much parked anyway.
Apparently, they have a Bitcoin credit card they're testing right now on BlockFi.
Is BlockFi listed?
Listed as a wallet?
As a stock, I think that might be a popular thing people get into.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know.
Also,
I know Coin.
I was going to say, also keep in mind, if they get a credit card up and running, whoever is the parent company, the first parent company that will run it through, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, whoever, that's going to be huge for that company's shares as well.
Isn't Visa already running Ethereum on the side?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'll Google it real quick. The Visa has a card that runs on a global blockchain network. I think it's still being tested though.
Okay, so I guess I keep an eye out for Visa then.
If they're smart with that and they allow it to use multiple crypto and have it linkable to your phone or something like that, where you can switch what crypto you're using, that would be an absolute gold mine for them.
That would be
Oh, it'd be a game changer.
There's a link to what I found in general.
Would they have to? But would the crypto have to be centralized?
Well, if it's a debit card, you could keep the crypto on a wallet on your phone and just transfer it across to the card if it was linkable.
What I mean by my question is, you know, you have to be, you have to pick a wallet to keep, like a bank account. You'd be connected to whatever bank account. It'd have to be connected to your wallet or to your Binance app or to your Robinhood app or to your whatever. I'm curious as to where the, for lack of a better word, the bank that holds the money, in this case the crypto. I don't know. I'm curious on how that will work.
Well, that's the genius part. You could keep your main wallet as one of the Trezors, and you could leave that at home and just transfer whatever you need across to your phone wallet and still have access to your online accounts with the different providers. And you can just transfer across what you need when you need.
Yeah, I'm curious as to, so what they do, it would be Bitcoin to the debit card. and be converted from Bitcoin to the debit card would be using US dollars. Well, I only ask that because if these cardholder companies or wherever are going to choose to allow this, that means they're also accepting the volatility that is involved with using this currency. Because Bitcoin's amazing, but it's still volatile.
There's a video by Andre Jick where he explains in the future the volatility of Bitcoin might decrease as more people start using it, and as Bitcoin becomes more expensive, the volatility basically goes down as there's less convertible coins.
And I think as we're saying, with Tesla buying into it at such a level, we're now seeing it being legitimized as an actual currency. And it's gonna climb a lot probably in the next year or two, but I think we'll see it level out at some point.
I'm super stoked. This is like some type 1 civilization stuff right here.
Yeah, if crypto becomes acceptable, as we were discussing, with a debit card worldwide, it's going to kill every fiat currency.
Or at the very least, force companies to innovate and make the other fiat currencies more easily, to change hands more easily across different mediums.
I think the real test will come when governments try and start tracing or taxing or getting involved with it in some way.
All right, boys and girls, I'm gonna punch out for a minute. I gotta go do the daddy thing. I'll hit y'all later.
Take it easy, man.
Later.
I love how many people are still just in here chatting it up, even though it's like super quiet. It's good to see. It's good to see.
I try to be active, but it's hard to do that when I'm driving.
I hear you, but I was making dinner, so I had to step away for a bit. But I mean, Tame did make me a super, so I should probably do my job instead of being fucking lazy and actually take part. Like, keeping the stream alive. You know what I mean? Keeping everybody on in good spirits.
Do we have a time when the reports are going to be released tomorrow?
Not quite sure.
Should be in the morning before trading opens. Has anyone else done the DD on this Tesla Bitcoin thing that's been going on today?
I can see what I can find. I just now got home, but I can take a look around and see if I can find anything.
Okay, this is what I found out so far. You guys can do a little bit more DD if you want, but I would seriously invest in Tesla right now if you guys have the money to. This is really, really ingenious. I was going over exactly what was changed in the articles with the Tesla Corporation to be able to integrate Bitcoin into Tesla's portfolio. That being said, it is looking like in the math that Elon Musk can literally write off any losses with Bitcoin per quarter that he files. That being said, also, anything over the initial amount of Bitcoin that he originally invested, he doesn't have to claim. So anything over $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin, that's basically free and clear money for this corporation. This is crazy.
Yeah, and he's been a genius doing it because it's driven the price up and it's not going to go down, especially if he's going to start accepting it as payment for Teslas.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, what I'm trying to say here, guys, is that in the future, I can see at least until this is really fully integrated, that there's going to be a lot of people in the market that's not going to understand why Tesla's stock has gone down. So, okay, so let me explain this. So if Bitcoin tanks, let's say $300 million right now, right? And Tesla brings in 400 billion. Well, they still got to write off that 300 million, okay? There's going to be a lot of people that's not going to understand why Tesla is basically selling off and why Tesla is going down in their evaluation on their actual financials with that. That being said, there might be some good times over the next 6 to 8 months here to be able to buy Tesla on the low and be able to hold on to it here. Just FYI, because I can see a lot of older investors being like, okay, what is going on, this and that, I don't understand. But on the flip side of it, guys, you got to also understand is that when Bitcoin, say, goes to, he makes 300 billion off of the initial 150 billion, he doesn't have to put that on the books. So that's just more money that the actual corporation has to be able to grow and do other shit with. So I really see some beneficial things the way Elon Musk has set this up.
Yeah, I mean, grayscale. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about actual Tesla Corporation.
No, I mean Grayscale Bitcoin.
That I'm not sure what they how they went about investing, if they directly invested or if they invested in them. I haven't got that far yet.
So Grayscale is in Kathy Wood's ARC FinTech portfolio. Grayscale is essentially how you buy Bitcoin without actually.
Well, I get that. I just don't know if Tesla specifically went through Grayscale or if they just went ahead and bought outright Bitcoin by themselves. That's what I'm saying.
I'm getting at is the FinTech ETF is pretty inexpensive right now. and that could actually like probably just blow up out of nowhere. That's a weird feeling, but I'm not a financial advisor, so.
I think if his objective is to make Bitcoin a legitimate currency, he might even have something ridiculous as pay his employees bonuses in Bitcoin, forcing them to spend it, forcing it into circulation, putting up his price, all the while his company sits on an asset that just goes up.
I mean, at any rate of exponential growth from this point on, I mean, foreseeably in the future, we're going to be doing that anyways. Whether it's Bitcoin or some other type of fiat currency.
I honestly think I can see more and more people throwing money into crypto with the way governments are just printing cash at the moment, devaluing their own currencies.
I mean, yeah, that's the best way to go. I mean, right now, I mean, it's exponentially easy just to be able to click buttons. And I mean, when you get down to the basis of it, money is not paper. Money is just ones and zeros sitting behind a computer screen. So the easier you can put it to that format, the better it is for all people.
I can't wait till the day I walk into a shop and at the counter the guy goes, "That'll be 46 Doge, please."
For as much as I want to say Dodge is going to be a fiat currency, I doubt that, dude. I cannot see myself walking up into a store and say, "Hey, I'm paying with Dodge."
Doge to the moon.
I think I'll pay in camel coins before I pay in Dodge coins.
Well, they can ask for it in Bitcoin. Why not Doge?
True, true.
I think we were joking the other night, later in the stream, a couple nights ago about this, and we were saying like how funny it would be to go up to like a dealer or something like that and be like, "Yo, let me get an 8-ball," and be like, "Oh, how you paying?" It's like Doge. It's like, "All right, 100 million Doge, please."
I was totally part of that conversation, and I was the one that laughed out and was like, "Do you understand at the current value how much Doge you would need to buy an 8-ball?"
Yeah, I remember. That's right. You were part of. Dude, that was an amazing conversation.
Like, dude, right now, like, how much Doge would you? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know exactly how much an 8-ball costs, but I would say let's go with a metric that everybody knows, which is a dime bag of weed, and a dime bag of Doge is got to be like what 15,000 Doge, 20,000 Doge right now.
I mean, that sounds about.
But just think about it, $10 or 20,000 Doge. I mean, it just doesn't sound reasonable. It just sounds so ridiculous.
I'll be honest,
I was gonna say that I don't think that Doge was ever started to be and sound reasonable.
To me, the way that it appears, Doge and most of the smaller, newer cryptocurrencies which are accepted are made for people to get in, start mining at a low level, and be able to trade up until they can get to Bitcoin. It's like I go out and I buy, I buy a Honda, and I've owned a Honda every year, and I get a lease on my Honda, and I lease it for 3 years, and I keep doing that until I can get to the point that I can get a Acura because I have quote unquote car credit, and I can get something luxurious instead of I walk into the dealership and they tell me, "Oh, it's going to be X amount of dollars a month. Your credit is this. You've never owned one." Versus I get a Honda and I just trade up until I can actually. Oh man, my finger slipped. I'm saying then I can trade up until I get a Mercedes. That's what Doge is. Doge is a Honda that you use to buy Mercedes or BMWs or Bitcoin.
You're killing my dreams, man. You're killing my dreams.
I'm not saying it's not valuable. I think it is very valuable, but at the conversion rate that it is now, like how much Doge does it take to get one Bitcoin? You know, I mean, it's so far ahead, and that gap is going to only constantly progress. You know, Doge, yeah, it may have went up 700%, but even that 700% per coin does not equal what 1% on a Bitcoin is.
I'll be honest with you guys. The only reason I'm holding Dogecoin is for the specific fact is that I'm not underestimating the retardedness of America sometimes, because I know in the future I can take the off chance that there'll be somebody on TikTok or one of the other streams that turns around and kind of glorifies it just the way Eli Musk and like Snoop Dogg is doing it now, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere no one suspects it, and then all of a sudden it's $10-20. You know, that's the only reason I'm holding it. But other than that, it's really a meme. If you want to get into currencies, the only currencies worth getting into is Bitcoin and Ethereum, and even like Bitcoin Cash I'm very hesitant about, you know.
But think about the how much a one individual single Bitcoin costs. I mean, that's something that's kind of scary. And even me, like I understand the rates and I see it for its value, but even I still feel like, yo, I'll never get one Bitcoin. Like even if I'm putting $100 aside a week, by the time I get enough to buy one Bitcoin, I'm going to be a couple weeks behind because the value has gone up. Versus I can put $10 in Doge, and even
no, that's when you gotta do a little bit more DD and start looking into the laws of average and start looking into compound interest. Once you start understanding the laws of average and compound interest, even though it seems daunting that it's $40,000 a coin, yes, it's not going to make you a multimillionaire unless you can buy straight coins. But if you can law of average over the course as Bitcoin is growing, even with $5, $10, $20, $100, you're going to compound that interest at least 3 to 4 times what it initially be worth just sitting somewhere else. So once you can understand about the laws of average and averaging in your price, you can still make good money, even though Bitcoin's $40,000 a coin right now, you know?
Yeah, you
yeah, I
might get a
understand that.
coin, but you'll get your money and plus profit.
And then you turn around, you take your profits, you know, and then you roll it over into things that is more feasible for your budget that will actually grow your wealth. You know, it
I
starts
see this
somewhere and
as
leads to something else.
But I mean, when I make that argument, it's just the average, regular, everyday person. They see Bitcoin as a scam and they're scared. You know, whereas Doge is who's really going to be mad? Oh, I lost, $1. Big deal. It's only
Well,
$1.
then what do I got to say about that is that's just, I mean, the absence of information is ignorance. It's not wealth, you know? So if you have a
Right,
lack
but
of information,
that
if you're scared to invest, then yes, you should keep your money in the bank because this isn't for everybody.
yeah, but that sense of I literally just lost what that sense of ignorance is why you would hold it, because people will jump into Doge because of that sense of ignorance, because they're scared to go for a full Bitcoin, which will take your 10,000 coin or your $100 worth that you bought. It will develop. It will grow its own value just from other people being scared of other more mainstream cryptos on the market.
I'm more scared of the US dollar.
Definitely.
Yeah, the U.S. dollar is going down. Every crypto I've invested in so far has gone up.
I'm terrified of the US dollar and it.
Buy some Canadian dollars instead. Get a whole lot more right now.
My brother was telling me I should look at currencies that didn't get stimuluses.
That's probably pretty smart.
I will say, since we're talking about conversion, I just looked at how much one Dominican or $1 is to the Dominican peso, and the Dominican peso has gone up to 54, well 58, and the last time I went, it was 53.
All right, I'm all in on the peso.
Currencies that are pegged to the dollar, I assume they'll definitely be.
Nah, see, I'm just playing, man.
Okay, guys, I need to
This
move.
is why
This
I buy
tundra weather
physical
isn't
silver.
worth it.
This is why I buy physical silver. Gotta diversify.
I posted the cold fusion money. What's money worth? That is a really good watch if you are intrigued in other currencies and like what potentially could happen to the dollar.
YouTube chat, I'm going to address this VOA or VO apprentice. Tomorrow's pretty much D-Day for GME, do or die, crossbones, skull and crossbones. I I doubt it, honestly. If it happens tomorrow, it happens tomorrow, but I see them playing the long game.
At this point, I would just bet more on a long-term stock with GME. That's
Look,
what you
if
said.
it doesn't go down drastically tomorrow, it's going to be a long ride up. If it does go down drastically tomorrow, then they're gonna squeeze it out. So if it goes down tomorrow, short game. If it goes up tomorrow or stays like moves sideways, it's probably going to be a long ride up. That's my best guess anyway.
I think unless the report tomorrow shows still extremely high short interest, it probably isn't going to do much unless it does show that. But I think it's going to be worth long-term holding because I think that all this manipulation is eventually going to come out.
Do we know at what time those reports are supposed to come out?
Someone asked that like half an hour
If you
ago. I don't think
subscribe to
anybody's
the-
actually looked.
I think somebody said they come out before the market's open.
Yeah,
Where does it come out at?
varies what exact time. Usually, yeah, like you can Google like s3.com on Google or something like
Isn't it
that, or
FINRA,
just the
though?
short. There's different websites. It doesn't matter which one you grab it from. They all come from the same thing.
But I thought like the head of everything was FINRA.
I saw something that said that was supposed to come out after market close tomorrow, but I have no clue.
So D-Day might be Wednesday.
Possibly, but then that again, I have no way to prove nor that I know of for sure.
I'm sorry, guys. It's not before. It's after. It's at 4 p.m. It'll come out. 2, 9, 20, 21, 4 p.m. That's what I see right here.
So at the end of trading day tomorrow.
Yes, sir. You can
So-
get it. It's on NASDAQtrader.com. You can see it under the short interest publication schedule on there.
Is GME NASDAQ or is it stock exchange?
It's NYSE, right?
Yes, sir. NASDAQ.
No, it's on the New York Stock Exchange.
I think a few people were doing the DD earlier and they figured out that there's still at least 70 million short positions out there.
You know, even though we get the report after 4, we might be able to see what that report is going to say based on what happens tomorrow during market. Because some people know what that report's going to say.
Oh, you guys will know if you guys start seeing the price spike tomorrow. That means the hedge funds know what's going on and they're trying to buy up all shares that they can possibly buy up before reports actually got to come out. Tomorrow's a make or break day. They either have to be covered by tomorrow or they got to spend roughly $22 billion to push out their shorts. Yeah, that's already don't put that past them. That's already going on. All this information of the shorts and everything that you guys see from the S3s on up, it all comes from the hedge funds, and the hedge funds get their information from the DTCC, which is the ones that run their books and basically put out all the information. That being said, there is nobody that oversees the DTCC. They have in-house that oversees themselves, so they are the ones that puts out the general information to the public.
It'll be somewhere between probably 50% and 220% with the shorts.
So the DTCC is a privately run company. They're not government regulated.
They're the depository. I've gone down a rabbit hole with them, so I haven't gone down the whole history, but I've gone down a few hours with them. And as far as I could tell, they're in cahoots. The DTCC is the ones that basically runs and makes sure hedge floats stay afloat and make sure money keeps going the way it's going. But it also is the ones that keep up with the relevant, how many shares are shorted, how many ghost shares there are, this and that. So that being said, there's a veil in between them, the federal government, and basically everybody. I can't find any type of information right now that says that somebody can get into their books outside of themselves.
So it's if stock exchanges are eventually moved to transacting on the blockchain instead of actually transacting through the DTCC, do you think they would end up becoming like obsolete?
It would be an actual free market.
That's what I think.
You wouldn't be able to hide as many things as they can now.
Because as far as I understand, there's no way to short Bitcoin because there's a specific amount of Bitcoins that are available.
It goes up tomorrow, and one wants diamond hands. Should one keep diamond hands? Like,
Diamond hands?
Yeah, because if you sell, it goes down. So
yeah, I mean,
nobody
like
sells, and
after
it shoots
if
up
it
like
gets
crazy.
yeah, if it shoots up like crazy and all that, if one would want diamond hands, it's diamond hands, or time to let go.
Have an exit strategy. Diamond hands until you're ready. You reach your exit strategy. Just have a plan.
Personally, I'm probably going to sell if it spikes up to get out of my position on Robinhood and buy elsewhere once it comes back down.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I've been out all day working. Hey, based on your topic that you guys are talking about for tomorrow, I'm the guy who this Castillo, the guy who was learning the block box stocks. So it's really for options, people who does a lot of options, but it helps me. I've been based on the topic that you guys talking about earlier. I'm seeing the dark pool activities that are happening. So if you guys want me to share, I can share it to you guys. It's legal, so
Go for it.
let me share my screen real quick. You guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this is GME, right? So if you see here, this is the activity here, right? Pretty stable here. I'm not an expert like all of us, all right? I'm just learning. But if you see here, there's a dark pool activity that's going on at 12:18 today for 100,000, 5.9 million, $59. And then dark pool activity, unusual. And then another one, you see, it's all the same, 5.9, 5.9, 5.9. And then
That's
here, yeah. So, and then there's a pre-open risk increase alert up to $69.86. So, are they gonna buy this again after this? I don't know. I just don't know because it's showing here. Like I said, I'm still learning. I'm not an expert, but
What they're probably going to try to do is to cover their shorts and then buy it and write it up.
maybe I don't know. But that's what's going on.
Have you noticed this activity on any other days?
I'm gonna check tomorrow again in the morning. I'll check again and I'll check in with you guys. I'm just so busy at work. It's weird. You know what I mean? But you guys know what I mean. I just learned about dark pool activity today. I read it on say it's legal, so it's a way for them to hide themselves, but it's legit. So
It's not uncommon.
yeah, but these are the big ones, right? The big ones that's going on.
I know it's a little off topic, but we do have somebody in the YouTube chat asking about XRP.
I don't know.
Ripple?
Let me.
Josh Rivas is asking about XRP.
How do I exit the on screen the sharing?
The whole explanation about the black box.
Yes.
Fuck. Is it on YouTube? Cause I just hopped on.
Oh no, it's not YouTube. It's just in. It's just in. What's this? Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I was just showing the guys what I saw with regards to the dark pool activities that's going on. And then there's a pre-open price increase alert of $69. So are they going to, when it jumps back up to 70, are they going to sell it so they make profit? I don't know.
Yeah, somebody was talking about it in the morning, but I just hopped back on right now.
Yeah.
For this.
But this app mainly is for options, or is it for each?
No, yeah. It's really for options. Really for options. I'm trying to learn options, but for me, I'm trying to also see where it can help me, on kind of like what's going on, right? You know.
That's just unusual activity. It's the same thing I was telling them earlier with the options. I play a lot of options too, especially on earning weeks. And these past 2 weeks with the earnings haven't moved the way the market should be moving. And that was not disturbing, but that's just very indifferent from each and every other year that has earnings. So, it's I don't want to say there is something going on, but in the same sense is like if you're actually reading like he's reading in between the lines, it seems like there is something.
I don't know. Let's see.
I know that black box app is very productive, and from what everybody discussed earlier, it's really good for seeing.
Yeah, it helps me. I see some, patterns, kind of like, yeah, I said I'm still learning it. I'm not an expert, so maybe after a month.
To the guy who was asking about XRP in the YouTube, is there something specific you want to know about it?
Bitcoin's doing hella good today, dude. I'm super excited for that one.
So do you guys know where Elon purchased the Bitcoin? Is it from Bitcoin itself or
Purchase it through Tesla.
I mean they purchased it, but where did they buy it? Which is it from Grayscale? Did they buy it from Grayscale or what?
I'm still trying to find a news article on that. I've been looking at it all
Oh.
day because I've seen how he's wrapping up that Bitcoin and how they modify Tesla's actual paperwork and how they run and how they're able to incorporate that Bitcoin into them and how they can take profit and loss from it. So yeah, as soon as I find it, I can always post something back on here if I find it before somebody else does or vice versa.
Yeah. That's interesting, man. That ever happens? I mean, it's already happened, but if
Yeah, it's already happened. And the way he
Yeah.
has it is he can write off all losses on Bitcoin and all gains on Bitcoin. He doesn't have to write in and pay taxes on it. It's a beautiful thing how he set it up. I can't believe how he set it up.
Yeah, it's awesome. Then their value increases and they can spend more money on innovation.
Exactly. Anything over the initial $5.1 billion, he does not have
Yeah.
to claim gains. It's crazy.
So I wasn't so okay, let me think. Oh, okay, then it's okay to invest in Tesla right now because if that's the case, then it's gonna blow up. I mean, I'm not gonna recommend that though. Okay, no, not from me, but just our discussion.
Wouldn't they also like apart themselves from like stocks eventually, like slowly? Try to like take their shares out or like gain their shares back if they're in crypto?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man?
I mean, it'd probably take a while, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like that'd be the most.
But you know, yeah. But you know what's? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
No, you know what's interesting? I put in $50 on Dogecoin yesterday, and I got $110 now. It's funny. Yeah, I put $50. I got $60.
Take what you put in and just leave the whatever.
Yeah. It's funny.
Free money, bro. That's cool.
So not
Has
a lot
anyone
of
looked
action
into
today,
Tough
huh?
Built?
Sorry, there were two of you talking at the same time there.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll mute.
Has anyone looked into Tough Built?
Not me. I haven't.
Who else has heard this bullshit with this Funko? And is it actually true? Anybody in the chat done any DD on it? I've been hearing a few things on it.
About what?
Funko?
Yeah, the stupid brand that GME sells.
Oh, the vinyl pop figures?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate those things.
You know what I love, guys?
Hold on, what is the news that you got about it?
That's what I'm saying. I've heard a few things. It's not news articles per se, but I've heard and I've seen a few people that have done their DD. I haven't done any yet, but I've seen some viable DD on it that is looking like they're becoming profitable or about to be.
You got to think though, there are.
You cut out.
I'm sorry, finger slip. There are some
Sorry, man.
You could just
real talk,
unmute
real
that.
quick. You know what I love? I love that Doge is on the news.
Holy shit.
Funko's at 13. I mean, I see a potential in it, but isn't that like a China-based company? Because it's like vinyl toys and shit. They can't produce them in the United States.
Okay, yeah, I just had to turn the push to talk off temporarily. But if there are Funkos that were actually sold through GameStop because GameStop has so many exclusives, same thing with Target. If they have the exclusive ones, then they will drop the price up because of the fear that GME is going to be going bankrupt, which brings an added value to those.
Makes sense.
There already some hella expensive ones. Do you own any? People collect them.
I mean, don't get me wrong; it is a nice collector's item. Like there was, but it's all about like what you're into. For me, I'm into Destiny, and there's one particular one that was one of the bosses that came out in the very first game, and that thing sells on an average of like $500, and that's only because it glows in the dark.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With my corporation, we sell a lot of Funkos, and some of them go for $150 and up. That's why I was asking you, because a few people have done DD on it. It looks like the company's trying to turn around.
Have you guys heard of Zonky Toys? Guy that's talking about that his company sells Funko toys.
I don't think the value of all of them are going up. I'm going to honestly just assume and say only the ones that are either A, limited time runs, exclusives, or GME releases out of this fear that GME is bankrupting. That's probably the only ones that actually have any type of real particular value.
Yeah, they're in between. Most of them do sell for in between like $15 to $24. The rest of them are few and far in between for that $150 and up.
So I just found something here. It says something. It's like a transcript of a video, and it's like an interview, and it says, "But it's noteworthy when Tesla Motors filed with the SEC, they filed to buy Bitcoin."
Well, yeah, they had to do that, and they had to change their rule book for being able to invest. That's just formalities. How they invested, though, is the question. Did they go ahead and purchase Bitcoin outright and have it on, cold hard storage, or is it the type to where like the other guy said, grayscale?
So just want to share something to you guys. Like everybody said, like we all say, right? We're not the experts, we're not the professionals. But if you think about it, that's happening now. So what probably that could happen is the CEOs, CIOs of top blue chip companies, they're gonna start talking, starting today or earlier today already. Say, okay, well, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Right?
Trust me, they have been talking.
Are we gonna start? What's our game plan? Elon already spoke. So what are we gonna do? So the companies who are doing bitcoins, like who are this? Like then they will now start to grow, right? If you think about it, right? For example, Mara stock, Riot stock, those guys, right? So yeah.
Definitely, that's something to look out for.
Because if you look at Riot stock right now and Mara stock, they're like $39 per stock. So those are good to invest right now. So, but we're not the professionals, right? So
Riot and Mara are just a fantastic way to be exposed to crypto without actually having to buy crypto.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are definitely not financial legal or medical advisors at all.
How many times do we announce that? I'm just wondering. I'm not here all day.
Not
That's
enough.
why.
There is a disclaimer in the Discord, but not the people who are on YouTube can't read it, so we have to remind people who are in the YouTube that we're not financial advisors. I could read off the disclaimer if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, it's good.
I would also like to say that Kramer is not a financial advisor for the everyday retailers, so stop listening to him.
Right? Exactly.
Oh, is that what Kramer does? He's got a disclaimer? Wow, that's interesting.
Kramer's a meme.
Right.
He was all for retail investors for about a half a day, and then completely switched sides.
Oh, that I heard about. That that
The
was
dude
funny.
has a soundboard. He's a joke.
If you guys been doing this, he's always been for the hedge funds. If you guys can remember, if anybody's been trading back in the bubble burst of 08, he blatantly came out and specifically said that, yeah, the shorts, the hedge fund short the companies by doing this way, this, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. There should be on YouTube news articles of it, not news articles. There should be little clips from back then. You can see how blatantly he came out and just said it basically.
When we were
Siding
having a
with the
discussion
shorts.
about, when we were talking about ladder attacks the other day, somebody posted a video about him describing what we call now a short ladder attack. He used a different terminology, but described it exactly the same way. But in that video, you could tell that he sounded like he was upset that he did not have his own hedge fund, that he could do this.
Yeah, that's the video I'm talking about. Yep. Yeah, we don't live in a free market, people. You have to understand. You got to take your feelings out of it when you're trying to do this, and you just basically got to go in with your best feet forward and your best mindset. Do your DD on everything. Don't invest in something that you're not comfortable with. If you don't know the corporation, stay away from it. Even if it seems like it's the next fad and this and that, it's always better to be a little bit late than to never arrive at all. So, make sure before you guys pull a gun on everything, because especially over this whole GME fiasco, you guys can see, always do DD.
I think the amount of media that surrounded GME right before the spike has a lot of people discouraged that came in thinking, oh my God, it's going to go up to 1,000 and I'm going to get rich. I'm going to spend my last little bit of money. And now they're sitting there like, well, what do I do? And it's just like, no, calm down. Anything can happen. But a lot of people are discouraged. And, it's kind of difficult right now. And trying to tell somebody, do your research, it's kind of like, but the news said, and the news has never done me wrong, but it's like you gotta do your own individual research.
Yeah, a lot of people just, okay, well, yeah, by that mindset, a lot of people just don't do their due diligence. It's the same thing that's been going on and on. It's been taught for generation to generation. Look at your parents, look at your grandparents. Even if they were taught somewhat about financial education, they were taught to hand their money over to hedge firms and to keep paying in for 20 years until they pull out, and hopefully they can pull out something that's worthwhile, that offsets for the rest of their lives the cost of living. So we're really, if you want to say it, within the last 60 years, we're the first generation to actually come out and say, okay, we're going to take our financial means and we're going to keep it in our hands and we're going to grow it. We're not going to put it in somebody else's hands and think it's going to be safe for 20 years.
No, we've watched them screw it all up multiple times in 2000, 2008. We don't want to continue to watch them screw our money over.
Yeah, they just didn't know any better. That's the thing, the lack of information, go back to, as long as you do your little bit of due diligence. I mean, you don't have to be experts with this. Anybody can make money. You can't be ignorant to the laws of wealth. Our cat said it one of the richest men in Babylon, and he said that you're either ignorant to the laws of wealth or you're ignoring them. So there's two sides to life. Life is hard whether you're broke, or life is hard when you have too much. Do you want to have too much, or do you want to have too little? Life is hard. Choose your heart. So if you don't want to do your own DD, your own financial education, then yeah, you're going to have a life that is anything less than what you're actually striving for.
Very, very fucking true.
And remember, the media isn't free either. There is no such thing as free press anymore. The media only states what they can get paid for.
You guys want real media? Bloomberg terminal costs about $24,000 per year, and that's about as real media or as real numbers as you're ever going to get, if anyone can ever afford that. But that's why it's that prices. Unfortunately, it's not for the everyday average retail investor.
It's not even reachable.
In the foreseeable future, I can see it, because there's this whole movement that started. As long as this momentum keeps going, I can see more and more groups like this, like the ones on Reddit, pop up here and there, but not just random groups. I can actually see people coming together and actually start making some real money. And once groups like that start coming together and making some real money, then actual firms start reaching out to those said groups and help them out. At that point in time, then you're not even really paying for the Bloomberg terminal. They pay for it for you guys.
Does anyone know if there's a good software with crypto indicators?
TradingView has crypto. You use TradingView, don't you?
There's a guy that's really big on YouTube. He's like Crypto MM or something like that. I think he's got like overviews of what he uses. I've seen him a few times, and his charts look really, really in depth when it comes to crypto.
I've recently been intrigued with micro futures, and so I watched some videos on how they read the charts for the indicators on buying and selling. So I was just curious if there was something like that for crypto to practice.
I mean, like, I watch my crypto off of my brokerage. I have 3 different brokerage accounts, and like I can say, like, Thinkorswim's chart's a little bit better than Webull. Webull's better than Robinhood, but Robinhood's more easily like accessible for transactions as long as there's not something blowing up in the market, So it kind of all depends on a daily basis. If I'm really following patterns or something like that, I might use like 2 different charts, off the different platforms I use. And if I can't find like a detailed enough, or if something is going on with one of those charts, tradingview.com really is the go-to place to look at actually extensively in-depth charts.
Holy fuck, Bitcoin's at 47,000.
Yeah, it's going to explode. It's going to be somewhere in between $100,000 to $250,000 coin by December.
I have almost a fucking 100% return on like $500 that I put in on the 27th or 25th around there.
Bitcoin is at 5% in the last hour.
That's fucking crazy.
Hold on, she's up to what right now?
Bitcoin is now passing 47,000. It is at 2,300 in the last hour and 15 minutes.
Remember, guys, don't get FOMO and jump in on the top. You guys got to understand the float is still very, very flexible. So it can go up to 50. It might even go up to 60. But then don't be surprised if it breaks back down to around the $30,000 mark for a little bit.
It's definitely gonna break down. Maybe not 30,000, but probably like around 35, 38.
And please, for the last time tonight, this is not financial advice.
Yeah, do not take this financial advice. No fucking way. But you can see the trends on the chart. Look at yourself, do your own DD.
Fair play, Doge has been stable all day.
Hey, I don't know what's going on, but apparently Robinhood has restricted Dogecoin trading right now.
Oh, wait, for real?
Dude, I literally got on because when you all talking about 47 for Bitcoin, and I decided to look at it, and I see 47, then I'm like, all right, let me look into this. I'm like, wow,
I
20%.
might sell.
Yeah, I'm
I
like
might
20%
sell if
of Bitcoin did, and I was laughing because of the conversation we had earlier today about percentages. But it's like Doji, Bitcoin went up 20%, and Doji's only up like 14 for the day.
It's fucking crazy because we were talking about that in the morning, huh? That's funny as hell.
Yeah, we were talking about the percentage, and it's like, yo, right now, I don't care what nobody says. Bitcoin is worth more than one bit is more than one Doge, and Doge has definitely not gone up as much of a percent as a Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I
it
think I
seems
just
to be.
want to know. My curiosity is why did they lock it off? Why are they blocking off Doge right now?
That's pretty weird. They're just halting it. Can you sell or you
it's called market manipulation.
Somebody else was saying earlier they had some scheduled maintenance, but I think that should have been over by now.
It's been like that for about an hour and a half.
I would.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, I can't confirm that it can or cannot, and I'm not going to try because I don't really have that much money right now to be dumping into Doge. But it just says Dogecoin transactions may not execute right now, but I still have the buy and sell options, even though I haven't tried. I'm gonna try to buy and sell. Give me a second.
When I tried to sell some earlier, it just said transaction failed. Try again later.
Robinhood or a different broker?
Robinhood.
Someone in the chat saying Robinhood cancelled their buy order for shares that they placed on the 25th.
All right, well, I just checked it right now, and I just attempted, and it allowed me to buy 10 right now. So, I mean, I was able to buy 10, and let me check I just got a notification again. It says Dogecoin purchase. Your order to buy 81 cents of Doge has been executed. So, I don't know. It says that it executed, but it does say it may not execute. So maybe they're talking about people for high amounts or people that are just trading it back and forth because they've seen the influx today.
Could be high traffic.
Just seems like Robinhood has a problem with traffic, it seems.
And manipulating the market.
Ever since the 28th, seems like they have this good trend going on, eh?
To be
They
fair,
get real good at it.
A lot of these apps are getting massive volume. There's one in the UK that's had to shut down taking new customers because they can't take the load.
Oh, definitely. There's major traffic in all the brokers right now.
No, I'm sure they're taking a load, but it's probably from higher up. Loads of money from hedge funds.
DCCT?
It's either that or what Robinhood is doing is looking at what's trending because Doge has been on a streak for the past week. And they're like, let's go ahead and shut it down because we don't know what's going to happen.
The way that I understand that Robinhood does crypto at the moment is they have to physically own that crypto in order for you to buy it. So it's not in your name and it doesn't go into a wallet that you can actually assign to something like Coinbase, or you can't spend that crypto anywhere. You can only trade it on Robinhood.
That is a good point. So if they don't have enough to sell or buy, sell, however it is, then they can't allow any more trading.
Could they somehow short the crypto in their own broker app?
I don't know if it's possible to short a crypto.
Probably in your own account, though, it's maybe more plausible. If they're lending out more than people want to buy, I'm not saying this right. If they're lending it out and not getting it back, that could run into huge issues.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they already lended out a lot that they don't even have, and they probably just stopped because it got out of hand. Or maybe they don't want it to get out of hand, like the GME stock got out of hand, and they're just now being proactive. Hopefully.
Yeah, I would love to pile onto the meme of Doge to $1, but you know what? Give me 10 cents and I'm satisfied.
You can buy it on Voyager. I threw my promo code in general chat.
Personally, I think Doge will hit 10 cents over weekend trading.
I definitely wouldn't. I don't have faith in Robinhood, especially for their crypto.
I think anybody that's following Elon and following his, Doge to the moon, I don't think that any of those people have any faith in Robinhood anymore, because after what he did in that interview and he just punished Vlad, it's just like, anybody that cares about Elon, I don't want to say Elon fanboys, but anybody that actually pays attention to the stuff that he says and they jump on to the Doge train. They're also like, yo, I can't do with Robinhood no more because Elon doesn't like Robinhood.
Someone in the chat's asking what the best broker is to buy Doge.
Everybody's actually thrown out. It's been Coinbase and Binance have been the two that I've constantly heard all the time. And if you're talking about buying it as far as buying and owning it, or are you asking buying like shares of it? Because if you're just buying shares, I mean, Robinhood is decent and it's easy and it's user friendly. That's the best thing about it. Robinhood is extremely user friendly.
Yeah, it's great for growth, but you won't be able to apply that Doge anywhere if you actually wanted to try to spend it.
I thought Coinbase didn't sell Doge.
Do they not sell Doge?
They do not.
I tried.
Okay, well, excuse me. That's why we always say we're not financial advisors, because of mistakes like that.
However,
I can't say.
I've heard good things about.
Or you could use Kraken.
You can buy Voyager, but it doesn't look like it's one of the. You can buy Doge on Voyager. It just doesn't look like it's one of the coins you can withdraw.
Voyager has a waiting list. I've been waiting for like 5 days.
It's kind of crazy that all the hype is around Doge, but there's not a really fantastic place and mainstream place to buy it.
Doge will hump.
But that's the reason why. I mean, it's kind of like it's a joke, but it's like, yo, can we get this joke spread around? Stupid notification. I mean, I would see it as it's the hype is about not just about buy Doge, but come on, company, y'all gotta support Doge as well.
I found a Reddit post that goes over all the the ways that you can buy Dogecoin right now. I'd like to point out that there's a pretty funny tidbit on how to buy Dogecoin in 5 easy steps in only 5 easy hours.
There's a question in the chat asking the latest on Nokia and AMC. They think they might have missed out on the conversations earlier today. So if anybody's got any comments on that.
I don't think anybody discussed specifically, earlier in the stream about if the train for AMC and BlackBerry and Nokia, they already sell. Everybody came to a pretty much a mutual agreement that those are all pretty long plays and that they look good, as the year progresses. They all have something beneficial that they will be working on, as far as like BlackBerry with their software, and AMC still pretty much controlling the movie game. So they all look like they're positive plays, at least for the long term, in our own individual opinions based on how we feel about it.
Hey guys, do you know if you trade micro futures, you have the same issue with?
And you cut off there.
Do you have the same day trading rules with the 25,000?
No, there's no PDT or anything like that for futures.
I don't know who needs to hear this right now, but I'm still holding.
That's a nice one.
For real though, we find out tomorrow, and I'm calling a like crazy price drop.
So like a crazy price drop first, and then maybe a spike. But then let's say I really still want it to hold because I really do like the stock, and I potentially believe it'll go higher. Might that be the case, or tomorrow's like that's it, like no more level 12, like that's the final level of the game?
No, this could go on for a while.
Oh, okay, but it's just like to make myself understand. Um, it'll go on for a while. So tomorrow's generally not like the end of the game, though, right?
It could be if the price drops low enough. That's my best guess. So what I think is going to happen tomorrow is like after, well, I think the numbers get released at 4 p.m. So like market close. So we're really just gonna Wednesday is gonna be the day, but tomorrow after market, really gonna see a lot of. I think it's gonna be a little bit crazy, to be honest. I don't know, but I feel like the numbers are gonna come out, and it's gonna be like
Like
not
maybe
what we expect.
like maybe. Okay, so the indicator might be, or the Q maybe like it'll drop first and then it'll go high for sure by Wednesday.
Well, I don't know for sure. There's never a for sure, but what I'm like, my experience is that when the price drops, people panic and sell, and so they're going to release a short interest number tomorrow that's lower than we thought it was, and that's going to panic a lot of people into selling. Or they do that, and then after market, they like make it look like the price is dropping, so it makes people think that people are selling. And I think the whole motive is to try and drive the price down far enough so that they can actually squeeze it out. But I mean, that's just speculation. Now, if the price goes sideways and or up tomorrow, like gradually, I think it's going to be a long game. I think they're going to try and, buy their way up essentially. I don't know though. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm really new to this, to be honest. But based on what I've learned so far, that's the way I feel like it's going to be. It's like if the price drops low enough tomorrow, like $10, then we'll probably see like this crazy spike out of nowhere. But I don't think it's going to go that low tomorrow. I think they're going to drag it out. I think it's going to be another. I think it honestly is going to be like a gradual dip tomorrow, but it might also go sideways because I think the lower it's getting, like more people are like wanting to buy in, so they're keeping the price up, and that would mean that they're going to play like they're going to play it the long way and kind of like hope people lose interest in it and not pay attention to it as much. But once again, this is all speculation.
Yeah, speculation based on personal interest. Yeah, not financial advice, by the way, for anyone. Thank you.
No, the people who say rip GME and GME is done, it's not done. If it was done, the company wouldn't exist right now, but it still does. So just chill out. You got Ryan Cohen at the helm. He just hired on the Amazon CTO as his CTO for GameStop. He's got like some other people from Chewy on board now. And he said he has a future plan for the company. So I wouldn't count him out, man. Ryan Cohen was a really good businessman, and that's how he was successful with Chewy. He had good ideas, and he acted upon those ideas. So don't feel like this is just doom and gloom, and this is like that's just what the media and everybody wants you to believe.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what's the point? I mean, like you can acknowledge your loss by selling your shares, which isn't helping. It's only like and it's solidifying your loss. Like there's no loss until you hit that sell button. Period.
Yeah. I kind of started to see
Dude, the more
myself.
people that just fucking grow some balls and hold their shares and not like they the thing is like that's the whole point of this is the power in numbers, and the more people that just like paper hand it and fucking sell their shit off, then like yeah, it's not going to work out. But if you literally just like all you have to do is buy one share and hold it. Like you don't need to buy 5 shares. You don't need like, and everybody can make a good profit off of it. But like it's just a matter of just buying it and holding it. Stop trying to micromanage your account if you're new to this, because that's going to waste more money in the long run. It's just like be patient and watch and learn and listen and have faith, because I'm telling you, like I've looked at the dates at what and volumes at what stuff was bought by who and when, and if DFV is still holding through this, being down like X amount of millions of dollars, like you know, like he's obviously like holding those shares for a reason, because he knows he can profit back off of them later. Like he's not. This is what I don't understand, why people just like have no faith. It's like just because you see red numbers and it's a big number doesn't mean that you don't have that money anymore. Yeah, you can't access it until it goes back up, but it will go back up. So for anybody who's all down and out right now about it, I'll just like say this. It unless like money's not the end of the world, honestly. Like if you have your health, if you have people around you who love you, like that's what matters. Okay. So you know what? Just set it and forget it. Don't forget it. I mean, like watch the markets and stuff, but I mean, like don't be discouraged, because like there's a lot of people out there with red accounts right now. You're not the only one. And we're holding because we know what's going on. It's bullshit. And they're trying to scare you out of it. They're trying to tell you to buy silver because I guess that's the new hot ticket, but not really.
Yeah. Truly, the more I hold the stock, frankly, I like GME more, and especially how the company is poised or positioned to literally become maybe even the next generation, like a user experience and all this sort of thing.
Well,
And
that's
the
the
only
thing.
thing,
That's just the thing is people are stuck on the idea that GameStop is what GameStop is and will never not be what GameStop currently is. Like you've heard of rebranding before, right? So like you own a company and like say it's GameStop and you want to spend enough money to rebrand it and change the name of the company, but like dude, there's so many things that they can do with GameStop and like the establishment they already have. Like they have stores all over the country and all over the world. Like there's no reason why they couldn't, with the right ideas, turn it into something profitable again. Like there's a huge market for for digital entertainment, and yeah, sure, it might be hard for us to kind of pinpoint what the hell they would actually do with the company, but you know, I think I see some sort of I don't know, it just feels right. If like knowing where all the EB games are in my city, I know they're well spread out, but they're in really like busy locations. And if he's talking e-commerce and retail, there's got to be something he's got up his sleeve that could be like a jackpot. You know what I mean? Like you could turn all the EBs into like like local repair shops, or be like half repair shop, half where you pick up your new console that you pre-ordered through their e-commerce platform. I don't know. Think of it like Amazon Prime. If you have like a GameStop Prime, you pay X amount of dollars a month. They might have a better streaming service than Netflix or Amazon to begin with. Who knows? I don't know. It's just, you gotta like brainstorm this kind of stuff, because there's literally so much potential, and all people are doing is like putting their head in their hands and being like, man, I can't believe I just wasted all that money. I'm such an idiot. It's like, dude, like, wake up. Like, you didn't sell it. You're fine. Just hold the line. It's so easy to do. You buy a share and you hold it.
Preach.
Yeah, just
What's
like
your
you're saying,
bellyache
I think a
crying
bunch
out
of new
loud?
investors, they
I'm just tired of everybody being all sad sack about it. It's just like, dude, like, oh, it's like I watched this video and he was like, so I did it. I'm sold my GameStop. You know, I tried, but I was like, I can't take it no more. I was like, dude, you're fucking high.
Go play a video game. Go like
Exactly. Just set it and forget it. Like, stop stressing over this shit. It's like,
food.
This is what investments are all about. You know what? I did the right thing, and I put my shares in a registered account where they can't be taken to be traded. A lot of people bought in margin, but like a lot of smart people out there, trust me, I know the people with all the like the big bucks who bought into GameStop. They bought some in margin to do their trading, but like a lot of them dumped them into their registered account, so they could not be taken to they couldn't be borrowed. So, yeah, like I'm still a firm believer that they got our back, man. They got this. We have this in the bag. We just need to hold.
Yeah, I see. You reminded me as this is
Dude, like they
reassuring,
call us bag holders, but little do they know the diamonds that are sitting in these bags.
Diamond hands. What up,
Right?
guys? I'm just
That's what I'm
coming back
talking
in.
about. I hope you heard all of that, Miko.
I caught like the last end of it, but basically, if you're crying right now about how much you've lost, then maybe you shouldn't be investing because, like, there's risk involved. That's
yeah,
just
no,
the
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not in the red at all. I actually jumped at the marks that are not too far from what it is right now. I was just only kind of worried a little bit if everybody thought that this was like a complete end game, which actually it's ensuring that it's a reminder that they're actually rebranding, like you said, actually. So that actually reminds or actually quells the worries, actually, because I thought it would be turning into like, okay, that's a complete end game, and then this is it once it short sells and all that sort of thing. But literally, what all you just said right now, yeah, I'm not in a loss, I'm not worried, but I just kind of really didn't want to be out there on a alone on a crumbling mountain, which is actually it's not going to be, frankly. So that's a good reassurance, actually, and a good reminder that there's actually rebranding and research, and of course,
Dude, do you
people
know
need
how
to do
much
their due
money
diligence.
GameStop just made off of all of this?
No,
yeah,
haven't
they
got
were able
the
to
idea.
settle, like they were able to pay their debts. They're basically getting a fresh start, and they have a CEO that's basically run a very successful online platform.
Holy crap, that's
And he just
more than
hired a
worth
bunch
hearing.
of really talented people. So, for all the doubters out there, Jonathan Taylor in particular, who's saying GME won't go back to 420. You're right, John. It won't go back to 420. It's going to go to 4,200. So, look at Amazon. Just do me a favor and go type in AMZN and take a look at that ticker. Now, if I know anything, I know that e-commerce and a well-run business and taking care, you got to invest aggressively. And with all this money that GME has just made, like they're going to be investing aggressively to build like the most ridiculous company. Imagine
Okay.
comparing Amazon to GameStop. Yeah, I know, but little did you know that like Ryan wants to make it the next Amazon. He said it with his own lips. And then, funny enough, like a week and a half later, Jeff Bezos steps down, hands the torch off to Andy Jassett or whatever the hell the guy's name is. Like, man, moves are being made behind closed doors that we have no idea, but there's a lot of clues out there.
The other thing too is like we are the consumers, and if so many people were down to save GME, I don't think we're gonna let it like just die. Like I've been buying at GameStop, and I'm gonna continue to buy exclusively at GameStop.
Yeah, I see how you're talking about.
Well, like what did GameStop do? What did Blockbuster do? They allowed you to like test new systems and new games in the store. I mean, like, why couldn't that be still a thing, right? Like, I mean, sure, you can get a demo downloaded at home, but what if you don't have a console? What if you don't have that console? What if it's for a new console? You know what I mean? Like, why couldn't you walk into a GameStop that's like loaded up with like, you know, 4 new PS6s, and like you can take, like you can play through like a 10-minute trial, and I don't know, maybe it's like on like a dope TV. Get that full experience, right? I don't know, man. There's so much potential, like especially with the age we live in, the digital age.
Yeah, once again, I did forget about that part where they were literally rebranding. That's for sure. I'm pretty much going actually Diamond Hands. That actually quelled my worries. So again, I'm not really into the negative reds, thankfully. I'm thankful for that. But yeah, I think I actually am gonna stick with Diamond Hands for sure.
Well, man, I mean, you got Elon Musk buying $1.5 billion in Bitcoin and offering his customers to pay for their Tesla with Bitcoin. You know what kind of message that sends out? That sends out a message to other like business people and investors to take this seriously and start incorporating Bitcoin into their wallets. Like, he's forcing the issue. It's almost like he made a fiat currency
It's like
through popularity and like belief behind it, and it makes sense too. Some guy argued it. They're like, well, what about all the crime that it would be susceptible to and money laundering? And they're like, there's like a ridiculous paper trail involved with Bitcoin, which would make it less likely to be criminalized. Like, it's just safer. So I don't know. I see the way I see it. Elon hates hedge funds, and he's been, supporting us with Doge and trying to like make some money so that, there's people out there who can use that extra money to put in their own investments, whether it's GameStop stocks or other penny stocks or other investments that they like. Like, he's with us, and like the fact that one of the richest men in the world is with us, along with one of the more recent success stories of a business person like Ryan Cohen. Like, I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of people out there, YouTube like sensations who are backing it. Like, this is another thing too, is just like a lot of people out there don't realize how many regular people are loaded these days because of their YouTube channels or their, you know what I mean, their Instagram followings. Like, there's a lot of people with a good amount of money out there, and they all hate super rich people. So what are they going to do? Join the gain train with GME.
The other thing too is that thinking about the following generation, which is Gen X, those generations and my generations have grown up with video games. Video games is just getting started. I mean, it's gonna go big. It's already getting into like major sports fields. So, we got to think about where this is also moving. That's a whole like generation of income that they could potentially see if they market it right and rebrand correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. As far as Apple doubling, I don't know. I don't know. Like, honestly, Apple's a really good company. I don't see why they couldn't ever be up there with Google and all the other like big companies.
Aren't they working on an electric car?
Yeah, it's called Waymo.
Well, that, and then they also recently released the new. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go figure out what my dog wants. I'll be right back.
Honestly, I think any company that's really adopting the renewable energy kind of like electric vehicle, you know, just any technological advancement that's going to get us away from essentially destroying our environment by harvesting and burning up resources. I think any company that adopts the green lifestyle is going to thrive because there's such a demand for it. There's kind of a novelty behind it too. I mean, growing up when I was a kid, like I was always hoping to see flying cars when I was older, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with wanting something, right? Like Elon himself wanted certain things in his life and he busted his ass, man. Like he went through a lot of thick and thin stuff to get where he is, right? So, you know, this is just another phase in life where it's just like it's a really thick moment and you just got to push through, right? So,
You gotta find
well,
them diamond balls.
yeah, that's the thing too, man. It's like I picture like the hedge fund managers and all of us retail investors. We got each other by the balls. Both of us have diamond hands and both of us have diamond balls, but whose diamond hands are stronger and whose diamond balls are weaker? That's the question. Joe Schmo, how long will I have to hold my ankles on this GME stock? Honestly, tomorrow we're going to find out a lot more. Like I said earlier, what I think is going to happen is after market is when they release the hours at like, or they release the short interest around 4 p.m. as far as I've been told. And what I think is going to happen is that after market tomorrow and pre-market Wednesday, we're going to see a lot of up and down, a lot of volatility, and then realistically, once market opens, if it goes down a whole lot, I think the squeeze will come within a day, within the day. If it stays sideways or moves up, I think it's gonna be a lot of like up and down, but like kind of just move sideways. I think they're gonna try and play a long game and try and just buy their way out, like, you know, just ride it up with us. So at this point, if there is going to be a big squeeze, it's got to be the price has to absolutely plummet tomorrow or the next day. But, you know, hang on to your socks. I'm probably going to hit the hay pretty soon because I got to be up early for this. I missed out this morning. I could have scooped up those OCGN stocks earlier on, and I'd be up a lot right now. But I'm not too worried about it. I only grabbed 10. It's not like I'm out a ton of money. Plus, it's a pretty promising product, and with the news that's coming out, it's looking like it might go up for a while now. And yeah, what was the other one? NPSR, NSRP, can't remember. Let me find out what it was.
Looks like Robinhood is, or sorry, my bad. Doge on Robinhood. That's what I have right now. But Doge is still holding at that 7.9.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, Miko, what's that NSRP ticker again?
Yeah, it's NSPR.
NSPR.
Yeah. And actually, the other thing too, I was looking on Webull here, and they have like an assortment of all like these stocks of like the top gainers. And I was thinking, maybe might be cool to pick some of those and talk about them for some of. I mean, that's generally like where I try to find stocks to potentially invest in. But yeah, the NSPR was on the list of most active for Webull. Yeah, it's only $1.22 per stock right now, so it's cheap.
Yeah, volume's pretty high for 123.4 million.
I know. So like GME was telling us earlier, because he works in the health field, and I think he does like something to do with cardiovascular, like heart. Like I think he ultrasounds hearts, so he knows quite a bit about that. But he said this company was good to look at because there were some technologies that they were working on that were pretty good for like heart and stuff.
Nice.
So on Webull, it looks like OCGN was the top gainer and also the most active. The volume for that today was 719.52 million.
That's nuts.
Yeah. So right
Yeah,
now,
like had I actually woke up a little bit earlier and got on board,
yeah,
it would have
that
been
the
nice.
list price right now is at 1581. And if you're wondering what this stock is, it is the candidate for the coronavirus vaccine. It's already been successful in India, and they're trying to bring it here. And it looks like they're not too far away from approval. And the thing that's interesting about this one, vaccine they provide doesn't need to be frozen, and it's particularly effective against the UK and South African strains. Somebody tipped me that one, and I researched it, and I bought it at 470. No, sorry, 411. So I'm pretty happy today with that.
Yeah, look at that, up 200%. That's insane. And that's not even at its high of the day.
Does anybody know anything about AEZS? It's listed as the second top gainer for today. It's also on the list for most active. It's further down, but this one had 218.65 million in volume, and it looks like it's up 200%. Looks like
Holding pretty strong after hours too.
y'all have a good night. Looks like the stream is ending. Make sure to subscribe, smash the like button. I'll probably be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's D-Day. Have a good night.
Take care, everybody. Be safe.
Yeah, I'm ending the stream soon.
Don't forget to do due diligence research. SPR. Oh, I bought into that one too. I want to see who it does. Yeah. What'd you buy in at? That one was like at $1 or something. Like, where'd it go? Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Some editing. Dang, Bitcoin's at 46,000. Bitcoin is growing more than Dogecoin today. That's crazy. Well, just like I'm just reading off of my like this. It says here on Kraken with 24-hour change because I had Bitcoin and Dogecoin, and from like my numbers it says that I'm up 19.61% with the Dogecoin, and or with Bitcoin, and with Dogecoin I'm at 5.97%. Yeah. Well, it looks like Dogecoin is up to 8 now. Wow.